orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, it's Friday, which is awesome, unless your name is Orion Kerkering. Or Marcus Boucher, who's wearing a Blue Jays jersey today.
Oh, Canada.
Hey, careful. That scares JD.
Yeah.
That scares John Dickinson.
Yeah.
What a strange night it was. What an amazing weekend on tap. We don't even know who's going to be playing quarterback for the 49ers. We got balls being hit back to the mound at Dodger Stadium and all hell breaking loose. Got the Eagles getting whomped. Wrigley Field going crazy. And the Sharks, heartbreaking overtime loss to start their season. So about 10 million things going on, Marcus, but it starts with two things. Number one, Orion Kerkering and you as a former college pitcher to talk about that. And two, you wearing a Blue Jays jersey after losing a bet to Whip It Out Walt, the midday producer, who inexplicably, even though he's a Bay Area kid, is a Blue Jays fan. I got to break the hottest, my hottest take possible. It kind of looks good on you, buddy.
Thank you,
It kind of looks good on you.
I could have been a Blue Jay.
They kind of, until you put that on, I didn't realize the Jays have kind of clean unis.
I thought about it too. When I woke up this morning knowing that I'd have to wear this jersey. For those of you who don't know, Walter Caballsetta, of course, is the midday producer for Greg Silver and Greg Papa. And yes, he's a Giants fan. Shout out passion for the pastime. But he also reps the Toronto Blue Jays, has family north of the border, loves himself a little Vladimir Guerrero Jr. So we made a jersey bet on the Yankees and Blue Jays series. His ass couldn't wake up early enough to bring in the jersey yesterday, so I'm paying it out on a Friday morning. But I woke up this morning, I was like, how do I feel about wearing a Blue Jay uniform? First of all, to your point, I think it's actually a pretty clean uniform.
Really focus on everybody get it on the YouTube too. Focus in on that J with the Canadian flag on it.
That's it. It's all about the flag.
I've just
the big maple leaf.
I've looked at it since 1977 or whenever they came in the league, and they showed up, and I was like, I always had trouble with their font. Like their font was a little weird.
It's weird how it's.
But I've never really focused on the
font.
J with the Canadian flag. That thing's almost rivaling the Cardinal, the St. Louis Cardinal. So anyway, you were thinking about it.
It's nice. It's like the Blue Jay has like a flower behind their ear, like they're out on the Hawaiian beaches or something.
Billie Holiday.
Yeah.
What do you?
So I was thinking about it.
Yeah. Well,
and I was like, okay, Blue Jay, go blank yourself. And I'm like, all right, how do I feel about wearing a Blue Jay uniform? And I was trying to think about what it would be like for you as a Giants fan, because it's definitely not like putting on a Dodger uniform.
That would be so difficult.
That would be like me putting on a Red Sox uniform. But I'm going
uniform,
through the
you're
head.
not jersey here. You're not wearing pants and
sorry about
stirrups and all
that. Jersey,
that.
uniform, if we want to get into technicalities.
Well, I was looking for the pants.
I was going to say, I could throw on the gamers and some stirrups, too, if you want, Murph.
All right. And some blue cleats.
But I was like, from a Giants perspective, I guess it would be like you wearing a Rockies jersey.
Ooh. To which I'd have no... First of all, terrible colors, though. See, the Rocky uni isn't clean like that one. That's a nice, stark white. It's almost like Canadian Snow White. And that the navy blue is nice, but Rockies uniform. I don't know if I put on a Rockies uniform, I'd be like, what the hell's going on?
Well, I'm trying to make the comp here because
the division,
rivalry,
the Jays have a couple World Series. 92, 93. It's more like wearing a Diamondbacks uniform.
Yes, but then I'm like, are the D-backs the
Jersey,
Rays?
I should say.
Or would you consider the Tampa Bay Rays?
The Rays are more like the Rockies.
Okay, what about the Baltimore Orioles?
Padres?
Orioles or the Padres?
Is it a Padres jersey?
Yeah.
Padres or the Orioles? No.
Regardless, I feel like it's Red Sox and everybody else, kind of like it's Dodgers and everybody else.
So the analogy, I'd say, if the Yankees are the Giants, I'd say Red Sox are the Dodgers, Orioles are the Padres.
Okay.
Then we left over with the Jays and the Rays. Is that the deal?
Yeah, Jays,
so the
Rays.
Jays
who's the D-backs, who's the Rockies?
The Jays would be the D-backs and the Rays would be the Rockies.
Okay, it's like you wearing a D-backs
jersey. Yeah. Because 0-1 still pisses me off a little bit. Yeah.
Well, the Rockies have been to a World Series in my lifetime.
They went to one, but they didn't win.
If you can believe it or not, young Tony.
And if we're going to talk about the 0-1 series, then we're going to bring up more pain for you.
Exactly.
Speaking of pain.
I just brought up 2 World Series I don't want to talk about.
All right, former college pitcher, bases loaded.
Oh, dude, this is bad.
50,000 people are screaming at you, and Andy Paz hits a comebacker right at you. Now, let's just start with the comebacker. Where you been? Second of all, it's Dodgers-Phillies Game 4. Epic game up until this moment we're about to describe. 1-1 ball game. No ghost runner in extras.
Thank God.
No ghost runner in extras.
Which is also just so dumb that you play 162 games with this fake ghost runner, and then you get to actual meaningful games, and ooh, what a surprise! The ghost runner disappears.
It's crazy.
Like it's a ghost or something, Tony.
But the Phillies bringing this kid, Orion Kerkering. He's 24 years old. L.A. kid, Venice High School. Pitched at South Florida. Good pitcher. Had a good year. He's not a bum. Young kid though. 24, just debuted a couple years ago. And actually I saw it because now everybody's has a PhD in Orion Kerkering because we've all researched him up and down and back again. Throws the sweeper. When he debuted in 2023, he went viral because his dad, the entire half inning that he pitched, his dad was weeping in the stands. Not like bawling, but like big, wet tears in his eyes, couple rolling down his cheek. And it went viral because everybody's like, how great is this? This guy's just so freaking proud of his son. He's just enjoying the moment. He had a great inning. The Phillies were beating the Mets. He got out of like an eighth inning. He pitched in the eighth inning. The whole crowd was standing, and the Phillies broadcasters, I think it was the Mets broadcast, Ron Darling's like, I love this, man. This is so great. So that's where he had made his name a couple years ago. Now he's just kind of one of the Phillies bullpen guys, and he's good. And Rob Thompson, the Phillies manager, goes to him with the bases loaded, and he does his job. He gets a weakly hit comebacker. I mean, a weak. This was not a scalded ball.
Super weak.
This is damn near a dribbler. Damn near a dribbler. Now, maybe that's part of the problem that it's a dribbler, because you're coming off the mound, and here's part number one: fielding the ball.
Bobbles it. Boots it.
Now, is that because A, we're human and we make mistakes? B, it was a weirdly sort of a squirrely dribbler that was not super easy? Or was that an amazingly easy ball to field, even though you're coming off a mound and it's coming at you? C, when you're coming off the mound and it's coming at you and there's 50,000 people screaming and you know it's 1-1 with the bases loaded in an elimination game in the LDS, does that change your ability to field a ball?
Well, I will say those things definitely factor in. And I'm not going to sit here and defend another member of the pitching society, but I will say that it is more difficult than people give credit for to field a ground ball that is coming up a ramp, coming up the mound. It does create a weird angle with the dirt. It can obviously take a bad bounce. Like, you're talking about a mound that's been beat up for 10, 11 innings with multiple pitchers landing in different spots. There's different holes. Balls can kick different ways. But even with all that being said, you got to make that damn play, Murph.
So that's part one. It goes, he doesn't. He kicks it. It kind of goes off his glove or his wrist or something.
And that's when panic sets in.
That's the moment. Because that moment he doesn't field it cleanly, that's when his brain has a 10-car pileup. Yep. Because he does pick up the ball. Now, the runner from third, who's very fast, pinch runner named Kim, I don't know much about that. Oh, it's their second baseman kid. Yeah. Is flying down the line. And at that point in time, you have about 0.7 seconds to see in your brain that he has gotten a great jump. He's flying down the line, and he's going to probably beat you no matter what. Here's the next chapter. Your catcher, JT Realmuto, has his mask off and is pointing to first base. Where Andy Pajas, who hit the ball, is not even 2/3 down the line. He's basically halfway down the line. You can almost, I don't want to say lob it, but you can just throw just an average play and catch throw to first base to retire Andy Pajas, and we go on to 12, and the Phillies live. Instead, my man, in that 10-car pileup with the pressure crashing down, and like you said, I think it was the nerves of not fielding it cleanly that caused his brain to accelerate.
Because you can almost see in the moment where he knocks it down, does go back for the bare hand, which is the proper move, but check out his lower body. Look at how his legs are set up. His left leg is almost pointing towards first base when he throws it home. So he's wide open, and that's why it sails, and it flies arm side. It's just like opening up when you're pitching also. So it's like at first, when the ball is initially hitting off his glove, I think he had the right mindset of going to one because that's how his lower body was starting to line up a little bit. But after he knocks it down, he has that panic moment of thinking, oh, no, I just blew the play at one. Now I got to save the game at home. And he tries to do too much, sails it, and the rest is history.
Which doesn't even matter. Kim would have beaten the throw anyway.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't even a close play, really.
Let's add to everything that Kim missed home plate.
I didn't even realize that.
It's actual footage of him going back to touch it after it's all said and done, dude. So
I did not realize that in the
Rio
moment.
Muto's pointing to first. It's so sad. And you know how you know that this was 100%, and I hate to use this word, but it was true. It was a choke. It was a mental. The pressure got to him and gets to all of us. Shout out all the 5-footers I miss in Winter League, Mill Valley Winter League, where I'm like, how did I miss that putt? Well, I choked. That's how I missed the putt. His reaction shows to you. Because his immediate reaction, which is the thing that's gone viral forever, is his hands on his knees staring at the ground for a long time. As the Dodgers run past him, and if you've seen any of the pictures or the video, it's one of the more stark sports images you're ever going to see. It's use whatever cliche you want, the ecstasy of victory, the agony of defeat, the yin, the yang of life, whatever you want. But his hands on his knees and staring at his ground shows to me that it all collapsed on him. It all collapsed on him mentally. This poor kid. Now, he faced the media, dropped a fair few cuss words afterwards too. Horse S throw, I effed up, things like that. So he was swearing away, but you hate to see it. It was a really good, tense game. Then you get into this whole thing, it's a team game. Did they score more than one? If they score more than one run, then he doesn't have to deal with this.
Yes.
If the bases aren't loaded, he doesn't have to deal with this. But
if the Dodgers don't score their other run by being walked in with the bases loaded. I mean, how many times do you hear me scream about no free 90s? Well, they got their first run off a free 90, and the game ended because you gave away a free 90 feet because you did not make the right play.
Well, we've all determined that there's two things when you and I both kick the bucket. Number one, you guys are going to roll my casket out playing DeBarge's I Like It, right? And then go get a pint.
Young Tony and I with the boombox.
That's number one. Yeah. Number two is that when you go and you're looking for more traditional headstones, going to say, here lies Marcus Boucher, and then it's just carved into the thing. It's just this no free 90s.
No free 90s.
No free 90s.
And I think I want 90 feet of people are buried 6 feet deep. I want to be buried 90 feet deep.
90 feet away.
And it says no free 90s
90 feet away from every other tombstone.
I want to be 90 feet away from everybody.
Right, so it was just so incredibly dramatic, and it's why we watch sports, and it's why they play the games, and it's all the thing. Unscripted, the old cliche, unscripted theater. And that was last night.
Yeah, and can I tell you one thing that I think I said to you guys right before the show started? I got a smile on my face because I actually checked my text messages last night.
Which is a shocker.
And I saw our morning show group chat with our guy, Young Tony, saying PFPs. And I never thought that we'd get to the point where Young Tony is sending text message talking pitchers, fielding, practice. That's what it is, kids. PFPs.
You're a proud dad.
I am, dude. That was a proud moment last night.
Bursting with pride. Here's the only thing, is if you're doing PFPs in Scottsdale on February 20th, not exactly simulating the environment you're in last night.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to replicate
I think there were external factors at play there last night. So anyway, we got that. We got Mac Jones limited with a knee and an oblique. What's going on? We got the Cubs forcing a Game 5. God, Wrigley was going off last night. I think the whole crowd was standing the entire game. Even the fat cats behind home plate. Yeah. That like at Yankee Stadium, those guys never stand. They just sit in their luxury seats.
They got Marlins man sitting there not giving a single reaction on his phone while people are hitting historic home runs.
And how were the Sharks last night?
Sharks was awesome. I mean, not that awesome. Got to slow down. So I went out there last night for the home opener. Great crowd. Sharks got off to a great early start. And then they let the Vegas Knights tie the game in the final minute and a half in the third period. And then in overtime, I don't even really have an explanation. Their goalie skated out to the blue line, biffed the ball, worse than our guy Kerkering did last night. And the Vegas Knights were able to put it in the back of the net and get an overtime win. Disappointing ending for the Sharkies' start of the season last night.
The AP story says Golden Knights rally for 4-3 win in overtime after Sharks' late-game blunders.
It was
blunders, such a good word.
It was bad.
And then later in the story, it says late in the third, before a run of bad bounces and mistakes led to a crushing loss. Oh, there you go. All right, well, listen, Sharks, off you go. Okay, we'll say good morning to Young Tone. It's Friday. It's a 90s Friday. Hey, 90s Friday. Let's see what the 90s have in store for us. And of course, we got lots in store when Young Tony tells us. Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Aloha. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. The Big Island Getaway is back. Mark the dates on your calendar, November 16th through the 21st. You got to listen to Murph and Marcus 7 to 10, Papa and Silver 11 to 2, or Dirty Work 3 to 6 for your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the Big Island of Hawaii with round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. It's all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines. Introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines, and the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. You got to be 21 years or older to qualify. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Like I said, we got a plan in place and just got to work through it and make sure you can protect yourself.
Where are you right now, health-wise?
Working through it. I think, like I said, got a plan with the training staff and been getting treatment every day and trying to do everything I can, sleep, eat, do the little things, and everyone else is doing the same thing. So that's NFL football.
Yeah, he wasn't able today, so he just focused on handoffs and stuff like that. So really trying to rest it up. Should be good to go on Sunday, but definitely wasn't good enough to go today. So hopefully that'll continue to improve.
There it is. A couple Niner rejoin quotes you need to hear. Mac Jones on "We've Got a Plan." Kyle Shanahan said, yeah, he couldn't throw, but he should be good to go. And, oh, by the way, it's a 90s Friday, and I think we have a little theme here. Jump around. What's the name of the band? House of Pain. That'd be the theme for today because Orion Kerkering and the Phillies are in the House of Pain.
A lot of pain.
And the 49ers injury list is a House of Pain. So there you go. We got themes, maybe working themes here.
Now, let me ask you real quick, Murph. Does it concern you that your quarterback couldn't throw the ball at practice?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
But it's fine. The game's on Sunday. That'd be me or Murph saying, like, yeah, I can't talk, but I'm really looking forward to doing the radio show on Monday.
I mean, dude, I right now, if you had to do one of your prize picks, and by the way, shout out Cam Scattaboo. Shout out Cam Scattaboo dropping just a 30 burger on Larry Kruger's head Kruger.
Had a kid, Scat.
With a lot of, and Kruger and I are squaring off today. Scattaboo drops a 30 burger last night, fantasy-wise, on him. And your prize picks.
That's it.
You nailed it.
More or less than 50 rushing yards. Cashed in again last night.
This leads to if I had a prize pick, Adrian Martinez, 1/2 of a snap on Sunday, I'd take the over.
Wow, you think he gets in?
Yes.
I mean, we almost got close to cashing in on that bet last week. Did not get into the game, but all it takes is one blown block by Jake Brendel against Vita Vea, and next thing you know, Adrian Martinez could be in this game.
Yeah, so that's just I could be wrong, and I'm wrong a lot. Hence, Brian and Bobby's best bets in just a few minutes.
Often wrong, seldom in doubt, Murph.
With a 30 burger on his head. But yeah, that would be me. I mean, it seems like Mac is so tentative right now because it's not just the knee with the Joe Namath brace, but now the oblique. That apparently he said he heard on the final play of the game in L.A., right before the Pinheiro field goal. He got hit on that one. That was one where, like we said, he was so banged up, we started to lose track of what was hurting. Because there was the play down by the goal line where he grabbed his knee, and we thought his knee was broken. He came back from that. And then there was the dry heaving where we thought, oh, man, does he have something wrong with his kidney or his internal organs, And then there was the third one where that last hit where he was grabbing his ribs and his oblique. So the guy is truly banged up. But you heard him say multiple times yesterday in his we've got a plan. And then Kyle should be good to go on Sunday. And, he'll be limited for sure. So I'm just saying I'm on Adrian Martinez watch.
Yeah, you're saying Adrian Martinez might be part of the plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like Mac kept saying they have a plan.
Yeah.
Just like there's always been.
Yeah, there's always been Jed's plan.
A plan.
We've always had
Jed's
that plan.
Jed's plan. I could sign him, but I won't. Wait. Still going just the Super Bowl. Wait. that's like the worst.
Wait.
It's the worst.
Wait,
And people are amused by that?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, well, go ahead one more time for everybody.
I
Just
know.
the Jed's plan part.
It amuses me.
Jed's plan. Jed's plan. I could sign him, but I won't. Wait, whatever.
All
I don't
right,
even
well,
know
Murph,
what's
we
going on
know
there.
about Jed's plan. Do you think that bananas are included in Mac's plan? Because we saw him taking down bananas all night last Thursday night. Do you think he's going back with that strategy? And just because I am wearing a Blue Jays jersey today, I'm really just doing this whole riff so I can get a riff from my guy Kawasaki.
Monkey never claps.
Mac Jones never cramps.
It's always about, in radio, just setting up funny sounds. That's all it is.
Just driving the show and driving the riff, the sound drops.
On the Mac Jones stuff here, Tone, let's get into Mac Jones here about being, having this banged up body, and he's in Z11 about there's just a plan. They got a plan. Z11 here. Is that the one you just played? Z11? Go ahead, play it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's every game you have a plan for what you need to fix and what you need to get better at, not only on the field but off the field with your body and how you feel. So for me, just getting treatment every day and working, and we have a good plan in place, and I feel confident, and I'm just working through it day by day, and that's all you can do.
So there it is, man. And when they asked him, like, could you have gone if the game had gone longer in the Rams game? He's like, I don't know. I don't want to deal in hypotheticals. By the way, he also didn't want to talk about the dead body.
Really?
Yeah, they asked about the dead body. He didn't want to talk about it.
Oh, maybe he's traumatized.
Maybe could be traumatized Mac, although he seems to be same old silly Mac. See that thing with Nick Saban? With the Saban? It's like Saban apparently reveals that he used to call him John McEnroe because he was a tennis player who used to lose his temper a lot.
That's right.
It looked like it kind of chapped Mac a little bit. He's like, get a new joke, guy. He's like, you got it? You got it?
Yeah, he was light and funny with me. I think you just have to be able to give him something back. If you act scared of Coach Saban, then he knows like he can be mean and stuff. But I did like his white suit the other night. That was pretty nice. So hopefully he keeps wearing some good suits. That's where I get my suits from. So
This kid, he's got to be. The beat writers must be eating this guy up.
Yeah.
I mean, he's incredible. It's on our KNBR social, I think, where he talks about the whole McEnroe thing, where you can tell it chaps him a little bit. He's like, God, is he still saying that? He's like, get a new joke. So anyway.
Bringing up old nicknames.
You're a good prize pick guy. You drive a Cadillac. You live in a mansion because of all the money you've won on your bets. Would you, if I gave you Adrian Martinez one half of a snap, are you going over or under?
Honestly, I'd have to check out those odds, but I would think there's a high likelihood that could happen. Like, I wouldn't be surprised just because we were so close to seeing it last weekend. Max banged up going to this game with that offensive line that the 49ers like a whole lot better than I do. Yeah, I think there's a possibility.
I mean, he could get knocked out of the game. You could see a lot of Adrian Martinez. I mean, he's so healthy. Again, I'm not trying to be Mr. Negative here. I'm just saying the guy, he couldn't throw a pass yesterday. He's got a knee, he's got an oblique, and Adrian Martinez is just sitting right there. So we're going to get to the guest list. We can ask people about Adrian Martinez because we're stacked. We got people. Young Tone, good morning to you, brother.
Good morning. PFPs, boys.
PFPs.
PF is the first thing I thought of.
PFPs, Tony.
Like rent-free in my head. Like, what are we doing?
But that was not about the physical part of PFPs. That was the mental part of PFPs, where you realize that you got to realize, like, situations. It was Pedro Martinez was tweeting and talking about it last night. He says, this is perfect time for you young kids. And I got a picture. Situations. Anticipate what's going to happen before knowing you have a speedy runner on third who's going to have a gigantic lead off the base. Know that guy is less easy to throw out at the plate, even though it's a shorter distance from the mound to the plate than it is to get a guy who has to run a full 90. And he said that's what he should have been thinking all along. And not only that, but Real Muto was telling him.
Yeah, he was pointing straight to first base.
God, Real Muto was just calmly pointing to first base.
Yeah, but overall, it's a good message, not just to young pitchers, but just young players in general. Like, this is the thing you should be telling little leaguers all the time. Like, every single play, think about what you should be doing and where you should be. There's always a spot to be on the baseball field.
There's the line, what if it's hit to me? What if it's not even hit to me? Where am I going? All right, what do we got, kid?
All right, well, coming up early, 6:30, Brian and Bobby's best bets. How we feeling about that after the last week?
I'm feeling like they're going to be our best bets, Tony.
All right,
I'm just trying to shake the 500 blues, man.
I know.
Another
We're
1 in 1 week.
Stuck at 500.
You're not losing money.
Well, I did have one. The in absentia week, I did go 0-2.
Well, we tried to lose it for you. I know.
Yeah.
Good.
We're going to replay John Lynch for everybody at 6:50. That was a really good conversation. We had Tony Dungee call call in. That was a fun little connection we had.
That was awesome.
Ira Kaufman's going to join us at 7:30, break down the Bucs for us.
Ira.
Jim Nantz at 8:30,
There you
ladies
go.
and gentlemen.
I can't wait to ask Jim
Nance.
Nantz, are you boning up on Adrian Martinez? And he's going to drop the Rich Eisman. I'm always boning up on my wanky knowledge.
I'm always boned up on my
Which I
Martinez
think goes
knowledge.
back to like 06, 07 when NFL Network was just starting out and they were trying to promote the network. I'm like, you're really going to have a channel devoted entirely to the NFL? I'm like, that's not going to work. Then we said, by the way, they were doing like the Browns-Niners game, and I said, Chris Wanke may be quarterback in that game at Rich. Are you down with Chris Wanke?
I'll bone up on it right now, brother. I'm always boned up on my winky knowledge.
There it is.
I'll bone up it, brother.
God, that's old sound.
Yeah.
Such a great
I'll
guy.
bone up on it right now, brother. I'm always boned up on my winky knowledge.
Chris Wanke.
I'll bone up on it
Yes,
right now,
yes,
brother. Jim Nantz at 8:30, and then we're going to have Justin Allegri, who's going to be on the call for radio for Niners at Bucs at 8:50 this morning.
Nice.
And then Brad Johnson, Marcus's favorite quarterback, at 9:30.
Stop it.
Well, he
Tony.
quarterbacked the Bucs in the Super Bowl over the Raiders.
Yeah, if you want to call it quarterback.
Yeah, buddy. By the way, Wanke did start that game in 07 and lost. He went 0-1, 13-22 for 104 yards. There you go. So now you're even more boned up on your Wanke knowledge.
Get boned up.
Yeah, Jim Nantz at 8:30. How great is that? I know we loaned him out to the Gregs yesterday, but he was always going to come back home because they're doing the game on Sunday. Will that make the Couch Potato Guide? Who knows?
Ooh.
Spoiler alert.
Stay tuned.
Brian and Bobby into the room next on The Sports Leader.
I'll bone up on it right now, brother. I'm always boned up on my winky knowledge.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Brian and Bobby gave me the opportunity to really learn.
KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's best bets.
You guys are Hall of Famers in my book.
On the sports leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
That gets me every time, Kelsey. I like it. That or the Lions one. And I noted a new to PhDs of the show, those who are trying to win the Hawaii trip. If you're P1, noted that young Tony did some slick producing there by entering Bryant Young's judgment on us into the new intro here.
You guys are Hall of Famers in my book.
I mean, that's BY. The other one is, of course, Randy Wynn talking about Brian Sabian and Bobby Evans, but we smartly stole it.
Yeah.
To say Brian and Bobby.
For whatever reason, this morning, that one got me. I've heard it 100 times, but just hearing Randy Wynn talking about Brian Sabian and Bobby Evans this morning made me realize what exactly we did for the Open.
Brian and Bobby gave me the opportunity to really learn.
Yeah. Well, let's see. And by the way, 90s Friday continues with our theme for the Philadelphia Phillies. You guys know Wicked Game by Chris Isaak. You guys know this one?
Oh, I know this song.
Yeah.
I had no idea the title or the artist.
Well, Wicked Game. It's a wicked game, man.
I just know this.
It's a wicked game. And by the way, a couple things. One, Chris Isaak.
Oh.
There you go. First of all, Waterboy with kind of Chris Isaak hair a little bit. Yeah.
I gotta see what this guy looks like.
Second, dude, Chris Isaak is one of the all-time greats. First of all, San Francisco's own, lived out in the Sunset forever, wrote a bunch of bangers, and his drummer, Kenny Dale Johnson, was a regular on our show in 04, 05, 06 until Lee Hammer took over and said, no more of that drummer guy on Fridays. So, yeah, we had Kenny Dale Johnson on Fridays as like our 9:30 Friday. It was a creative Tony idea. We alternated Michael Zagaris and Kenny Dale Johnson, and then this led to Kenny Dale inviting us down to Vegas, and then we went to a Chris Isaak show and did a whole interview with Isaac. It was fantastic, and we went backstage, and Isaac is cool as S, and he's good looking, and chicks dig him, and he's cool as S. And in this video, he has the unbelievably sexy Danish supermodel Helena Christensen rolling around with him on the beach.
Damn.
One of the most sensual, erotic videos MTV had in 1990, yes.
Well, then I got to apologize because I was not familiar with Chris Isaac's game, and I was not familiar with this head of hair. Great head of hair.
Kind of Waterboy-ish.
I'll take that
You're
as a compliment.
aspiring to that.
I got to get on one of those beaches.
That led to us inviting the very cool Chris Isaak to opening day, and Chris Isaak agreeing to come with us. And Lee Hammer getting us 4 bleacher seats for Chris Isaak. 4 bleacher seats. Chris Isaak came in like a cool pork pie hat and like expensive rock and roll shades, and he was like, "Hey man, it's cool." And not only that, but they were like assigned seats that were in the middle of the row, so we had to like step over about 10 people.
Lee Hammer says
Lee
no.
Hammer, 4 bleacher seats.
Lee Hammer
for
says
Isaac.
no.
Not in the suite, buddy.
Lee Hammer says bleachers.
That might be one. When I look back on my career, it might be one of the most embarrassing gaffes in show history. And by the way, Chris Isaak stopped, all of a sudden we stopped getting those backstage invites. Yes, so anyway. Wicked game. Thank you for our 90s
Wicked,
Friday.
Wicked.
And it's for the Phillies. But on to our wicked game of picking these games. Brian and Bobby's best bets. We do it on Saturday. We do it on Sunday. We do it on Couch Potato TV Guide. You know the deal. They call me Saturday Murph. Well, if they've been looking at my picks of late, they might be saying, Murph, you might be wanting to find a new day. All right, buddy? So I'm shopping for a new day. How about Thursday, Murph? I don't know. Point of the matter is this. Last week, another 1-in-1 week. Actually, I'll take a 1-in-1 week at this point. The UCLA Bruins, I took them to lose by 30 to Penn State. It was the win of the century as they beat Penn State. I happily took that L. And then, of course, I had to let Ron Rivera down, and I took the Duke Blue Devils. -2.5. They wound up winning comfortably over the Cal Golden Bears. So I go 1-1. So what do we got this week, Marcus? I always say, man, you got to stay with who you are, buddy. You got to stay with who you are. Who am I? I'm a West Coast guy.
We play some ball on the West Coast.
I'm a Pac-8 guy, not a Pac-10 guy. I'm a Pac-8 guy. And I'm looking at these games this week, and I got a couple of juicy old original Pac-8 teams going, starting with the team I just seem to gravitate to week after week after week. Dan Lanning's Oregon Ducks. My God, this dude's snorting and doing that whole thing in Penn State where he's like fiending and jonesing. He was hyped up, man. He was hyped up. And then giving all those pregame speeches that we use on Cooler Content, having his team jump around in Wisconsin, all that stuff. They got a big one this week. Get everybody ready for this? Indiana Hoosiers football. You guys down with Indiana Hoosiers football?
Hoosier football.
Going 98 yards with my boys. Fernando Mendoza,
that's right.
who is now one of the top, ready for this? One of the top 2 Heisman Trophy candidates in America. The other guy is Dante Moore, the Oregon quarterback, former UCLA transfer. But anyway, the point is, it's a really good game because Indiana's Kurt Cignetti has come and remade the Indiana Hoosiers. This is one of the great remakes, kind of like a Jim Harbaugh Stanford thing, of turning Indiana into a football power. They made the college football playoff last year. It was shocking. And everybody's like, well, that was a one-year thing. That's never going to happen. Guess what? They're back. They're really good again. And when they played top 20 Illinois a couple weeks ago, they beat them 63-10. So they are legit, but this is a serious, serious assignment to go into Eugene and take an Oregon team. Now, Oregon's coming off the emotional win over Penn State, but they had a bye to lick their wounds, fill their emotional gas tank, and get ready. The spread is 7.5. Indiana has players. They do. They have more than Mendoza. They got dudes. But Oregon has so many dudes and so much talent and such a big offensive line and such a great defense. And Indiana, the last year when they had their 2 big showcase games against Ohio State and Notre Dame, they kind of got blown out. So I hate to say this. I saw a tweet earlier today from an Indiana beat writer who said the weight disparity between Oregon's O-line and D-line is like 40 pounds per player. The Indiana linebacker coach retweeted it and wrote, "Oh no!" exclamation point. What are we gonna do? Question mark. So, dude, kind of a little,
kind of leaning into
it.
Okay.
So that made me think. That said, I just got to play. I just got to go with the gut instinct, and that's Oregon's going to win this game, and they're going to win it by 10, north of 10, 14, 17, 16, just because I saw Indiana play on the big stage last year. So take Oregon and lay the 7.5. The other one, I hate to do this, but USC Michigan is a very appealing game. Helmets, history, 8 Rose Bowls. We've seen this 8 times in the Rose Bowl, and it should be a really, really fun game. USC's weird. They're not that good. They're 4-1. They're a 2.5-point favorite. Michigan also kind of finding themselves with a rookie quarterback. So you look at the spread and you're like, you know what? USC should probably win this game. It's only 2.5 in LA. I hate to say this. I got to go with SC and lay the 2.5. I know. I just don't think Michigan's there yet, and I think USC scores a lot of points, and I think they can cover the 2.5 against a freshman quarterback. So take SC, lay the 2.5, and that's it for Saturday Murph.
Saturday Murph, moving on to Sunday Waterboy because we got to make this quick. Bobby Boucher's best bets for last week did cash in on the Dallas Cowboys minus 2.5 against the New York Jets, but lost trying to get too cute with the under out in London, under 37 total points between the Vikings and the Browns. Of course, it hit at 38 points. So why would I be dumb enough to go back across the pond to give you another Bobby Boucher's best bet from another London game? Because I'm that stupid, because I want to do it again, because I'm going to find you a winner this weekend with the Denver Broncos taking on the New York Jets. Just beat up last week on the Jets with the Dallas Cowboys, so I'm going to go back to the wishing well and wish upon a star, a Dallas Cowboys star, right on the side of the helmet of Dak Prescott. I will lay the 6.5 points with the Denver Broncos. Sorry, got a little confused there talking about last week.
Where'd Dak come from?
I got the wish upon the star riff in my head, and I went with it, but I am picking the Denver Broncos here. Let me clarify for everybody. Denver Broncos minus 6.5 in London against the Jets. Sean Payton 2-0 in his career coaching games out in London. So I'll have his team ready to go. Broncos coming off that impressive comeback win over the Philadelphia Eagles last week. They're simply a better team. The Jets are bad. Haven't won a game. Give me the Broncos minus 6.5.
You hate the Broncos. I hate SC. We took them both.
Yeah, exactly. Because, Murph, you got to bet with your brain, not with your heart. And that's why I'm going with the Denver Broncos. Now, speaking of brains, speaking of hearts, this one might break Murph's heart because as I realized this segment, as I was going through my bets, I'm going to do it to you, Murph, because I was looking at the entire slate from Sunday, and there's a lot of 7.5 point spreads, a lot of 3.5 point spreads, and the 1 point spread that stood out to me was a Monday Night Football matchup, and I'm taking the Buffalo Bills minus 4.5 against the Atlanta Falcons. I think this is a bounce-back game for the Bills. I think they win this game by a touchdown easily. I know the Falcons are coming off a bye, extra time, and Murph's going to get mad that I picked a Monday night game, but I don't see the Bills losing back-to-back games. They win by a touchdown in Atlanta on Monday Night Football.
Back when I was younger and had more piss and vinegar and had just stricter morals and ethics, I was outraged when Paulie Mack used to take a Monday game. I'm like, dude, the whole point is to have fun on the weekend, come in Monday morning. He's like, so? And I'm like, I'm like, you can't take a Monday game. I'm like, there's rules to this. Lot of rules.
Lot of rules.
Now, I've given up. Just take your Monday game.
Nice.
All right,
Thank
buddy?
you,
There
Murph.
go,
Yeah, I'm
buddy.
taking the Bills on Monday Night Football.
No arguments, no screaming, no tantrums from me. All right, we always rank the best 5 TV games of the weekend. The Couch Potato Guide with a couple honorable mentions. First of all, our Cal Golden Bears are off, so you don't have to worry about them. Stanford SMU at 9 a.m. on the CW. Bro, that does not make the top 5. Apologies to Platzi. Sorry. Even with their $50 million endowment. Rams Ravens 10 a.m. on Sunday just misses. So let's go to what made it the top 5 star picks. The 1-star pick. I always got an eye on the Seahawks. I hate them, but I got to keep an eye on them. They're taking on this team that seems to be in our life so much, the Jacksonville Jaguars, because they keep playing all these NFC West teams. So we got to have our eye on these guys. 10 a.m. Sunday morning on Fox. Seattle at Jacksonville. I guess I got to say, go Duval. Got to do it. Yeah, Tony, you can fight it for us. Everybody wants to hear it on a 6:47 on a Friday morning. They need their Liam Cohen. They need
Duval.
One more just for the head.
Duval.
It was just so awkwardly strange, wasn't it?
I feel like I can see his eyeballs popping out of his head when he says it.
1 star. The 2-star game is the game I mentioned, Michigan USC. Listen, again, for those of us of a certain age, that is just rose. That's Bo Schembechler versus John McKay. It's great helmets. It's great fight songs. It's at 4:30 on NBC, too, which is always a juicy spot, too. So 4:30 NBC on Saturday, Michigan USC at the LA Coliseum. 2-star. My 3-star game is that game I keep going to, the Oregon Ducks, man. You make me want to shout. And Fernando Mendoza with his Heisman candidacy getting 7.5, 12:30 on CBS. That's a juicy, fun slot. A little Saturday afternoon, Autzen Stadium in Eugene, Oregon. 4-star game is going to be the Sunday Nighter. It's going to be the Detroit Lions and the Kansas City Chiefs at 5:20 on NBC. Will Taylor Swift be there, and will she be telling us about Travis Kelce's Johnson?
Most likely.
I really don't want to know. See, Kylie Kelsey checked in as the sister-in-law and said, I don't need this detail.
Yeah, it's going to be an awkward Thanksgiving dinner this year.
Travis just grabbed this princess of pop, this queen of pop, just dragged her into the gutter.
Corrupted
her. Anyway, 4 stars. It's a good game. Lions Chiefs Sunday night at 5:20, and of course our 5-star game featuring our 8:30 guests Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on CBS. They're going to be on CBS, an NFC game on CBS. And, of course, you'll listen to Justin Allegri when you're not on the TV. Listen to him do the call with Tim Ryan on 680 and 1045. 49ers, Tampa Bay Bucs, 125 on Sunday. That's it. Couch Potato Guide. Sunday, Marcus. Or Monday, Marcus. And Saturday, Murph. Brian and Bobby's Best Bets. BY says Hall of Famers in his book. Speaking of Hall of Famers, John Lynch next on The Sports Leader.
You guys are Hall of Famers in my book.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're back. Got a little confused there. We had a little situation. I didn't hear the rejoin. I'm sorry. I was looking at this video of Copes eating at the House of Prime Rib. Some listener bought them a dinner at the House of Prime Rib. Yo, morning show listeners, where are we at?
No.
How about a box of donuts or something? My gosh.
Oh, what are you talking about? We got the coffee maker from
That's very,
Aaron,
very true. And they have sent us, and Stan Tim sent us a card to go to St. Louis and all that. We've had nice things done through the years too.
See, that's the thing. You let the dirty work boys distract you. And we just had like a Tom Tolbert style rejoin where he just lets the music bed play for like a minute.
Yeah, he didn't also. Did he play back to?
I did. So we were discussing everything that happened with Copes. I guess someone paid someone in the filth, as they say, paid for a 3-person dinner at the House of Prime Rib. We'll get the video for the cooler, but yeah, that's what we were discussing in the break. Sorry about that. We got Tom Petty. You don't know how it feels. 90s Friday.
We're continuing the theme for the Phillies. So we had House of Pain, Jump Around, House of Pain, Wicked Game. And now you don't know how it feels.
You don't know how it feels.
The theme of pain for the 90s.
Oh, I know
for the
how
Phillies.
it feels. I know how it feels.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. All right, now that we put the wheels back on, John Lynch. Come on, man. You got to have John Lynch in your life. Here he comes. Hall of Famer on the UMA guest line. Lots of good stuff, including a surprise visit in this one for sure. So here it is, man. John Lynch on the UMA guest line. John, well, I know it's been a week since we talked to you since that Rams game. So before we get to the Tampa Bay game, my goodness, how did you process that wild, emotional overtime win in L.A.?
I think it was just a really fun football game. It was a good football game. We were far from perfect, but man, we competed, and I thought players, from Trent Williams, who's been doing this at the highest level for the longest time, really dug down and against a tough matchup on their D-line, and Jared Verse, who's an impressive player who's just emerging as a star in this league, to Alfred Collins, found a way. And Mac Jones, we watched him go through, dealing with a number of different things and pain, and we think he blows out his knee, and it turns out, thank God, to be a cramp, getting fed bananas on the sideline, drinking pickle juice. I mean, there was a lot going on, a lot of storylines, but I think the biggest storyline was the grit that our team showed, and we found a way right down to we always talk on defense about defending every blade of grass, and I don't think that's ever been more true than when Alfred punched that ball out to the 4th and 1 that ended the game. It was just an awesome effort, and collectively, it was a really fun locker room at the end. We understand it was just one game. It's a division game, so those, my old coach Tony Dungee used to say that division games count double, and so we're doing really good in that respect, and that we're taking care of our division business. And we had a lot of respect for the Rams, where they're at as a football team. So much for this narrative that Matt Stafford's back is bad and he's not going to be the same player anymore. My goodness, he's as good as ever. They give a lot to deal with, from Kyron Williams to Puka Nacua to Devontae Adams. They're a well-constructed team, and yeah, I'm talking a lot, but a lot went on that Thursday, and I was really happy and proud for our guys that they found a way to come out with a hard-fought win.
After the game on Thursday night, Fred Warner was asked about those rookies on the defensive side of the ball stepping up and making plays, and his response is, I bet John Lynch is probably going to celebrate on the plane tonight. So how was that plane ride home for you? And just kind of a big picture recap, 5 weeks in the season, seeing those performances from Alfred Collins and Michael Williams.
Well, I celebrate any win. I mean, it's just, but it is fun to see these young guys. We had a vision for how we wanted to do it this year. That was an established core of really, really good football players, accomplished football players, players who have been to Super Bowls. But then we knew we needed to infuse some youth into this team for multiple reasons. And we did that, and these guys are showing up, and they're making plays, and they're showing that they can be counted on, and they're playing through pain. I mean, Michael Williams is dealing with stuff going into that game, and he finds a way. And C.J. West is playing with a cast on his hand, and finds a way. And so, getting a lot of contributions. So it was a fun win, and so quickly though you learn in this league, it's just okay, on to what's next. And we did get to enjoy a little extra time because of the mini bye, as we call it, and those are always sweet. We don't have our bye till week 14. It's crazy. I keep looking at our schedule until week 14, so we got a long way. So the Thursday night gave us a little mini bye and got to get away for a couple days.
Yeah. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. You know what you did during the mini buy, John, is you wrote a check for $50 million to Stanford. That was you, right? The anonymous donation, right?
That was not me. I've been sitting on that one for a while. I about a month ago, Andrew called and we were talking, and I said, man, how's the fundraising going? Because early on, we were talking, and I said, man, you gotta unleash this economic monster of Stanford alums that have just been feeling apathy for our football program, and you're the guy to do it, and Andrew was saying thanks, and then he called me one day and he goes, let's go. He was screaming in the phone. He goes, I got $50 million gift. And I said, that is so cool. And isn't it crazy that that's what we're talking about?
I know.
College football now is raising money. And yeah.
Oh, so much fun. So anyway, that you guys will spend that wisely, I'm sure. Okay, so that leads us to, obviously, you said it. You got to enjoy the win, then you have to look forward. Famously, a North Carolina Tar Heel coach once said, on to Cincinnati is what he said. So on to Tampa, right? Okay, Mac Jones. Just what he's out there doing. I guess I should start right away. There was an oblique was added to his injury report, and he was limited. Is there concern for him this weekend?
No, I think we feel pretty good about where he's going to be at. If you saw him play through that game, I mean, that was real life stuff. You saw it, and you saw toughness and grit, and you saw guys stepping up and playing through some things. But I think Mac's in good shape. He'll continue to work to it by Sunday. We're hopeful and believe that he's going to be in a good spot.
Okay, so he's playing so well, and we talked to Steve Young yesterday about it, and we said, how's Brock processing all this? Brock got the money. Brock got paid. He got Stanford football donation money. He did well, right? But Steve said, it's awkward. It's awkward. He said there's creative tension. He said ultimately, that's a good thing. So your feeling on Brock watching Mac get all these wins, how do you think that's going to play out with the dynamic in the quarterback room?
A cool quality about Brock Purdy is he's one of the most assured people that in a very humble way. It's hard to explain, but I think it's one of the things that appeal to us. He's just very confident in his abilities, but he's just a good guy, and he's got an incredible amount of humility. Sure, there is, Steve has lived that more than anyone. So I'll never, I'll listen to him and say, all right, you're right. I've never been there, but I have been in my own situation. And yeah, it is always, you want to be the guy out there. I do wholeheartedly believe that Brock is nothing but happy for our team. He's working his tail off to try to get back. And I think we all feel blessed and fortunate that we found a guy to be our backup this year who can go in and play like a starter and earn us tough, hard-fought wins. And Mac's doing a tremendous job. It's been fun. We've talked about the process he's gone through, and you could see throughout the off-season, through training camp, the confidence build and some of those innate abilities that we saw way back in college start to come to the forefront, and it's cool to see that happen on a big stage.
We saw Mac Jones on the practice field yesterday. We did not see Brock Purdy, John. So where can you tell us about where he is in his recovery status and also the decision to not have him travel with the team last Thursday down to L.A.?
Well, I don't think that's the decision, and I understand. Yeah, he's our franchise quarterback, and so you'd expect him to travel. I think sometimes these guys just find, and our trainers and health and performance staff finds that when you travel, I think people can feel it in their own experiences. When you travel, it's not always necessarily a good thing, and things can swell. There's air pressure, all that kind of stuff. And so we also find you want to maximize every hour of treatment. And so it's not like these guys are having an extended vacation when they're here. We leave trainers back here, and we get as much work as we can, and we try to maximize the amount of treatment. Now, we always make a call with the quarterback. It's nice to have Brock for Mac sometimes to be in his ear, just like Mac will be there for Brock. But you have to weigh, okay, what's the positives, what are the negatives? We ultimately made a decision that it was best to leave Brock here, and Brock's working to the side. He's working hard to try to get back, but I think wants to get back at full strength, and Mac probably allows that even more so because we're winning games, while he's getting healthy.
Should 49ers fans expect this Brock thing to last a while longer, like a few more weeks?
I don't think I can give you, like a completely accurate and direct, because I think it's just like, when is he going to feel right to go play? And when are we going to make that decision? I can tell you, although he's not on the practice field, he's out here working. He's doing a lot of things, trying to build up the strength and get that thing in a good spot. So I think he'll continue to do that, and when he's ready, he'll be ready.
So while we're on that topic, I thought maybe Kittle would get his window open, but no. Are we close with Kittle?
I do believe we're nearing. We're getting there. There's going to be a good chance for next week. George, he got that hamstring pretty good, and it's taken some time. We want to ensure that when he comes back, he can be the George Kittle there's no governor on George Kittle if you watched him play, and we don't want him to have to play with a governor. So, we thought maybe at some point that there might be a chance on this week. It didn't end up happening, and so I think, I'm fairly confident he'll get back on the practice field next week, and then we'll see what kind of place is he in to go compete right away, or is it practice for a week? So we'll get to that probably next week when that time comes.
John, quick check-in on the wide receiver room. What can you tell us about the recovery process of Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, and Jawan Jennings?
I'm looking at Brandon right now. He's out on the field. He's been working really hard. He's coming along. He's making strides. Ricky is fighting through. I think still hasn't given up hope for this week. He wasn't on the practice field yesterday. Not likely to be out there today. We'll see if he can get in on later in the week. And JJ is doing everything he can. I think he'll probably practice in a limited fashion today, and we'll see if he can make it for Sunday. So, but I'll tell you that the group as a whole, whoever has been out there, has been finding a way to make plays, and really appreciative. And Kendrick Bourne, the effort he put forth the other night, and Demarcus Robinson made some plays. Sky Moore out there, MVS as we call him, Valdez Scantling. It's been fun to watch those guys go compete, find a way, whoever's been out there, to make plays.
Yeah, we had Kendrick as our player of the week, and as you know, man, a conversation with that guy, you come away feeling energized, So he's good. He's good vibes. So
he is excellent vibes. I just love watching that guy live life. He's bouncing all day long, and he always has a smile on his face. Has such good perspective. he's matured in his time away in a great way, but he hasn't lost that juice, that energy, and that he never should, because it's special.
Man, we'll see what he does this Sunday in Tampa. Maybe he'll repeat that kind of performance. We're for sure. John, one of the things that, it's October, which means November 4 is a few weeks away, and now you start to see it heat up. Joe Flacco gets traded. The Chargers and Ravens made a trade. Adam Schefter was on ESPN, said he anticipates a lot of trades this October. So you guys are not 4-1. You guys are not playing for something. This is not like a lost season. And you guys definitely lost Nick Bosa. That's a fact. So this is the weekly question now. Are we a week closer to you making a trade for a pass rusher?
We'll see. I'm having a lot of conversations, a lot of good and productive ones. It is a premium position, so teams don't like just letting those guys out the door when they're good football players. So you have to identify the right guy that, number one, is going to help us. Like I've been very clear. You're not going to find a player, that's going to go replace Nick Bosa and be as effective as him. That's really difficult to do. But can you find someone who makes the entirety of our group better, such that collectively we're better? That's more in line with what we're looking for. There's so many variables, and you got to find a partner that makes sense. And so all those things, but there's plenty of discussions. Right now, I'm real proud of the way, the effort our guys are playing with. And if we find a way to make our football team better and it aligns, then we will not, be shy on pulling the trigger. But we are. It's not for lack of putting in the work, and we're doing that. And if everything aligns, we'll see.
Well, as we've said a number of times, you've proven it, you've done it. So I think it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Speaking of interesting to see how things play out, sometimes, John, people call our show. We get callers. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? We get Alan Livermore. We get Jose in Oakland. We get all these callers. We have a caller who just happens to be Tony in Tampa. Oh, and he might have been your head coach. Can we go to Tony in Tampa, please? Tony in Tampa, you're on line one. Would you like to talk to John Lynch?
I would. I heard you guys were having John
Oh,
on.
my
I
gosh.
thought I'd just buzz in and see, because we got a big weekend coming up, and John would remember this very, very well. 1997, the San Francisco 49ers visited us here, and it was a big game, maybe a game that turned around our city and our team. We beat the Niners that day, held Steve Young down, and it's the one that told us we had arrived. And I think we've got the same type of game coming up on Sunday.
John Lynch, this is Tony Dungee. Tony Dungee, two-time Hall of
Tony
Famer.
From Tampa. How about it? What's up, Coach?
I'm going to let you two Hall of Famers talk, all right?
I'm doing great. That put a big smile on my face. What a great surprise, man. It's been a fun week. I've been talking to all our guys. Derek Brooks. Yesterday, I got on a podcast with Rondé Barber, and we're going to have a fun little get together this weekend before the game. It's been fun watching this 50th anniversary stuff, but gosh, great memory. Not for Steve Young. I think Warren took out Steve and Jerry in that game.
Yeah. But that was a game. We had finished up the year before, winning 5 of our last 7. We thought we were going to be pretty good. The Niners were the Niners. And when we ended up shutting them down and winning that game, that told us we could compete with anybody in the league. And I think that one catapulted us, John.
Yeah, I agree, Coach. And Murph and Marcus, I just tell you guys, so much of the way I live my life, my parents were incredible folks, but I don't know if, anybody, had the impact this guy did, on the field, off the field, a Hall of Fame football coach, but even a better person. And man, I'm so grateful that you became our coach, Tony, and we had so many good times together. This is a treat.
Let me jump in and reintroduce right here, Tony. If people are just getting in their cars, we have our weekly hit with John Lynch, of course, the Hall of Fame general manager for the Niners, and we have a phone call from Tony Dungee, his coach from Tampa Bay, 96 to 01. They went to the playoffs 4 times together. They're great friends, fellow Hall of Famer, Tony. So, Tony, what about watching John do his thing as an executive now and his gritty team being 4-1 with all these injuries?
Well, I'm so proud of him for how he's done it and how he's built that team. And it's no surprise to me because John was a leader when he was here. He knew the whole game. He knew how to connect with people. And I'm just not surprised at all that he did that there. But I love what they've got going, and I do love the grit. That it doesn't matter. We used to have a sign in our locker room, and John would tell you, no excuses, no explanations. So they've had some injuries, they've had some problems, but it doesn't matter. You got to go out and find a way to get it done.
John, you remember that sign, right?
Oh, I remember it well. I remember it well. We lived it. We did.
Oh man. And John, just like, the idea, like, you got to go beat the Bucs now. Is that okay? Are you and Tony going to be friends if you get the W?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
we'll still be friends. Now, my son Jordan might not be friends with him. Jordan's the biggest Bucs fan in the world, and he'll be there. And even though he loves John, I think he'll be pulling for the Buccaneers.
That's all right, Tony. My own son, when I went and played for Denver, Jake, I'll never forget, he went in a Bucs jersey. I was like, wait, I do not play for the Bucs anymore. I play for the Broncos. And I had Dad, you raised me a Bucs. I am a Bucs fan. And so he went with the jersey, and you just go with it. And I'll never forget. Not a great memory for us, but Tony, when now coaching the Indianapolis Colts, came back. I think we were up on Monday Night Football. It was one of the great comebacks. Everybody went to bed. We were up 21 with 4 minutes left, Tony. And
35-14 with 4 minutes to go. Yep.
Yeah, and we got Peyton Manning and everything. 80 things had to happen, but that was a nice comeback for Tony. But it is always interesting going back to where you played for so long, and so many great memories, and extra special this year with the 50th anniversary and all that. But we're trying to go win a game against a real good football team.
Yeah, and the two voices you hear on the Uma Guest on this morning are John Lynch and Tony Dungee. And here's the thing, John, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of 47 jerseys out in Tampa Bay this weekend, but I have to ask Tony, because, John, you're such a gentleman every week when you join us. Tony, what can you tell us about the real Red 47?
Well, John was, as I say, a leader and one of those special guys. And the thing I love about him, he was tremendous for us, Hall of Fame player on the field, but he did more off the field. And he and Linda's involvement in the community, and that was one of the things that I said in my very first meeting, guys, we want to win, but we want to make Tampa a better place to live. And John and his wife did that to an unbelievable extent, and I'm always going to love him for that.
All right, but what about when he got mad?
Well, the best John Lynch story I could tell you is we're playing the Chicago Bears, and his brother-in-law is a tight end for the Bears. John hits him in the flat, knocks him out cold, doesn't even look back, just walks back to the huddle. And when he came to the sideline, I said, John, that's your brother-in-law that's out there. He's just a bear right now. It doesn't matter. We're trying to beat him.
It's a perfect way to end it, Tony. We appreciate you hopping on. And John has spoke. This is the real deal. Tony, we've had you on our show a number of times through the years, but we have John weekly, and he will frequently bring you up. In fact, I think earlier, I'm not even kidding you, Tony, earlier in our interview this morning, he brought you up. So you are constantly an influence on his life, and I know you know that, and you guys are great friends.
Well,
so hopefully you'll be able to see each
We
other.
had some tremendous times, and as I said, I am super proud of him. Can't wait, and I do believe this. I think whoever wins this game Sunday, these two teams are going to face each other in the playoffs, and whoever wins, that's where the game's going to be. So it's a huge game.
Yeah, it is a kind of a big one. I agree with you, Tony. There's going to be some implications
Tony,
here.
are you there Sunday, or are you working? You're
I
gone,
have to
right?
work, unfortunately, but my son and my family will be there with
Okay.
their red
Tell them to
47
come say hi,
jerseys
please.
on.
All right.
Good stuff. Thank you, Coach Dungee. And John, we'll let you go. And you guys have a great weekend, both of you.
Love you, Coach. Thanks, man.
All right. Hey, love you too, John. We'll see you.
There it is. Radio magic from John Joe Curley, our producer, who arranged that whole blanket thing. Oh, and by the way, while that interview was going on, NFL Network is reporting that Chris Godwin, Tampa Bay star receiver, is out for Sunday. So there you go.
Baker without a weapon.
Everybody who has these banged up, or no Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin. You said Bucky Irving is...
Yeah, Bucky Irvin missed last week's game, was not at practice yesterday. He's still questionable for the season.
Sounds like things we can talk about with Ira Kaufman, who is, of course, a great Tampa Bay Bucs writer, a Hall of Fame voter, and a friend of the program. So we'll get a Bucs preview at 7:30 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Aloha. Happy Friday. The Big Island Getaway is back. Mark the dates on your calendar, November 16th through the 21st. You got to listen to Murph and Marcus 7 to 10, Papa and Silver 11 to 2, or Dirty Work. Shout out the Filth 3 to 6 for your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the Big Island of Hawaii with round trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. It's all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines. Introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines, and the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. It sounds like a great time. You got to be 21 years or older to qualify, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Sounds like our 90s Friday continues here. Sounds like Marcus has taken over the jukebox. Does this keep with the theme of pain for the Phillies?
More pain, Murph. More pain.
Actually, I take it back. What am I saying? This is Under the Bridge, Red Hot Chili Peppers. For some reason, I thought it was Sublime. This is Under the Bridge, Red Hot Chili Peppers. And he says, the chorus when he says, what's the chorus where he says it's about feel? Jump ahead, buddy.
I don't ever want
Thank you. I did that. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. That's for the Phillies. That's for the Phillies right there. That's it. We got it. Thank you. So, Phillies fans, I don't ever want to feel. Orion Kerkering, I don't ever want to feel like I did that day. Thank you. Yeah, I had a little trouble with my brain there, engaging. All right, it is.
You're not wrong, though. It did have a couple, key notes to Sublime when the song first starts.
Well, I was thinking about something else, and it came on, and I was like, oh, Sublime. And then, oh, wait a minute, what am I saying? It's Under the Bridge. And then I was like, oh, yeah, I don't ever want to feel. There we go. So we've had House of Pain, Jump Around, Wicked Game, all these themes for the Phillies' pain last night. Niners at Tampa, 125 on Sunday, 3.5 now.
Yeah.
Line has moved because Mac Jones was limited in practice yesterday, not just with that knee injury we know about because of the brace, but this oblique injury that he suffered on the last play of the game in L.A. He doesn't seem to be affecting his spirits. His interviews yesterday were very Mac Jones-y, kind of cackling, kind of laughing. And he kept saying, we have a plan. Then Kyle came on KNBR. In fact, Tony, do you have the sound from the afternoon boys? Copes and D Pop asked Kyle Shanahan about Mac Jones.
Yeah, he wasn't able today, so he just focused on handoffs and stuff like that. So really trying to rest it up. Should be good to go on Sunday, but definitely wasn't good enough to go today. So hopefully that'll continue to improve.
Should be good enough to go on Sunday. I brought this up earlier in the show, but I put the over-under on Adrian Martinez taking a snap on Sunday. I have a yes. I think he's going to take a snap on Sunday. It just feels like Mac is so delicate right now. Any tweak, any twist, any turn. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I've been wrong. But I'm just saying, man, it sounds like he almost came in the game. I mean, Adrian Martinez was halfway on the field in L.A.
Yeah, we saw how close Adrian Martinez was to getting the game last week, and that's because Mac was getting hit. And we've talked about this offensive line a lot. And who knows? Maybe there's one missed blocking assignment anywhere on the offensive line, but one of the matchups I'm looking at this weekend is Jake Brendel going against Vita Vea. And if Vita falls on top of you, trust me, I played against that man when he was not a grown man at Milpitas High School, and he was a big man back then. So if he falls on top of Mac Jones, yeah, there's a possibility that he can get injured, but there's always a possibility that you can get injured playing quarterback in the NFL.
It just seems like he's so delicate right now. Anyway, we'll see. I hope he plays the whole game, obviously. Mac Jones kept saying, we've got a plan. Kyle says he's good to go. Other updates, Juwan Jennings actually did get on the practice field. He was limited. That increases the chances. Ricky Pearsall did not, but as John Lynch just told us, he's not giving up hope just yet. So, man, oh, man, these 49ers. Now, eventually, we're going to get George Kittle back maybe next week, and then who knows about Ayuk? I mean, here we are now. We're in week 6, and I remember that was sort of the target. People were, Mayoko and Barrows and all those guys were saying kind of week 6-ish is when you start looking for a Brandon Ayuk, but there's no certain sign. I remember John told us in that interview he was on the practice field right then and there. So, but if they get Kittle back, that'll be gigantic. That seems like he did a number on his hamstring for sure. So, that's your update from the 49ers, but what are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers bringing to the table? You heard Tony Dungee just say he thinks the winner of this game will eventually get home field in a head-to-head matchup in the playoffs. I heard Greg Papa saying he agreed with Dungee. He took that from that. So we'll see what Ira Kaufman has to say. He's, of course, our longtime pal down in Tampa. He writes for JoeBucksFan.com. He's a Hall of Fame voter. He's been covering the NFL for years and years and years. He's fun radio. You hear him on with Chris Russo on Sirius XM. Oddly, he's a huge San Francisco Giants baseball fan.
That he is.
So we can mix in a little Patrick Bailey with our Ira Kaufman.
Rafael Devers.
Little Devers.
With Ira Kaufman.
We'll do it next on The Sports Leader. All right, Provident Credit Union, good people, local financial institution right here in the Bay Area. I got my mortgage with Provident. I like the people at Provident. I trust the people at Provident, and that's why you should go to Provident Credit Union and grow your savings. They have a pick-a-term certificate. If you need to save money for 3 months or 6 months or 12 months, you pick the term and earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. That's right. No guesswork, no market ups and downs, just strong, steady growth on your terms. Plus, with Newsweek naming Provident one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025, you know your money is in good hands. Do not wait. This 3.40% offer will not last. Open your account today at providentcu.org or visit your local branch for friendly help getting started. That rate is effective September 22nd, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today at providentcu.org.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, 90s Friday continues with more ominous sounds for the Philadelphia Phillies and Orion Kerkering. He's in your head. That ground ball was in his head. Zombie for the Cranberries. Thank you very much. Okay, 49er football is our topic here. 49ers going down to Tampa to take on the 4-1 Bucs. Really good game, arguably the best game on the NFL slate. Want to remind you guys, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. I'm just glad they're going to Tampa because we got an excuse to call our buddy, Ira Kaufman. We talked to Ira through the years. He loves coming on the West Coast because he's a San Francisco Giants baseball fan, but he's also a football fan. Hey, Ira, welcome back. You got your buddy Murph. You got Marcus next to me here. How you doing, Ira?
Hey, morning, Ira.
Hey, guys. A pleasure to be with you. Now, look, I know we're here to talk NFL, but I'm going to start with this. I'm sending out a message to Buster Posey, and I know he listens to this station. So, Buster, listen to me. Pat Burrell's got to go. Get rid of him. Get a new hitting coach in there because once you got Devers and the All-Star break came around, these guys forgot how to hit for 6 weeks, and that ended the Giants season. So, I want Burrell out of there.
Well, okay, Ira, strong, as always, strong takes. I get it. Number one, Pat Burrell, great friend of the show, good guy. I think the firing of Bob Melvin has I think that's sort of handled that. I think there's going to be a whole new staff in there, Ira. So I think that's on the docket.
The biggest problem, guys, before we get to the Niners, the biggest problem, I think, is they just haven't drafted well. They just haven't drafted well. I don't care who the GM is. Maybe Eldred can end that, but you can't go 10 years with blown first-round picks catches up to you.
You're 100% right. I mean, you look at all these teams in the playoffs, and they got these young talent that they drafted, although maybe not the Dodgers. They just bought Ohtani, Mookie, and Freddie here. But yeah, you're right. It is all development. Yeah. Ira, it is.
Yeah, and Ira, I did want to ask you because you just gave a message for Buster Posey, but how would you grade the first year of Buster Posey? Went out, signed Willie Adames. He was the first guy to hit 30 home runs in 20 years since Barry Bonds did it. Made the trade for Rafael Devers, but obviously fell short of the postseason this year. How would you grade Buster Posey's first year as GM and president of baseball operations?
I'd give him a B or a B minus. I mean, Verlander, I thought that was a good move. He pitched very well. If they could hit, the guy would have won 12 games. Mm-hmm. So, and Adames, had a huge second half. So I got no problem with Posey. I just think they need better drafting and better development.
Yeah, and situational hitting and on and on and on. I mean, the difference between 81 wins and 86 wins, which gets you is just like all these little plays, these Ryan Walker blown saves or failure to move a runner over. It's baseball, Ira. Just as the Phillies learned last night, It's baseball.
No question about it. I don't know why Walker went south this year. Relievers are funny. That's why if you get a guy that does it for 8 years in a row, boy, that is really special. The Billy Wagners and the, Rich Gossages and guys like that. They're far and few between, but Walker absolutely went south this year, and he really hurt the team.
He did. Ira Kaufman's the voice you hear, JoeBucksFan.com, Hall of Fame voter. All right, let's go. We go to the gridiron. We just had Tony Dungee on the phone with John Lynch. They talked together, and Tony said he thinks the winner of this game, he thinks these teams will meet in the playoffs, and the winner of this game is playing for home court advantage here, as they say in the NBA. Dude, what do you think, Ira, about these two teams? Are these two? Is this a potential playoff preview?
Well, first of all, I can't believe my name didn't come up when you were talking to Dungee and Lynch because I made the speech for both of them to get into Canton.
Well, let's do it right now, Ira. Let's bring your name up right now, baby.
Look, this is the best game of the weekend. Two teams that are injury ravaged. I'm not sure which one's got a longer injury list. And these are key players. The Kittles of the world, of course, Purdy, Ayuk, and Mike Evans, and Bucky Irving. These are big-time players. The Bucs are missing two starting offensive linemen on the right side. Guys, I think the Bucs are the talk of the league right now because of the way they're doing it. 4-1. Mayfield's been unbelievable. I got to vote for the MVP at the end of the year. Right now, if the season ended, I'm checking off Baker Mayfield's name at the top. I know there's some other candidates. Josh Allen's always out there, and he's always a contender. But, nobody's done what Mayfield's done. 4 wins by a total of 9 points and come from behind in the final minute in each of them. I don't care what Fred Warner does on Sunday. Mayfield's going to get his. By the way, the weather's going to be very fair to the 49ers, 82 degrees, low humidity, and no rain. So you can't ask for better than that.
Ira, I did want to follow up on Baker Mayfield and ask you if he's changed the narrative enough to be considered maybe an MVP in the league, because when he first entered the league, and he talked about this earlier this week, about how his rookie season out in Cleveland, he was considered cocky and immature, but now that he's winning in Tampa Bay, he's got moxie, he's got swagger. So how much has the perception changed nationally versus Baker Mayfield maybe being the same quarterback that he was all along?
He has changed a lot in this respect. He's now a family man. Very involved with the Tampa Bay community. Bucs fans are just they can't get enough of Mayfield, and his his feistiness I think is very infectious on the team, and his offensive linemen love him. One thing you're going to notice Sunday, I didn't know that about Mayfield because I didn't watch Cleveland a lot when he was there. The guy is a very effective runner. He's not Lamar Jackson. But a lot of times in the last couple of years, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 9, the guy breaks free. He's very aware in the pocket, and he picks up those first downs that absolutely demoralize the other team's defense. So that's something that I think Salah's going to have to watch out for on Sunday when things break down. He can hurt you with his legs, but, he's got this rookie receiver from Ohio State, Egbuka, 19th pick in the draft. People were saying, well, the Bucs don't really need a receiver. They got Evans. They got Godwin coming back from injury. Why a receiver? Well, right now, the guy's the offensive rookie of the year. He's been unbelievable. And I know he's got the 49ers' attention, especially because Mike Evans isn't going to play on Sunday.
Yeah, we're talking to Ira Kaufman down in Tampa. Give us a preview of this great game. Two 4-1 teams going at it, and the Bucs have just been so good every single year. They just can't quite crack the NFC playoff bracket, but man, oh man, they're in the mix every year. How is it? Was it 4 straight divisions, Ira? Is that it?
It is, and one thing you guys should keep in mind, the final 6 games of the season, I don't know if you guys got the schedule in front of you, but if you could look up the Bucs' final 6 games, it's like a walk in the park. Now, look, that's only on paper, but I mean, they're playing teams like the Dolphins, the Panthers, the Saints down the stretch. So this, stacking these early victories goes back to something you said earlier. The winner of this game is thinking about the number 1 NFC seed in the playoffs and the bye week that comes with it. And I don't think that's far-fetched because the Eagles right now look a little vulnerable.
Yeah, particularly, I was going to say, the Eagles look really bad. Yeah, I'm looking at your final, you go Saints, Falcons, Panthers, Dolphins, Panthers. 2 of your last 3 games are against the Panthers. My gosh. So you're right. That is very favorable, Ira.
It is.
Let's talk about the nature of this team. If you had to describe the identity of the 2025 Bucs, what's the identity?
It's a very tight team. It's a very tight team, and that's not by accident. The general manager, Jason Light, the first 4, 5, 6 years, the team wasn't very good, and his drafts, he missed a lot of high draft picks. He missed on them. Guys like O.J. Howard, Vernon Hargraves, guys that, got out of the league after the Bucs got rid of them, first-round picks. Then something happened. He started to do an analysis of what's going on. Why is he missing on these guys? And he realized they didn't love football, and that should be maybe the top priority along with, of course, the skill level. And they've made a huge concerted effort on character the last 5 years. People laugh at that. Well, character doesn't beat talent. No, it doesn't. But you got to have both. And this is a very close-knit team. They don't get too high. They don't get too down. And it's been slowly building under Bowles. They won 8 games, then they won 9 games, then they won 10 games last year, and it looks like they can top 10 games this year. And if Bowles, goes 3 straight years with winning more games than the year before, that's not easy to do in the NFL. The funny part is, guys, there's still a lot of Bowles skeptics out there. They remember his years with the Jets. It was a disaster. But it turns out, who the heck can coach the Jets? You can't win over there. Bad management, bad ownership. Look what Aaron Glenn's going through right now. So all of a sudden, those Bowles years look a little tainted. There's an asterisk there, and he's doing a good job. And this is a very, very close-knit locker room.
Few more minutes here with Ira Kaufman on the UMA guest line this morning ahead of this weekend's 4-1 matchup between the Buccaneers and the 49ers. But the 49ers have been able to stack up wins this year with Mac Jones at quarterback, 3-0 in Mac Jones starts. Ira, what's your perspective from across the country of seeing Mac Jones have success here in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan?
Well, I think Mac Jones joins a growing list of quarterbacks that flourish second time around, third time around, depending on landing with the right situation. Mayfield's the poster child for that, but Sam Darnold's right there with them. The Bucs played Darnold last week. He shredded them. And that's good news for Mac Jones because, one of the weak spots of the Bucs, which special teams has been shaky, but their pass defense. I mean, they don't have much of a pass rush. Not much. And I know I saw the Rams really pressure Mac Jones last week. Maybe that can get the Buc pass rush going, but Hassan Reddick's been a disappointment, guys. Their big free agent addition gave him $14 million. He had a disastrous year with the Jets, but, he had 4 really good sack years, and now he's got 1 sack in 5 games. He's not really been a factor, so that is the Achilles heel of the Bucs. Their run defense is very, very stout, and I don't have to tell you that the 49ers don't run the ball very well, even with McCaffrey. They just haven't run the ball very well. I think the biggest thing on Bowles' mind right now is stopping McCaffrey in the flat on those short little flips. You got to swarm to the ball because he's going to make that first guy miss. You better have about 5 hats to the ball.
So Ira Kaufman, the voice you hear on the Uma guest line down in Tampa, covers the Bucs. If Bucky Irving is out, and I don't know if he is for sure, is it Rashad?
I think he's out. I think he's out.
So is it Rashad White?
Yes, it's Rashad White.
Okay,
yeah.
So he's kind of just
he's not Bucky Irving. He's not Bucky Irving, but he's functional. He's functional. I don't think the Buck run game's going to go anywhere against the Niners, but boy, Mayfield's on a hot streak right now. You better pressure him, otherwise he's going to shred you.
Are they doing a lot of this 50-year stuff? You guys are celebrating the Bucs are celebrating their 50th year, right?
They're doing a ton of it, including a documentary that the guy started like in the spring. I sat down for 5 hours with the guy because I've been here since 1985. Around this franchise. And I sat down for 5 hours. When it ended, he says, "You're coming back next week, right?" I said, what are you talking about? I'm going to be on for 10 seconds. Yeah. He goes, no, you're good. I'm keeping you. And they flew out to talk to Lynch. They flew out to talk to Rich McKay. They spent a lot of money on this documentary. I think they're going to wait till the end of the year to put it out. But, yeah, every week at these home games, they are celebrating 50 years. They're bringing out a lot of former Buck players. This franchise was a laughing stock for a long, long time.
Yeah, 100%.
And now they won 2 Super Bowls, since 2002, and they're in the playoffs every year. Not a bad time to be a Buck fan.
No, they've won 2 more Super Bowls than the Niners since the Niners last won one. I mean, that's the bottom line right there. So, I'm old, Ira. So I remember when they came in the league. I remember Leroy Selman. I remember him and John McKay and that whole crew and they inexplicably made the NFC Championship game in like 79, right? Or 80, remember that?
That's right, their 4th year. That's right.
That was crazy. It was like, what the hell? And then they went right back into hibernation for the next 20 years, right? So
my timing couldn't have been worse because I get here from New York in 85. Leroy Selman had just retired. John McKay had just retired. I'm covering a 2-14 team 2 years in a row, 2-14. Under Lehman Bennett. And I would have loved to have been around John McKay because, those great lines. Hey, Coach, what do you think about your team's execution? I'm for it. I'm for it.
Right.
I mean, you can't beat that. Capice is kaput. Talk about the kicker, Bill Capice. I mean, I really missed that. But, it's been a lot of fun here covering this team because, boy, they are the masters of the dramatic ending right now. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, they went from 83 to 96, missing the playoffs, and then you were there for all of those, man. John McKay, I remember, what was it, is he day-to-day coach? He says, "Aren't we all?" And then we said, right? And I remember...
Dungee, you got to give Dungee credit. He came in 96, and by 97, they were a playoff team. He turned this team around very, very quickly. That's not easy to do. Johnny Carson was making... jokes about them on the Tonight Show in the early 90s. And, Dungee brought professionalism, and he really stressed being active in the community. Warwick Dunn, guys like that. Derek Brooks, who's still here today in Tampa. And it's really rubbed off. And right now, this is a beloved team in this community right now.
So did you get to know Steve Young then when he was starting out then?
Well, I remember his face getting pushed in the snow in Green Bay, and they didn't know what they had in Steve Young. They just didn't know it. And, again, Bill Walsh, the guy who scouted Jerry Rice and didn't care about his 4.6 clocking and said, this guy's going to be a great player. And I don't remember anybody ever running down Jerry Rice. I don't care what his 40 speed was. And, and then it's just
what did the Bucs get in the Steve Young trade? I don't remember.
I think they got maybe a 3rd-round pick or something. And, of course, who could follow Joe Montana? And Steve Young did a whale of a job, and they both end up in Canton. I think Young won the passing title like 5 times or something. I don't know what it was. It's crazy.
I just looked him up. Here's a picture of him in the orange creamsicle, number 8. He's like got his hands on his hips. He looks like he's in pain. So
they had no idea how to use them. Yeah, fourth round. They tried to make him a pocket passer. I mean, how stupid is that? What a great move for Walsh. The natural successor to Montana. As the years go by, you look at Walsh, you just look at him and you say, boy, what a visionary this guy was.
Really was. Ira, it's always fun chopping it up with you no matter what. Do you have a rooting interest in the rest of the baseball playoffs? Or?
Yeah. I hate the Dodgers.
Yeah,
absolutely hate the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Couldn't stand the way that thing ended the other night. I'm tired of looking up in the NL West and seeing them on top. I'm tired of it.
It's been unbelievable.
Anybody they want, they get all the great Japanese players.
Yeah.
The Giants get Jung-Hoo Lee, who's okay. He's just okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't run that much. He doesn't have much power. He's okay. And they've got Otani and where did Sasaki come by? I don't know where these guys come
it's
from.
It's unbelievable. And now every single kid growing up in Japan wants to be a Dodger. Any talented player is going to wear. They painted the nation blue. There's a whole story in the LA Times about how there was a long-range strategy of just investing in Japan and being present in Japan. And now it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. They've outthought everybody, and now they own the nation of Japan. And Sasaki and Yamamoto and Otani and any number of kids coming up. Some 16, 17-year-old kid right now. We don't even know who he is.
Shout out Yamamoto.
I wouldn't mind giving Burrell a one-way ticket to Tokyo right now. I'll tell you that. Right?
Amazingly, Bob Melvin said he actually wants to manage in Japan. So no joke, he actually said that. So he might be over there. So, Ira, it's always great catching up, man. It's always just good chopping it up. Yeah. And enjoy that game on Sunday, and we'll chase you down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Ira.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks.
The great Ira Kaufman on the Esports Leader.
Yeah. I hate the Dodgers.
Yeah,
absolutely hate the Dodgers.
Yeah. All right, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. We're talking about those Detroit-style pizzas. They're rectangular. They're cut into square slices, and they're really good. They got a thicker crust that's still light and airy in the middle, but the best part is the outside of the dough is coated with a layer of provolone and Parmesan cheese. So then when it cooks, it caramelizes against the high-sided pans to create a crispy, cheesy edge all the way around the pizza. Hashtag crispy, cheesy edge. There's 11 Bay Area locations to get these awesome pizzas. By the way, if you're like, yeah, but no, I prefer the thin crust New York, of course, you can go that way. We're just highlighting the Detroit-style pizzas because they're kind of new in the last year or so, and they're really, really good. Had some at the Pier 39 Amici's, loved it. Would do it right now. So, when you're ready to do your taste buds a favor and indulge in these crunchy, pillowy Detroit-style pizzas, 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I was definitely in the game, and I don't know. That was the last snap, so I guess you didn't have to find out. But yeah, I think, like I said, we got a plan in place, and just got to work through it and make sure you can protect yourself.
Where are you right now, health-wise?
Working through it. I think, like I said, got a plan with the training staff, and been getting treatment every day and trying to do everything I can, sleep, eat, do the little things, and everyone else is doing the same thing. So that's NFL football.
Yeah, he wasn't able today, so he just focused on handoffs and stuff like that. So really trying to rest it up. Should be good to go on Sunday, but definitely wasn't good enough to go today. So hopefully that'll continue to improve.
There it is, the Mac Jones, Kyle Shanahan rejoin. You're looking for on a big hit on a 90s Friday. Does it get any more 90s? We've departed from our theme of pain for the Phillies. We did that already. A lot of pain for the Phillies. Wicked Game, House of Pain, all that stuff. Now we're just going straight 90s. San Jose's own Smash Mouth. I believe we lost the lead singer. By the way, don't forget Smash Mouth's many social media tiffs in the sports world here, dude. Whoever runs the social media account for Smash Mouth, if you're listening, maybe you have a take on Mac Jones.
Oh, and I know they're listening because the Smash Mouth account was always in the KNBR comments.
Always.
Going
Maybe
back and forth.
Is Tacky the Smash Mouth account? I don't know. Is Pat H the Smash Mouth account?
Yeah, I got Rockin' New Era, Walking on the Sun.
All right. Good stuff. 90s Friday. Young Tone, you know Smash Mouth, right?
Yeah, I definitely know All-Star for sure.
There you
but
go,
honestly,
buddy.
I did not know that about Smash Mouth. Their social media team is really good.
Oh, and they're Bay Area because they're from San Jose, and they're big-time Bay Area sports fan. They got to take on this Niner Mac Jones, Brock Purdy situation. Hey, Smash Mouth. Is Mac Jones just as good as Brock Purdy at 50 million less? Hit us on Twitter.
808 KNBR, smash that number.
Smash Mouth. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. All right, let's get into it. 808 KNBR is the phone number. How you guys are feeling? Because it does feel in many ways like the 49ers have sort of, quote-unquote, playing with house money. To use that cliche, it's such a cliche, but that win over the Rams bought them so much breathing room. 3-0 in the division. A full game lead in the division, a little bit of a quote-unquote easier schedule. I know we shouldn't talk about it, but we have been since the spring, the last place schedule. I mean, they're going to play the New York Giants were supposed to be part of that last place schedule, by the way, although they're out here beating the Eagles last night.
Yeah. I mean, you're looking at the shift of the last place schedule with the New York Giants and our guy Cam Scatterbo putting up some numbers. You also look at Jacksonville and where they're at now as a 4-1 team taking down Kansas City last week. You also change your opinion about the Colts, who you have to play in a few weeks coming up, and how good they're playing ball right now.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
those last place schedules can change.
Like, for example, the Rams play the Ravens.
Every time you say it, I'm going to play that.
Of course, buddy. That's your job to be that guy. Like the Rams are playing the Ravens this week. That's supposed to be a tough game, but maybe it's not. Maybe the Niners New York Giants game is tougher than the Ravens, the way the Ravens are playing right now. But either way, we got to talk about this quarterback situation. Oh, by the way, speaking of the New York Giants, Larry Krueger checked in. Always good to hear from Krug about Ira Kaufman. Said he's radio gold. And I wrote back and said he's amazing. I said, by the way, Cam Scatterbo dropped a 30 burger on your head last night. We got the Murph Krueger Fantasy Showdown. Cam Scatterbo dropping a 30 burger on Kruger's head before he even wakes up. Friday morning before his feet hit the floor, he's down 30-0.
Scatterboo. Peekaboo, Larry.
So there you go, buddy.
Scatterboo.
This is what happens when you talk S and, deal with the ramifications later.
Poking that bear.
All right. So anyway, back to this Mac Jones situation. You had something.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, because, Murph, you threw out the notion of playing with house money. Well, at the end of the day, the house always wins. There's a reason why there are brand new casinos, seems like every single year. The house always wins. So that's my question for you, Murph. When are they going to run out of getting the lucky hand? Because it seems like even with the cards are being dealt, something's coming down on the river, and somehow, some way, there's Blackjack Mac Jones cashing in.
The house always wins. I mean, there's that theory that they could be 0-5. There is that theory out there.
I mean, you're looking at all these games, and it's great that they're winning these one-possession games, but you can easily lose those one-possession games, I should say. Take a look at the Kansas City Chiefs as an example. Last year, they were 10-0 in one-score games. This year, they're 0-3 in the first 5 games of the season.
I think in general, one of the themes of the NFL season this year is how incredibly, shout out Pete Rozelle, parity-laden it is. I'm looking at point differentials. And other than some really bad teams like the Bengals and the Browns, who are like minus 70 and minus 50, there's not
who are trading each other quarterbacks.
You know who has a gigantic point differential now that I'm looking at it to support my dude? The Colts are plus 74.
Bro, they score. They're scoring at a clip that like almost matches like the greatest show on turf.
I mean, here's the things that more support my case. The Green Bay Packers are only plus 20. Dude, the Tampa Bay Bucs, who the Niners are playing, are plus 3 in 5 games. They've won every single game in the last minute. The Niners are plus 8. The Rams are plus 16. I mean, these are what I'm saying is like, you know, the difference between 4-1 and 0-5 is kind of true across the league.
Yes, it is.
There's really no dominant franchise right now unless it's the Colts at plus 74, right? So, I mean, you know, house money, everybody's kind of playing with, or the house always wins. Everybody's kind of playing that way. That said,
who's the house?
The one thing I'm saying that's emerging for me in this game is that the Buccaneers are also injured. This is a factor. We just really know Chris Godwin's out. So Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are out. Now, Ibuka's awesome. He's a really great young player, and he's going to have to be somebody they deal with. But Bucky Irving is out. Now, Rachaad White, I've had him on fantasy a couple years. He's one of those glue guys you can use on a bye week, you know, and he's always gutting it out. And he's what did Ira use the phrase? Something like he's not, he won't kill you or something like he's not bad.
He's serviceable.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
He's kind of a little tougher than you realize. He'll catch the ball, but it's not Bucky Irving, 23 years old with those legs. So, yeah, man, I mean, right now, the one thing that's given me hope is that the Buccaneers are a little banged up. Now, the quarterback situation, Baker Mayfield. What are we going to say? I mean, we're already talking about Baker Mayfield as an NFL MVP candidate.
Yeah, I think you have to put him in that conversation. And the narrative has completely changed on Baker Mayfield. We brought it up to Ira, and maybe we can even dig up some of the sound. I know we sent it over in the cooler thread yesterday. I'm not sure if we got a chance to play it. But, like, the perception of Baker Mayfield, going back to when he was a rookie in Cleveland. And, look, I get it. When you're a first-round draft pick and when your first, like, PR move is, like, pose for underwear photos and, like, next thing you know, you're out here in cheetah print underwear, like, people are going to make fun of you. Shout out Gabe Kapler. You can look up those cheetah print photos if you want to. So, yeah, I get it. Like, people are like, oh, this guy's cocky. What has he done? There he was at Oklahoma talking to Nick Bosa back and forth. So there was this perception of Baker Mayfield. But also, like, let's not forget about the perception that he's a really good quarterback. He won a playoff game with the Cleveland Browns. They beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then for whatever reason, they decided to move on because they did not like the brand that was Baker Mayfield. Well, here's the thing. Baker is still that same dude. He's still brash, still has that swagger, still has that moxie. But all of a sudden, because he's winning now, he's not just a spoiled kid that's a silver spoon quarterback.
Which is what he addressed this week about his, you know, the perception issue on Baker Mayfield.
After jawing pregame in the tunnel with that Seahawks fan and being able to have the last word.
Pretty fun.
Baker, is there something where you kind of realize maybe your younger years, I don't know if you were as accepted for doing some of that stuff, and now it seemed like it's a little bit more embraced. You know, people gravitate to it a little bit more. The narrative changes around that. Do you notice that?
Yeah, I mean, I told you guys that I try and not get too high, not get too low, which is something that I was not doing early on in my career. But, you know, early on in my career, it's looked as cocky, immature. Now it's moxie, he's a dog. So it's same, different day. Just as long as you play well, they change the narrative. But you just got to be yourself, and I've always been like that.
I kind of like him. I mean, guy won the Heisman Trophy.
He did.
That was the number one pick in the draft. This is not Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah,
here,
but Murphy was too cocky when he first came into the league.
Well, and we talked to Mac Jones about this, Dan Orlovsky about this, about being in. You asked him about situations and schemes and all that stuff. In fact, Young Tones Cut Z about Baker Mayfield and what is it about young quarterbacks? Sam Darnold. You brought up Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, and Mac Jones.
Yeah, throwing Daniel Jones into that conversation.
Dan Jones.
There's a lot of quarterbacks now.
And Orlovsky addressed it here.
Yeah, I'm always a believer in sitting. I think that what we've learned over the past couple of years, or at least hopefully, is one, development can happen without performance, and performance can happen without development. Sometimes we get these quarterbacks that are young that go in and they play early and they actually do well, and we think that they're going to be hits long term, but they're actually not developing. They're just performing in a win-loss reality. And then we get these quarterbacks that aren't performing, but they're developing. They're sitting there and learning the game and learning the pro style, and that's the one that is sustainable. I also think that the things that we've learned in relation to some of these guys in their second or third team successes, reps matter. Reps matter. Experience matter. Getting those repetitions in college and in your career in the NFL matter. And then the resiliency is a mandate. You've got to be such a mentally tough person to go through some of those hardships and not allow them to break you. The Sam Darnolds, the Daniel Joneses, the Mac Joneses. And so, and then, scheme and coaching are something that most of these young quarterbacks aren't afforded early on. And, they settle to a place that has it, and you can see how, impactful it is.
Yeah, he's talking about Mac Jones, Daniel Jones, and Baker Mayfield right there.
Think about the Carolina Panthers. They had Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield on the same roster, and now they're both having success.
That's a hell of a stat.
With winning squads elsewhere.
All right, we got 808 KNBR. The big hit is here. I'm going to tell you guys a little story. So you guys know my moonlight job is as a water polo play-by-play guy.
Yeah, we know.
You guys should probably be cutting some of those things for the cooler
we need some of that sound.
Because I really let loose. Sometimes I say some absurd stuff out there because I'm like, nobody's listening. Who cares? But I say some funny stuff just trying to push the envelope. But anyway, I am a pro, so I prepare. So Tam was playing San Rafael yesterday. Shout out the ancient rivalry, the two oldest high schools in Marin County.
Oh.
But they used to play football and baseball and basketball. Water polo is not really San Rafael's sport, but hey, they got a team. They got a gutty little team. But I'm like, so I don't really know much about their squad. So I'm a pro. I got to prep. So I go on Max Preps to look at the San Rafael roster. And I'm going down, and I'm like, okay, and I'm writing down. There it is. I look at the freaking Max Preps San Rafael Bulldogs water polo roster. Sean from San Rafael is on the team.
Is he really?
He's on the team.
Let's go, Sean.
I walk on the pool deck yesterday, and he's just pointing at me from across the pool. I'm like, look at this. The legend grows.
That's our guy.
The legend grows.
Hell yeah,
and
Sean.
now he's calling in right now. Sean from San Rafael. Water polo zone. He will be on the ball diamond in the spring. Don't forget. Sean, great seeing you yesterday, buddy. Welcome back to the show. How are you?
Yeah, what's up, Sean?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
That was fun yesterday, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, we didn't have the best game team-wise, but, hey, I mean, it was a lot of fun. We got in the pool. It was really cold outside the pool, so it was nice to get in the pool.
Yeah, he got in. He's wearing number 5, just like my kid. Sean's got some good size to him, so he could really be what they call a hole man, which is the guy who kind of posts up down by the goal and just wrestles with guys. Yeah. You ready to set up down there and do some grappling, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, it's like really my first ever water polo experience. So, but it's, I'm super excited. I think I'm going to play hopefully all 4 years. But, I'm still trying to learn the game a little bit. Being a freshman on varsity is really cool. He's
hanging with seniors, Marcus.
Yeah, and I got to say, Sean, too, like this is going to be great for your baseball career. You're obviously going to build some arm strength. Take a look at guys like Joe Ryan or Steven Strasburg, guys who are water polo players who went on to become great pitchers, obviously.
Yeah, Joe Ryan coming straight out of Marin County. So I think he was mostly my inspiration. My dad told me that story, and I was kind of on the fence about water polo. And then, I just went to – my dad said, try one practice. And I tried one practice. 20 minutes in, they had my shirt size and waist size, and I was like, all right, I'm in.
All right, buddy. It was great seeing you, man, and meeting your mom. She's a class lady, and your dad's always awesome. He's wearing a cool old Hum Baby Giants hat. So, all right, what's your take today, Sean? What do you got?
Well, I mean, I think Mac Jones is a very valuable asset in terms of Brock Purdy, because Brock Purdy, we know what he can do. He's one of the top quarterbacks right now. I mean, obviously he's hurt, but I think Mac Jones is a great asset in terms of just having a great backup quarterback, somebody you can go to, somebody you can rely on. And he's won you a lot of games. You saw him last Thursday in LA. I mean, he played amazing. Finding finding his receivers, getting the ball downfield, and defense played amazing too. Making some clutch stops. The one that won the game on 4th and 1, punch out at the 1 with like 2 minutes left. I think just overall we got a good shot this weekend.
So you're optimistic, and you're not. Do you think there's a controversy? Should Mac Jones take Brock Purdy's job?
No, unless Brock comes back and has a few shaky games. But I think Brock should watch his back. But I think Purdy still got the job.
All right, man. Good stuff, Sean. Hey, have a great Friday, dude. Friday in school's awesome, and keep swimming. And then what? Basketball in the winter, maybe.
Basketball and then baseball.
All right, buddy. You keep being that 3-sport stud. All right, Sean.
Yeah, go get him, Sean.
All right. Thank you, guys.
There he is, man. By the way, his dad told me, remember Andre, the kid who used to ride the bus with him? See, now we got high school Sean. We go back to 6th grade with this kid riding the bus.
Andre, be quiet!
He says he's going to try to get Andre in the water next fall.
Get him all in the pool.
So, remember when the dog was barking and he was like, Boach, take it easy.
That's right. His dog, Boachy.
Scarecrow in Sacramento's next up. Scarecrow, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Scarecrow?
Hey, it's just kind of fun because really the Niners weren't supposed to be in the same ballpark with the Rams. And they're not exactly favored with Tampa Bay. So I think, to be perfectly honest with you, they're kind of playing house money here. All they've got to do is stay close to them and don't make any mistakes. And who knows, they might just pull another one out of their back pocket.
I mean, at this point in time, with the Bucs being injured too, I mean, to me, the X factor in this whole thing might be that Baker Mayfield's healthy and Mac Jones is going to be compromised, and Baker might be the best player on the field, other than, like, with apologies to Fred Warner and somebody else I may be forgetting.
Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. So, yeah, Scarecrow, you're right. It is house money, but at this point in time, if you can get this win, man, dude, then you got the Falcons at home on a Sunday night. You like your chances in that with maybe George Kittle back in the lineup. So, yeah, I rate them a chance this weekend. I do. I give the Niners a 5% chance in LA. I'll tell you what, I'll give you my percentage on the other side. How's that for a tease?
Like that tease,
Big
Murph.
hit will continue. We've turned these Friday big hits into kind of your thoughts on the Niner game. Like, what do you see happening this Sunday? So give us a call. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Jim Nantz at 8:30 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Dude, Sean and Santa Fe's just grown up right in front of our eyes. It's pretty cool. The Big Island Getaway is back. Mark your dates on the calendar, November 16th through the 21st. You got to listen to Murph and Marcus 7 to 10, Papa and Silver 11 to 2, or Dirty Work, shout out to Phil 3 to 6 for your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the Big Island of Hawaii with these guys, with round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. It is all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines, introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines, and, of course, the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. You got to be 21 years or older to qualify, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Sound right, boys.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Mika Ibuka, or what skill set does he have that's given him so much success so early?
He's powerful for such a young man. Powerful hands, and obviously he's playing with a lot of confidence. You give a young guy a lot of confidence, and then the sky's the limit. So, and they're doing a good job with him too, putting him in positions to be successful. And Baker is playing at a level that's MVP quality, and so for him, like I said, big, strong, confident football player. Yeah.
Robert Saleh, the strong voice, talking about that rookie receiver, Ibuka, who will be getting a lot of reps because no Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin this weekend. So the big hit, part 2, is 49ers Bucs. How you guys feeling? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Mac Jones limited with a knee and an oblique. Ricky Pearsall did not practice yesterday. Juwan Jennings limited practice. And it is 90s Friday. Turn it up. And I think we're trying to kind of keep it on the Phillies pain theme because that was an unbelievable. So, Marcus, I'm going to say this is, of course, the song by Naughty by Nature's the band. OPFP. Get it? That's my dad joke there. Not OPP, OPFP. There you go.
You down with PFPs?
You down with PFPs?
Yeah, you know me. You down with PFPs?
That's it.
Yeah, you know me.
You made it better.
Is Orion Kerkering down?
You made it better. You made it better.
Yeah, you know me.
You nailed it. Are you
Philly practice for all the homies.
I think they got to play this at Philly spring training next spring in Clearwater. You down with PFPs? You down with PFPs? Let's turn. When JT Realmuto is pointing to first base, follow your catcher. Follow your all-star catcher there. So anyway, there, 90s Friday. Jim Nantz coming up at 8:30.
Let's Nance.
And let's get into this. 808 KNBR is the phone number here. And by the way, thanks to everybody who checked in on Sean from San Rafael. 510 Sean with the big voice. Another 510 was not expecting that deep voice from Sean. 209, Sean needs to be on a regular schedule. I look forward to his takes and his calls. 925, I love that we've listened to Sean's voice drop over the years. He's grown up so fast with the tears in the eyes. 925 says his voice changed just like Peter Brady. That's for the deep call.
We got a Brady drop.
916, damn, Sean's voice got hella deep, LOL. 408 says, I feel like we're all watching Sean grow up right in front of our house ears. I remember his first call from the bus yelling at his buddies to be quiet. KNBR Sports Family is unlike any other.
You're not
There
wrong.
you go. There you go. So any more Robert Saleh, let me know when you got that Baker Mayfield stuff. I mean, honest to goodness right now, pass rush, Baker Mayfield, That's, to me, probably the controlling storyline of the game, that if Baker Mayfield is the best player on the field, with apologies to Fred Warner and Christian McCaffrey, is one of the best players on the field, and they can't get any heat on him, this guy's dialing it up, and this could be what kills the Niners.
Well, yeah, I think especially if we are looking at another late game situation where the 49ers have had a lot of success this year winning these one-possession games, but so have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And Murph, we get into this topic about once a week, whether or not wins or quarterback stat or not. And my take is that, no, there's 11 guys on the field for both offense and defense. So there are obviously things that go into the picture beyond just the quarterback play. But when we're talking about Baker Mayfield and fourth quarter comebacks, it feels like wins are a quarterback stat, because whether or not you want to view him as brash or cocky or confident, he does have that switch that he flips on in the fourth quarter. When you need him to make a play, he will go out there and make a play. The question is, can Fred Warner make a play? Can Alfred Collins have another type of play where he saves the day, throwing a haymaker after splitting a pair of offensive linemen to save the game? We've seen it with Bryce Huff. We've seen it with Nick Bosa. We've seen Robert Saleh's defense step up in the fourth quarter. But to me, it's a little bit different when you're going against a quarterback like Baker Mayfield.
Well, then, perfect. Here's Robert Saleh talking about Baker Mayfield. Check it out.
Baker, like I said, he's playing at an MVP level. He makes that whole thing go, and again, credit to all the young guys who are stepping up with all the injuries that they're having. They're doing a really nice job putting up a lot of points on a lot of really good defenses.
Okay, so Saleh kind of keeping it close to that. He's not doing any signal stealing, taunting of the Jacksonville or of the Tampa Bay Bucs here. It is a long trip, and Mac Jones is flying with some injuries, so who knows of that factor. And Ira Kaufman told us at 4:25 kickoff, he says the Niners are going to get a break. I know Shanahan was on with the afternoon boys yesterday talking about heat, humidity, and all that. Ira said he thinks 80 degrees-ish, which, for us would be like, the city would come to a halt.
Oh, dude.
You know what I mean?
83 in Santa Clara, Murph.
Right.
But it's funny. We were talking about this a couple weeks ago when we talked about the 49ers' first home game at Levi's and their decision to go with the all-white uniforms because of the heat. And I pointed out that same weekend that it was triple digits in Tampa Bay. So, yes, they got the look of the draw. It's not going to be over 100 degrees, about mid-80s. Still a little hot, still a little humid. And you have to factor in that West Coast, East Coast trip, the flight. It seems like it always plays a little bit of a factor when it comes to West Coast teams traveling to the East Coast.
I mean, you want to talk about breaks for the Niners. One, they don't have to do the 10 a.m. body clock thing. So it's a 1:25 body clock, 4:25 Eastern time. Dude, I'm on my iPhone weather thing, and it says at kickoff it's going to be 80, and then it drops all game to 79, 78, 77. That's a piece of cake.
That's great.
Piece of cake.
I'll take that weather any day
and
of the
no
week.
rain. No rain. So we don't see Mac Jones with a wet ball.
Who's going to have better Bay Area weather this weekend? Tampa Bay or the Bay Area?
Or you guys on a boat for Fleet Week?
That's why I'm asking these questions.
By the way, we should reset everybody. You're wearing a Blue Jays jersey because you lost the bet with Whip It Out Walt.
Yeah.
Whose team name is Double Penetration in fantasy football. I just want to get everybody to know that. This is the kind of trash, this is the kind of garbage mouth this guy is.
Yeah,
all right?
and this guy's going to be a father soon.
So
Yeah, who's your daddy, Walter?
Anyway, you're wearing a Blue Jays jersey, and we said since the start, it's actually kind of a good-looking jersey.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not happy that's a Vladdy jersey. Would rather be rocking 2 on my back for Troy Tulowitzki, but I'll take it.
The reason I bring it up is I never really kind of focused on the maple leaf next to the Blue Jays head, and I believe it's a Canadian air show on the Blue Angels week or Fleet Week today because of the government freaking shutdown.
Yeah,
we'll no comment on the rest of that. So I think our neighbors are stepping up to give you guys some air entertainment.
That's it, dude. I might have to rock this jersey on the boat.
I think you probably should.
Just out of respect for our Canadian neighbors.
You might meet yourself a nice Canadian gal.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Pedro, who's your daddy?
You my daddy, bloody. My daddy, bloody.
Oh, boy. Corey in Lodi is checking in before we get to Jim Nantz. Corey out in Lodi. What's up? What's going on in Lodi, Corey? What's up, man?
What's up, Corey?
First-time caller, long-time listener. I had a thought when Kyle Shanahan first got Purdy and, the whole fiasco with all of that, Purdy became the starter. And then fast forward to now that he's got the quarterback that he always wanted when Mac Jones entered the draft. I was thinking about this after Purdy has had a few injuries. Now, I love Purdy. I was one of the very first ones to get his jersey. I love him. I love his story. I love everything about him. But do you think that Shanahan tends to push Purdy more and harder on him because he says, you know what, to himself, I got the quarterback I always wanted, in my back pocket of my sleeve, so I'm going to push Purdy a lot more because if something continues to happen with Purdy and Purdy keeps continually getting hurt, do you think that he might say, he might change his tune and says, okay, we really, we love Purdy. Purdy, they have a clause in the contract that they could let him go at the end of the 26th season, and Mac Jones is right there to sign again. What do you guys' thought on that? You guys thought about that?
First of all, Corey, appreciate you calling, man. We do have to duck out because we got Jim Nantz coming. But just number one, I mean, first of all, I think Kyle's always hard. I think he's always been hard on Purdy. He's extremely demanding. I think those film sessions are salty, and there's a lot of things you missed here. Kyle's not a real warm and fuzzy guy. That's always been kind of one of the knocks on him, is that he's always very demanding. But you're getting Corey to the issue of like, is Mac the guy he wanted all along? It's kind of what we've been talking about for the last couple weeks. I think really at this point in time, we just got to let this thing play out and see how Mac continues to play. I've talked about how would we feel different if the Rams had won the game, if Kyron Williams doesn't fumble, and if they convert on 4th and 1. You're like, oh, Mac didn't get it done down there, but. Something to watch, Corey. I mean, right now, everybody's saying the right things. We talked to Orlovsky about it. We talked to Steve Young about it. We talked to John Lynch about it. They acknowledge that it's going to be awkward. But, right now, it's Brock's thing. Yeah. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I just don't agree with the notion that Kyle Shanahan's going to try to make it harder for Brock Purdy because he has Mac Jones. I think they are now benefiting of having Mac Jones as a backup quarterback because if Kyle really wanted Mac Jones that much more than Brock Purdy, then they would have just paid Mac Jones $50 million this offseason instead of paying Brock Purdy.
Yeah, good stuff. Jim Nantz, our buddy, our friend, next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back on a Football Friday to get you ready for the weekend with Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the best place to win cash on the San Francisco 49ers this football season. And Tony, I think we've hit 5 weeks in a row now with Christian McCaffrey as our Prize Pick of the weekend. So guess what? We're going back to the CMC wishing well and picking Christian McCaffrey to once again have more than 48 receiving yards. We're talking about a man that's 3rd in the NFL in catches and 6th in the NFL in total receiving yards. And with the lack of weapons for the 49ers, I expect Mac Jones to feed the ball to Christian McCaffrey once again in this West Coast system. So join us and hop on this CMC receiving train by downloading the Prize Picks app and using the code word leader to get a $50 bonus in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code leader to get $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Only one man gets us to detour off a 90s Friday. The man, Let's Nance. Let's dance. Our great friend who we always love checking in with. In fact, he checked in with our midday show yesterday, was we loaned him out for a day. Back where he belongs on the morning show, Uma guest line. Jim, it's your buddy Murph. It's your buddy Marcus. Good morning, Jim.
Hey, morning, Jim.
Hey, good morning. Hello, friends. Yeah, I'm unclear these days. Do I work for CBS or KNBR? I don't know. The lines are blurred.
Well, you know, for years and years and years and years, this is your spiritual home. So, how you?
It still is. It still is.
How have you been, my friend? Life is good?
Life is really good. I'm excited about this game this week. Life is very good. I've gotten over the stench of the Ryder Cup, not because of the results going to the Europeans, but just by the fan behavior there, which was deplorable. So I've let go of that, and now I'm focusing on what's in front of me, and it's a very attractive matchup here between a pair of 4-1 teams on Sunday on CBS.
I love it. I love it. I know it's always weird when you guys kind of move into the NFC bubble, but we love it because we get you guys. So, Jim, you and Tony, you guys meet with the teams, and you're saying, wow, the 49ers are 4-1. How in the world did that happen, right? What's your view from afar on this team? They have no players left, Jim, and they're 4-1. What are you guys saying at CBS?
I know. Hey, listen, it's the same cry going on over in Tampa, too, and they're 4-1 with a lot of missing parts. I do think it's worse on the injury list for the Niners than it is for the Bucs, but they're both bad. Yeah, they figured out the winning formula to go 4-1 to win 80% of the time. You never rush for a touchdown, and you never make an interception. That's how you do it. It makes perfect sense.
That's how Vince Lombardi did it, right? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is just how you draw it up. Let's not run for a single touchdown. Let's not make a pick in 12 games, and we'll figure out the rest. Mac Jones has been impressive, though, that's for sure. And look, it's just an exciting time for the 49ers after, last year's season with all the injuries got away from him. It's great to see Christian playing so well again and running like himself, particularly in the receiving game, of course. But it's a neat story on the other side here with Baker Mayfield suddenly become the kind of the star of the first quarter of the season in the NFL. If you had an MVP vote after 5 games, he would win it right now.
Yeah, Jim, we've been looking for the explanations for why the 49ers are still 4-1 with all the injuries they've been dealing with, but one explanation I have been able to come up with is the return of Robert Saleh as the defensive coordinator for this team and the combination of having him and Kyle Shanahan back together. Jim, in my opinion, it's one of the best combinations of offensive and defensive minds in all football.
No, it's proven that it works. It's great to see him back. It was the perfect place for him to land. I felt badly for him that it didn't work out in New York. Of course, now it's really not working out in New York without him. I think a lot of people might want to reevaluate what they had to say about Robert and his tenure at the Jets, seeing what's going on there now. But he's just one of the best there is. And, one of these days, I believe he'll get another head coaching opportunity down the road. But it's great to see him back on the sidelines with the Niners. And listen, it's been successful all the while. Back his first time around, and now starting off in a good way with his second term.
He's doing great. He's been, I think, with almost just flat out the biggest ad the Niners made in the offseason for sure. Jim Nantz joining us before he dashes off to a CBS production meeting. It's great to have him back-to-back days on the Sports Leader. I want to go back to this quarterback situation because your partner played a little quarterback in the NFL, and I'm interested in his comments this Sunday about Brock Purdy. We talked to Steve Young this week. We talked to Dan Orlovsky this week. We talked to John Lynch this week and asked them, how's Brock processing all this? And they all acknowledged it's awkward. It's going to be weird. I don't know. Are you and Tony going to discuss how Brock Purdy's watching Mac Jones win all these games with this belief that Kyle's always liked Mac too?
Well, I want to just say this. This is part of what it's like with life in the NFL, and he hasn't been 100%. I know he tried to come back against Jacksonville. Brock is a first-class guy, so he'll handle it well. human nature is, it's got to be hard to watch. Sure, you want to see your team win, but I want to give kudos to the guy that's come in and won all 3 starts. That's Mac Jones. I mean, he tried to just disarm anybody who was coming at him, trying to weaponize this backup quarterback role and create a controversy. And he had maybe the best answer I've seen all time. He said, look, I was brought in to be the backup quarterback, and this is Brock Purdy's team. This is his job, and I'm just going to do what my job is. Perfect answer. Good for Mac. Great to see him playing well. I saw a lot of his games when he was at New England, and he has certainly gone to a whole new level under Kyle's stewardship.
49ers 3-0 and Mac Jones starts, looking to go 4-0 this weekend against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But when you look at the NFC standings right now, Jim, you look at the 2 4-1 teams squaring off this weekend, and we had Tony Dungy on the show yesterday, and he said whoever wins this game is going to have home field advantage and potentially win that matchup in the postseason. So how much do you think there are playoff indications or implications, I should say, for a home field advantage determine on what's going to happen this weekend?
Well, Marcus, I think it's real, but I'm not sure it's for the 1 seed. Who knows? We've got a long way to go when it comes to home field advantage. Maybe it's for the 2 or the 3, assuming these 2 go on and win their divisions. But I think after what we saw last night with Philadelphia going down in flames, with the Giants and really just dominating them, I didn't see that coming. And I was with Philadelphia last weekend when they lost to Denver. I thought they'd have a correction game. Clearly, they're not right. But this is Detroit's conference as far as I'm concerned right now. I got to give the edge to the Lions, and then I would have the 49ers and the Bucs right behind them. But, yes, I think it's a big deal for playoff seeding down the road. I'm not sure. Who knows that it's going to be for the 1 seed. It could. But you always want to have every advantage you can to get up that ladder, get up that rung, and be as high a seed as possible. And, if you're the 2 instead of the 3, you get to the divisional weekend, that's your game. That's at home. It's a big deal. And, we've got months before we have to really worry about that. But when I get these early season games, you can kind of see where the season's headed. I think the same way you do, just like you said in your question. I think this game could have major implications at the end of the year.
Man, I agree. I think we're all looking forward to it very much. That's why we'll be watching CBS at 1:25 this Sunday with Nance and Romo on the call. Jim Nantz, our great friend, last couple minutes here. By the way, we've lived long enough, Jim, for you to utter the words, it's Detroit's conference. That would the first 50 years of our lives, 60 years of our lives, Jim. That was not being kicked around. That was not.
Yeah, you're right. I wasn't even born the last time they did something super significant. It was 1957. So it's been a long time in Motown for people to look at them through that kind of a lens. But man, they're an exciting team.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, they are really special. I had them week 1, interestingly, at Green Bay. And they laid an egg. They had the 2 new coordinators coming in after losing 2 guys to head coaching positions, and they looked out of sync, and they got manhandled by the Packers. And I thought, man, this is like they're really going to miss those guys. Well, ever since then, after week 1, I mean, they've been the Detroit we knew and started to fall in love with. As just an overall NFL fan, seeing a long-suffering franchise. And they've just steamrolled through the next 4. And that's an interesting matchup to me on Sunday is Detroit at Kansas City. There's a lot to look into that game with the Chiefs at 2 and 3 and the Lions playing on the road. So, yeah, I get inspired up for every NFL weekend, but I'm thrilled that we have such a good matchup.
It's funny, before that, you guys just looking at Thanksgiving to see where you were, and you're actually in Dallas. You're not in Detroit. Fox has the Lions. They're playing the Packers. That'll be a rematch of the game you just spoke about, but you have the Chiefs at the Cowboys, so you're that same team you were just talking about, the Chiefs, so that'll be really good. I'm already looking forward to my Thanksgiving with you, Jim.
Murph, they're already talking before the season even started. You have 2 of the most popular franchises that we have in the NFL and fan bases in Kansas City and Dallas. Who knows what the records will be come the end of November, but it's already being discussed in a lot of national publications that this will be the highest watched regular season game of all time, talking about the Thanksgiving Day game. Of course, there's this new model, too, that Nielsen rates and gathers the numbers, which is spiking. Everything is up now because of it. But people expect that that's going to be quite the scene on Thanksgiving. We're excited about having that one.
Let's go. Let's break the record. Let's go, man.
Let's go with the records.
We'll contribute. Hey, Jim, I know you got a scoop, but I just one last golf thing I wanted to end on. I was thinking about you. I was part of the U.S. Amateur Olympic Club Mania for this kid out of Mill Valley, California, Niall Shields Donegan. Lawrence's son. You know Lawrence from the years reading the Guardian newspaper, all his great golf journalism. You've read those through the years. So I've known this kid literally since before he was born. All right, Maggie and Lawrence have been so this. I just want to say, Jim, I just wrote about it for NCGA Magazine. I compared it to George Bailey in Bedford Falls. It's a Wonderful Life. You know, I mean, this town, Jim, the great game of golf, a little 9-hole public muni, embraced this kid and created scenes that you just don't see on a golf course. I was wondering if it registered on your radar.
Of course it did, and I watched it all, and I loved that there was so much interest, so much fanfare there at Olympic Club behind him. I got to meet the young man a few weeks later down at the Walker Cup when I hosted the opening night gathering. And it's just a super story. And hey, it was I can't look forward to reading your NCGA article there, Murph, because this kid has a big following as a result of the fact that there were so many people that were there to support him. It was very cool to see.
I was trying to get to the sociological roots of why we were there was like a lot going on there. There was like the love of golf. There was the love of a hometown kid. There was I did the podcast in Ireland called Second Captains that I think you may or may not have been on through the years. They're my buddies in Ireland. And they titled the podcast. They titled the podcast "How a Small Town Learned to Love Again." I was like, "These guys are the best."
You know, it had the feeling of like the movie "The Greatest Game Ever Played."
Yeah,
It was so cool to see an amateur get that kind of support. I don't know. I enjoyed the whole thing. I thought it was just a gigantic win for Olympic Club San Francisco. The young man himself, I just loved it, and it was great. Good on you guys.
When he was making his run, knocking off all his big plays, Jeff Shackelford, our mutual friend, called him the West Coast Wemit. So there you go.
That's a good one.
That's for the golf crowd.
I saw that.
That's for the golf crowd.
Yeah, in the quad. I think I saw that, yeah.
By the way, I think the best thing to come out of this is to know that you still read the NCGA magazine. That's the best thing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I've been proud to be a part of that organization, try to help them in any way I can. Yeah. They do so many good things.
Steve Young mentioned really you. Steve Young, he does a shout-out every week, and he shouted out you helping out the first tee. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. I got asked this the late spring to become the third honorary chairman, national honorary chairman. I've tried to take this thing on with everything I've got left. I'm visiting all these first tee facilities around the country when I'm in town doing golf tournaments and football games. And I was back with Steve doing a first tee function at Pebble Beach just a few weeks. I love Steve Young. What a guy. He's just first class, and I've known him for 40 years. So proud of him, proud of what he means to your community, and really lucky to have his friendship.
He is incredible, and maybe you guys will mention that he's one of the ties between Tampa Bay and the 49ers. On Sunday.
Oh, we're thinking about that. That graphic is loaded up. There are a lot of quarterbacks that are tied here between these franchises, including Steve Spurrier. I mean, it goes on and on.
Trent Dilfer, I guess Dilfer too, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think there are 8 actually that have quarterbacked at both franchises. How about that?
That's awesome. You guys have to get the footage of Steve getting his face shoved in the snow in Green Bay. That's what Ira Kaufman told us about. So.
I don't know we'll get to that, but we might try to give you a little shout out there, Bert.
You're the best. Off you go. I know you got work to do. We appreciate you popping in. We'll chase you down sometime down the road, Jim, but always great to talk to our friend.
Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Right back at you both, okay? It feels like home. Thank you, guys.
Jim Nantz on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, our 90s Friday continues with Warren G. Regulate because Justin Allegri step in and regulate. I don't know. Why not? I'm going with it.
Regulators! Mount up.
It's just a nice little ditty from the 90s that got some traction.
Oh, shout out Warren
This one
G.
even registered on your radar?
Of course, dude.
All right,
This
Young
is a
Tone.
classic.
Yeah.
100%, yeah.
Okay, all right. Good. They're still playing the club for the kids today?
Yeah, I don't know about that,
so there you
but
go.
yes.
We got Justin Yes on the UMA guest line. Had a real good time talking to Justin Allegri when we were out in Berkeley because he does the Cal Golden Bears, and they're 4-2. They're off this weekend. They got North Carolina on Friday, and guess what? We'll be back doing a much to Copes' delight. We'll be back Friday morning doing that broadcast. And we talked to Justin over the summer when we were in Berkeley, and it was great talking to him, and he's so talented as a broadcaster. And now he's got the Niners. He's got the Niners Bucs. We've been talking about it all week. It's one of the best games, if not the best game on the NFL slate. So doing the play-by-play on 680 and 104.5 is Justin Allegri on the UMA guest line. Justin, this is awesome. Congrats on the gig, man. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Justin?
You know what? I'm doing great, and I didn't know that I needed some Warren G as my walk-up song, but I'm into
Well, it's a 90s Friday. So what we do, just for the people who don't know, we like our rejoins. We're a big rejoin show. And during the baseball season in summer, we do Reggae Fridays. That's like our thing. But then we decided when the summer's over, we kind of maybe put reggae to hibernate. It's not really a winter thing, so we invented these Decades Fridays. And we do it 80s, 90s, 00s, and 10s and rotate them. Today's a 90s Friday. And, what's more 90s than Warren G. Regulate? So.
Oh, yeah, it's good.
Now you're up to speed, Justin.
Yeah, I love it. I'm in.
You want to make a request for the last hour? Because I think we're open. You got a 90s banger you want to hear in the last hour?
Oh, gosh, there are so many. I don't know that they're clean, though, because a lot of the I liked were the explicit variety. So I don't know. All
right. Well, we'll find. We'll search around and find a clean version. All right, buddy. Well, this is it, man. What a game, right? You drew a really, really, really good game. First of all, are you prepared to say the name Adrian Martinez at some point on Sunday?
Yes. I don't know if that's going to happen, but he's out at practice. He's part of this offense, and if he is needed, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan knows how to use him, but you're hoping that Mac Jones can fight through all the injuries that he's been. What a gritty performance last week for him, with choking down all those bananas to try and get on the field and stay on the field. But the situation there, it's not ideal, but I'm sure Adrian Martinez is there for a reason, and if he needs to come in, he'll do just fine. I also want to say that I kind of feel like there's a little bit of rookie hazing. You guys have me coming after Jim Nantz.
Well, you should think of it this way. You're on the same level. That's how you should think.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Well, we know Jim Nantz will be calling the game for CBS this weekend, but you'll be calling the game with Tim Ryan right here on the KNBR airwaves. Justin, that's my question. Are you prepared to be in a broadcast booth with a broadcaster as physical as Tim Ryan?
I can't out-leverage him. I know that, but it's been fun. I went to a couple of practices, chatted with him. He's been absolutely great, filling me in on the things that you don't get to see when you're not at practice every day. And then I was able to go in and sit in the booth during the Arizona home game, which is one of the games that I could actually make with the Cal schedule being what it is. So saw him work, saw kind of what he does behind the scenes to get ready for a broadcast and kind of fit in with what I needed to do with him. And he's such a great guy. I mean, he's so knowledgeable and so good at articulating the game. So it just made me feel so comfortable that I could step right in, and it doesn't seem like he's going to miss a beat, and I'm hoping that the broadcast doesn't miss a beat.
Justin Allegri is the voice you hear. He's, of course, the voice of the Cal Golden Bears football, and he's going to be doing the Niners game on 680 and 104.5 in Tampa, 125 kick with Tim Ryan. So you're boning up. You're doing your sheets. You're doing your cards. To you, what's the most important matchup? If the 49ers would need to win this game, what's the matchup you're highlighting?
Well, I think the conversation around the run game for the 49ers this year, I think it's been talked to at length, and I'm not necessarily concerned about the yards per game that the Niners are getting this season. I think they're getting the yards when they need to, and the storyline of, they don't have a rushing touchdown this year, and they have Christian McCaffrey. Well, why has that been the case? I don't think that really matters all that much, especially when you're going against the Bucs team that historically has been a pretty good run defense. But to me, if you get in these late game situations in the fourth quarter where you're maybe guarding a lead or it's a tight game, you're going to have to run for a couple of first downs in this game. And we've seen what the Bucs have done this season in late game situations. They're the best team in football in the final 2.5 minutes, and we saw it last week in Seattle. So if you're going to win a game on the road, you're going to have to run for some first downs late. You're going to have to keep that Buccaneers offense off the field late. And that's one of the really big elements to this game, and just in terms of how to try and finish this. Both teams have had their share of injuries, and I think that the Bucs secondary is going to get a little more healthy with Jamal Dean coming back. So maybe that's a matchup too. Is Jawan Jennings going to play normal amount of reps? Is Dean going to play normal amount of reps? What's that secondary versus the wide receiver core going to look like? There's a lot of elements to this game because there's a lot of similarities between these two teams that could make or break, just a couple of plays and tilt the way this game goes.
You mentioned the Buccaneers' ability to close out games and how successful they've been in the last 2 minutes, but we've also seen the 49ers win a lot of one-possession games this year, and Robert Saleh's defense close out games in the final minutes of the fourth quarter. So if it does come down to a situation where we're looking at a final drive or a final stretch in the fourth quarter, who do you think has the advantage between the 49ers and the Buccaneers in those late-game situations?
Yeah, I think it's the Niner defense because you got guys like Fred Warner who could make a play, and we saw last week Collins making a play in a big spot, and it was good to see him back on the practice field yesterday. That he'll probably be available. This is a team in the 49er defense that I think can cause some problems for Baker Mayfield, and I look at this too. And another one of those storylines that I think has been talked to at length. The 49ers haven't had an interception in 12 games. It's been so many dropbacks that an opposing quarterback hasn't thrown a pick. Well, Baker Mayfield is on the opposite end of that bell curve. He's only thrown 2 interceptions this season. So you look at that and say, all right, at some point, one of those sides, Mayfield, who has been interception prone at times in his career, and the 49ers, who are a team that thrives on the takeaways, one of those things is going to tip the balance in this game. And we've talked about it every week, that when's the Niners interception going to happen? I feel like in this game, without Bucky Irving playing, Mayfield's going to have to try and make a play in the air, and it could be one of those deciding factors in a late game that the 49ers finally break through and get that interception.
Justin Allegri is the voice you hear, and he's going to be doing the Niners game with Tim Ryan on our airwaves. KNBR, the sports leader, 680 and 145, 125 kick. Such a good game between two 4-1 teams who, might be looking back at this game at the end of the year to see what happened. There's so many different angles. We've been talking about several of them. But for you, hometown Cal guy, are you looking to call it Jake Tonjes touchdown? Little golden bear? Little golden flavor on a Jake Tonjes touchdown, Justin? You got it all ready to go?
I got to be honest with you. The thing that's most concerning to me about calling this game is accidentally saying the Bears at some If Tonjes makes a catch, I might have to say a go Bears.
You're going to be roll. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was talking with Coach Wilcox. He said, hey, if you see Jake, just say hi for me.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And do you have an Eddie Pinheiro call ready to go? This guy has been doing his thing. I mean, wow, what a story that is. And I don't know if you had a chance to talk to him or talk to the special teams coach, Brant Boyer. But really, honestly, I mean, it was things fans were clamoring for was you got to get rid of Jake Moody. And it's always like the administration's like, oh, that's the fans. That's how fans react. No, it was the right move to get rid of Jake Moody because Pinheiro's been lights out, Justin.
Well, and it's something that's so easily talked about. Oh, the kicker, he's either make or miss, and it's feast or famine as a kicker, right? But you bring in a guy that's so consistent and throughout the course of his career has hit big kicks, and then you ask him to hit a 59-yarder last week, and he does. And now you're looking at a record of 4-1 where you're thinking back, well, would the Niners be 4-1 if they didn't have Pinheiro? Probably not at this point. So it was the right move. And no, I don't think I have a better call than Pinheiro Dinero because that one is good as it is. So I'll just slide that in and take what everybody else has been using.
The 49ers have made a couple of fantastic midseason moves already, picking up Eddie Pinheiro and also bringing in Kendrick Bourne, dealing with some wide receiver injuries. But you know that there's talk already about the 49ers going out and making a trade at this year's trade deadline to go out and get a pass rusher to replace Nick Bosa. Justin, your thoughts on whether or not the 49ers should be active right now looking for another pass rusher?
Yeah, the Alfred Collins injury kind of told you that maybe they need to start thinking now instead of that November 4th trade deadline. And maybe if they're thinking now, it's not a splash type of name where it's a big commitment to a contract, or you're giving up a high level trade or high level draft pick. But you may need somebody to help the depth with Gross Matos out, with Kalia Davis's hand, C.J. West's hand, Alfred Collins dealing with that knee. There's just a lot going on that defensive front to make you feel like maybe now is the time to get somebody in terms of depth. Now, the other side of that I feel the 49ers are looking at is, well, you got a few weeks. You're 3-0 in your division. You're not going to play a division game until past that trade deadline. So maybe you sit back a couple of weeks here and say, where are we after the home game against the Falcons, after the road game against the Texans? Do we need to make the big splash? Is that gonna make us a Super Bowl contender versus a playoff team? And then you're probably more comfortable knowing, well, are they a 6-win team? Are they a 5-win team at that point? To go out and get the big name edge rusher, and then maybe it's a guy for 1 year, but you have a feeling that maybe he'll get you to that Super Bowl or a conference championship game. So I think there's a lot of ways to go about it, but one thing is certain: they're going to be active. They know that they need to address some needs, and historically that's what they've done. So some move will be made. Just what level that move will be and the timing of that. I think there's a lot of factors involved into how Lynch is going to handle that.
Yeah, got it. The timing on that one's going to be a big one. Last couple minutes here with Justin Allegri, the voice of the Cal Golden Bears, who's doing the 49ers for us this weekend. 680 and 104.5. He and Tim Ryan will be in Tampa. 125 kick. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And last one from me, Justin, is that the 49er offensive line is a debate point between the fans and the organization. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and Tim Ryan, your partner, have all come on our airwaves and defended the O-line. Fans on the text line destroy the O-line. They say it's terrible. And terrible, that's an overstatement. They say it needs to be fixed or be better. Your view going into this game, the O-line, no huge investments other than Trent Williams, some stats and some evidence that the quarterback is under pressure, and yet the Niners say, no, we're happy with our O-line. How do you view it?
Yeah, that's one of the metrics that's really tough to measure if you haven't played the game at a high level. So I usually try to talk to as many people as possible that have played the game to evaluate the offensive line, because you can just measure them on the stats and those metrics, and you can have an opinion, positive or negative, and feel like you're pretty confident. But when you go into the film room, all right, what are these guys doing? How are they trying to get leverage? How are they moving? How are they opening up holes? And I think the negative side of that is certainly that the 49ers are not running the ball the way they want to right now. And that's very evident, especially when you have a top-tier running back like Christian McCaffrey. But the other side of that is the 49ers have only taken 7 sacks, and they've had the most pass attempts in the NFL this year. So, and I know a lot of those are screens and they're quick outs and whatnot, but are they not being effective in that regard? I think the argument there is that they are, and the passing game is the best passing game in the NFL right now. So protecting him enough, sure. There have been some hits, yeah, but there are places to improve, of course. But I don't think that it's as necessarily bad as maybe the narrative would put on them right now. And I'll also say that they're 4-1, so. That's another metric of, well, they're getting the job done. It might be ugly at times, but, hey, they're winning football games, and they're allowing their quarterback to operate, and that's really all you can ask for right now.
Justin, we know you're on the broadcast this weekend for the 49ers, but then we also know that you will be back on the broadcast for the Cal Golden Bears next Friday when Bill Belichick maybe comes to town. I know we'll be out there on Friday doing the show also, so that's my question I want to end on. Will Bill Belichick still be coaching North Carolina by the time the Murph and Marcus show comes out to Berkeley next Friday?
No, by the day, that's seemingly more unlikely. It just doesn't seem like that is a fit. It kind of, to me, has been odd since day one over there. You're asking the best head coach in the NFL to come and coach in college, where he's going to have to contend with NIL and donors and all the other stuff that surrounds an organization. And it just it has not worked out. So I would not be surprised if someone else was on the headset next week when they come to town. And that's a big game for Cal next week. They've got the bye, and they know they need to start winning some ACC games. And who knows? But I can totally see a scenario where Chapel Bill does not come to Berkeley.
Man, oh man. Well, that was kind of take the air out of our whole remote broadcast of Bill coming to Berkeley. At least LaRussell will LaRussell be performing at least?
He'll be out there, Murph.
It won't be Warren G, but LaRussell will.
By the way, we had somebody chime in saying we're dissing Nate Dogg's role in Regulate, so I want to make sure we step that out.
That is true.
All right, Justin, listen, hey, it's a great chance for you, and you've earned it. You're really, really good at what you do. There's some San Jose and Santa Cruz people are checking in. San Jose State Spartans are proud of you, and your hometown Santa Cruz is proud of you too, buddy. So you got fans.
Thanks much, guys. That's really nice of you guys to say. And yeah, it's a great opportunity. Obviously, under the circumstances, we hope Greg gets back as soon as he can. But I'm going to try and keep the seat warm for him this weekend, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we'll be playing your calls on Monday morning, so tune in. Thanks, Justin.
Yeah, thanks, Justin.
All right.
There he is. Just dropped out, I think, on the last second there. He's good. Yeah. It's going to be some good calls, and we'll be playing. Will we be playing winning calls, or will we be playing tragically losing calls? By the way, Belichick, this thing on quickly, I don't know, 50-50. I was surprised that Justin said he thinks he's gone. It seems like the water's calmed down a little bit on that. They might just ride the season out, but I don't know. Could change.
I mean, regardless, it's going to give us a great day of content being out in Berkeley next week.
But there's Albert Breer, who's a football writer. He's good. He goes, everybody says Belichick's the GOAT, and Breer says, I felt that. He says, but here's the numbers. Without Brady, 83 wins, 101 losses. Only 2 playoff berths, 0 division titles, 0 Super Bowls, 1 playoff win, and 0 top 10 offenses. Now in North Carolina, what he's doing.
Yeah.
So,
and Murph, you know that I'm a huge Brady hater. So I would love to trash Brady any chance I get and give Bill Belichick all the credit in the world. But Brady left and won a Super Bowl with the Buccaneers. And look at him now, and look at Bill Belichick and how that ended out in New England, and how he's got a terrible relationship with him now, and he got ran out of town.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's definitely more Brady than it was
So,
Bill.
I mean, I think that question has been answered.
Yes, it has.
It has been answered.
It has
Although
been decided.
I still say it's Adam Vinatieri.
Yeah, he gets all the credit.
Honestly, man, kickers write history. He misses a couple kicks, everything's different. Honest to goodness.
Those damn snowblowers.
Well, I think how did he make the kick against you guys?
Those damn snowblowers, that's how. That was illegal. You can't do that.
Even still, he had to kick that thing through like a crosswind and a blizzard. But even then,
I know.
He could have missed the kick.
He could have. He should have.
Scott Norwood missed the kick.
Yeah, they all miss kicks.
Ray Finkel missed the kick, right?
Vinatieri never missed, though.
Somebody compared Kerkering last night to Ray Finkel from Pet Shop, or Pet Detective. Yeah, Pet Detective. You know that one, Tony? Pet Detective?
Dude, great movie. I've seen it a bunch.
Ace Ventura?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And
Jim
Ray
Carrey.
Finkel is the kicker, right?
Ray Finkel, yeah.
And he
Laces out.
Well, there it is. Well, that's Kerkering.
Yeah,
That's Kerkering last night, huh? Yeah. So we've been playing 90s rejoins. Most of them have been affiliated with the Phillies. We've strayed a couple of times, but we'll continue that up on a 90s Friday. All right, the long-lost cooler of content, which is loaded with some really good stuff, but because we had Jim Nantz at 8:30, we moved it. It's a fluid, living, breathing thing, our calendar. And then Brad Johnson joins us at 9:30 for one last hit from Tampa Bay. We will not bring up the Super Bowl in San Diego when Tampa Bay beat the Raiders.
Yeah.
Although I just brought it up.
Yeah. If you want me to chime in on the interview, I'll be down in Tijuana.
Yeah. Oh, hey now. If you know, you know.
That's deep knowledge.
On the Sports Leader.
Yeah, but we're on to Cincinnati. We're on to Cincinnati. On to Cincinnati.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Aloha. Happy Friday. The Big Island Getaway is back. If you haven't already heard, mark the dates on your calendar. November 16th through the 21st. Murph and Marcus are going to be there. I know Curly's going to be there. I think Copes is going to be there as well. Maybe even a sighting from Thin Tim. But you got to listen to Murph and Marcus 7 to 10, Papa and Silver 11 to 2, or Dirty Work 3 to 6 for your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the Big Island of Hawaii, with round-trip airfare on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. It is all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines. Introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines, and the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. You got to be 21 years or older to qualify. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
Am I be on to something? Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Aloha. Be caller number 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island Getaway. Grab details at thesportsleader.com.
Okay, a lot going on here. A lot going on. We're about to do the cooler of content, but you just heard young Tony play the sounder, and yet at the same time we have a 90s Friday going on. So there's a lot going on.
A lot going on.
So young Tony, I was giving him some 90s songs. He goes, no, we got to do Hawaiian. So I looked up what songs were popular in Hawaii in the 1990s, and the first one that came up was You Don't Write by the Ka'ahu. It's hard to say. Easy for me to say. The Ka'ahu Crater Boys. They said it was a huge hit in the 90s, and it brought back ukulele-driven Hawaiian music. These boys here, the Ka'ahu Crater Boys.
And you said the name
Easy
of
for
the
me to say.
song was?
You Don't Write.
You Don't Write. And it sticks to our themes of the Phillies not throwing to the right base last night.
Right.
You know right.
Prominence.
You know right.
There you go. Sounds pretty good, though. But first of all Hawaiian music sounds pretty good. This was the early 90s Hawaiian ukulele sound on the radio. All right, you're digging it, Tone, huh?
I love the ukulele, man. I always wanted to play one, but I never could.
You can learn it, buddy. You can
four
learn it.
strings, right?
My grandpa had one, and he learned it in the Navy, in the submarines, and all the. He had a ukulele. He just played on the submarines, Panama. So every now and then he would just break it out.
Very portable as well. That's what I liked about it.
And when my grandpa left us and we were cleaning up everything, we're like, who gets the ukulele? And we still have it. I think my sister might have it. A little Spud Murphy ukulele from the Navy. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
See, something similar in my family. What's the big, like the accordion with like the piano and you
That's an accordion, yes.
Yeah, we had one of those we found from my grandpa, and we're like, what the hell are we going to do with
That's
this
all the
accordion?
time. So at my mom's Italian family, they'd play that, roll out the barrel, we'll have a barrel of fun. all
Shout
that
out the
stuff.
beer batter down at San Jose Muni.
Yeah, right.
Roll out the barrels.
That's and they do it at Brewers games too. But anyway, it's the Big Island Getaway. It's your time to call Curly. All next week too. And man, we just keep playing our 90s Hawaiian here. It's Hawaiian Airlines. Round trip airfare. Wow. Hawaii flies with us. 5-night hotel stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. This is all furnished by Hawaiian Airlines, introducing Atmos Rewards from Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel, where iconic heritage meets modern luxury. More rules and all that at thesportsleader.com. Call Curly at 415-896-KNBR. And we'll all be listening to this in flip-flops and sipping a Mai Tai.
Ooh, Mai Tais in the morning.
Let's do
Let's
that,
go.
buddy. All right, Cooler of Content is sponsored by Marin Health. That's right, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care Closer than you get. Closer than you think.
You think?
I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get into it. Dodgers, Phillies. We opened the whole show talking about it. It was an unbelievable drama, man. Unbelievable drama. This is why we watch sports, unscripted theater. Failure's painful to watch, but it's part of the deal. And man, oh man, if there was ever a time for the Phillies to read Teddy Roosevelt's "Man in the Arena," it's not the critic. It's not the critic that counts. It's Kerkering out there trying to field the ball. He's trying his best, but man, oh man, Bill Buckner comes to mind. Steve Bartman comes to mind.
At least Bill Buckner was Game 6.
Orion
Red Sox
Kerkering
still had a chance after. This didn't end the series.
It's all true.
Like, people forget about that with Bill.
I'm guessing 90% of our audience knows what happened. If you don't know what happened, Dodgers and Phillies, Game 4. Dodgers up 2-1. It's a heck of a game. Phillies wearing those blues, those road blues that they like.
Those powder blues.
It's a 1-1 game. And finally, the Phillies begin to crack and load the bases. They load the bases in the bottom of the 11th. I mean, the Dodgers load the bases on the Phillies. They bring in this kid, Orion Kerkering, 24-year-old kid with a sweeper slider. He was believed to be their closer when the season started. He had a little bit of a scuffle. They reassigned him in the bullpen. Then he was lights out. He was really good. And they go to him to face the right-handed hitter, Andy Pages. Do you want to just watch the video and play it? And just, if you didn't see it, if you did see it, there it is.
No balls and a strike. Pages breaks his bat. Kerkering got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away. And the Dodgers have won.
Oh, my goodness is right.
So we've been talking about it all morning, and the whole country's been talking about it all morning, that this was obviously an incredible moment of panic and pressure. Because, as everyone can see, including his catcher, JT Realmuto, despite the fact that the ball kicked off his shin, ankle, or wrist, looks like just kicked off of something, he was able to get his hand on the ball, and he had more than enough time to turn and throw Andy Pages out. Like, he didn't even have to make a rush throw. Pages is only about halfway down the line.
I stopped the video so you can see it. Look at the catcher pointing to Realmuto pointing to first base.
Oh, dude, that picture right
He's
there.
halfway down. Pages is halfway down the line.
Isn't even raising his mitts.
Dude, and Kim not only doesn't slide, he doesn't even step on home plate. He doesn't even think there's going to be a play at the plate. Like, that goes to show how bad of a decision this was. With 2 outs, take the play at first.
Well, to me, if you're all watching on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, Kerkering's reaction to me tells all. Like, that is a guy, that's a pressure reaction. Because if it's a physical play where he like dove for a ball or something, he just kind of get up and maybe just like kind of, but those hands on those, and the Dodgers run past him. There are all these images from the game. We have next one up, the Renaissance painting. John Boy put this up. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, check this out, this image of the Dodgers running past him while his hands are on his knees. Do you have you pull back a little, Tony? There it is. Look at this.
Want to wrap your arms around Orion Kerkering. I mean, that is something that he will think about for a long, long time.
Look at how long he's in that pose.
For the rest of his life. That's not something you forget about.
Man. He faced the media. He faced the music.
You have to. That's unacceptable in that situation.
So here's the question. As a sports fan, do you have compassion for him or do you crush him for choking?
You crush him. You crush him.
What's Philly saying today?
And I'm sure out in Philadelphia, they're crushing him. There's no compassion for not knowing the situation. And even if he did know the situation, he didn't execute it properly. And we went through the frame-by-frame breakdown earlier this morning. You can see the panic take over. When he initially bobbles that ball and goes back to grab it barehanded, you can almost see like his feet are telling him to go to first. His left leg is opened a little bit, which throws off his whole entire throwing motion, which is why he sails the ball to the arm side. He was just so indecisive, and it seemed like after he originally booted the ball, he thought he screwed up the game and the play at first, so he panicked and threw the ball home when that was obviously not the play to make.
I'm just going to say this. I'm going to say, yes, of course it's a choke. 100% it's a choke. There's no question. That was clearly a case where, and when I say choke, that means that you failed because of the panic and the pressure. You failed because of the panic and the pressure, because that's not something that decision was entirely a choke. That said, I'm leaning towards compassion just on the sense of this is why we watch sports. We watch human drama. We watch human drama unfold, and we watch human beings try their best. We watch them fail. We watch them succeed, and we sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say we don't bask in it. We marinate it. We just soak it in. It's exactly the ABC Wide World of Sports intro. It's such a cliche to fall back on this, but what they say in the ABC Wide World, they call it the human drama of athletic competition. If you can find me the ABC Wide World of Sports intro, the human drama of athletic competition, like, and so that's why I'm coming in. Yeah, I mean, by the book, absolute choke, absolute choke. By my life experience, you want to hug the guy, even though he choked, and it doesn't make it any better in Philly. But you got something?
Now, with all that being said, did you have compassion for Clayton Kershaw the other night? Watching him get his brains
Totally
bashed
different.
in once again.
Two things are not equally true.
I mean, that's
the
him
Dodgers
continuing to choke and choke and choke.
But
I get it. I mean, we still get text messages about Aaron Judge dropping that fly ball in Game 5 last year. Like, this is a part of sports.
Yeah,
everything.
The Judge one
is
was more
under
physical.
a microscope. Yeah,
that was more physical. This one was so mental. You have the ABC Wide World of Sports. This is how we grew up. This is ABC Wide World of Sports was a Saturday afternoon show. By the way, they would show you They would show you cliff diving in Acapulco, wrist wrestling in Petaluma, the Harlem Globetrotters. But their opening was iconic, absolutely iconic. And there's a whole generation, multiple generations that grew up. Young Tony, play it here. This is what it is.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport, the thrill of victory, and the agony of defeat. The human drama of athletic competition. This is ABC's Wide World of Sports.
Brought to you by... Dude, who was it brought to us by? It's like Pennzoil or something. Anyway, here's a lot of people checking in. 916, and we had a shout-out to Garrett Cole last year.
I didn't have a lot of compassion. I had a lot of complaints.
What was he did? He didn't cover first.
Yeah.
He didn't cover
PFPs, Murph. PFPs. Were you compassionate last year?
408 says agony of defeat. 408 says the heartbreak on that poor kid, 24 years old. I'm 38. I felt that in my soul. He made the pitch. He broke the bat. He had the ball and flat out panicked. 925, F that guy. He let the Dodgers make the NLCS on an F and error. He should be out of Major League Baseball. 415, bad take, Marcus. How can you not feel for the guy? Got to have compassion. 925, compassion. He will live with it forever. It will be in every introduction for the rest of his life. 650 says you annihilate him. My 10-year-old daughter's softball team knows enough to make that play.
Yeah, get him.
Dude, 831 with a swerve off the road. Who does that guy think he is? Elliot Ramos?
Oh, yeah. Not a lot of compassion for Elliot Ramos making errors.
925 says you absolutely have to have compassion. You all are completely clueless. 408 says choking like a high school chess club kid trying to ask out a cheerleader. 707 says most championship games are lost, not won.
Let me also throw this out there, since there's a whole crowd out there that wants me to have compassion for the city of Philadelphia. Did the city of Philadelphia have compassion when Brock Purdy got taken out of the NFC Championship game with a torn UCL? I don't think there was a lot of compassion there.
No, there's a lot of different things that going into it. This was a clear case of somebody failing in a moment, and that's what it is. It's like, Purdy injury, Judge dropped a fly ball. That was more physical. Cole's thing is kind of weird. You sometimes see pitchers not covering first, and also the first baseman going to middle. This was just a case that was so obvious that a kid choked under pressure.
Like, what if Ryan Walker made that mistake in that moment?
I honestly would probably feel a level of compassion for him. I'd be crushed, yes. But it's like at this point, again, it's the human drama of athletic competition. It doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Believe me, I'm not happy. But it's at a certain point where a guy sinks so low and is laid so bare and so naked in front of the world that you just got to. Listen, he's got to wear it. It sucks. He lost.
This is the life he chose.
This is the life he chose.
Yep.
Exactly. Well, that's the entire cooler.
Yeah.
What do you got here, young Tony? What's he? Young Tony? What's he pointing at here, buddy?
I was just freeze framing this
the freeze
picture.
frame?
Yeah. I mean,
If you
the
have
agony
YouTube,
of
Twitch, and
defeat.
Twitter. That if ABC Wide World of Sports was still around, that might be their new one. By the way, famously, our entire generation and generations around mine, the agony of defeat guy they show is a ski jump guy. biggest stack you've ever seen. Guy eats so much S, tumbling, going high speed, just stacks coming off the ski jump. Dude, his body's like a rag doll going down. And we watch it every Saturday. Like, oh, look at this guy. Broke every bone in his body. Check it out, man. we're like, oh, this guy, the agony
of defeat.
Dude, this guy's like pinwheeling down the freaking slope, man. He's like a Raggedy Ann going down the slope. It's like, yeah, check that guy out. He's probably dead. Yeah, man, let's go get some popcorn. All that said, Jose and Lodi is our Hawaii qualifier.
Hey, congrats, Jose.
The human drama of Jose and Lodi qualifying for Hawaii. All right, well, hey, it's good sports talk radio content, that's for sure. Brad Johnson, the agony of defeat, Marcus. The agony of defeat. Brad Johnson.
Yeah, where's my compassion, huh?
He's a
yeah, Murph's not too compassionate talking about that Super Bowl.
Two things are not equally true.
Yeah.
Brad Johnson, former Tampa Bay Buck quarterback, to talk Bucks next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, perfect way to end our 90s Friday with a Mac Jones anthem. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Little known fact, or well-known fact, Marcus Boucher's theme song as a kid before he became the water boy, jumping around his station wagon, annoying his siblings.
See, you say theme song. My brother and sister would say like it's my UFC walkout song because anytime this song came on, I was throwing haymakers.
Okay,
This was fight music.
Okay.
Me and my brother were getting into it.
I thought it was your dance song.
One of us was getting knocked down, but we were getting back up, Murph.
Okay, very good. Good way to end 90s Friday. We're going to end 90s Friday, too, with one last talk about the Niners and the Bucs. Somebody who knows a lot about quarterbacking in Tampa Bay is Brad Johnson on the UMA guest line. He, of course, Super Bowl champ back in the 2002 season. 15 years in the league, plus his son is the current quarterback at North Carolina. They're coming to Berkeley next Friday. So maybe, first of all, we start by saying good morning, Brad. Welcome back to KNBR. We had you on years ago. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. How you doing this morning, Brad?
Hey, morning, Brad.
Doing great, man. Appreciate you guys reaching out and having me on your show.
Yeah.
Life's good.
Now, your son being at Carolina, do you go to all the games, and are you coming to Berkeley next Friday?
Yeah, we make it to all the games, so we're still trying to figure out a schedule for next week. Friday night game, I believe.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
But yeah, that's gonna be awesome. So looking forward to that.
Just a quick word on, you're on the radio. You got to. What's your take on how the season's going, and is the head coach going to stay?
Put me on the spot. Huh?
right out of the gate, Brad. Right out of the gate.
Hey, I got to plead the fifth, man. You know what I mean? So I don't need one more sports take across to go viral on me. So no, hopefully they get that thing turned around. So it's definitely been national attention here lately.
Yeah, it has. And is Max? Max is he's in the new era of NIL and transfer portals and all that. In fairness to Carolina, like he has to meet like 90 new teammates. It's hard to get chemistry, right?
Well, that's where it's going. I mean, a lot of teams have done that. You know what I mean? And that's up to general managers to make those decisions and hopefully you go through. Obviously they fired Mac Brown last year. Then you lose those recruits, and then they decide on how many guys they want to keep. Or nowadays they just cut players in college. Okay, you don't get a scholarship for life. They cut you every 6 months is what's happening now. So it's basically the NFL is what's happening. So they brought in 70 new players, and be curious to see what happens with them next year. But that's happening all across the country with definitely in NIL and especially in football, but it's happening in all sports. So it's just kind of the way it is these days. So, but definitely a transition of that many players is going to be tough to overcome.
Yeah, good stuff from Brad Johnson, of course, Super Bowl champ, 15 years in the league, former Tampa Bay Buck. Talking about his son, Max, who's quarterbacking at Carolina. They'll be out here at Berkeley next Friday, which will be really fun. Just one last one on the college game from me, and then we'll get to the Niners and the Bucs. Your son got a chance to play with Drake May, correct?
No, actually, my son's older than Drake,
okay.
And he's transferred a little bit. But no, we actually met Drake when he was in high school. And I'm really good friends with his dad, Mark May. I've known Mark for probably 30 years or so. So it's been fun keeping up the May family, just from all the basketball kids that played at Carolina, and then obviously Drake, the success he had at Carolina, then what he's done with New England so far.
Yeah, I was just going to ask your opinion because a Carolina quarterback, not a ton of quarterbacks come out of Carolina, but he seems to be finding his footing in New England. Yeah,
it's fun to watch kids grow. And I think the biggest deal is with quarterbacks, you really the whole thing is the matchup with the coordinator and then the organization is just really being having a long-term plan for these kids. Sometimes they throw kids in there way too fast before they're ready. And then just the matchup, whether the kid can fit in the same system or not. You saw a little bit with Caleb Williams last year, just like it was a disaster for the kid. And then this year he's having more success with Ben Johnson. But obviously with Drake May being with Josh McDaniels, that's been probably a grand slam for both of them.
Yeah, and Brad, I feel like there's a great example of that this weekend between Baker Mayfield and Mac Jones, two former first-round draft picks who are having success in different systems. We see a lot of those guys around the league now, like Daniel Jones with the Colts or even Sam Darnold up in Seattle. So to your point, it's these young quarterbacks being forced in a little bit earlier. But what have you seen from Mac Jones and Baker Mayfield that has led to them having success in these different systems?
Well, when they first got in the league, they were in disaster organizations as far as what they were trying to do offensively. Who were the coordinators with Baker Mayfield? I think he went through 4 or 5 coordinators in his first 5 years. Like, just that's a disaster for a quarterback, and just to build the chemistry of a system play. Same thing with Mac Jones. Obviously, the first year he had Josh McDaniels, and New England, and then Josh took off to the Raiders, and then it was just a total failure for the New England Patriots and the quarterback position there for a while. But Mac Jones, what you give credit to is what Baker and Sam Darnold and Mac Jones have gone through as far as like the only things you can ever control is your attitude and effort and your approach to the game. And that's what these guys have done. Baker, obviously in Tampa, he's found a home. The Buck organization, the Tampa Bay fans love him. He's a Pro Bowl player right now. He's won the division the last 2 or 3 years as the starter. And Mac Jones just getting a chance, really, going to the 49ers, playing behind Brock Purdy and getting a chance these last 3 games and just proving his worth. Like, he's a really good quarterback, just needs to be in the right system with the right coach and people that believe in him. And that's, you got to give those quarterbacks credit, but you got to give the organizations credit for having the right people in place to coach these guys and to make them better, and then having a supporting cast of players around them also.
Yeah, we've had a really good week of talking to a lot of voices like Steve Young and John Lynch and Dan Orlovsky, and now you, Brad Johnson, about just, this scheme and organization matters so much, right? I mean, you know this. Steve Young says to us, there's only like a handful of teams in the NFL that he would run to go play for. And he said there's a lot of teams he would not run to go play for. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, for the quarterback position, it's kind of weird. You got to really listen to my words I say here. Like, the quarterback position, sometimes it's the most egotistical position that there is, but it's also the most fragile position that there is. Like, and so you're a victim, good or bad, with the circumstances around you, from the general manager to the play caller's key. The play caller is key, and as far as how they teach it in the meeting room, how they do walkthroughs, how they carry it over to practice, how they carry it to games, and then how they, repetitions, how they do it through the course of a year and year after year. And so with a guy like Kyle Shanahan, you see the success that he's had with, pretty much every quarterback he's ever coached, from Matt Schaub to what he did in Washington, Atlanta, and then what he's done with the 49ers the last 5 or 6 years. It's just been incredible. It's just fun to watch him. I had Kyle as a quality control assistant in Tampa, and I think he was like 23 years old, and our receivers, Joe Jurevicius and Kenny McCardell and Keyshawn Johnson, they listen to him as much as any coach, just because of his authority and command and his knowledge of the game. So that's a big deal for a quarterback, just having the trust of the coaches, and then vice versa, giving it back and just being consistent over time.
We also talked earlier this week with Steve Young and Dan Orlovsky about what it's like to be a quarterback on the sideline, watching another quarterback lead your team to victory. Now, you throw on top of that the national narratives about whether or not there's a quarterback competition, but how do you think someone like Brock Purdy has to deal with that, seeing how successful Mac Jones has been with Kyle Shanahan?
Well, you can't do with the fans and the media. It's going to jump on bandwagons. But Brock's a great quarterback. Now, listen, he's led them to a Super Bowl, took them to the NFC Championship game, was hurt that year. Like, he's got success written all over his career and forehead as much as anybody. So, but listen, Mac Jones is great for this opportunity, and Kyle, he'll work that out. But he's got 2 really good quarterbacks that can play winning football. But Brock, I wouldn't. I mean, that guy's shown what he's done in the last few years. Like, I'm excited for him to get back in and play. But that's part of the deal. When I was in Minnesota, I got hurt and went through a thing, a couple episodes, and then Randall Cunningham actually came in and was the MVP when Randy Moss was playing. But it didn't detour my my journey, and it was able to come back and win a Super Bowl in my career. So fans can be fickle at times as far as who they want and who they should play, but just really, when you have the trust in a general manager and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, just trust what they're going to do over time. It's a lot of success written on their forehead and their careers.
It's fun to talk football with Brad Johnson, who's, of course, a former Tampa Bay Bucs Super Bowl champ. By the way, Florida State Seminole, we got Seminole blood out here in the Bay. We got Buster Posey running our Giants baseball team. I don't know if you keep track of that.
Yeah, man. He was at Florida State. I think he was the first one to ever play all 9 positions in one game at Florida State. So, I mean, I've watched him, Florida State, in his whole career. I mean, golly, just awesome.
Was I going crazy? You didn't play baseball there, did you? No?
No, I did not.
No.
I actually played basketball.
Yeah, that's what you did. You played basketball.
Yep.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, sure did.
Yep. And Brad, now you're doing all those trick shots now, right?
Yeah, I've kind of taken a little break right now, but yeah, it's kind of like I made over 250 trick shot videos. It's kind of like Do Perfect, but it's just me, a bag of balls, a tripod camera, and man, it's been fun for everybody to kind of keep up this last 4 or 5 years. Just everything that kind of did. It's been fun. It's a lot like Dude Perfect kind of stuff.
YouTube is a beautiful thing. All right, we'll leave it with this. First of all, I want to bring you greetings. Todd Husak, former Stanford man who lives in our area and works at he does a lot. He just heard you on the radio and sent me a text saying, please tell Brad I love him. I played with him in Washington with Dan Snyder and Jeff George. So
Todd was awesome, man. So I had this dog, buddy. I'd always eat like a little Hershey bar at halftime of every little game. And it's what we did at Florida State, and I kept it in my just a little bit. And so Todd bought me this Hershey bar at Christmas time. It was about 15 inches long, 2 inches thick. It was unbelievable. Like it'd take 6 months to eat this Hershey bar. He just has a Christmas gag gift. And we left. My wife Nikki and I went out on a date. My dog ate half that chocolate bar. So I will never forget Todd Husak and just the gag gifts he gave me, and we had a messy house there for a while.
Man!
Please tell Todd hello.
Oh, he says he's listening. He says, by the way, you played with Deion Sanders there. That must have been like front row to history, huh?
Yeah, we did. We actually played. I actually played with Deion at Florida State, and then played against him a few times. And we had that 1 year together in Washington. So
yeah,
cool.
But at Florida State, the guy was an absolute phenom.
Yeah, no, listen, he ran track, he did baseball, football, obviously. He was good enough to play on the basketball team at Florida State. The greatest athlete I've ever seen in my lifetime. You know what I mean? So he was that guy. And but he's the best corner that I ever played against, and I give him that credit for sure. He was a dominant player. Obviously won a couple of Super Bowls, and now head coach at Colorado. So it's been fun to kind of watch him.
People talk Bo Jackson as that's like the knee-jerk reaction to greatest athlete of like the last 75 years or whatever. But you might have to put Deion. I don't know. Is he ahead of Bo?
They're both great. You know what I mean? I just it's amazing. It's hard to who's better, who's whatever. Like, but I mean, Deion played. Listen, I think he played like 9 years in Major League Baseball. Like, how do you do that? And so it's just marvel at what he was able to accomplish.
Incredible. And he's great personality, too. He was out here. He won a Super Bowl out here. All right, we'll end it on this then. How do you see this game going Sunday? I mean, it's a home game for Tampa. The Niners are banged up. So are the Bucs. They're banged up, too. But Baker Mayfield maybe in the end. Is that the edge over the Niners, Mac Jones?
Man, it's a great game. Both teams are 4-1. Both teams are similar, like you said, injury-wise. And Baker, he's won 4 games in a row, I think, in the last seconds of games. But it's just going to be a great game. I can't give the favorite to anybody. I know it's a 4 o'clock kickoff or whatever, and just can't wait for that game to happen. So it's going to be fun to watch.
All right, if you need burrito recommendations in Berkeley, we got them. Or pizza slice, too. You can go to Blondie's Famous Pizza. But you can find yourself a good burrito, Brad, in Berkeley.
All right. I'll be hitting it. I appreciate it.
All right. We thank you for coming on.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
Thanks,
all right. Thanks, guys. See you now.
There he is, Brad Johnson. Enjoyed it. It's always a good conversation. And you're able to get over your 0-2 Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What was the Roman number on that?
We didn't have to bring it up.
I don't know the Roman. See, they got to a point where I just stopped knowing the Roman number. Honestly, I couldn't tell you the Niners. I know Greg Pop is a savant on those. He's always like, Super Bowl 57. I'm like, which one was 57? Just tell me the year.
I still can't decode or decipher Roman numerals.
So I
don't even know what the hell they are.
The Niners 5 are burned in my head. 16, 19, 23, 24, 29. Those are the 5 Niners.
Yeah, but you know the numbers.
Yes.
You don't know the actual Roman.
Well, I do because I'm a geek.
Okay, you're smarter than I am.
But that's all I got. I also have compassion for Kerkering.
Yeah, that's it.
But once we got to a certain point, I was like honestly, the Niners Ravens. I don't know. Was that 53 or something like that? I don't know. What was it? Niners, Chiefs. The first one was like 59. I don't know. I just go by the and I go by the. By the way, I go by the season, not the calendar year, because that Raiders Super Bowl.
You have to go season.
Raiders
because
Super
the game
Bowl
was played in 03.
Correct. Yes.
Because
but
of
it's the
how
02
football season spans over.
But now the football season actually spills into January, which is a problem.
Yeah, it does.
I've always had a problem with NBA championships, too. It's like, wait, are you talking about the 84-85 Lakers, or are you talking about the 85-86 Lakers? So that's why baseball's the best.
Baseball keeps it simple for us idiots.
Just like we'll always remember the 25 Phillies blew it with Orion Kerkering.
And we have zero compassion. I have zero compassion.
Playing the
Murph
game.
Does.
He's playing the game.
Yeah, it's part of the game.
Honoring the game.
Got to make the play.
All right, let's head out. 90s Friday was fun. This whole week's been good. Curly actually did his job for once this week. It's pretty good.
For once.
Shout out Jose and
Atta kid,
Lodi,
Curly.
our Hawaiian. We're going to take him to Hawaii as a reward. And we'll hand it over to Papa and Silver and find out what young Tony learned today. It could be any number of things on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
But Baker Mayfield also did it without his number one wide receiver, Mike Evans. And you got to give credit to this rookie sensation wide receiver out of Ohio State, Emeka Egbuka, going for over 100 yards. Emeka Egbuka. I'm getting confused. He's going lights out once again.
You know what's best about that? That's Rob Gronkowski trying to pronounce Ibuka's last name, the Ohio State
Emeka Egbuka.
It's, you know what's the best about it? Is the reaction. Like, like right away, people are like, listen to the reaction.
Emeka Egbuka going for over 100 yards. Emeka Egbuka.
There's like widespread outrage in the studio. Every single guy in the panel is like, oh, no, that's hilarious. Oh, what are you doing here?
Emeka Egbuka going for over 100 yards.
The G is silent like lasagna, my friend.
There you go, buddy. There you go. And what's that from?
That's a Lil Wayne lyric.
And what decade would that have been?
Real G's moving silence like lasagna. I'm guessing that is the end of the 2000s or the early part of the 10s.
And maybe it'll be in an OO's Friday.
Might be off the Carter 3. Might be like 2010, 2009 maybe, yeah.
Maybe in an OO's Friday.
Might be right around the corner.
All right, coming up. Thanks to the 90s Friday rejoins. We appreciate all y'all. Now it's time for Young Tone. Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And this was a fun one. We were talking about the Orion Kerkering incident and should you crush him or should you have compassion? And we differed on that one. But the one thing we could agree on was I said it's the human drama of athletic competition. Like the wide world of sports. Now, this was the show that just dominated the 60s, 70s, and 80s for those of us who grew up with only a few channels. And their intro was legendary, including the ski jumper who fell in the agony of defeat. Young Tony didn't know about this.
We have the video as well for everybody.
Okay, Young Tone, this was what you learned today about this. Check it out.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport. The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. The human drama of athletic competition. This is ABC's Wide World of Sport.
Brought to you by the makers of Vicks Sinex Spread. Brought to you by Vicks Sinex. There's no cell phones, man. There's no cell phones. There's no online bullying going on. What's going on here, man?
Just skiers crashing down the mountain.
So, great little, just a quick little down on this. We got to go. The guys, it was 1970 in West Germany. The guy was a Yugoslavian named Vinko Bogataj. He had no idea that he was a celebrity in the U.S. until the Wide World of Sport's 20th anniversary in 81 invited him, and he was shocked to find out that he was famous because Muhammad Ali asked for his autograph.
Wow. Damn.
So there you go, Young Tone. You learned it, buddy. What'd you think?
And that's why you have compassion, Murph.
There
because of that.
What'd you think?
I don't have compassion. You got to make that play. PFPs, do we do it in spring training, Marcus? What are we doing?
I'm with you.
And Silver
and
are
I'll
next.
give one shout out real quick for Papa in Silver. Walter Cabosetta, congrats on your Blue Jays. I paid off on the bet. Greg Papa paid off on the bet, but we got to pay some respect to Greg Papa. Happy birthday, Greg Papa, today.
We buried the
before
lead.
we hand it over on
we
the other
side. We should have done a whole Greg Papa recharge.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Pop.
Happy birthday.
You're the man.
Happy birthday, Papa.
Come on, G-Pop. Go have a
Love
day.
you, brother.
We
Love
love
you,
you,
brother.
buddy. We love you. We love you. We love you. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I'll bone up on it right now, brother. I'm always boned up on my winky knowledge.
Emeka Egbuka going for over 100 yards.
Oh, my goodness! He throws it away, and the Dodgers have won!
Yeah, I hate the Dodgers.
Yeah,
absolutely hate the Dodgers.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
And Greg Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Kerkering delivers. Swinging a ground ball back to the pitcher. He knocks it down. Picks it up. He throws home. And the run scores. He threw it away. He threw it right by everybody. Kim scores. And the Dodgers win it in 11. And they are on to the NLCS. For some reason, he decided not to throw to first base. He tried to throw home. And he shot put the thing to the backstop. What an amazing finish. The Dodgers win the game, and they win the series. Final score 2-1. What an ending.
Dart under center, takes the snap, hands it for Scatterbo, grinding forward toward the end zone. Scatterbo is in. Touchdown, New York. Third one tonight for Scatterbo, who does a cartwheel after the touchdown.
Minute 39 to play in the game. Sharks 3, Vegas 2. Empty net. Oh no, they score! A dump in, bounces to the goal. It beats Nedeljkovic, and this game is tied up. Nedeljkovic is going to come way out of the net. This is dangerous. He snapped it forward. Oh no, empty net. Vegas is going to win as they score. Riley Smith taking advantage of Nedeljkovic, who came way out of the net, and Smith had the empty net. And Nedeljkovic just can't believe it. Riley Smith wins it for Vegas.
Wow, busy sports Thursday, and we got a fun Friday coming for you. It's going to be a little Silver and Friends edition. We got Papa here for the first part of the show. We got Kruger for the middle section, and then JD and I will take it home the last hour. We got Walter in the house, and you heard it all right there. Oh, my goodness. Pick up the ball and throw to first base. I love watching extra innings without the ghost runner, but man, it's pain for Philadelphia. Then we go over to Thursday Night Football, and you got Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo, two guys who seem like frat boys off the field, taking it to the defending champs on the field. And then the third part of that, I'm typing up some show prep notes. I'm typing up the rundown last night, watching the Sharks getting ready to celebrate, and sometimes these young teams, these rebuilding teams, they got to figure out ways to win, but that's a tough way to start the season. At least by the ways of hockey, you picked up a point with an overtime loss rather than a regulation loss. But yeah, that is tough all around. On the bright side, we're getting ready for Niners Bucs this weekend. And, of course, on October the 10th, happy birthday to you, my friend, Greg Papa. Good morning.
It is a 10-10, and we'll have fun with our Super 10s. Who's hotter, Jimmy or Mac? Let's get into that a little bit. But let's hope our sporting 10-10 is better than 10-9. What a night for a Philadelphia sports fan. And we went to the Combine, first time I've ever been there, Greg. You know how much I love Jackson Dart, with the exception he played for Lance Kiffin, natural thrower of the football. Cam Scatterbo, we actually met on Radio Row.
We did.
Those two guys have energized that team, and the Philadelphia Eagles, all of a sudden, after a 4-0 start, are 4-2. So even more importance on this game with the Niners. And then it was just a great, back and forth, the Cubs game, and watching the Dodger-Philly game felt like baseball in the 1970s when they bunted and moved runners and premium starting pitching, getting deep into games, and Sasaki out of the bullpen, changes the dynamic for the L.A. Dodgers. Was that the guy who was so scared and his mechanics all screwed up earlier in the year? Now he looks like, Raleigh fingers. You pitch 3 innings out of the bullpen with that guy, and not even maybe a young Mo Rivera. I did not like walking Shohei Ohtani in that situation. When you box a pitcher in to a situation where the bases are loaded, there's no margin of error. You've seen, walk-offs, you've seen balk-offs, and then you see, Mookie Betts was able to draw a run. How did the Philadelphia Phillies give the Dodgers their 2 runs last night? They walked Shohei, and Mookie drew a walk, and there's your 1 run. And then what happened on the PFP? You feel for the Philadelphia pitcher to make a mistake like that. So that's how it ended, and just on an air, a bad mistake. I mean, that's something you work on in spring training, a simple comebacker, and he just panicked. And Brian Anderson's call was, oh my goodness, he's going home, and JT Realmuto's pointing to first. So it is what it is. So for the Philadelphia Phillies, it's the last game of the year. They're done. October the 9th of 2025, their season ends. For the San Jose Sharks, and it's a lot like PFP. This is, we do thank Scott Emmert for sending me the Sharks gear. I've been watching hockey since I was a kid, and just the way that game ended with the empty net and not being able to score on the wraparound, the V-back to save it. And then of all people, it's Jack Eichel, who we knew in Buffalo was a high draft pick, winds up going to Vegas and just flips the puck in on its side. And, wow, the poor goalie. Unbelievable. It just, you think you're going to win the game on a wraparound, and then I don't think I've ever seen it turn that way. And then to have a little flip and the puck goes sideways, just like PFP. Right through the 5-hole, he just botched it. Seriously? And then to lose the way they lost in overtime, where he comes so far out of the net. Billy Smith of the Islanders was so great coming out far. You don't come out to the blue line like that. You got to control the puck in the corner. Honestly, the Sharks goalie at the how do you pronounce his name, by the way? Holder sent me a phonetic pronoun. We got to get the great Dan Rusanowski on there. But, wow, that was a horrific way to end a game. One of the worst endings of a hockey game I have ever seen. And it's right at the end. You had the 2 points. You had the win, and now you're going to overtime. And then, that's why, goalie in the NHL, if you have a bad night, everybody has a bad night. Kind of like a closer in Philadelphia. I wondered about just leaving Jesus Luzardo in there the way he was pitching. Just let him finish the game. The whole automated runner in the regular season and not having it in the postseason is just weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird rule. You cannot have two separate rules. I know football's got timing rules because you can't end a Super Bowl in a tie. You have to. Tell me what sport plays a regular season with one set of rules and then changes for the most important part of the year. Baseball. One year, all of a sudden, we're going to put boundaries. We're going to use technology for replay review, but only on home runs and boundary calls. Really? We didn't do that for 162 games. Now we're going to do it? You think they may have changed the game in April and I'd be in the playoffs and not watching October? So I understand it's hard. You don't want, the place runner. But when you get into these extra innings, it's just more weirdness. Unbelievable turn of events. How good the Giants look with Jackson Dart. Philadelphia looks lost. The Eagles fly. They may go by Eagles fly. They'll figure it out. It's a long year, but they have time to rectify. It's only, October 9th last night and now October 10th. But really, for the Philly season to end like that, how do you possibly get over it? And for the Sharks, it's the opening night. But of all the things last night, and the comebacker in the extra inning game at Dodger Stadium, and to get walked off that way, what I saw last night in not even the goal crease, it was out to the blue line. What is going on? How do you lose that game? I have never seen that before. In back-to-back plays, you're going in for an empty net wraparound, and you wind up, have it slide, and you do the Gretzky, and you come around the other side, and a great play to come back and save it in the goal mouth, and then Eichel. So he's trying to chip it in and chase it, and it goes on its side, and it winds up going in. Are you kidding me? Wow. Thank you, Scott Emmert, for the gear, brother. But my heart bleeds for you and cries for you. That was too much.
Yeah, that was a really tough one there for the Sharks. And I wonder if we're the show, maybe I'll say this right off the top, are the Greg and Greg show the one that pays the most attention to our Sharks this year? I mean, they had Brody Brazil on in the afternoon yesterday. Good job on Dirty Work. And Murph and Marcus talked about it a little bit this morning, but I'm looking forward to watching this team as they've started to rebuild, and they've had all these high draft picks. And, of course, we know about Macklin Celebrini, William Eklund, Will Smith, all these youngsters that got a chance to make this team exciting. But the thing about a young team that is rebuilding from the bottom is that you got to find ways to win these close games and close them out, and they just did not do that last night. Nedeljkovic, the goalie for the Sharks, and then we already have 707 asking.
Thank you, Rusanowski.
Yeah, they said, where the hell was Askarov last night? Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing some Yaroslav Askarov. The game I went to last year, he had a phenomenal game, and they got the win over Sid the Kid and the Pittsburgh Penguins. But that was a tough one. And then, if we're going to go all the way to the East Coast, Philadelphia. Look, I was with Cynthia Freeland, and as of yesterday, I said I still would go Philadelphia. The team, they're the defending champions. They had a slow September last year. Still a long way to go, but that was ugly last night, even with all those tush pushes to get into the end zone. Jackson Dart, Cam Scattaboo, they just ran everywhere over Philadelphia. So that is a tough day out in Pennsylvania yesterday. And, of course, good news for the 49ers, though. Now, we said we want the Giants to win, But now the Giants need to start losing some games, so maybe somebody like Kayvon Thibodeau ends up being a little bit more willing to get parted with in the trade block here.
And I watched him closely last night. Wow, he is a different player. The way he sets the edge in the run game, I guarantee you, if John Lynch, Chris Kasarik, and Robert Saleh are watching him, and they are, all the pro personnel people are, he is a beast. The most impressive thing, and Burns had a couple of sacks last night, the most important thing is the way he just tossed aside the block, set the edge, and got in the backfield himself to make the tackle on Quan. I mean, it was big time. I don't know, we'll see. Would they trade him now? I don't know. They got Burns. They got some people that can get after the quarterback, and obviously Abdul Carter. You can never have enough. Mike Waffle ran their D-line when they beat Brady in Super Bowls, and it was the NASCAR package where you move the outside guys inside, Omenura, and obviously Strahan, and they had OPP later, a bunch of guys, JPP. But I wouldn't trade that guy, but that's where they are strong. We'll see where it goes the next couple of weeks. You know how much I love Jackson Dart. Wow. The way he manipulates the pocket, steps up and slides, keeps himself alive, and then he's got a whippy arm. Just big time. Scatterby way better than I ever thought he would be. Keep in mind, soft schedule for the Niners. The Niners have a date right after Halloween, right before the trade deadline. They go to Jersey to MetLife Stadium to play these New York Giants. And, we saw them earlier last year when they came in with Daniel Jones and they were in disarray. This is an entirely different football team right now. So all those games you thought were, a Colts game and all these games that are winnable, the NFL has a way of flipping. Right now, the New York Giants that started so shabbily with Russell Wilson, a quarterback, Jackson Dart, and Scatterby, and that front has energized this team.
I mean, and also think about the other side of that schedule. You would have thought that the Rams having to play the Ravens this weekend would be one of the toughest tests they face all year. Now you're not going to have Lamar Jackson in all likelihood. And on top of that, this defense is an entire mess, even when healthy, and they got a bunch of injuries. So I know it was our big talking point. I know it was sort of our consolation prize when we got to the 6-11 finish and crawled into January last year. But it does go to show that you don't want to put too much stock into a schedule. Things change quickly in the NFL, and I got to just laugh at the fact that Philly's probably watching that Amazon Prime postgame set with Scatterby and Dart acting just like a couple of meatheads and frat boys. Scatterby ripping off the shirt with Ryan Fitzpatrick, Jackson Dart starting chants and everything, and Philly's thinking, wait a minute, we were the team that just won the Super Bowl? Hey, life comes at you fast, and every week is its own adventure here. So on 8/8, August the 8th, I was with JD, and we did best number 8s and number 88s in the Bay Area. Couple of key players for those Sharks right there, Joe Pavelski and Brent Burns on that 8 and 88 front right there. Today is 10/10. It is Papa's birthday, so the text line already lighting up with some nice birthday messages. Let's talk about our number 10s because there is one in particular that is very, very important this weekend. Michael McCorkle-Jones, your Bay Area number 10s. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan this hour. We will talk to Matt Mayoko before Papa gets on out of here. And then whoever makes these rundowns, put something about some mystery segment in the 11 o'clock hour. So we'll get to that too. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, if you're not still throwing things at the TV or pointing toward first base along with JT Realmuto and you still want some playoff baseball today, we got it for you on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050. Game broadcast starts at 4:30 with the first pitch between the Tigers and Mariners at 5:08. will be carrying the MLB playoffs over there all postseason long. And can somebody please dispose of the LA Dodgers?
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver on a Friday, at least for another hour 10 or so. We got a little Papa today, a little Kruger, and a little JD. Nice little revolving door Friday here, getting you ready for Niners Bucs. It is Papa's birthday. 808 KNBR, the number 2 chime in, 415-808-5627. A lot of good engagement for a Friday. I know Fridays can sometimes be a little bit slow. People get understandably tired of us here and talk about the same upcoming matchup over and over and over and over. And it turns out It's a big one, though. 4-1 versus 4-1 Niners Bucs. And we're talking about number 10s on 10-10 today. A fun little activity we did back on 8-8 with JD was the great 8s and the great 88s in Bay Area sports history. And, of course, Mac Jones is the big number 10 that we're going to be looking at this weekend. Mac Jones, Jimmy Garoppolo. Is it too soon to say Kyle Williams for the 49ers? How about the Warriors? You got our guy Tim Hardaway, friend of the program. You got the current Jimmy Butler III. You've got former All-Star David Lee. Mike Dunleavy, current general manager back in 2003, wore number 10. And then there is Hall of Famer Joe Fulks, but that was the Philadelphia Warriors. And then I know you have a sweatshirt that you wear from time to time.
Joe.
That's right. And you got a sweatshirt from time to time. Sons of Johnny LeMaster, number 10, with the good old boo on the back of his jersey.
Boo. Boo. We love Johnny LeMaster. Thank you to Henry for sending me the gear. So, yes, Timmy Hardaway wore number 10, but his rookie year he wore number 5. It was the great Manute Bol that wore number 10, and we lost Manute. What a Dinka tribesman. Guy was 7'7". There was nobody like him. One of the funniest guys ever. Saved his war-torn country. The way he lived, and just too big. And his son, Bobo, can play. But Nudie is a special place in my heart, and I know Mully as well, and everybody that's ever been around him. So, and then, the killer crossover took over 10. Been so many great 10s in the history of American sport. The great Pele wore 10. For my generation, growing up on the East Coast, the coolest of the cool was Clyde Frazier. It was Walt Frazier. There was no one like him. And he wore number 10. One of the highlights when I was doing all those years doing Warriors Postgame Live, we always tried to get Clyde on. We got him on one year. And I wore the most outlandish suit that I ever had. Actually, Al sent me to a place in the East Bay, and I had like 6 suits made. And there was one that was, I'm never going to wear that. It was like a heavy pinstripe. It was just, so I wore that just for Clyde. And then Walt Frazier, the outfits he would wear and still does wear, Walt's still going strong. He's swishing and dishing. He wore the most plain suit that I've ever seen him wear. And actually, it was the exact same suit that I wore. So I broke out the most bombastic suit I could find, outlandish. And Clyde went as demure as he possibly could, and we met in the middle. And I'm like, wow, you're wearing the same suit. I'm Bonnie and Clyde. I'll be Bonnie and you'll be Clyde. So anyway, Phil Rizzuto, I mean, there's so many greats that have worn the number 10 over the years. And so, I mean, we could think of a lot more. We could go on and on and on. But as it relates to what we're up against, and Jimmy Garoppolo was a good number 10, and that guy was a perfect 10. Bo Derek may be the female 10, but Jimmy Garoppolo's the male 10. Check out the Arby's ad when he sprawled across the red Ferrari. Jimmy's still rocking it past his 30th birthday. Incredible. So we got a fond memory for Jimmy, and then what obviously Mac Jones is doing, and we'll talk to Matt Mayoko coming up at 10:50 if Brock even makes the flight. And I did watch a lot of Adrian Martinez video this morning, which we can let you get in on that a little bit. He's very capable. He wears number 4, wore number 9 for the Birmingham Stallions, playing for Skip Holtz, and they won the title, and he was the MVP. So I know everybody's. And I listen to Derek. Derek is, and Copes do a great job with Kyle. Kyle's just so giving of information, saying that, Matt couldn't even throw the ball today. Part of me is thinking, really? Or is he just making sure Todd Bowles works on the zone read over and over again with Martinez? Why don't you put 2 periods on that, Coach? Yaya Diaby will yaya you. But the point is, as it relates to Jimmy and Mac, that is very common. I remember when Jimmy Garoppolo first hurt his thumb. Remember right before Christmas in 21, and Nico Autry threw him down, and he had the latch and the relatch on the thumb, and then we went to Arlington or wherever it is in Arlington to play the playoff game, and Dorrance Armstrong threw him down, and he jammed his shoulder. Not just won that game. Dak couldn't spike it in time. Anyway, the next game was at Lambeau Field. And I remember going to watch practice, and Jimmy did not throw the ball the entire week of practice. He did not. He threw it left-handed, which was interesting. He did not throw the ball at all. And he didn't make a lot of throws in that game, but he did hit a big one over the middle to propel a drive. I think it went to George Kittle, and then the run by Debo to get Robbie Gould in a field goal range. I remember many practices where Brock Purdy would not throw the ball. Brock, coming back off the UCL, would hardly throw it at all during walkthroughs. He would just save a lot of throws. So it sounds like, really, it's been a week since the game and your quarterback can't throw. Why can't he throw? Is it the oblique? Is it the knee? Something else going on? But it happens more than you think, and I've seen it, where quarterbacks going into the game, he hasn't thrown the ball all. I mean, obviously the one was Brock on the short week in Seattle when he broke the ribs against Tampa Bay and Todd Bowles, and then had to take the painkiller right before the game. And watching his warm-up, because we did the radio show from the booth, and I'm watching him warm up right before the game, and he can't throw it 5 yards. He can't play. And then he took the painkiller, and all of a sudden he went 11 for 11. And he was the Brock star, and he rolled, and the Niners wound up winning that game and winning the West. So it does happen. There is a plan. The game is not being played right now. It'll be played at Sunday at 1:25 our time, so there's a clock, and the Dustins know what they're doing, and they will get him to prepare. So it seems like the quarterback can't throw right now on a Thursday, and Kyle's telling the world. You wonder if that's actually is the truth. And, you have Mick Lombardi and Doc jump in. Doc's got a good arm. Doc is every bit the quarterback, all the other guys, and he obviously got Martinez as well. But I've seen it happen, with a lot of quarterbacks, Jimmy in particular, and another 10. So Mac will find a way. But we'll get into a little bit more. I was talking on Ask Papa this morning with Mayoko. Martinez can play. He is a capable, professional quarterback. If, in fact, he has to come into the game, and I've been reluctant to go there, but I don't think Brock's traveling. He hasn't traveled at all. Went to New Orleans, didn't go well, didn't go to L.A. Number 4, Adrian Martinez could get in the game at any moment. And just watching him, he's more than just a runner. Big body guy at 220 pounds. Very capable thrower, likes to get out to his right. We'll break it down more, but we'll see. But they're going to manage it, and, it's quite possible he's not throwing it all this week. I just don't remember them being so forthcoming with information about that, unless you want him to spend an extra period or two on his own read. Probably not going to run that with Mac Jones, but could certainly run it with Martinez. But they have time to get him ready. There is a timetable here. You don't want to waste any throws. You don't want to waste any bullets in Santa Clara on the practice field. You want to save them for under that pirate ship on Sunday.
And no question. And look, as far as Adrian Martinez, I know we were kind of joking yesterday about we don't even want to go there, the old broadcasters jinx. It's very much a discussion at this point. Brock Purdy may not be traveling with the team. We don't expect him to play. Mac Jones hasn't been throwing the ball, and he's been battling all sorts of different injuries. Now we had a new one pop up with the oblique, and he just threw it 49 times the week before. So Martinez, obviously a very different type of player. We don't have NFL film to go off of, and I'm glad that you and Mayoko got into it, because we'll be getting into that with Matt coming up in about 20 minutes. But look, this is important. And, Tampa Bay to this point in the year hasn't really manifested much of a pass rush. Hassan Reddick hasn't been the Hassan Reddick that we knew from Philadelphia. All that being said, we all get bad flashbacks from 2022 in the NFC Championship, when all it took was one backup tight end and Croft trying to block him to end the season for Brock Purdy and effectively have the 49ers out there with no quarterback. So lots to get into coming up in a bit. And you mentioned it with Kyle Shanahan on with Dirty Work. We'll get into some of those comments he made yesterday. Says Jawan Jennings is going to be down to the wire. And also just all the factors in Tampa Bay, including the weather. Yeah, the 49ers, like Tampa Bay, they're doing their white jersey thing. So Niners are going to be wearing full red on the road because Tampa's been used to this. They didn't have to worry about putting in those reports in April. It's Papa and Silver only here on the Sports Leader.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom reaches far and wide across the Bay Area. Their Stockton Yard is the go-to resource for building professionals in the San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public, Golden State makes it easy to find what you need. With on-site milling services, you can get the perfect cut every time. You need expert advice? Their experienced team is ready to help, whether that means loading your truck or assisting with an important decision. For larger orders, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely next-day delivery, if not the same day. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. They can even join you on the job site. Golden State app provides resources, guides, important codes, and much more. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It's Papa and Silver on a Friday, getting you ready for a little Niners Bucks. We'll catch up with Matt Mayoko coming up shortly, but also got to let you know this is day number 5 of 10 for our show to qualify for our big Island Getaway, the contest to go hang out at the Mauna Kea Resort in Hawaii with Murph and Marcus and with Dirty Work. All you got to do is just listen for our cue to call between 11 and 2. That'll be going on all of next week as well. It's 415-896-KNBR. That's 415-896-5627. So far, our lucky 4 qualifiers, Julie in Davis, Dustin in Santa Rosa, William in Petaluma, and Michael in South San Francisco. So who can have a good Friday going into the weekend? Well, just listen in, and when that cue to call comes, dial up our studio. By the way, not only are we going to be continuing this into next week, we're going to be giving away tickets for 49ers Falcons Sunday Night Football. So all you got to do is just tune into our show, and you have a chance to win a lot. And the 49ers have done a lot of winning as well, despite all the adversity they have faced. So does that mean next week when you call, we're going to be talking about a 5-1 team? Well, hey, even if it's 4-2, I think all the circumstances and injuries, you would still certainly take it going into the season, but no one's going to be thinking like that heading into Sunday against a Buccaneers team that has a lot of similarities, and they've had injuries of their own. Ira Kaufman was on with Murph and Marcus. Bucky Irving, probably not going to play. Chris Godwin may be out too, and Mike Evans. So we've had a lot of fun with Gronk and Emeka Egbigbu and all week and everything, but Tampa Bay, with all their talent and stuff and all their skill positions, they're shorthanded as well. So big battle coming here at Raymond James Stadium.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, they've segued from Evans and Godwin, and it's really so tough to watch Godwin play right now. I don't know if he can protect himself, and then he had a fibula injury on top of that. But then, the Mac Jones situation, and we'll talk to Matt Mayoko. He was obviously interviewing Kyle yesterday. He and I did ask Papa this morning. We were talking about it, and is Mac Jones not throwing because his knee doesn't allow it, or the oblique and twisting, or is there something wrong with his arm, or a lot of speculation. And, Kyle did, when he was on with Dirty Work yesterday, did come out and say he couldn't throw today, which they just don't say that in the NFL. He's limited or he's out, which got me to go down the rabbit hole a little bit to watch a lot of Adrian Martinez. He is from Fresno, Clovis West High School. Was recruited by your Cal Bears, Silver, but did not wind up going there. Went to Nebraska and then on to Kansas State. And where I watched him mainly was the Spring League. He's been in camps with the Lions and the Jets previously, but a lot of video on him from the Birmingham Stallions. And they, Skip Holtz was his head coach, and they won the championship. He was the UFL Most Valuable Player this year. He was a UFL champion, had a great championship game, was the MVP of that game. And, a lot of it is just development. I really think if Trey Lance just could have gone to a league like that, NFL Europa was supposed to be like that, you just need to play. He just did not play. He had the 18 starts in college at North Dakota State, and he was a one and done, one whole year and one game due to COVID. And so for a guy like Martinez, now, if you're under contract in the NFL and you're the third overall pick in the draft, we're not sending you to some other league and have your brains beat in and get hurt. So we're not doing that. But for someone like Adrian Martinez, it's a chance to play and get better and go to camp with someone. And then you have a commonality with Robert Saleh. And the Niners made some interesting choices at backup quarterback. Had my head spinning a little bit. A lot of it I thought was you just want a scout team quarterback to, simulate Rattler in New Orleans and Kyler Murray in Arizona, and you're set with Brock and Mac, and then all of a sudden, they're both hurt. They're, one's playing, but all of a sudden you're the number two. So I watched a lot of Adrian Martinez today, and he wore number 9 with the Birmingham Stallions. And, your mind kind of goes there as you're doing comps, and you shouldn't really do it. Maybe because he wore number 9 and the size of his body. He's not real tall. He's 6'2", but he's 220 pounds, and he's sturdy. When I first watched him play, I thought of Rodney Peete right away. He just reminded me a lot of Rodney Peete. And he can play the position. He has poise in the pocket, there's no doubt. He handles the pass rush. He can run all the design runs. They do a lot of the zone reads and keeps and sweeps and powers, and they do it all. But that's not it. You just can't run an offense entirely doing that in the NFL. It's not going to work. You're going to have to play quarterback. He handles the rush exceedingly well. When he got out from the pressure, he would get to his right, and he would keep himself alive over and over and over again as a quarterback. Right-handed quarterback, get out to your right, stay alive. Press like, Jeff Garcia was the best I ever saw, coming straight at the line, and then right before he crossed the line, or Rich Gannon, he let it go. He more, does it with width to keep himself alive, but he busts in the secondary because this quarterback's going to run, and he's not Lamar. He's not a state-of-the-art runner that way. He's a sturdy, run-through tacklers. Now, this is the UFL. These are not NFL players, but they're still professional players. And he was able to show that he could run through tacklers. And then when he occasionally was flushed out to his left, sometimes, the right side of the line caves in, and you got to get out the other way. He was capable that way. But again, if you're going to play quarterback for Kyle Shanahan, you've got to stay in there and run the offense. And what I saw was a very capable pocket quarterback where he could go through his reads. He went boom, boom, boom. He got it out on time. If the primary was open, accurate, backside slant, hit them all. Of course, I watched 40 minutes of his best plays, but seemed like a good thrower of the football. Not a rocket arm, but a very catchable arm where he changed the angles on his arm and lofts it over the top. He knows how to feather the ball in. I saw him hit, a 76-yarder down the left sideline for a score where he just threw over the top of the defense. So I see a professional quarterback. Now, he's not been in the NFL, but there are other leagues like the UFL, and he is a champion in that league, and he played a lot of football just in the spring. And there's the offense is similar to what he has had before. So we don't want to go there. We want Mac to be sturdy, but it is what it is. And I fully think he'll start the game, Mac Jones, and Adrian Martinez will be the backup quarterback. But Tampa knows. I think they saw what the Rams did to him. They're going to pummel him, and they're going to try to knock him out of the game. He's got whether the brace is inside the pants or not, they know it's on the left knee. We've seen it. We've seen him hobble. We know he's tough. We'll body blow him. We'll hit him low. You hit him low, it's a penalty. You hit him high, it's a penalty. They'll hit him, and they're going to hit him, to the echo of the whistle and beyond. Somebody takes a 15-yarder for roughing the quarterback early in the game. Sorry, take your 15 yards. Let's see the guy run the zone read in the UFL. So I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole, but it seemed like, the Ram game, they were like, he's coming in the game. What are you going to run here on the goal line? And then, it just didn't go that way. Mac is the guy. But I think in that backup quarterback position, as we all know, for decades of 49ers in the backup quarterback, and then, obviously the Philadelphia championship game. If this guy, the point I'm making is, if he is forced to play in this game, he can run the offense. I don't think you pare it down. I think you expand it. I think you do bring some zone read in. If you want to buzz out Diaby in the flat, let's see you chase down the line as well. Our quarterback, we're going to go zone read. It's going to be like Philadelphia. He's built a little like Jalen Hurts. Thicker, not a blazer, but we're going to put McCaffrey to the side. We'll ride the mesh point. How much you guys work on that? I'm sure they worked on it a lot after Kyle told Derek and Coach yesterday, our quarterback can't throw the football. So, and we're probably not going to bring Brock. So, I think it actually expands the playbook a little bit where you bring all the run element in. Certainly the way Trey was when he was here and all the powers and sweeps and all the design runs with zone read. But you cannot win that way. You got to hit your back foot and get the ball out on time. And it's just watching him. And again, it's UFL. There's 10 people in the stands. It's all weird.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it'll be too big for him. If he is forced to come in the middle of a series or the middle of a game, or at the end, whatever the situation is, maybe briefly and then back, whatever it is, seems like this guy's played a lot of football and he can handle this. It won't be too big for him. He's got the skill set with the right coaching around him and the right scheme. Just do your 111. You'll be fine.
So I got a good question actually off of all that, because we made so much this week about the similarities between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy and why Mac Jones coming into this system ended up working really well for Kyle Shanahan, because in terms of processing and the arm and all that, he does some things very similarly to Brock Purdy. How would you compare Adrian Martinez just from watching that film? You talk about the scrambling ability. How would you compare his scrambling and off schedule to what Brock Purdy's been able to do as he's evolved within this offense?
Totally different. Totally different. Adrian Martinez, again, Rodney Pete, little Jalen Hurts like,
okay,
where he gets out. I think he keeps his eyes upfield. Brock, when he first got here, was here, there, and everywhere. First of all, he got flushed out to his left all the time. Why are you going left? Try to go right one time. The one that Ayuk dropped in the back of the end zone, amazing play, but he came all the way left and then came all the way back right. Brock had to learn. And you could say there was a missed block in Philadelphia. Brock did not step up in the pocket on that play. There was an opening there to step up in the pocket and make the throw. He did not. When Brock was first here, he would retreat in the pocket, and he would even spin out of the pocket. They worked on it a lot with Brian Greasy. And he would go to his left. Why are you going left? You're right-handed. Try to go, well, sometimes you can't. So I think Brock has evolved into a player that has been able to manipulate it, and of all the different coverages you get, and the Niners just got more, man last year. There were openings for him to run behind it. As far as the 10-yard splits and the short area quickness and all that, I don't know, Martinez versus Brock. Brock is short area quickness. Doesn't have the 40 time.
Right.
So it's all interesting on several levels. He doesn't play like Mac Jones. He doesn't play like Brock Purdy. He plays like Adrian Martinez. And Mac Jones doesn't play like Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy doesn't play like Mac Jones. They have similarities, but from the pocket point, he can get the ball out on time. He can run the offense. He could read. Now, he's reading an NFL defense. This is different. This is Todd Bowles, and this will be, a lot different and all the overloads, and he's going to fool you. how much do you want to get under center and have him swing his head around and all that? And, put his back to the line of scrimmage and be able to pick it up. That's up to them to see. They've been working with him. If he's the backup quarterback on the roster, they have full faith that he can do this. But as far, I would not, he does not remind me of Brock Purdy. He does not remind me of Mac Jones. I'm trying to, Rodney Peete. Rodney Pete's the guy who reminds me of over. And Rodney Peete played a lot of good quarterback for a long time ago. But there's a lot of highlights of him. He reminds me of him. But, he's not him. He's Adrian Martinez. So, but I don't think they have to change the offense at all. He's running and he's getting a lot of good snaps this week and preparing to play. I'm sure he took all the ones and was out there with everybody. And, if it does get muddy in there and he has to get out of the pocket, he's very capable. And they're going to have to wrap him up. You better get even these big guys that Tampa has. Vita Vea, Vita's a man, but he'll run around Vita Vea as well and tear him out a little bit. So I wouldn't call him a scrambler. I think he manipulates the pocket. And he's trying to win from the pocket first, but if the pocket breaks down, and we've seen it break down, the one thing I would say, and you heard, Tim was talking about it, being able to run away from these rushers, that's the one thing Mac Jones cannot do. Adrian Martinez can do that. He can run away from the pressure and keep himself alive to either run for yards, first downs, maybe not touchdowns, but first downs. And then, Brock would keep himself alive and make plays as well. But then when Brock did it, he got tagged and he wound up, with a toe injury. So I don't see Mac Jones in him at all, and I don't see Brock Purdy in him. I see a quarterback that Kyle Shanahan feels like can win from the pocket, and there's a little wrinkle that you could break out. Maybe it'll help the running game a little bit. You want to chase that backside end over and over again and not worry about all that. The quarterback's live. I mean, that's one of the first things I'm sure. But if this is number 4 gets in the game, the quarterback is live in the run game. At any moment, he could pull it, and he could take it down the sideline. So if you're an end, Diaby, whoever they got outside there, make sure. We'll see how they play it. But I think in some regards, it could expand the playbook.
We got a fun little 10-10 today, and we're worrying about Mac 10 to see what his health is going to be. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko coming up in a bit. We got Papa here till 11:30. Then we got little Larry Krueger jumping in, and we'll close it out with JD. But next, we do it every Friday. Matt Mayoko joins us on The Sports Leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. Get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season in full swing, now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible, Oscar, or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game the last several years, up to 17, let us help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team, your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a Friday with the Gregs, Papa and Silver, and we do it every single Friday, which is talk to our friend and 49ers insider for not only the sports leader, but for NBC Sports Bay Area. And if you want a little bit more Mayoko and Papa, you can look at the Ask Papa segment on YouTube when that gets published a little bit later today. Matt Mayoko, in the meantime, on the UMA guest line, our favorite Uber Eats delivery driver and knower of all information related to the 49ers. What's up, Matt? How are you?
I'm doing great. We're talking October, the 10th month of the year. We've reached double digits of days, so that means it's 10-10, and it's a perfect 10 out of 10 birthday for our friend Greg Papa. So happy birthday, Greg.
Thank you, Maddie. Love you, brother. We were going over the most memorable number 10s. I went to Walt Frazier, the New York Knicks. I mean, locally, we love Newt Bowl and Tim Hardaway. We love our Jimmy Garoppolo and Mac Jones, Pele. Or number 10. You close your eyes, and Matt Mayoko is 10 years of age, or even now, when you're 93. What number 10 comes to mind to you immediately?
God. People are gonna be throwing darts at the radio or the live stream.
Where are you going?
When I was 10, I just, I think my history with the Dodgers is well documented. Wasn't the Penguin number 10? And he was just like, wasn't he 10. Just the ultimate giant killer? Oh man, yeah. So now I'm having nightmares driving up to my hometown right now.
He waddled like a Pinion. He's not Burgess Meredith, Silver. The way he kind of waddled like Jalen Waddle after a touchdown in Miami. Yeah.
Yeah. So, look, can we move on to a different subject?
Well, I was going to say, for me, my happy one, Matt, is, and it is the most California Golden Bears thing ever to have their best player on offense and defense wear the same jersey number. But when I was a wee lad, got to watch Marshawn Lynch, Mr. Golf Cart, wearing number 10, and then the linebacker Desmond Bishop, and Super Bowl champion with the Green Bay Packers, also wearing number 10. So at my age, when I knew the rules of football and knew how the game was played, but wasn't quite fully conscious of maybe the best players and how it all played out, it was a little bit confusing, and I kind of will forever have a little bit of resentment for that one, but at least happy memories there.
Well, I had to call those games on TV, and I'm like, what a tackle by Beast Mode! They're like, Papa, that's Bishop. You got the wrong guy. I'm like, oops, sorry,
they wore
never mind.
The best player on each side of the ball wore the same number for the same team?
Correct.
That is wild. Desmond Bishop, the linebacker. He was the Mike linebacker, scraping side to side, made every tackle, and it was Marshawn Lynch. And it wasn't spring. It was an actual game. It was,
it's funny because
in training
camp, in training camp, when there's 90 players out there, there's always one person who is like kind of new to the NFL, who's covering, who just thinks it's the craziest thing in the world that a player on each side of the ball is wearing the same jersey, and you also hear, like, in press box PA systems where they do say that, like, tackled by tackled by Tariq Owens. It's like,
number
10. That was somebody else. Yeah.
Well, as we focus on the number 10 of the current moment, that is one Michael McCorkle-Jones looking to make his fourth start. And even though Brock Purdy and the turf toe has been a big headline because he signed a big contract and he's missed some games, Mac Jones now popping up with a new injury in an oblique with the injury reports. So Kyle Shanahan yesterday was on with Dirty Work and said Mac Jones wasn't throwing at all. And so just kind of want to get your sense on if this is extra precautionary, if Mac Jones is going to be ready to go, and if he does make the start, how limited will he be compared to what we just saw last Thursday?
Well, I think it's certainly a good sign that the 49ers did not bring in any quarterbacks for tryouts. They have not added any quarterbacks to their roster. So they were in practice yesterday on a Thursday with one quarterback capable of throwing passes. Maybe not capable, maybe that's the wrong word, but certainly they did not want him to waste any of his throws on the practice field. So as I observed Mac Jones, he was just doing some light lobbing, nothing where, he's letting it rip even in like the individual stuff. All the throwing was done by Adrian Martinez. And it's my understanding that Adrian Martinez took the first team reps as well as the scout team reps. And I did kind of run into Kyle Shanahan yesterday, and he did kind of joke to me that no one can ever accuse us of not giving our third string quarterback practice snaps. And that's something that generally, during when the regular season starts, it's the starter who's taking all of the first team reps because, this isn't like training camp. They're trying to kind of conserve the guys, and there aren't a whole lot of practice snaps during the course of a week. And then generally the second quarterback takes on the role of the opposing quarterback and runs the scout team plays. Now, sometimes the third stringer will get in there if he's more of a, more capable of mimicking the quarterback they're facing, like a running quarterback is your number 3 quarterback and you're facing Kyler Murray, something along those lines. So I think that clearly the 49ers aren't going to suit up just one quarterback. And the indications are that they believe Mac Jones will be ready to go, but I don't think anybody can spin it as a good thing at all that the guy that will be the starting quarterback on Sunday was limited in practice Wednesday and then didn't really practice at all on Thursday. And I'm sure he'll get out there and throw the ball around a little bit today before they head up to Tampa.
Yeah, I find it all very interesting that Kyle would divulge our quarterback can't throw the ball. I know you did the sit down with him yesterday for game plan. Did he tell you that flat out when he went on Dirty Work right after, and he does the TV interview first, and he goes on radio with Derek and Copes right after? He just said our quarterback can't throw, which part of me thinks, hey, Todd Bowles, you may want to work on the zone read a little bit with Adrian Martinez coming into the game. So I don't know what to make of that. You should always tell the truth. You just shouldn't always be telling it. But so as it pertains to moving forward with Mac in this game, the oblique injury is kind of a fresh injury as well, but it did happen at the very end of the game. Do we know what body part is most concerning? Is it still the left knee? Is it the arms, the ribs, the oblique? I mean, it's just general body soreness for him. I know the plan is to get him ready to play on Sunday, but Tampa Bay's obviously going to lay a lot of hits on him. Maddie, do you have an idea which one is most concerning?
I do think that it's kind of all of the above. And I think that's why they just want to conserve him from a physical standpoint, not have his body torquing, not twerking, while he's throwing in practice. And then also, with that left knee, that's what is that called? The plant foot, I guess, if he's striding and throwing. So I think it's just, he was trending in a good direction. I think John Lynch said it in the morning that, all indications were he's going to play. Kyle definitely said that after practice as well. And I think it bears out by the fact that they haven't added another quarterback. So I think it's just like, hey, want to get into the starting line on Sunday in the best possible condition that he can be in. And so if that means resting him on Wednesday and Thursday and probably having him take limited reps on Friday, that's the way they'll do it. And then, Saturday is always kind of a light day, kind of a walkthrough speed day as well. So I'm under the impression that, he could play now, no question about it, but just to put him in the best position to go out and perform on Sunday, just take it easy on him earlier in the week.
Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, the voice you hear with us right now. And in terms of slowing down Baker Mayfield in the Tampa Bay passing game, so they got injuries of their own, and Emeka Egbuka is obviously going to be the focus, but they still got Sterling Shepard, a solid receiver. Cade Otton, the tight end, is a pretty good player as well. And so something we got into with Tim Ryan yesterday is that guys like Upton Stout, Marquise Siegel have gotten picked on a little bit in coverage, and that's not because they've had disappointing starts or anything, but when you're going against veterans like they did with Devontae Adams, Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua plays like much more of a veteran than he probably is for his tenure in the league. But even just a little bit of hesitation, they will find a way to burn you because this league is that cutthroat. So when you think about these younger guys and the tests they have going up against Baker Mayfield, who's played some great football, what are you looking at specifically, maybe matchup-wise, or just the general overarching way to limit some of that passing attack that's been so lethal for Tampa Bay?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's very similar to what it was last week, the challenge that the 49ers defense faces, and it's the entire defense. I think Baker Mayfield is a little bit more, I think 49ers kind of view him a little bit more like a Kyler Murray type, where they want to keep him in the pocket. I think his legs are a big aspect of his game, where that wasn't the case with Matthew Stafford. He's a gunslinger, and so even though he has just the one interception in these 5 games, he will put the ball out there. I mean, he's so aggressive that there will be opportunities for the 49ers to go make a play on the football. And that's something they haven't done now in 12 games. So, this is a really difficult matchup for the 49ers because they just haven't been able to put consistent, steady pressure on the quarterback. And they have to do that if they're going to have any hope of holding down this Tampa Bay defense. And how they do it, how they generate the pass rush, that remains to be seen, as far as the blitzing or just trying to get home with 4 guys, finding the right 4 guys to put out there in those passing situations. So it is a tough matchup. And, you mentioned Siegel and Upton Stout. Now the 49ers have Malik Mustafa back, and I would fully expect him to be in uniform. I think he'll be activated to the 53-man on Saturday. And then it's a matter of, where does he fit in? Does he play much defense here in this first game? And when he does, how does that impact the rest of the team? How does that impact Siegel or Jason Pinnock or Jair Brown? So I think with all these moving parts with the 49ers, all the youth up and down that roster, this is why Robert Saleh was brought back, to make these pieces fit. And I'm not sure he's made them fit together quite yet, with the latest kind of monkey wrench thrown into this thing was the injury to Bosa. So I think this 49ers defense is going to continue to be a work in progress. And I think as we look back on this 2-game stretch, I think these are the most difficult 2 games the 49ers defense will face, the biggest challenge they'll face this entire season, at least until the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's a big Bryce Huff game against Charlie Heck. Remember Charlie last year, end of the year with the Niners? Luke Gedeke, the right tackles out to injury, and they got Tristan Wirfs back, and that guy is what a player he is at left tackle. So Huff's normally on the other side. As far as the Yak Bros around the quarterback, what are we thinking about Ricky Pearsall? Does he even make the trip to Florida? And it sounds like Jawan Jennings has a chance to get on that plane and play on Sunday. How do you see the eligibles around the quarterback, Matty?
Yeah, I kind of see it like you outlined there. I don't think Pearsall will be there. I just kind of go back to what he said after that Jacksonville game, where he felt instability in his knee. So that's never a good sign. You just want those ligaments to tighten up. And it is a non-surgical knee injury with the posterior cruciate ligament. So I would not expect him to be out there. I think it'll probably be a lot more Kendrick Bourne. And then if Jennings does get out there, man, he's going to be banged up. The ribs injury on top of the ankle injury, he wasn't able to play against the Rams, but the fact that he was out there on the practice field on Thursday, that does tell you that he at least has a chance. So we'll see. I mean, he might, if he plays, he'll probably need a little bit of medicine on Sunday to get out there. But the thing with the contract that he signed right before the start of the season, he gets paid if he plays. And even with the previous portion of that contract that he signed back in May of 24, $50,000 for every game he suits up as a in-season roster bonus. So if he can play, he will play. It helps him financially to get out there. So at what cost, though? He's already missed 2 games this season. He's been battling a lot of injuries, and you don't ever want to come back too soon and then end up missing more time on the back end because you're rushed back into the lineup. So we'll see where that goes. But at this point, even if he's out there, man, it's a tough ask to expect him to be the guy that played so well against the Saints in week 2. So I think it's going to be a lot more Kendrick Bourne, a lot more Demarcus Robinson and Jake Tonjes, and of course, their number 1 receiver, Christian McCaffrey.
I'll tell you this, though, Matt. If I see Jawan Jennings on the field, period, I'm going to expect some kind of productivity because even when you think he's half dead going into a game, he finds a way to show out. And week 2 in New Orleans was the perfect example of that, as well as some of those moments in week 4 against Jacksonville, too. I mean, that 2-point conversion, that ball was a bit of a hospital pass by Purdy, but to hold on to that was just, peak Jawan Jennings in terms of toughness, reliability, and stability there.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think he is one of those guys where regardless of where he is on the injury report and what might be ailing him, I think he has this incredible ability to just have that adrenaline kick in and maybe not even feel any pain because he gets in that headspace where he just gets, so keyed up and locked in that, it surprised me a little bit. We all saw the crushing blow he took at the goal line on that 2-point conversion, but just think how much pain he had to have been in to stay down like he did. So, yeah, you're right. If he is out there, it certainly wouldn't put it past him to make some big plays and contribute to that offense in a big way.
Yeah, you need him in the run game. There's no question for blocking and also third and Jawan. I enjoyed your sit-down with Christian McCaffrey. It is hard to get Christian to do anything except prepare to play football and go home and be a husband and a father. Historic year. The numbers aren't there running the ball. We're kind of seeing it league-wide with Saquon and a few others. There's some great backs in the league that are getting off, don't get me wrong. But I think people are kind of sleeping on the contribution he's making to make up for all these eligibles, the pass catchers, and you can move him here, there, and everywhere. He's on pace for 132 catches, which would be the all-time record for a running back by far, and the most yards. Just he is enlightening to talk to because he's so smart, he's so dedicated. I haven't been around anybody quite like him. What was it like to spend time on camera and off camera with the great Run CMC, Matty?
It was great. Yeah, he's when he's at his locker, I don't know. It's difficult to get into a rhythm asking him questions and getting to subjects that he likes to talk about. And so it just having that opportunity, I was told 10 minutes, he'll give you 10 minutes. And it ended up going 15 because he laughed. It was just a fun interview. And I thought it was really insightful too, just his mindset of how he approaches the game and how serious he is about the game and, how much thought he gives aspects of the game, not just, the X's and O's or anything like that. It's just how he gets his mind mentally prepared to play and what's important, what's not important, what he should be thinking about, what he shouldn't be thinking about. It was great. I really enjoyed that 15-minute interview with Christian. I hope anybody who listens to it or watches it, you can find it on YouTube or NBCSportsBayArea.com. I hope everybody comes out of that knowing him a little bit better or having maybe a little bit more insight into what makes him tick.
No, it's on my list for before they play on Sunday at 1:25, and you're the best, man, because we got to talk to him, and it was great out at training camp, and I know you came by our set as well that same day, but takes a rare kind to get Christian McCaffrey to get out of that mindset of constant preparation because you can just see even one-on-one conversation how serious he is and how locked in he is. So really looking forward to that, and always great to catch up with you on a Friday. I said I'd add that to my list, but I think I'll add an Ask Papa to the list as well. I'm going to be busy here with a little homework.
You won't even see the light of day tomorrow. You'll just be locked in your office, and you'll just be watching videos all day.
I mean, look, Cal has a bye week with football,
Ron
so I don't have to come up with all those numbers.
You had to go Ron Say on us. By the way, Ron Say was the World Series MVP in that weird year of '81 when they beat the Yankees in the strike year. You had to go Penguin when you got to number 10. Wow.
Yeah,
what a birthday buzzkill that is.
Yeah, I know. Oh, my gosh. Well, Greg, happy birthday. If I weren't heading up
Thank you,
to
bro.
my hometown of if I weren't heading up to my hometown of Corning right now, I would deliver you a sandwich. But maybe when I get back, maybe we can do it again. Maybe
good.
Tuesday. If
good,
you want a
brother.
sandwich, I can swing it by on Tuesday.
It's Marucci. It. Love you, brother.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, love you too. Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Matt Mayoko on The Sports Leader. And when we come on back, we'll wrap it up with Papa. And Walter says we've got some sounds for the weekend, whatever that means. So I don't know. We'll find out in about 5 minutes. It's Papa and Silver on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Justin Allegri, the voice of the California Golden Bears, joined Murph and Marcus this morning as he will be taking on the play-by-play duties with Tim Ryan down in Tampa Bay this Sunday. So they got into all things previewing this matchup and the injuries that are impacting both teams heading into Sunday. And Justin is the man, so check out that interview on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition in your retirement life, and we can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think. You may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition in your retirement confidently and on your own terms. Don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit them online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, well, I know we got to wrap it up with Papa here in a few minutes, and Larry Krueger is going to come by. So Walter and I just had to put a bunch of sound together to get ready for Niners Bucs. And since we don't have long, let's get right to it. Walter, what do we got first?
Hey, Pop. It's Holler. Happy birthday, mofo. Miss you in the booth, but obviously we'll see you next season. Keep fighting. We know you got this beat. Can't wait to see you soon. Hope you have a great day.
We're starting with Mike Holler. Come on.
Obviously, that one had to be first because, he really wanted to be a part of it.
Oh, so he begged. Okay, got it. I was going to say. I mean, we'll keep it running because I feel like we're going to elevate the standard, right?
Papa Sarge here. I hear it's your birthday. Wasn't sure if that was like an April Fool's joke or if it was actually a birthday, but sure enough, October 10th. Happy birthday, mofo. Maybe some spicy vodka pasta, some lemon jello soon. Whatever it is, know we love you. Celebrate your birthday, and we'll see you soon, brother.
Has Sarge been on his heels ever since the April Fool's prank?
Yeah, he's the one guy that I let in the bubble, and he brought me a penne vodka pasta from La Conda Ravella, and the joke about the limoncello shot. So I was fired at La Conda by Mark Bedane and the Raiders, and then rehired about a year later by Sarge. And Felipe, who runs the place from the Amalfi Coast, you can't go in there, and Saintly knows. Gary St. Gino texted me, and I'll get back to everybody that's texted me today. It's hard to do a radio show with all these texts pouring in on my birthday, but I love you, and I'll get to you. You got to have a shot of limoncello from the Amalfi Coast. So we started with one. We wound up doing, every time we would do a limoncello shot, I would get an extra year on my contract. So by the time it was done, it was like a 6-year contract. We got it done. So that's what Sarge was talking about. But Sarge is the only one outside of family to get inside the bubble so far. So love Sarge.
Hell yeah, Sarge. Let's keep it going.
Greg, what's up, dude? Hey, happy birthday, man. Know you got a big one here, man. We miss you. We love you. Can't wait till you get back out here. I don't know if you're 80 today, 65. You look like a young 52 to me, so that's what I'm guessing, man. But we miss you out here, dude. Can't wait till you get back. Enjoy your birthday, and get back soon, dude. Take care.
All right, that was my favorite because Kyle's going, you look like a young 50, and then pauses and goes,
man, but
2.
Yeah.
You look like a young 52 to me, so that's what I'm
He's like maybe he's not quite 50.
Kyle's aged? You know how much Kyle's aged since he's had this job? You think the presidency ages you? I mean, look at Kyle when he first got hired. Now he's old and broken down. Kyle was one of the very first when this was happening, and the Niner people knew before anybody else. I had to tell them right away. And Kyle's reached out all the time, and John Lynch, calls me and texts me all the time, and from Eddie DeBartolo to Jed York to Al Guido to Brent Schaub to Sarge to everybody in between and all the support staff. But you think I've gotten old in the last 3 months with this beard, Kyle? Coaching in the NFL, his dad never seemed like he got older. He got younger with the tan in Denver and all that. But Kyle has aged himself, so back off, bro.
Next big poll, who's aged the most in a short amount of time? Papa, Barack Obama, Kyle Shanahan? I don't know. We'll think of a fourth. Let's keep it going.
Hey, Pop, it's Dwayne Kuiper, and really want to wish you a sincere happy 75th birthday. I know I saw some shots of you the last couple of weeks with the gray beard, and I think finally now we're getting an idea of how old you really are. I know a little bit about what you're going through. You got to hang in there. I know you will. And listen to those doctors. They're really smart. But happy birthday. I love you. And have a great day.
Do I look 75? Come on. Now I'm in the genre with Dwayne and Mike. Dwayne has been my inspiration throughout a lot of this. During the 2021 year, Dwayne would have treatment in the day and do a Giants game at night. So I'm doing half a radio show or not even 90 minutes of a radio show today. Then I'll go in and it's a lot easier just sitting here talking about nonsense with you than actually calling a baseball game where there's simultaneous action 330 feet apart. So Kipe has been an inspiration, and he's Mike as well, all reached out. But do I look 75? If I shave this beard off, Kyle, Kipe, I will drop 20 years, 30 years. What are you going to do to look younger?
All right, I know we're on a tight clock, so I don't know how many more we got, but let's hit the next one.
Let me hear more. I want to hear more. This is fun.
2 things. Who's your cleaners and who's your tailor? I don't think I've seen anybody sharper than you on a day-to-day basis, bro. You are sharp every day, and your shirts immaculately pressed and starched. So I need to know those 2 things. But the last thing and the most important thing is I'm wishing you a happy birthday, brother. I hope you have a great day, that is an enjoyable day, and that you do all of the things that you want to on this day. Happy birthday, bro.
Finally, someone complimented on his looks. There you go.
Yeah. Dave, the one to know, I mean, Dave Stewart gets 1 syllable out of his mouth. And you know exactly who I don't know what he's been talking about. I haven't worn a dress shirt in like a year. And wear nothing but jerseys and pullovers where they can put medicine in my arm. So, but Dave Stewart is, I think we all know what quality individual he is beyond, the guy stared down Roger Clemens and won 24 straight years and always an inspiration. So let's, around the Bay Area on both sides of the Bay, Stu bringing the smoke.
Hell yeah, Stewart. What's next?
What's up, my bro? What's up, Papa? Happy birthday to you, my man. Have a wonderful day. Thanks for all the energy and passion, and what a great teammate you are in the studio. You're the best. Have a good one, man. Happy birthday, Pop.
Love you, brother. Thank you so much. Keep them coming. We got to go here.
Hello, Greg. This is Marv Albert. Yes, I know we're both Orange men, and you've been a big fan of mine for years. I just wanted to tell you, happy birthday. Are you a very good broadcaster? Yes. Are you even remotely close to me as a broadcaster? No. Now, if excuse me, I have to ask the front desk how to fix my fax machine. Over and out.
Ooh.
Oh, my goodness.
He's doing Marv there.
I don't think that was a Marv Albert.
He's doing Marv there.
I just got that message on my phone, and I thought that it was Marv Albert. I was just like, hey, I didn't know how he had my number, by the way.
No! Despite the jam told. Up until the fax machine line. No chance. That's not Marv. That wasn't even a good Marv.
All right, we got
but
one
we
more.
love Marv.
We got one more here for you, Pop.
One more.
Happy birthday, Pop. Your energy, your enthusiasm, your positive mental attitude to battle cancer. You are winning. Thanks for sharing 12 years on the Warriors pre- and post-game show. I loved every game. I love you, and I toasted you in Italy. I've been there for 2 weeks. Maybe I had 12 glasses of Barolo in your honor. You're the man, Pop.
Saints.
I have no words.
We love you, Pop.
We love you, man.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Love you, Saint.
Absolutely. And happy birthday to you, my friend. And look, even though you're not 87 years old as the Kyle Shanahan or Dwayne Kuiper or anyone else giving you a hard time would like to say, I just want to let you know that you're going to have some co-host on some platform wishing you a happy 87th when that time comes, because you're going to be doing this forever, man. You're a legend as it is, but it's been really fun to be able to live this journey together. And maybe fun's the wrong word for some of the ups and downs we've had to go through, but happy birthday to you. It's our first one here on Papa and Silver. And we're fighting with you every day, man. It's I love doing these shows together, but I'm also glad that we get to give you a little bit of a breather here on a Friday afternoon, at least from doing some radio. And, we're going to have a lot of fun with the shows that we have for coming forward. And appreciate Walter as well for making this a 3-man operation, man. It's great.
That was great work. Thank you to everybody that called. Saint, you got me going there, brother. I got to say, I love Gary. I love everybody. Saint he's family, and what a guy. So anyway, go talk sports, would you? Enough of my birthday and all this heavy stuff. The hell with me. Talk sports, would you? Figure out who's the best 10 in town.
Yeah, seriously, Walter, we had to squeeze this all in on the first 90 minutes of the rundown. Let's bring in Krug when we come back at some point. Have a great weekend, Papa. I will catch up with you Tuesday, I believe, and We'll see what the Niners do in Tampa Bay this Sunday. Larry Krueger joins us for the next couple hours next on the Sports Leader.
You're the man, Pop.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's keep this thing moving here on a Friday. Papa and Silver turning into Silver and Friends, and one of our good friends here we talk to every Monday. You can hear him on Niners Nightly. He was on last night after the Thursday night shocker between the Eagles and the Giants. Are the Eagles in trouble? Can we dream that it's a repeat of 2 years ago? I don't know. We got to focus on the 49ers to see if they can get their 5th win of the year with a banged-up Mac Jones trying to get going. Down in Tampa Bay on Sunday, it's Silver. It's Larry Krueger here for the next hour and a half. What's going on, Krueger? Good to talk to you, man.
Yeah, good to talk to you, man. Happy birthday to Pop. He's still listening. But great to be here, down here at Levi's on a Friday. And, man, this is the more I look at this matchup, the more I think, man, these teams are so identical in so many ways. It's like, both teams are struggling on special teams, but both teams have kickers that they really, really like. Both teams have a bunch of injuries. Both teams are 4-1. Both teams have played a bunch of close games that could have gone either way. And both teams find a way to get it done. So, obviously, two teams can't win. So, it's going to make Sunday all the more juicy.
You might have missed the most obvious of what both teams have been dealing with. That is key players and key skill position players being injured. And the news became official just a few moments ago as we went to break. So Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, and Bucky Irving are now officially ruled out for Sunday's game against the 49ers. We don't expect Ricky Pearsall to play, although that's not official yet. Juwan Jennings, as Kyle Shanahan said yesterday on Dirty Work, going to be right down to the wire, and Brock Purdy, in all likelihood, not going to play either. So Mac Jones already dealing with his own injuries. George Kittle's going to be out another week. Are we going to have another kind of resurgence of Kendrick Bourne? We joked that last week was the week of the old head wide receivers. Keenan Allen became the fastest to reach 1,000 career receptions. Stephon Diggs saw what Kendrick Bourne did and said, 10 catches for over 140. Allow me to do the same myself on Sunday Night Football. So, it's going to be hot. Hydration's going to be key. Mac Jones in particular are going to have to be mindful of that cramping, and whether it's 11 bananas or just a couple of glasses of pickle juice, everybody's got to stay hydrated on that sideline.
I'm going to break my the rule that Cam Inman and I have discussed through time, which is nobody cares at all about your fantasy team. But I did pick up Kendrick Bourne, and I am going against Murph this week. But I've had a couple tough weeks. I've lost Malik Neighbors and Amari and Hampton to injuries the last 2 weeks. But now I am playing Murph, and he's got Scadaboo, who had 30 last night for him on Thursday night. So I'm depleted, and I need Kendrick. I've got Kendrick Bourne now. I also have Demarcus Robinson, but I think I'm going to play Kendrick Bourne. I just think that any game where Mac Jones has Kendrick Bourne, he's going to look for Kendrick Bourne.
Well, I think what we saw last week, too, is that Demarcus Robinson theoretically would be someone you would expect to be more of a big play threat, maybe more of an end zone target as a whole. But in the key situations and the ones to pick up a first down, Kendrick Bourne was that guy. Now, he had that long catch at 35 in the first drive, but that was a lot of catch and running around. It looked like he turned back the clock. He's got really strong hands. So Bourne, I think, is going to be the more reliable target in terms of receptions. When you need a third down that's key, maybe Juwan Jennings isn't out there. We don't think Ricky Pearsall is going to be out there. Those have been the two key guys on third down, not named Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle for the quarter and a half of football that he's played this year. So I think it's fair to assume that Kendrick Bourne is probably going to be the primary target when you have a first down that you need to be picking up. Obviously, very impressed with what Jake Tonjes has done, but nobody's going to come in and replace George Kittle. So it's sort of been a replace Kittle by committee, with Farrell taking on a little bit more of the blocking and Tonjes taking on a little bit more of the receiving end of George Kittle's duties.
The Tonjes touchdown, when I watched it again, it's an awesome Kyle Shanahan moment. You know what I mean? And it really actually speaks to the gravity of Christian McCaffrey. In a lot of ways, McCaffrey does on a football field what Steph Curry does on a basketball floor, which is he just has so much gravity. It's like, and on the Tonjes touchdown, all it took was for CMC to, be put in motion to the left, and like, all the, both the middle backer and the outside backer both went with him. The safety went with him. Everybody took 3 steps to their right, and Mac Jones threw it on a slant to Tonjes, and it was just the easiest, most wide open thing you could ever imagine. And it was beautiful play design, but it was, it's the gravity of Christian. People go with Christian wherever he is in the red zone. So he's helping even when he's not getting the ball.
So 808 KNBR is the number. That's 415-808-5627. We'll read your text, YouTube chat. We will take your calls all the way up through the rest of the show. And JD is going to be coming by for this last hour from 1 to 2. But as far as questions we've asked in the large scale of things, which injured player do the 49ers need back the most this week? Now, I would have said Ricky Pearsall going into the week, but it's likely that he's not going to play, especially after he said a little bit of instability in the knee he felt that took him out of the Jacksonville game. Now, I say Ricky because this team's weakness among the few at the top has been they haven't been an explosive play team, but your threat of an explosive play, the guy who has shown up with long catches and momentum shifting or game breaking kind of receptions, has been Ricky Pearsall. And he did it on the game winning drive in week 1 in Seattle. He did it on the 4th down conversion in Arizona. He's done it time and time again. Without that, you got a Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense that, like the 49ers, has defended the run fairly well, but hasn't really been able to provide much of a pass rush, even with someone like Hassan Reddick on the team now. So Pearsall's not going to be there. I would say the next most important player to get back would probably be an Alfred Collins, who made the big play last week, and have him be available on the D-line. And if Jawan Jennings is able to go, even if he walks out of there, shoots some pain blockers, whatever it is, a half-dead version of Jawan Jennings, if he is on that turf and lined up, he's going to block his living face off. He is going to be fully physical, and he's going to find a way to show up and look like he's fully healthy for given plays, because this dude's just tough as nails, and we've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, and there's lots of options this week on this one. Who's coming back, and Malik Mustafa's coming back, and Mustafa looks phenomenal on the practice field. So that's the guy that I can't wait to see, because he's unlike almost any other player. I mean, he's like a 1980s. If you had your dad here and we were talking about 80s safeties, Atwater and David Fulcher was a name that nobody remembers anymore, but he was an amazing safety. And of course, Ronnie and, and many others. I mean, there were Joey Browner was a thumper. I mean, the 80s was packed with these safeties that would just destroy you. And Malik Mustafa's kind of a 2025 version of that. He can cover like a good coverage player, but then he hits like an 1980s, monster safety. So he's one of my favorite players, and he does deliver the woo hit, and you always know where he's at. So to me, he's the guy that you're going to notice. Any game that he's in, you're going to notice him. So that's a big one. I think Jawan Jennings is a huge one, just because JJ is just the ultimate competitor.
Right.
I don't think there's any player in that room that I have more respect for than Jennings. He's just, he plays for the right reasons, and he plays the right way. And if I could clone him, I would. If I could come up with 52 other guys that were exactly like Jennings, I would, and I'd win the Super Bowl every year, because he's a winner. He's an absolute winner. But the one I'll be looking for, and the thing that I'll be looking for as we get closer to kickoff, Greg, is Mac Jones's oblique.
Yeah.
It's kind of a serious thing when you're playing maybe the game of the year. I mean, it's probably the Niners' most difficult game. Road game, other side of the country against Baker Mayfield, Emeka Egbuka, and this hot, Tampa team. And then your starting quarterback, with your actual starting quarterback not healthy, your backup quarterback you've been able to win with, didn't practice on Thursday, didn't throw a pass on Thursday, but he's going to be fine for the game. That oblique, it makes me feel like we may see Adrian Martinez.
Yeah, we got into Adrian Martinez, Papa and I, in that 10:30 kind of window, because Papa yesterday was like, I don't want to go into the whole Adrian Martinez thing. Do we even talk about it? And he said, look, I had to watch a lot of his tape. There's a chance we could see this guy. And I said, you have to at least acknowledge the possibility beyond just the normal injury luck and the fact that football's a violent game. The 49ers have been banged up time and time again, and we thought we were going to see Adrian Martinez last Thursday at a couple of different points when Mac Jones had the really bad calf cramp. He's grabbing at the knee brace. You don't know right away when he's laying on the turf if we're talking a knee injury, if we're talking something that could be monthly or even season ending to him. And so he ends up toughing it out. He ends up coming back. But I mean, we all saw the way he was walking around after the game and that post-game interview on NFL Network. The dude was exhausted out there. And so, yes, they got that mini bye. They got a couple extra days off, and they needed it desperately. But Adrian Martinez, we've mentioned his name so many times for someone who has never played a snap in the NFL. And if that ends up happening, it's a lot more zone read. It's a very different kind of offense. And it's not Brock Purdy 2.0. It's not Mac Jones 2.0. The question then becomes, what does he do similar to what Mac and Brock can do well? Because I think with Mac Jones and the fact that he had 49 starts at the time he came over during free agency, you at least knew the things he did well or could theoretically thrive in a way that would work with Kyle Shanahan and the way he runs that offense with Brock Purdy. So 808 KNBR is the number. And when we come on back, let's just get into all of it, the general keys of the game, because you said it well, Krug. These teams have a lot of similarities, and injuries would be number one, and I'd say number two would be they're the fourth quarter darlings of the NFL. It's Pop and Silver with Krug here for the next hour or so on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
And I am Greg Silver to talk about the Dolan Law Firm as we get ready for the weekend. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, some not even in California? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been here for more than 25 years, and these are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who fight for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, or wrongfully terminated, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's make the Bay Area a safer place and work together to do so. And if something happens, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, as the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. You don't have to deal with hourly rates, and you don't have to deal with the upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
Stafford takes, gives Kyron Williams, and he is...
Ball out!
He fumbled it! The Niners are saying they got it. The play was shy of the line to gain. Wait for a signal. They're unpiling everybody at the 1. The 49ers come out of there. Alfred Collins has the football. Oh,
and he just punched it out from Kyron
Whoa.
Williams and then held on to it.
What a huge right hook.
God.
Williams was about to score a big right hook from Alfred Collins. He caught Williams in the face, and then he got the football for the biggest play of his young career.
I mean, that Guy Haberman, Tim Ryan live reaction is pretty much what we were all processing last Thursday when Alfred Collins punched it out and recovered it, and it looked like Kyron Williams was going to go in for the go-ahead score. In fact, Alfred Collins this week said as much that even though he reached out to punch it away, he thought Kyron Williams had gone in for the end zone. Kyle Shanahan was on with dirty work. He saw the hole and thought Kyron Williams was going in as well. So Thursday Night Football has been crazy. It's Greg Silver. It's Larry Krueger here to get you ready for a little Niners Bucs. And against all odds, the Niners are off to a 4-1 start.
Ball out!
I mean, look, I live for the ball out. That's one thing that will never change here. But nice. But if I look at the YouTube chat here, our guy Ron Lyon says every game sounds like the game of the year for the 49ers. And that's where I wanted to begin this segment, Krug, because we make so much about the soft schedule. And I get it. When you're talking football and you're just eagerly waiting for the action to truly begin, preseason doesn't always give you a lot. It's really more so for those players themselves to get game tape and get an opportunity in the NFL. You wait a long time to evaluate a football season. And then as we've seen with the first month, it never lives up to what you're using as the narrative in February and March and April and all the way up through the start of September. But on the notion of every game sounds like the game of the year for the 49ers, to Ron Lyon's point, I'd say, yeah, like we couldn't have forecasted all the injuries, but 3 of the first 5 were on the road. They have faced every team in their division. They've already dealt with a short week of a Thursday Night Football game. And here we go into week 6, and this still might be their toughest test yet to face.
No, I think you're right. And by the way, Robert Saleh yesterday talked more about that Alfred Collins play. I mean, I don't think it's saying too much. Now, I'm 55. I've been watching Niner football since the mid-'70s, okay? I don't think it's hyperbole to say that Alfred Collins play was one of the greatest defensive plays in 49ers history.
Ooh.
That was an amazing play. And then Saleh talked about it yesterday. You just don't – what he did there was absolutely unfreaking believable. He was being combo blocked by 2 300-plus pound guys. He's being shoved by 2 guys away from the play. He splits the double. Now, usually you split the double, you can only just get something right around you because you still have those bodies kind of hanging against you, right? So even if you split it, you're not really free. You just split it, okay? He splits it, throws one of those guys away like a wet tissue paper, frees up his arm, and then gets enough ferocity with that arm to just swing it and club Kyron in the head, and then bring him to the ground, pop the ball out, and recover the fumble on the 3. I mean, that was epic. I've watched Bryant Young. I've watched Dana Stubblefield. We want to go old school, Cleveland Elam, Tommy Hart, Dwayne Board, Michael Carter, Kevin Fagan. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody do that, ever, where one guy getting doubled beats the double somehow gets across the formation, pops the ball out with a gigantic, violent club move. And it's amazing he got that much of violence into that swing. And then to fall on the ball it's just it's the strip sack. It's the strip sack fumble recovery, but in the interior, after being combo blocked. I mean, it's an awesome play. I mean, it just gives us a glimpse of the potential of Alfred Collins. So not to go on a big diatribe, but that thing was just unbelievable. And it's like there were so many other incredible moments in that game, and Mac Jones's performance was so compelling, and the fourth down stop, took away some of the attention. But that play by Collins was epic.
I love that take. And to be fair, I haven't watched enough 49ers defensive plays in real time to really appreciate what would be at the top of my list. I like Eric Wright, horse collar tackling before horse collar was legal after the catch. That's a big one.
That's
obviously.
A big one. Eric Davis stepped in front of the Cowboy receiver and ran one back in the NFC Championship game in '94. That was absolutely massive play. Massive play. And there's a few others that we can name over time, I'm sure, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, this was an all-time incredible play. You're not going to see that. You can go watch football for 20 years. You're not going to see that again.
I will always remember the Navarro Bowman pick six when Candlestick was closing down. That one's going to forever burn in my brain.
Oh, my God, Greg. That's an amazing one. He ran right by me. I was standing at the 10-yard line because we were getting ready to go into the locker room. In the old days, you had to walk down onto the field and stand on the field for the last 5 minutes. So he ran right by me. How about the Dre Greenlaw goal line stand stop in Seattle? That has to be on the list as well.
Well, I like that you bring up the Dre one because JD and I will use these two words all the time when we're doing Warrior shows together. That's revisionist history. Now, sometimes we say it in a way that's a little bit sarcastic because it gets nauseating when you just try to project into the future or always do your game of what ifs. But depending on how the rest of the 49ers season plays out, then I think we could be looking at that fumble as one that gets remembered for an extra long time. The play itself was remarkable no matter what, but if it gets the 49ers a home game in the postseason, if it gets them into a playoffs, if it's the kind of thing that turns the Rams season for worse, it's something we'll remember. Now, I don't think that last scenario about the Rams season being in trouble, I don't think that's going to happen. Stafford looks too good, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and they're incredibly well coached. But my point is, you always look at these big plays, and that game in general was a very memorable one. I think if we're having this conversation today, Krug, let's say you're filling in for Papa on a Friday.
Yeah.
And the 49ers are 3-2, and they lost a close one to the Rams last week. Nobody would be panicking. We wouldn't be looking at this game upcoming all that differently. It would be a big game still. The 49ers would have their injuries. The Buccaneers would have their injuries. A lot of close fourth quarters. The 49ers would still, by and large, be in pretty good shape. It would be a meaningful game for the NFC. But now we're looking at it as, wait a minute, the 49ers mathematically are the top seed in the NFC. They're going to go face another one of those 4-1 teams. They have a stranglehold on their division for the time being. They've done it on the road. They've had their backup quarterback play 3 games. They don't have a rushing touchdown. They don't have an interception, but they're still finding ways to win. So if they can do it again, then all of a sudden we're feeling a little bit more serious about what this team could be down the line as they are going to get healthier. The only player, and it is a big one, but Nick Bosa is not coming back, and that's a problem they will have to address moving forward for the rest of the season. Everything else, though, as a whole, you would figure there's an opportunity to go and fix, whether it's with health, improved play, or doing something on the trade market.
Yeah. No, I mean, you heard the Kawakami question to Shanahan where he's like, hey, is this like 2019? And Shanahan's like, no, it's not. Then he kind of doubled down. He's like, well, is it similar? And he's like, no. It's not. And it's really, I think, mostly Shanahan pushed back so hard because of Bosa, because Bosa's out for the year, where in 2019 he was not out for the year. So, it's a different scenario, and we'll see what they're able to do. Lynch told the morning show that, he's making phone calls. He's having good conversations. In a lot of ways, John Lynch, through his tenure here, has popularized the midseason trade because the Niners have made so many of them, and so many of them have worked out. in the Niners' favor, and they've had a lot of success. So will he make a midseason trade? I think he will. Will he get an impact guy? I'm not really sure. I mean, a lot of people wanted to read the whole Shanahan thing a lot of different ways. I just think he was being smart. And I mentioned this the other day. When you're a general manager, when you're a head coach, you're the face of the franchise, And if you're the face of the franchise, you have to be smart about things. You can't be like Farhan Zaidi, who's like, "Oh, we're gonna absolutely make every possible move. There is no stone that we're gonna leave unturned." And then AJ Pollock gets traded for, and it's like, what? All that talk, you got us all hot and bothered for AJ Pollock, and Farhan was just a smart guy. But he's not a sales guy. Salespeople know you underpromise, you overdeliver. You do the opposite, you're a fool. You underpromise, you overdeliver. You're a great salesperson. You overpromise, you underdeliver. You're a fool. Managing your client's expectations. Who's the Niners' client? The fans, the media, their own locker room. So Shanahan said the right thing when he's like, I don't know. We need to find somebody who can help us this year, not hurt us too much next year. And he's going to downplay everything because he's smart. He's going to underpromise, and then anything you do gets like, oh yeah, they did something. You're not going to talk a big game. But I think they're looking for a difference maker. And the guy that I would love to see them get is Jeffrey Simmons. Because I think Simmons is just such a beast. They wanted that interior monster that they had with DeForest Buckner. That's why they signed Hargrave. He didn't quite deliver that. Simmons would.
Jeffrey Simmons is a name to watch, as well as Kayvon Thibodeau, who him and the New York Giants had quite the night last night. And Thibodeau now, at this stage in his career, is a much more polished player. Papa and I got into this yesterday, and I want to take this here with you, Kruger. John Lynch was on with Murph and Marcus yesterday and was asked about 4-1, being in the mix, and if they're any closer to trading for a pass rusher. I want to share my thoughts off of this soundbite here, and let's get into the possibilities of why or why not they might take a big swing. Here's what John Lynch said yesterday.
We'll see. I'm having a lot of conversations, a lot of good and productive ones. It is a premium position, so teams don't like just letting those guys out the door when they're good football players. So you have to identify the right guy that, number one, is going to help us. Like I've been very clear. You're not going to find a player, that's going to go replace Nick Bosa and be as effective as him. That's really difficult to do. But can you find someone who makes the entirety of our group better, such that collectively we're better? That's more in line with what we're looking for. There's so many variables, and you got to find a partner that makes sense. And so all those things. But there's plenty of discussions. Right now, I'm real proud of the way, the effort our guys are playing with. And if we find a way to make our football team better and it aligns, then we will not, be shy on pulling the trigger. But we are. It's not for lack of putting in the work, and we're doing that. And if everything aligns, we'll see.
So we have a few TVs up in the studio right here, and on the top left, I see LeBron James and the LA Lakers, and that logo right there just makes me think every franchise, especially a one like that, thinks, oh, well, we can just make a trade all the time. So when it comes to do you make a trade, do you not make a trade? Well, my immediate follow-up question, Krug, is what stage is your team in terms of competitiveness and also just the life cycle of building and rebuilding? I compared the Rams of 2021 to the Rams of 2023. In 2021, when they traded for Matthew Stafford, they were all in. They got Odell Beckham Jr., they got Von Miller. They were going all in the middle of the table, chips push it in to try to win a Super Bowl. Now, to their credit, it ended up working out. They hoisted a Lombardi. But why are the Rams relevant when all but maybe 4 of those players on their roster were gone by 2023? Well, that's because the whole Les Snead F them picks meme became, no, we need the picks, and we're going to hit on those picks, and we're going to rebuild through the draft. Aaron Donald retires, doesn't matter. You see the front 4 on our defense? So the Rams were good in 23 and 24, and now could be again in 25 because, yeah, they got a veteran foundation, but they've also built quickly through the draft. And the 49ers are in a phase now where the picks do matter. Why? Because they said as much in the offseason with the players they didn't sign, with the financial cuts they did make, with the fact that, yeah, they took care of Purdy and they took care of Kittle and Fred Warner, but they also knew how much youth they were going to rely on, which was not just this draft class. It was last year's draft class, like Malik Mustafa coming back this weekend. They need him. Renardo Green, they need him. So it all comes to this. Do the more games that the 49ers win, does that mean the bigger the swing they are willing to take? This game is not going to decide anything as far as January goes, Krug, in Tampa Bay. Now, it might end up determining seeding. It might be the difference between a playoff game between these two teams being in the South Bay or in South Florida. But as for right now, if they win this game and they're 5-1 and they're continuing to roll, is there more likelihood that they talk themselves into maybe we are one player away, one bona fide pass rusher away from being a team in that Super Bowl conversation? Whereas, say they're, 5-3, 5-4 at a certain point, and maybe John Lynch thinks, yeah, we got other holes, we got more work to do. I don't think it's worth it to swing for the fences of someone the likes of a Trey Hendrickson.
Well, I mean, it's just every team's a little different. I mean, I don't think the 49ers are going to trade for a guy who is going to walk at the end of the year. Like, I don't think, if they could get a Trey Hendrickson, and I think part of that deal has to be they got to have some idea that they can re-sign him. And then also, what is the draft pick compensation cost?
Right.
Because I think, it's pretty clear that the 49ers have earmarked their 2026 first-round pick to be a tackle. That's going to be a tackle. That's going to be an offensive tackle. And there's, I would say, 8 or 9 guys that are really, really good at offensive tackle. Spencer Fano from Utah, the kid from Miami, Caden Proctor from Bama, the other kid from Utah, Caleb Lomu, Isaiah World from Oregon, just a huge 6'6", great tackle. Xavier Chaplin from Auburn, Jennings Dunker from Iowa, Drew Shelton from Penn State. There's a bunch of these guys. Austin Barber from Florida, Trevor Goolsby from Texas. It's a good tackle draft. There's about 8 or 9 of those guys that I just named that are probably all going to go in the top 50. They got to get one of those guys, and they got to make sure it's the right guy. So I don't think they're going to trade. I don't think they want to move their first-round pick. I think they know they can't.
Yeah.
So,
and they shouldn't, by the way. They should not.
I don't think they should either, but but then, I do think how many games they win and how they're positioned and how the rest of the conference looks is going to impact things. I mean, if the Niners beat Tampa, and let's just say for the sake of the conversation, Niners go to Tampa on Sunday and they win convincingly. They're the class of the NFC. At that point, they're the best team in the conference. They're right. I mean, if they get an impressive win in Tampa after they just beat the Rams, they may be the best team in the NFC. Now, every team's got a weakness, right? But like Detroit, for example, their weakness is that they only really have one quarterback. It's Goff. If they lose Goff, it's Kyle Allen. They're going to fall. They're going to drop several pegs. They're not really a Super Bowl team.
Detroit's also different when they have a lead and they control it with that lethal rushing attack versus when maybe they're on the road or maybe they're trailing. Like last year in the playoffs, their defense was so decimated, right, that Jaden Daniels did whatever he wanted, and all of a sudden Detroit had to play perfect offensive football. They did not.
Yeah. So, and then also you got to be in the deal flow to know who are you competing against. Like, if I'm John Lynch, I want to know, one, what you want for Trey Hendrickson, and then I want to know if I don't trade for him, where's he going to wind up? If he's going to wind up, with Cleveland, I got no problem. But if he's going to wind up with the Eagles or the Lions, maybe I do have a problem. And maybe I want to be more involved then. So it's a ever moving picture, but to me, the difference makers are Jeffrey Simmons and Trey Hendrickson. Those are the guys that really move the needle. Now, you mentioned Kayvon Thibodeau, but I get the vibe that Joe Shane and Brian Daboll want to stay employed. And I don't think the Giants are going to sell, especially after last night. I think the Giants are going to not sell. So I think they're going to try to get that final wild card spot and get in the playoffs and save their bacon.
I do wonder how many games the New York Giants will have to win in order for Brian Dable and Joe Shane to save their jobs, because that is something we brought up before the game yesterday. Papa goes, we want the Giants to beat Philly, right? And I said, well, yeah, of course. And he goes, but remember, we talked about Kayvon Thibodeau. What if the Giants get pushed into a corner of maybe selling? It is something to weigh as we move forward with this. So coming up, I want to hear from all you out there. 415-808-5627. Should the 49ers make a trade, yes or no? And if so, how seismic do you want them to go for the sake of going in on trying to contend this year? It's Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan joined Dirty Work yesterday to get into the difficulty of his decision to run the ball after Alfred Collins punched out and recovered the fumble, and also look to what's ahead this Sunday. He'll speak later today to reveal the latest on the 49ers injury report, but as for yesterday, he says that Jawan Jennings should be down to the wire as for his availability. Any news that comes out between now and then, you know where to find it. We'll be breaking it right here on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
It's Papa and Silver on a Friday. Larry Krueger hanging out, and Krug is going to go catch up with the latest of Kyle Shanahan toward the end of the show. So we're going to get some JD in. We got the revolving door. I said Papa and Silver. It's more like Silver and Friends. Walter, you ready to do the last segment after JD maybe has to tap out for a reason?
Oh, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man.
We've been on the discussion about the 49ers and the possibility of making a trade now that Nick Bosa is out, and that's the one piece that they for sure are not getting back for all the other injuries that they've been dealing with. That's the one problem that we know is here to stay in 2025. So, Krug, as we got into all of this, another part of it yesterday is I said this, and I compared it to the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, the Bengals are obviously right now in a very different predicament than the 49ers are. 2-3 versus 4-1, winning without your or losing without your star quarterback versus winning despite all the injuries. But the reason I connected the two is when the Bengals traded for Joe Flacco this week, was it, oh, we got to get another quarterback because our season's cooked because we're 2-3? And the answer was, yeah, you are cooked. And not because you've lost 3 in a row with Jake Browning, but because we've seen enough of Joe Burrow-less Bengals football to kind of know what you are with that offensive line and with a quarterback that's not number 9 back there. In the same way, with the 49ers, it's not a push the panic button because we've played now 2 3/4 of a game without Nick Bosa. We've seen enough of the 49ers with a very compromised Nick Bosa or with no Nick Bosa, period, to know how much it impacts the pass rush in terms of pressure, in terms of sacks, in terms of generating turnovers. And so it's not just a couple game sample size where we're looking at here. We have a couple of years worth of games to be looking at to know that it is a major, major loss for the time being.
Oh, I mean, there's no question. I mean, it's really, really, really rare to get anybody on your defensive front seven that commands consistent double teams. And when you have a guy like that, they're golden, right? And the rule is that you never trade guys that command double teams on your front seven. And then when you lose a guy that commands a double team on your front seven, it changes everything. It changes the way teams want to go about blocking you. And suddenly now Mikael Williams is being doubled at the 4th highest rate in the NFL. I think that has a lot to do with the fact that Nick Bosa is no longer there. So, I mean, and that's why if you can ever get a line where 2 guys have to be doubled or a front seven where 2 guys have to be consistently doubled, now you're a real problem. You know, that's what the Niners were dreaming of when they signed Hargrave. Is hey, we'll have the guy on the outside that commands doubles. We'll have the guy on the inside that commands doubles, and everybody else will go one-on-one, and it will really set us up. And then just Hargrave wasn't – he flashed some good things, but he wasn't quite the dominator that they thought they were getting.
808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation. We've also got the YouTube chat. Brent Jackson on YouTube says – make the trade atomic in size. Now, I think the ultimate atomic trade would probably be somebody the likes of Trey Hendrickson, now a little bit older, also proven 17.5 sacks last year, led the league. So I think about this game and looking at the defensive line, and it's been multiple weeks now where we always talk to Matt Mayoko on Fridays, And we talk about the defense, and he says, find a way to scrap together some pass rush. Now, you got Bryce Huff. He was able to get a sack after against Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars. You had no quarterback hits, let alone even a sack. And they were able to find a way to scrap it together. Baker Mayfield, and this was interesting. Matt Mayoko compared the approach for the 49ers to Baker Mayfield as one to Kyler Murray. Now, two very different quarterbacks, but in the sense of trying to keep them in the pocket, because Baker, even though he's not the speedy kind of scrambler that we would think of with the Kyler Murray, he makes some pretty impressive plays off schedule. And on top of that, at the line, he's been able to maneuver within the pocket. But if you get Baker outside scrambling, I mean, how many times? It's like once a game now where he picks up a first down with his legs on a third down when you have to get it. You don't think he should be able to do it. Finds a way to break a tackle or sneak around the edge to the outside, gets dragged down, gets up, and starts talking smack in a defender's face. It just seems to be a shoo-in. And last year, he was full-on stiff-arming Nick Bosa on a fourth down, dragging him all the way past the chains to where that game stayed alive a little bit longer than for comfort. And fortunately for the Niners, they were able to go down, and Moody, who'd had a terrible day, knocked one through to win that game. But that was a really uncomfortable win at this stadium last year.
No doubt. The Niners got a 3-point win. Baker's he's a gamer, man. He'll make plays. He's a smaller guy, but he's got big hands. He can command the football. He throws lasers. He's got a great arm. You can bat down a few passes because he does have kind of a lower trajectory. When he has struggled, he's just gotten beaten up badly. But now he's behind a good line. Now, this Tampa line has lost 3/5 of their starting line to injuries at one point or another in the first month of the year. So, Wirfs, Gadecki, these guys have been out. They Mock is out for the year. So Wirfs, I think, is back in there now. But, yeah, the thing with Baker is he will take chances. He will throw. He will thread the needle. And he'll throw you one. That's the old saying. He'll throw you one. He'll throw you an interception. Now, he hasn't this year. He's got 10 touchdowns and 1 pick. But that's kind of his reputation, is that he'll try to make plays. He'll try to fit it in there. And he'll put the ball in harm's way because he's trying to make plays. But he's also an underrated scrambler, as you said. If you give him an obvious lane, he's going to take it. And he gets better and better and better as the game goes on and as the season goes on. If you look at his game log, Greg, every single game he's had this year, he's thrown for more yards than the previous game.
Yeah, and interesting stat we got into yesterday with the Athletics' Jacob Robinson. The Buccaneers, in every game they've won, have been outscored in the fourth quarter. So they've done it by maybe relinquishing it a little bit. Maybe the defense kind of gets a little leaky. But then Baker Mayfield in this offense finds a way to take it back just in time. Remember the Jets game with Aaron Glenn sauntering down the sideline and making that meme? That was a 21-6 fourth quarter for the Jets, but the Bucs did just enough to hold on to that one. Atlanta, and look, bottom line is they've been clutch, and it starts with Baker Mayfield. So finding a way to put a little bit of pressure on him is going to go a long way. Bucky Irving's not playing in this game, so you'll have Rashad White, who's a good multi-threat back out of the backfield, catching passes in addition to running. But these teams, again, very similar in they've relied on their quarterbacks making a lot of plays. I never thought that we would be getting into a 49ers team, and a winning 49ers team at that, coached by Kyle Shanahan, that is the only team in the NFL to throw it 40-plus times a game through the first month and a week of the season.
Yeah, they're known for their run game, and they can't run. They have a great running back, and they have been unable to run. So are the 49ers going to be able to get their running game going? The numbers say it won't happen this week, right? Because Tampa's really good against the run. But weirder things have happened. I mean, Seattle last week, I thought, ran effectively to the edges. They ran for 6 yards a carry against this defense. So, it's a week-to-week league for sure. And you don't know exactly what kind of impact the injuries are going to have on a week-to-week basis. This week, Mac Jones is dinged up for the 49ers, and obviously Juwan Jennings, it looks like he's going to try to give it a go, but Pearsall's out. They're not 100% at wide receiver, and yet they're going up against a Tampa team that Zion McCollum's out, and they've got injuries on the corner. And so you're going up against their backup corners, the Niners' backup receivers against the Buccaneers' backup corners. So What kind of a approach does Kyle Shanahan take? Can they run the ball the way that Seattle ran the ball effectively and run to the edges? Or is it going to be a lot of pressure on Mac Jones? The one thing that Tampa can't do is they're not really good at defending the running backs out of the backfield. So I do expect Mac to get rid of the ball and for CMC to be a major portion of their offense in the receiving game.
Yeah, look, there's no Christian McCaffrey problem whatsoever. He's just taken a lot of his talents as a running back and had to supplement that with his talents as a wide receiver. I mean, he could be a legit NFL wide receiver right now. 6th in the NFL in receiving yards. I still can't believe it every time I say it through the first 5 weeks of the year. 808 KNBR, do you want the 49ers to make a trade, specifically in the pass rushing department? We'll continue to get into this. I see the phone lines ringing a bit, so we'll answer some of those calls coming up here. And let's also talk about that running game for the 49ers that just hasn't quite gotten going yet. It's Pop and Silver with Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. Get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season in full swing, now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible, Oscar, or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game the last several years, up to 17, let us help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team, your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
It's Silver and Krueger with you. JD coming by in about a half an hour here on the Sports Leader. We'll take you to the end of the week, get you over to Dirty Work, and then we've been previewing this one for a long time. The battle of the 4-1s and the 49ers off the mini bye going to Tampa Bay to take on a very exciting Buccaneers team. Been getting into the notion of the 49ers and do they need to go out and make a trade. We'll gather more information this week to see if this defensive front, as they are, can put a little bit of pressure on Baker Mayfield, who has had an incredible start to the season, early consideration for MVP, and of course, a long, long way to go. And that front, just like the 49ers are the number one seed, but guess what? On October 10th, Greg Papa's birthday, that means absolutely nothing. Let's go out to the phone lines. Bill is up in the Gold Country and wants to weigh in on the 49ers trading for a pass rusher, perhaps a little reincarnation of the Gold Rush from 2019. What's up, Bill? You're on the Sports Leader.
Gentlemen, how you doing this afternoon?
Yeah, we're doing great. We're ready for the weekend and can't wait for this game, but obviously lots to analyze here with this team, and it's always a who's who of who's going to suit up, right?
Right. So, to be honest with you, whoever we go after, it's going to have to be for a long term, because when Bosa comes back, let's be real, he ain't going to be Bosa that we know. He's going to be damaged goods, 2 ACLs, shoulder. He ain't going to be the same Bosa. So we need to really shore that up. My first pick, of course, it's not going to happen. It wouldn't happen. The other team wouldn't trade with us anyway, and his salary's too much, would be Max Crosby. I'd love to have him here. Other than that, I would either like to have Thibodeau or Burns from the Giants. I know Burns is a linebacker, but God, I would love for him to be on our team as well. So those are my two guys that I would love to go after if we could and get one of those two, and I think they would shore us up really good, and we'd have something to shoot for.
Appreciate the call, Bill.
Yeah, good names. Definitely good names there. I think you got to ask yourself, who are the actual sellers? Who's actually going to sell? Because I have 4 teams down here, the Raiders, the Giants, the Cardinals, and the Cowboys, that are either not going to sell or they're not going to sell to the Niners. You know what I mean? I really don't believe the Raiders, the Cardinals, or the Cowboys would sell to the Niners at all. I think they just hang up the phone. And as far as the Giants, I don't think the Giants are going to sell. I think Joe Shane understands, and if he makes a trade, he might be making, and they sell and they don't go to the playoffs, he's just acquiring draft picks for somebody else to probably make. So I don't see them selling. Because I think the Giants are desperate. It's New York, and they're desperate to get to the postseason any way imaginable. So those 4 teams, I think you could take off the list.
Well, and for the Giants, you brought up the important point that you got a head coach and a general manager wanting to save their jobs. So is it best for the organization? Look, the human element comes into this one. I think that alone right there makes the Giants less likely to sell unless this thing just turns for the worst instantly.
So, if we say who's selling, who do you think for sure is going to sell? This is the list as far as I'm concerned. in the NFC, Carolina and New Orleans.
Yep.
Okay, those two teams are going to sell. I don't know. Carolina has Thomas Incoom and Xavier Legette, who are not big names to general fans, but those might be of interest to the 49ers. New Orleans has Carl Granderson, Cam Jordan, Davon Godchaux. They've got three guys up front that could definitely help the Niners. Chris Olave is also, by the way, on the block. So those are the two NFC teams. In the AFC, these are the sellers: Jets, Miami, Cincinnati eventually, but not now. Cleveland, I don't know what they have to sell. Tennessee and Baltimore, and I don't know what Baltimore has to sell. So, I mean, I don't think you've got a lot. The rest of those teams are not going to sell. So it's not like so then you've got to say, well, what do those teams have? The Jets have Jermaine Johnson, Michael Clemens, Will McDonald. Will McDonald makes a lot of sense. He's an incredible speed rusher. Miami has Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb. Cincinnati's got Trey Hendrickson, obviously, Joe Asai, and Miles Murphy. And Murphy's kind of interesting. I could definitely see them wanting him. Cleveland doesn't have much. Obviously, they have Myles Garrett, but they're not moving Myles Garrett. David Njoku, the tight end, could get moved. Tennessee has Arden Key, Sebastian Joseph Day, Jeffrey Simmons. Obviously, Simmons is a star. And Baltimore just sold Adafe Owe to the Chargers. So I don't know what else they have to sell. So I don't know. There aren't that many sellers. And who do you really line up with? And who do you want on those teams? So, I mean, to me, I guess I would say the Jets would be the team I would target, and maybe Will McDonald would be the guy I would target. But there's not endless opportunities here, so it's going to be interesting to see if Lynch is able to add a piece. He may not be able to. They may have to go and try to poach somebody off a practice squad that they liked in the draft a couple years ago or something like that, because they may not find a fit trade-wise.
I have one other team I want to run by you, which I wouldn't necessarily peg as sellers today, but if things turn the other direction and the way it looked the first 3 weeks, they could be. What about our old buddy DeMeco Ryans and the Houston Texans? Because they got some pass rushers over there too.
Yeah, I just don't. Do you think they're selling? I mean, they aren't they one of the hot teams in the game right now? Aren't they starting to turn it around? I mean, DeMeco also could be coaching for his job. It's a great idea by you, because you're right. I mean, I don't think they're going to trade Will Anderson, but I'd be interested in Will Anderson if I were the 49ers. And then I don't think they're going to trade Danielle Hunter, but I'd be interested in Danielle Hunter. And even the guys they have behind those guys, Darrell Taylor's on this team, Derek Barnett's on this team, and both those guys could help the Niners off the edge.
So, yeah, Houston is feeling good about themselves right now. Their disgusting offense from the first 3 weeks, which was just, as Pete Prisco told us, a disaster with a capital D. Then they had that game against the Titans in which they did end up get going in the second half. But for the first 2+ quarters, I was like, you got to be kidding me with the fact that this game wasn't an international game. I was begging for it to be a 6:30 start. Then Houston gets rolling late. And then last week they beat up on the wildly injured Baltimore Ravens, who their defense has been a disaster from the get-go. And offensively, they didn't have Lamar Jackson to even turn that one into a shootout. Here's Houston's next 4 games. So they got to bye this week. And then their next 4 are at Seattle, who, to be fair, Seattle's been a better road team than a home team under Mike McDonald, but still traditionally not an easy place to play. Then they go back home and face the 49ers that following week. Then they stay home and face Denver, so a nice little defense-on-defense battle. And then they got to face the Jaguars for their 3rd straight home game. That's November 9th. If all of those teams, which they could theoretically lose all 4 of those games, could that push them to already having the bye? Your record is 2-7. Maybe it's a different conversation. Now, by the time they hit 2-7, I understand that's past the trade deadline. So it'd have to be 2-6. But Houston has been very questionable on the offensive side of things. And I think, okay, they have some losable games coming up. We'll see if C.J. Stroud gets it going or if this thing is turning into a disaster. I don't think that DeMeco Ryans is coaching for his job this year. But we've seen the NFL and fates turn quickly, Krug, to where, I mean, it doesn't take me to tell you that DeMeco Ryans could get fired by the end of this year. That wouldn't be any kind of shock because we see things like this happen all the time in the NFL. So that's the team I got my eye on, but I agree with you. I wouldn't peg them as sellers today.
It's funny. They have gotten off to a slow start, but it's not really that surprising. I mean, you've got a young quarterback. You've got lots of turnover on your offensive line. They got a brand new left tackle in Arianti Ursary, who I really like, but I mean he's a rookie left tackle. But you've got changes on your offensive line. Yeah, they moved Laramie Tunsil, right? You've got a rookie running back in Woody Marks. You got young receivers in Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll. The combination of a young quarterback, changes on your offensive line, rookies at wide receiver and running back. I mean, offense is about continuity. It takes a few weeks to get it rolling. Defensively, though, if you're looking at just a team that just has all the personnel, I mean, Anderson and Daniil Hunter off the edges. You're talking about a secondary that's really good. Petrie, the Kamari Lassiter's a tremendous player. The LSU corner, Stingley Jr. is a hell of a player. You've got Aziz on that second level. They've got guys. I mean, Texans have a ton of talent on all three levels of their defense. So if the offense can get cooking, and that's a big if, but if they can, they're probably a contender.
Let's go out to the phones. Ron in Modesto wants to talk about the 49ers and the defense ahead of this Sunday. Look, they could make a trade, they could not make a trade, but we know what they have going into this Sunday. So, Ron, we appreciate you calling in. You're on The Sports Leader. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, Krug?
Hey,
Greg,
what's going on, man?
Make it happen. Hey, go Niners, 1915. We're going to go get this win over there. You know the field. It's going to be hot. It gets super hot out there, I seen Donovan McNabb over the years throwing up on the field. Mac Jones, baby. Let's go. Come on. I think we can get this dub 5-1. Let's go.
19-15's your score?
Yeah, it's going to be a rough game. The Tampa, we got to adapt to the Tampa Bay offense and defense. Todd Bowles, man, you got to give him some respect. But
No
give
doubt.
us some respect, right? ESPN needs to give 49ers respect. We have 4-1, baby. Let's go.
All right, I appreciate the call, Ron. So 19-15, we had Cynthia Freeland on this week, and we brought up how ahead of the last Super Bowl, she went 25-23 Chiefs. Was a point off on all that one, and Papa's like, okay, number one, screw your prediction, and number two, why such a random score?
Yeah.
Ended up being 25-22. So Ron's got, what are we going, 4 Eddie Pinheiro field goals and then a touchdown?
She had 25-23 Chiefs.
Yeah.
And it was 25-22.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I know. I joked that it was the Moody blocked extra point that got left off the board, but I digress on that one. We've moved past it. So now if we're thinking about our current kicker, Eddie Pinheiro, 4 field goals, a 49er touchdown. And then for Tampa Bay, what are we going? Chase McLaughlin, forever 49er, 5 field goals. Are we going to go with a 2-point conversion? Are we going to go with a safety mixed in there? I don't know. But 19-15, look, if we come back on Monday and that's the score, I'd be impressed because I would venture to think that this game is set up to be much higher scoring with the warm weather, the amount that each quarterback has had to throw the ball for their respective team, and the way they found a way to get it done in the fourth quarter is now Robert Saleh and the defense has essentially won the game for the Niners 4 different times. I know that they didn't always have the ball last, but the defense has been key. I just don't know if I see Tampa Bay at home 15-19 being enough for San Francisco.
No, did you see Seattle, Tampa last week in Seattle? That thing was a shootout. Expect another shootout. The 49ers are going to have to score some points to win this game. I would say I'll take the Niners 28-24, but I think it's going to be a hell of a game. And by the way, the Eddie Pinheiro thing is just absolutely, it's shocking. It really is. They went from a kicker that we were nervous when he was lining up for 26-yard field goals to a kicker who's a veteran who made a 59-yard field goal that would have been good from 66 and is the special teams player of the week. It's like you went from a kicker who brought you nothing but stress to a kicker who's the ultimate feel good. It's the best of times, the worst of times. Come on. The Niners have seriously experienced both ends of the spectrum as far as the kicker is concerned.
I hope Jake Moody has a good career and that he gets another opportunity. I really do. And it wouldn't be the first time or the second time or the third time that we see a kicker that was highly drafted or has a lot of raw talent, go and not succeed in their first change of scenery and then end up finding their footing elsewhere. So it's completely not off the table. That being said, when Eddie Pinheiro lined up for 59 and he drilled it on the road in that kind of game, I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, the whole time they're holding on to Jake Moody, a big part of that was, well, he has the leg to kick from out there.
Right.
And then they settled for a guy that maybe he's more accurate but can't do it from 59. Hey, Eddie Pinheiro, second longest kick in franchise history. And Kyle Shanahan spoke about just that. So we'll play that piece of sound for you when we come on back. Then we'll wrap it up with Krug. We'll get ready to talk with JD. And before we know it, we'll be out of here on a Friday. It's Papa and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, if you're not still throwing things at the TV or pointing toward first base along with JT Realmuto and you still want some playoff baseball today, we got it for you on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050. Game broadcast starts at 4:30 with the first pitch between the Tigers and Mariners at 5:08. We'll be carrying the MLB playoffs over there all postseason long, and can somebody please dispose of the LA Dodgers?
Golden State Lumber and Showroom, with locations across the Bay Area, can supply your plan to customize your home to multi-million-dollar projects. Golden State Showrooms can deliver precision-crafted windows and doors that elevate every project. While they specialize in luxury and ultra-luxury upgrades, Golden State offers options for any budget. Their brands include Quantum, Western, Marvin, and Milgard. Golden State can manufacture custom orders that others won't attempt, like 15-foot doors, live edge designs, oversized pivot entries, and much more. You can count on expert installation support and specialized delivery with trucks designed specifically for window and door transport, as they partner with builders and homeowners to ensure project success. You'll also find options that can increase energy efficiency, as well as fireproof options for your home or business. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com and scroll through their image gallery, and you'll realize Golden State Lumber and Showroom makes the extraordinary possible. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, it was right there at his line. I thought we needed it, and I believed he could do it. So it's, he's done it before. At least I've seen him do it in practice. That was the yard line. They said that he was making them in warm-ups. The wind wasn't picking up since we were in a dome, so I felt good about that. And I felt almost a higher percentage of making that than I did on the backed-up third and 9 decision.
That's Kyle Shanahan speaking about Eddie Pinheiro, your NFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Words I never thought we would hear for any player, not just a kicker. I mean, I'm just talking about 49ers in general and the way special teams have gone under the umbrella of Kyle Shanahan in this time here, especially when you account for last year. But Eddie Pinheiro, 4 for 4, was perfect, and the 59-yarder. Krug, what'd you think when he was going out, trotting out there? Because I thought, okay, Kyle wouldn't send him out there if he thought he was going to be short. But I also was like, had that moment of thinking where I just told you, well, the whole point of bringing in someone like Eddie Pinheiro is, hey, maybe we're sacrificing some distance for the greater accuracy. I was like, is he going to be way off on this thing? And he just drilled it.
I mean, my thought was, is this out of his range? Of course, that's the thought everybody was having. But now after watching him, I'm sitting there thinking, what took you guys so long to get this guy? I mean, what the heck? I mean, seriously, you got lucky. You seriously got lucky. You went with your failed kicker into week 2, and you got lucky in the 3rd most accurate kicker in NFL history in the prime of his life after a 3-year run in Carolina where he made 90% of his kicks, was on the beach. I mean, explain that to me. I don't understand that. That one I just don't get. And then I asked Eddie yesterday at his locker. I said, Eddie, when you're walking out there and it's 59-yarder, are you thinking to yourself, man, I got to really put a little bit more into this? And he's like, yeah. He's like, absolutely. I was thinking I really got to hit this. I got to hit this harder than I normally do. So I was fearful that, maybe he would try to do something like that and he would sacrifice accuracy. But, I mean, the guy is money. He's 11 for 11, and they've gone from a kicker that couldn't make kicks to a kicker that can't miss. So, knock on wood, be glad that Eddie's exists. And once again, what the hell took you so long? I mean, why did they go as far as they went with Jake Moody? I mean, I think that question has to be asked, right?
I do like the fact that Eddie Pinheiro actually missed his first kick on that extra point
right.
in New Orleans, just to spook everybody just for a second of like, hey, I'm going to continue to haunt you. And no, I mean, he's been tremendous. He's been a great ad. He's everything that we said on the show of go and get someone who's a vet, who's done this before, who's kicked in big spots. You trust the accuracy. And it wasn't always the prettiest. I mean, as Pinheiro himself said it, he French kissed the goalpost in overtime, but 3 points is 3 points, and the 49ers are 4-1 because of it. So, I mean, special teams player of the week, and you're going to need every point when you go on the road to face a team like this in Tampa Bay. Let's go back out to the phones because Orlando in Napa wants to talk about the defense, but specifically the young safeties that the 49ers have. So I want to hear what Orlando is thinking about this matchup with Tampa Bay and that lethal offense ahead of Sunday. What's up, Orlando?
Before I get to that, I got one thing I want to say. No more third rounders for a kicker.
Amen. In fact, from now on, you know how you have like blockers that can block you from doing things? The Niners should have like an organizational blocker that says that no matter who's the general manager, if they ever hand in a card on day 1 or day 2 of the draft that has a kicker or punter's name on it, it just automatically gets rejected by the person whose job it is to take the card. No, 49ers do
Excellent
not.
idea.
Yeah, there you go.
Excellent idea. Well, this is my thought, and you could tell me who's available. We have a lot of nice young safeties this year, which is great. Does someone out there need a safety that we could swap?
Why? What do you
my thought.
you want to trade? Who do you want to trade?
Well, bring in a pass rusher, someone who has a pass. You named a lot of people out there.
Yeah.
who are-
I mean,
That's what I'm
I
talking
don't
about.
think that, you don't see a lot of player for player trades. I'm pretty sure if the Niners make any kind of a trade, it will probably be a draft pick for a player type situation, but it's not totally crazy. We just saw the Chargers and Ravens make a trade this week. Loey Gilman, the safety, went for Jason Owe or Dafe Owe, and there were picks involved as well on both sides. But I'll say this: if the 49ers are going to trade anybody off their roster, the guy that I think might have value that I could see them moving is Isaac Orendo. Because, I mean, there's somebody out there that's going to look at Orendo and say, oh, man, look how big, look how fast. Bring him here. Let's take a chance. And I get the feeling that the 49ers don't trust him. So I think he would be the guy that I think somebody could say, hey, I'll take Orendo, and they may have a player that you need. Carolina has Xavier Legette, who's a receiver who might be nice for the Niners if he's a big receiver. If they're going to let J.J. walk at the end of the year, maybe a guy like Xavier Legette would make sense. Maybe Carolina would take an Isaac Orendo in return. So you got to explore all those options.
Yeah, Orlando, appreciate the call. Orlando and Napa, I don't think they would or should trade any of their safeties outside of maybe a Jair Brown. And even so, I don't know what the value is on that. Like, you're not going to get a premier pass rusher by throwing in Jair Brown in a package unless that is just part of a sweetener of the deal right there. Marquise Siegel, I know he's gotten picked on in coverage a little bit, but to be a 5th-round pick and come in and start right away, I've been so impressed with Marquise Siegel. Malik Mustafa, I think we're going to see just how awesome it is to have him back with the physicality of his game. Incredible draft pick by John Lynch in that front office in the last year. And look, Jason Pinnock, yeah, I mean, solid player and all, but that's where you need a little bit of the experience. And without Jason Pinnock on this team to start the year, I don't know exactly how well the secondary would be playing. So they knew they were going to rely on a lot of youth, but that means you also got to have some vets mixed in there as well. I don't think the safety position is one in particular, Krug, where I'd be looking to trade away some of those guys. And if you're going to go after a pass rusher, you probably got other assets and or draft capital to be moving with that.
Yeah, I mean, safety is just a violent position that I would keep in my inventory as much as possible. The big question for the weekend is with Mustafa, if Mustafa does get activated, who sits? I mean, Siegel is a natural cover player, and I think Siegel and Mustafa could be perfect together, but Siegel's been picked on quite a bit lately. Pinnock's the veteran who's really good in the box, who's a great blitzer. But maybe Mustafa's considered to be better in the box. I don't know. That one's going to be interesting. Do they stay with Siegel and Mustafa and go with kind of their future safety tandem, or do they take the kid off the field and go with the veteran Pinnock? We'll find out Sunday.
Let's keep it going on the phones, and then we'll let Krug go and welcome in JD. Krug, this is real, by the way. Joe in Montana wants to chime in with some thoughts on the 49ers. What's up, Joe? Good to talk to you again.
Hey, good to talk to you. I hope you guys are having a great day. But, hey, Krug, I just want to talk about, because you hear Dieter saying, it's all about 2026.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
It really pisses me off. It really pisses me off. Like, how John and Kyle are going to walk to Christian McCaffrey, Fred Warner, Trent Williams. Hey, guys, yeah, you keep winning, but, yeah, we're all about 2026, We're not going to make a trade. We're not going to do anything to help you guys. So I just don't buy it. Like, it really pisses me off hearing Dieter and everybody say it's about 2026.
Dieter is really good at pissing people off. No, I love Dieter. Dieter's one of my favorites, but we just fundamentally disagree. I don't know. I'm not saying that the Niners aren't trying to win in 26, but the idea that they're like 25 is just like some footnote. Why? Trent Williams might not even be on the roster in 26. He may be out of football by 26. You think Christian McCaffrey's better next year? You think Kittle's better next year? Is Bosa better next year? Is Fred better next year? These guys are all in the twilight of their prime. I don't think the 49ers should be giving away 25 at all. The New York Giants got to a couple Super Bowls, with Eli Manning, with hardly vintage New York Giant teams, and they have rings to show for it. You can win a Super Bowl in a year where you're not the best team, start to finish. The 88 Niners got real hot at the end of the year. They were 10-6 on the year. They lost to the Raiders 9-6, but they got hot late in the year and they rolled at the end of the year. And this 49er team could do the exact same thing. So I totally disagree. It's great to have a general plan, and I think listening to Shanahan say, "Hey, we don't want to, take ourselves out of 26." I understand 26. They'll have 3 years of drafts in a row, hopefully, that are good, and they may be better in 26. But there's so many of their best players that are right in their what I would call their prime right now that I don't believe that they're punting on 25. I just don't.
Hey, Joe, if I could sum it up in one sentence, what I would say is this. Last year was all about 2024, right? Extending Brandon Ayuk, really trying to get back to the Super Bowl, that mindset. This year is very much about 2025, but it's about 2026 and 2027 too, where, yes, of course, you're trying to win. You're not punting on this year, but you do have to be mindful of what you're building as you're drafting a lot, relying on a lot of youth, and sort of rebuilding and retooling while you still got this veteran core and your high-paid players to kind of carry you through and keep you competitive in the meantime.
Thank you, fellas.
Have a good one, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it, Joe in Montana. Yes, that is real. Krug, do you have to get going? We got JD waiting here, so I don't know if you want to do a little crosstalk for a moment, but
sure.
What time is Kyle Shanahan on? 1:30?
1:30. I got a couple minutes.
All right, cool. Let's welcome in our buddy, John Dickinson, who's going to be hanging out for the last hour. We're all collectively part of the Papa and Silver family, and I appreciate you both for your time today. It's Silver and friends, and we got Walter manning it all and making sure these connections work. But JD, what's happening, dude?
What's going on, guys? My guys, as Krug likes to say. Good to be with you. And, a big happy birthday shout out to Pop today as well. I know that was a theme of the early part of the show when he was on before he had to cut out there. So just happy birthday to Greg. Big weekend, man. Looking forward to this game with the 49ers and the Buccaneers, and it should be a good one. I'm fascinated to see how much the Niners have in the tank as they play a team that really, I think, equally has just been chaos junkies. They've played all these crazy close games, and in 4 out of 5 figured out ways to win. They mirror each other in that fashion, even if they don't necessarily mirror each other in how they go about doing it.
Looks like it could be quite a shootout as well. I don't know that Tampa's defense is going to be able to stop the Niners, and I don't know that the Niner defense is going to be able to stop Baker Mayfield. I'm really eager to see this Emeka Egbuka because, this guy's doing it. It would be one thing if he was doing it in the shadow of Evans and Godwin. He's doing it without those guys on the field. And he's like the guy that people are trying to take away, and nobody can take him away. So it's amazing. Nobody wanted to talk about Egbuka because he wasn't the biggest star at Ohio State any of those years, but he just kept getting a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better, and now you've got this very polished receiver, and Tampa's GM understood it. A lot of people thought that was a very surprising pick when they made it, and it looks genius at this point.
It really does, and the Niners are going to have to slow him down. I think, on the other side, nobody's been able to run it really against Tampa. They've been very stout there, and the Niners haven't been able to really run it effectively against anybody. But anytime you're going up against a Todd Bowles defense, it's how do you handle the blitz and how do you handle the pressure, and how mobile is Mac Jones? Is Kyle Shanahan ready? And has some plays dialed up for some specific blitzes. A lot of beating the blitz, Krug and Greg, as you guys know, is what do you do pre-snap, right? Do you recognize maybe what's coming? Do you have things to go to against different types of blitzes? Because it really, I think, for the most part, has been kind of an opportunistic defense for Tampa. But I go back to the turnover that proved to be the the game winner for Tampa up in Seattle, and that was a sweet blitz generating a little bit of pressure. Ball gets tipped, and Levante David's there to pick it off, and all of a sudden it's kind of the breakthrough score in what had been an incredible back and forth shootout kind of a game. So those are just kind of some early thoughts on my end. I mean, yeah, can the 49ers defensively hold up? But I think really this is the kind of game where can they continue to be efficient offensively? How mobile is Mac Jones? And how do the 49ers deal with the blitz, especially if they can't run the football?
Yeah, and look, JD, something that Papa and I were getting into the first part of the show is that Kyle Shanahan was pretty forthright with his information, and among what he told Dirty Work was, yeah, Mac Jones isn't really throwing the football right now. And so now you start wondering, is the oblique that popped up on the injury report starting to be a little bit more of a problem? And look, Mac Jones, there's no way around it. He took a full-on beating. So, yes, that mini bye is helpful. But if you account for that second half especially, if I had Byron Young and Kobe Turner and Jared Verse and Braden Fisk running after me, I don't care if you got a knee brace coming into the game. I don't care how many bananas you eat. There was a reason that afterwards in that post-game interview, he did not look like he had a lot of emotion going on because I think his human battery was on about, 5% at that point?
Well, to me, it is the oblique. And Krug, I know you've been down there. I was down there Wednesday and Thursday, and big part of the day has been how much is Mac able to throw, and what Kyle has had to say in kind of being honest. I know Mac, not wanting to waste throws, I think was the way he put it during the press conference yesterday. Almost as if he's got a certain amount in the tank, and it doesn't feel great. But I think right now the oblique is without question the bigger concern than the knee. I think he's kind of been playing through the knee. You get the week and a half in between games. That helps the knee rest up. Not that you can't go out there and have the knee be painful as you're trying to play through it in an NFL game. Of course it is. But the oblique, which Max said popped up on the final play, a final offensive play that he was out there against the Rams, I think that's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on, especially, again, the Bucs have stopped the run. The Niners haven't been able to run it. Like, are they setting us up for a little Adrian Martinez on Sunday? I guess that's the other question at this point. But how do you play through an oblique? That's tough. That really is tough to throw and be accurate.
Yeah, I mean, in quarterback, I mean, if you can throw with your perfect mechanics, it's probably fine. But if you have to move to your left or right or avoid somebody, or and that is the position, then it can be more complicated and put that oblique in harm's way. I mean, one thing you want to make sure that you're fully hydrated. It sounds like he wasn't fully hydrated last week. He was getting forearm pulls, and I mean, if you ever had any kind of cramping in your forearm, especially if you're throwing anything, it's like really debilitating. It's like grabs on you. It's very painful. By the way, Mac Jones was at practice today, back at practice, and was throwing. So yesterday he was practicing, but he didn't throw. Today he was throwing. So he also was out there with a left knee brace on his knee. So
sounds like Jawan Jennings also on hand for a second straight day, which is a good sign. It sounds like he's going to be a game time decision either way.
Yeah, so I mean they're gonna gut it out. I mean it's neither team's 100%, but it's going to be interesting because I think Mac Jones has shown that he's playing on time. He's making good decisions. He's getting his footwork aligned with his first read. He's ready to get rid of the football to his first read. And I think the fact that he's getting it out of his hand is actually really helping him. I think Brock Purdy was better when he got the ball out of his hand quicker. And I think Mac is benefiting right now from getting it out of his hands quicker. But now, they watch film. And, Bowles is going to watch that. And they're going to rotate into things post-snap that they weren't in pre-snap. And they're going to try to fool Mac Jones. And, how
get him to make that big mistake, right, Krug? Get him to make that big turnover or two that he really hasn't done. He hasn't. The story of his career is that crucial turnover against, and he really hasn't had that other than the one fumble against the Saints.
They're going to try to fool him. They're going to try to show him one look pre-snap, roll into something else post-snap, and try to fool him. And yet we've seen Mac a couple times where teams have done that to him, where he, pumps the ball, brings it back down, and finds somebody else. So I think the thing that I'm most impressed about with Jones is his vision of the field. He, and now granted, I don't know about New England or Alabama or, last year in Jacksonville, but just this year, this summer, he plays on time. He throws it with accuracy. He knows where he's going with the football. You can tell he's processing. A lot of young quarterbacks, guys, they start processing at the top of the drop. You can't process at the top of the drop. You got to know where you're going with the ball at that point. Purdy and Jones both know where they're going when they put their foot in the ground at the top of the drop, and I think that's great. And it's just a matter of, can he see when Tampa's trying to fool him and not turn it over.
Krug, thanks so much for coming by and spending the last hour and a half here. This was awesome, and we'll catch up with you Monday. It'll be all three of us together because JD's in for Papa. We'll find a good time to book you, and going to have a lot to be breaking down because this has been a long preview off the mini-bye.
By the way, this is only my first stint today on KNBR. You can catch me for a second stint with Papa or with Derek Papa and Copeland, and then you can catch me for a third stint in the 6 o'clock hour. 3-stint Kruger here on a Friday.
3-stint Kruger is the way to roll here. You're the best, man. Go enjoy Kyle Shanahan, and hope we learn some good information soon.
Sounds good, guys. Have a good one.
Larry Kruger, great to have him on. And yeah, I mean, him, JD, Walter, all these people have been so helpful as we monitor around this situation. And it was great to spend the first part of the show with our guy, Papa. JD, let's continue to get into it. And then at 1:30, let's do something that we were doing early in the season, which was our big ticket questions ahead of the matchup. Because then when you're with me Monday, we'll have a lot to revisit there in that first hour. It's Papa and Silver. Now with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Justin Allegri, the voice of the California Golden Bears, joined Murph and Marcus this morning as he will be taking on the play-by-play duties with Tim Ryan down in Tampa Bay this Sunday. So they got into all things previewing this matchup and the injuries that are impacting both teams heading into Sunday. And Justin is the man, so check out that interview on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Papa and Silver on a Friday. We've had Papa, we've had Krug, and now we got JD to bring it home for us. Coming out of the bullpen, I don't really want to call you Roki Sasaki like you are by performance, but the way that one ended last night, I just don't want to go with a Dodger analogy. Either way, we're very grateful to have you here and preview this 49ers Bucs. We'll talk a lot of Warriors coming up a little bit in the coming weeks here, but as we get ready for this one, a lot of similarities between these two teams, and now we've got the injuries here with Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Bucky Irving, and then for the 49ers, it's no Ricky Pearsall, no Brock Purdy, no George Kittle. Brandon Ayuk still hasn't played. So the battle of the 4-1s, the adrenaline junkies, and teams that have thrived on the road. So all that was made about the 49ers and their easy schedule going into the season hasn't exactly been the easiest to start the year, and that's even without the injuries. This might be their toughest test yet to face.
Yeah, it very well could be. And look, Tampa was not going to be part of the easy schedule. I think that was something that we all would have agreed upon, and that they are playing both Souths and all of that. I think as far as back-to-back games go, the Rams game on the road and the Tampa game in Tampa are probably the toughest two consecutive games that the 49ers are going to have all year. And the schedule's still been the schedule. I mean, they went and beat the Rams. They went and beat Seattle. I think those have been the toughest two, or at least you would have thought probably going into it. Clearly Jacksonville is better than anybody could have anticipated that they would have been. So this is going to be a hell of a test. You're right. Tampa hasn't quite played as well at home as they have on the road. And the Niners, I don't think, have played as well at home as they have on the road. So maybe the Niners get a little bit of an advantage there. Both teams playing on the West Coast in Week 5, although the 49ers with the rest advantage, which I think is mitigated some by the fact that the kickoff was moved from a 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific start to 4:25 Eastern and 1:25 Pacific. I think that does help the Bucs maybe level the score there a little bit after playing the thriller that they did up in Seattle. So I think a couple of really evenly matched teams, both play a physical brand of football, and both are winning despite injuries because they're winning in the big moments. So it truly is going to be a fun matchup, I think, in Florida.
Got my insulin pump yelling at me, so they might need to get me added to the injury report for the 49ers here just off of a flagship station. But no, I mean, look, this has been the Mac Jones show. He's going to get his 4th start, and now he's been battling his own injuries. I know we just got into it with Krug where the oblique popped up. He wasn't throwing at practice. He was back at it today, actually getting some throws up. But Adrian Martinez, I would hope we don't have to see him. Papa and I got a little bit into his game in that 10 o'clock hour, but these are two teams that have relied on their quarterbacks to make a lot of plays. Baker Mayfield, obviously, the way he's resurrected his career, has come into Tampa. He signed a 3-year, $100 million contract, and compare it to the other two quarterbacks in the state of Florida, he is playing by far the best and making by far the least amount of money. Mac Jones can only hope to follow that model of a Baker Mayfield, of a Sam Darnold, who's now playing with Seattle and going to be competitive all year long. But Mac Jones and the 49ers, so San Francisco, I've run the stat by everybody, except I don't think I've said it to you yet. They're the only team in the league to average more than 40 pass attempts per game. If you told me that about a Kyle Shanahan team, I would not expect the record to be 4-1. I'd say, oh, Christian McCaffrey's probably injured and they got some serious problems. Instead, McCaffrey has been fully healthy. He is second in the league in scrimmage yards per game at 133. He's just taken a lot of his running back talent and shown that he can be just as effective as a pass catcher while Ricky Pearsall's out, while Brandon Ayuk is out, while George Kittle's out.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this, it would have been stunning, I think, considering how poorly the 49ers have been in terms of their ability to run the football, that they would be this dependent on Mac Jones, like even more specifically. But he's been up to the task. Can he be up to the task again against this Tampa team on the road, big national stage? Is he going to be healthy enough? That's always the case. Is he going to be healthy enough to be able to perform at the level we've seen him? We saw a compromised Brock Purdy against Jacksonville, and Mac in his own right with the knee has been compromised, but I think the oblique is a different deal than the knee. So how do they look to mitigate that? And can they run the football a little bit? I think is going to be a big question if Mac is going to be compromised, to keep everything a little bit more on schedule. But teams have not, to this point, been able to run the football against Vita Vea and the rest of that Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense.
You know, it's interesting. We had the football hour with Tim Ryan yesterday, and he said, and I wrote this one down because I knew I wanted to revisit it today, you can run on these guys, but the key is running it to the right spot. So Vita Vea, running it up the middle, probably a bad idea, right? But if you can use the stretch play and get outside a little bit, and we know how much Kyle Shanahan has had success with this outside zone, maybe we're talking a little bit differently. As for another element I'm going to be looking at, both quarterbacks, how much pressure do they have to endure and how can they handle it? Baker Mayfield is someone that has done really well under pressure by being able to get outside the pocket and make plays with his legs. And on top of that, he's a gunslinger. He will throw it down the field, and he's only got one interception on the year to this point. So Matt Mayoka was with us, and he almost compared it to a defensive approach similar to how you defend Kyler Murray. Now, two different kind of quarterbacks, but if Baker Mayfield can be contained and have to throw from the pocket a little bit more, that might make life harder rather than when you allow him to get outside and make all these off-schedule plays where he has proven time and time again, and particularly this year, that that's when he can really gas you up, and he's done it in the most clutch parts of games.
And it also comes down to, because I think Baker in his career, much like Mac Jones, and Baker's been around longer, it's that catastrophic mistake. It's that what are you doing kind of a throw. Those have been either more limited for Baker, or he's been able to overcome them when he has had them. But he's somebody that can be turnover prone when he's not playing well. And it's cliche. It's probably oversimplistic to look at the turnover battle, but it's been indicative of the 49ers at least being able to play even, if not winning it, especially in the games where they've had maybe a talent disadvantage on paper, top to bottom, like they were able to in the Rams game. I think who's going to be able to force the opposition into more mistakes Can the 49ers avoid the mistake? Can they force Baker into a couple of those mistakes that have the potential to flip a game? I think that's all going to be extremely important on Sunday.
The 49ers have had such a fascinating season when you look at it statistically because the no interceptions has been a problem. And it's back to 1932, the last time a team went 12 games without an interception. That said, outside of the Jacksonville game when they got smoked in the turnover battle, otherwise they've been able to keep it pretty even for the most part and find ways to equalize it. No interceptions, but 5 fumble recoveries. They got a gift from Blake Corum not catching that toss play, but other than that, it's been a lot of punch-outs and doing it at key points in the game, often to shut the door and give the 49ers position to go ahead and win it. So whether it's going to be fumbles, whether they can finally break that streak and get an interception, the turnover battle, there's no doubt, JD, maybe it's a cliche, but there's a reason it gets talked about all the time because it's big momentum shifting plays in that kind of game. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and try to ask the key questions ahead of this one so that when we come back on Monday, we'll have a little bit of something to revisit. We got to do this ahead of week 1 and week 2, and we'll do it ahead of week 6. I can't believe we're already at this point. The season is flying by. It's Papa and Silver with JD wrapping up on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. As Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas just doesn't settle cases. They rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Kruger. Filling in for Larry Kruger is John Dickinson on the sports leader. Aloha. Be caller number 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island Getaway. Grab details at thesportsleader.com.
Nicely done, Walter, on the production value there. That's right, it's Papa and Silver. We had Papa, we had Krug, and now we got JD, and we're saving it for the very end of the week. The Hawaii contest sounder, the Big Island Getaway is back. All you got to do if you want to try to get a flight covered and a 5-night stay at the Mauna Kea Resort on the Big Islands, just call in now, 415-896-KNBR. That's 415-896-5627. Again, this is to qualify, not necessarily to win, but you got to take this a couple steps at a time, just like the 49ers, right? You got to get cleared to play, then you got to go out and play, and then you got to execute against Tampa Bay. So, JD, while everyone is out there trying to earn a trip to the Big Island, the 49ers are focusing on the opposite direction and going down to South Florida, and we're going to ask the most important questions ahead of this matchup. 4-1 versus 4-1, a lot of similarities between these two sides. So what are these keys to the game? Well, let's get into it.
Yeah, you want me to go first, Greg? Or because I've got three, and some of them maybe we've touched on, but or touched on at this point. Do you want to roll with one first? You want me to roll with one first? How do you want to play it?
I will let you go first, and we'll alternate because there may be some overlap knowing us.
Yeah, no, and again, we've talked about a couple of these. I'm going to go with, is Mac Jones healthy enough to be effective? I think that's been something that I think everybody thought this week as he was recovering from the knee wouldn't maybe be as big of an issue as it turned out to be in game after he got off to the great start down at SoFi. But to me, it's the oblique and just where things stand with the oblique. I think the knee is good enough for him to obviously be able to get through it and perform. But the oblique popping up on that injury report on Wednesday and something that he aggravated toward the end of the game against the Rams back at SoFi. Is Mac healthy enough with the oblique to be effective enough to help guide the 49ers offense to victory? Because it's really been, the two games, the New Orleans game and the game against the Rams, he was really slinging it in both of those games. They kind of found a way to beat Arizona, less effective in that game. But the Rams game in particular, to go with that New Orleans game, they won that game, both of those games, because he played at an extremely high level, throwing the football all over both of those stadiums.
It's the old best ability is availability, pardon me. And yeah, look, Mac Jones' health is a big question mark because it's not just Brock Purdy that we've had to worry about. Mac Jones has been battling all sorts of injuries himself to where you have to wonder at some point if Adrian Martinez does get thrown into a situation where he's got to take his first snaps in the NFL. Along that notion, JD, I went with my first question as which pass rush will generate more pressure, because Tampa Bay has not been a very effective pass rushing team. Now, the run defense has been stout, and we mentioned Vita Vea, but the pass rush, even with Hassan Reddick, just quite hasn't manifested into its best form. Todd Bowles is very clever with his blitzes. Mac Jones, as is not the most mobile quarterback, and now he's compromised with his mobility and the knee brace he's got going. So you think about which pass rush can generate more pressure. The 49ers have had to find ways to do it without Nick Bosa on the field, and we know what a big loss that is. So putting Baker Mayfield under pressure might be able to force him into some mistakes, but if Mac Jones is getting beat up time and time again, then it goes back to your first question. Is he healthy enough to make it through a full game?
Yeah, that is a huge question, but I like yours as it relates to the pass rush, because it's two things that, it's been non-existent for the most part. When the Niners have not had Bosa, Tampa, it's been an issue there. And I think that also relates to how the 49ers handle the blitz. I'll kind of make that a sub-question, because I think so often Todd Bowles is dialing up blitzes to generate pressure anyway, and he'll bring the house. And is he going to force Mac to get the ball out of his hands really quickly and maybe have that lead to some mistakes? And how do the 49ers look to mitigate that in terms of their preparation? I think that to me, that game plan. So I'll add a sub category to the pass rush. How do the 49ers handle the blitz? Because I think that's going to be the main way at which Tampa can try to get after Mac Jones and the 49ers offense.
All right, so I'll go from your sub question to just another question straight off the bat that you got. What's next for you?
Yeah, I'm going to go who can run it better. I'm going to go with a couple of things, and Bucky Irving's not going to be available for Tampa in this one. We know the Bucs are great against the run, have been to this point. We know the 49ers have struggled to run it. I think this feels like a game to me because Mac has the potential to be compromised somewhat. This feels like a game where the Niners are going to have to find a way to run it. If it's run it away from Vita Vea, if it's run it on the outside a little bit, I think that's going to be important. But I think who can run it better and take a little bit of the pressure off of the passing game, I think has a significant advantage.
Okay, I like that. So off of that, I'll go with one of my questions, which I actually listed as a little bit lower, but I think it ties in better to what you just laid out. Can the 49ers find a way to get an explosive play? Their longest run of the year is 19 yards. Now, in the passing game, they found a little bit more success, and McCaffrey has really thrived off of those nice screens that have been set up, particularly in 2-minute drills with Mac Jones and Kyle Shanahan drawing it up. But Ricky Pearsall is your best threat as an explosive play, and he's not going to be available for this one. So is Juwan Jennings going to be able to go? Can Kendrick Bourne provide a little bit more consistency? Maybe Demarcus Robinson, who has been an explosive player in the past with the Chiefs and the Rams, maybe this is his opportunity to get a little bit more involved. And, of course, the threat of McCaffrey always looms large. But if you're going to get into a game with a team like Tampa Bay, who has shown a little bit of fire, a little bit of explosiveness, I wonder if it will take some kind of shootout to be able to win this game and leave that stadium with a 5-1 record. So can the 49ers find a way to get an explosive play? That's been one of the glaring weaknesses, and a large part of that is the injuries they've had to start the year.
I'm not sure they can, to just kind of answer the question.
I don't know either.
I'm not sure they can. But I do think having Juwan Jennings back, in addition to Kendrick Bourne, gives them a fighting shot. I also think that relates back to how they handle the blitz, because I think if you handle the blitz well, that can lend itself to hitting some explosive plays. You go all in on some of these blitzes, and we've seen Todd Bowles do that through the years. It can make you vulnerable a little bit on the back end, to where if you kind of have an idea of what's coming or a great call in place to try and take advantage of said blitz, you can hit an explosive and hit multiple explosives. In many ways, that's the key to beating the blitz, is to make teams pay for really moving the ball down the field on the plays where they bring the house. So another real solid topic.
All right, what else you got for us?
My third one was just the turnover battle, the cliche
That's
turnover
a good one.
battle. We talked about it in the last segment. But I think that's been the great equalizer when the 49ers have been even or played to an advantage in the turnover battle. They've been winners this year. In the one game where they got destroyed by the Jags, who have destroyed everybody basically, including the Chiefs with some critical turnovers. That was the difference, obviously, in that game. So I think the turnovers will go a long way toward determining who wins this one.
To me, there's no such thing as an overused question when you're talking about the turnover battle. That's inevitably going to be a key in any football game that's ever played. So I think it's a valid one. My last one, and I guess to be specific and put it in a concise question, I went with what will the return of Malik Mustafa bring? But really, I look at the larger picture of the young secondary, Marquise Siegel, Upton Stout, two rookies that have had to get big-time playing time right off the bat, and they've got picked on a little bit. That's not to say that they were bad draft picks or that they can't morph into star players for a Robert Saleh defense, but the NFL speed of the game is so mental, and I've had a lot of conversations with Tim Ryan about this during our breaks, even off the air, and just with Siegel and Stout and just how a little bit of hesitation, and when you get up-tempoed and there's a veteran quarterback on the other side like Matthew Stafford last week, like Baker Mayfield this week, just the thinnest of margins can make all of the difference. So Malik Mustafa coming back after re-injuring that ACL. What will that bring for the young secondary, and how will Stout and Siegel and some of these other young guys be able to hold their own?
Yeah, no, great question. And it continues to be a test for the 49ers, because I do think teams look at it, as we've discussed a lot, teams look at the younger players as areas in which they can exploit, and that secondary's got multiple players. It's really it's the level which is least tied down to veterans. And so I think teams view it as an area where they can really go after it in a number of different ways.
Those are our big questions, and we'll revisit those and reiterate them when we come on back and get ready to wrap up the show. Congratulations to our big Island Getaway qualifier, Sarah in Watsonville, your Friday qualifier, joining a group of Julian Davis, Dustin in Santa Rosa, William in Petaluma, and Michael in South San Francisco. And hey, if it didn't happen for you this week, guess what? We got 5 more days to do it next week, and you've got all the other shows. So, and you got dirty work later today. Wait, okay, Walter, yeah, I knew that, okay? Yeah, it's all good. I'm getting cranky at the end of the week on a Friday. It's Poppin' Silver, wrapping it up. JD hanging out on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan joined Dirty Work yesterday to get into the difficulty of his decision to run the ball after Alfred Collins punched out and recovered the fumble, and also look to what's ahead this Sunday. He'll speak later today to reveal the latest on the 49ers injury report, but as for yesterday, he says that Jawan Jennings should be down to the wire as for his availability. Any news that comes out between now and then, you know where to find it. We'll be breaking it right here on the Sports Leader. All right, I'm in a good mood again. That was quick. Sorry, Walter. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, and some not even in California? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been here for more than 25 years. These are award-winning and personal injury employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, or wrongfully terminated, you can get your rights protected. Go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about how you can be justified. Unfortunately, Chris and his team over the past year saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So with all the motorcyclists and self-driving cars and children, pedestrians, you know the deal. Friday traffic coming your way. Work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. And if something happens, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, as the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Man, I wish that we had a couple more segments with JD just to see how Walter starts engineering the sound back there. Great show all around. Happy birthday to Papa. Appreciate Krug, and of course appreciate JD for coming by for the last hour, because it's a short preview, but we're going to have 4 long hours to unpack this one to Monday. That is, JD. So as we kind of wrap it up here, I think there's 2 sides of the coin that I'm going to be looking at the closest. And we just laid out our questions and we'll reiterate them. But really, it's the quarterback. And you said it best with how healthy is Mac Jones, and can he be healthy for a full 60? Or in the case of last week, a little bit longer than that. And it's Robert Saleh's defense. Now, it's different without Nick Bosa, and it's different in a much more challenging way. But outside of that first half of the Jacksonville game, this by and large has been a really buttoned up unit, despite a lot of the new faces and the players that are still learning how to succeed at the NFL level.
They've taken their lumps, though. I mean, the Rams, and when they have taken their lumps, they've been able to force turnovers and kind of offset it. They've been really opportunistic. I think it's impressive with all of the new faces, and I think Saleh gets all the credit for kind of holding them together. I do think they've been more vulnerable in these individual games than maybe when you come out of it and say, all right, this was a win. And so you kind of revise history a little bit. They've been vulnerable in some of these games, but they've also been able to make enough big plays in key moments to where it's been more than enough to win those games. So I think, can they continue that? Because I don't think anybody, and I know the yards numbers are pretty good as well for the Niners, but I think, it's can you win the big moments? I think defensively, it's kind of the story of this whole team, right? They can't run it, but they're throwing it as well as anybody. They've been a little vulnerable defensively, but they're coming up with a key turnover, or they're getting a 4th down stop, or they're getting what they have to have late in the game to prevent the other team from going down and winning on them. Which is something that Baker Mayfield's done multiple times already this season. So I think all of those things are going to be the things to continue to keep an eye on. But that's just the story of the 2025 Niners. There's nothing about them that's dominant, but they find ways to win. And so I think, similarly to Tampa, we'll see if it can continue on Sunday at 1:25 Pacific.
As we wrap up the show here and get ready to hand it over to Dirty Work, for some final thoughts, we opened up the show today with all the craziness of Thursday. The San Jose Sharks, the Philadelphia Phillies getting eliminated by the Dodgers, and then, of course, Thursday Night Football and what happened last night. Does the Eagles and their 2-game slide now, does it make you think differently about the NFC heading into Week 6?
Yeah, I think the NFC is more wide open. Do I think the 49ers are on par with the Eagles at this point? I think when the Eagles are playing their best, probably not. But the Eagles are not playing their best right now, so it opens the door for everybody. I know we went through it Monday, and I put the Lions at the top of the NFC because they've been able to be dominant against some lesser opponents. I just feel like they've been the most buttoned up and complete looking team to this point in the NFC. The Niners certainly have not been that. The point differential would say it. But yeah, if the Eagles, the team that everybody thought was the clear-cut favorite, look as shaky as they have here in the last 6 quarters of football in particular that they've played, I think it definitely changes the opinion, because I think there was a belief that the Eagles were a cut above everybody else, and maybe they still proved to be. That they had a couple of losses right around this time last year, and they got on a big run and ended up winning the Super Bowl in dominant fashion. So still a lot of time for all of that to kind of shake out. But to answer the question simply, I don't think it can't not change your opinion, at least a little bit.
Well, hey, I appreciate you coming in, and I'm really looking forward to 10-2 on Monday when we get to break this matchup down. And we've already had a couple of Mondays together, so maybe it'll be another Victory Monday. We'll find out how it all goes down. 1:25 kickoff on Sunday in Tampa Bay. Big thank you to you, JD. Thank you to Kruger. Thank you to Papa. Thank you to Walter. Thank you to all the people who left birthday messages, specifically Marv Albert in that one. And it's time for Dirty Work. We're going to get you to Copes, D-Pop, and Tim Webb on a Friday to take it away. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Time to close down the week with Dirty Work.
Greg, what's up, dude? Hey, happy birthday, man. I don't know if you're 80 today, 65. You look like a young 52 to me, so that's what I'm guessing, man. But
Filling in for Greg Papa, it's John Kruger on the sports leader.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
There you go, this Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Filling in for Greg Papa, it's John Kruger on the sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. See this Walt gets his comedy ass out of the chair with all those names.
No, let him stay. I enjoyed that thoroughly.
I got a kick out of that. I'd love Tim to do it, but there might be too many moving parts back there for Tim. Yeah, for Tim to get one of those together. Dirty Work on a Friday. We got a full show for you to wrap up the week ahead of Week 6 Niners and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which you can hear in its entirety right here on the Sports Leader Sunday pregame, 10 a.m. with myself and John Kruger. Larry Dickinson. Actually, all combinations of that guy will be a part of that pregame show. Tracy Sandler, 250. Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country at 350. And then the Kruger leader, 530. Krug joins us.
It's a whole lot of Krug.
It's a lot of Krug. That's before we get to Diners and Niners Nightly. By the way, Diners Nightly, Larry's review of Bacon Street Diner, a family-owned and operated diner with a nearly scratch kitchen and an all-day menu, gluten-free items including pancakes, waffles, French toast, buns, bread, and French fries. All with dedicated equipment to prevent cross-contamination. Guests recommend the chicken parm and the chicken waffle tower. Stay tuned for Diners Nightly with Krug.
Is that located here?
No, where is it, Tim?
It's in Tampa Bay.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, it sounds like a Tampa menu.
Okay, good. Because I know Danny in the last one said it was a good Fort Lauderdale cafe one.
He did send us one. Speaking of, by the way, Danny sent me a photo this morning. He said, I think I found my new Dirty Work uniform.
Oh.
Because he's in Pittsburgh.
That's right.
He was at a Steelers store.
But not going to the game.
I don't know. He was at like a Steelers, looked like a team store. Dude, there was a big, they're at Heinz Field, of course.
Right.
There was just a giant sweatshirt that was a Heinz tomato ketchup bottle. It just had like the Heinz. It was like the Heinz label from the bottle just across the chest.
Right.
As if, you remember Danny notably was eating ketchup packets.
Oh,
remember
yeah.
he was squirting ketchup into his mouth and then eating the fry.
You never go
packet to mouth, dude. You can't be doing that, dude.
That's too much.
So he said he found his new uniform. I'm like, that way at least when you spill ketchup all over your chest, it'll blend, I guess.
Gross.
Speaking of eating, dude, I don't even know where to start with this.
Yeah. You got us. You got us good, Phil.
I don't even know where to start with this, man. We went out to dinner last night, the House of Prime Rib, Tim, Derek, and I. Jack Loader tried to muscle his way in, but
of course he would.
We didn't let it happen.
Muscle, more like weasel his way in.
Weasel his way in is right. And look, we joked about Tim making that reservation for his 20th anniversary because everybody knows the story of the time when Murph's car got broken into and lost his laptop, and he'd written a whole book on it, hadn't backed it up, and Tim responded, "Damn, and it happened on my birthday."
My birthday.
So we think it's funny, you know. Really? I mean, that was a true story, 100%. But we tried to make fun of that and sort of like ham it up whenever something happens around Tim, and we did that. He really did just make that reservation for us to go.
Oh yeah,
for us to go hang as buddies because we like hanging with each other.
It definitely wasn't to celebrate Tim's 20th anniversary. It was just a hang.
But we also then got him the gift card and all that.
Yeah.
I told you about Brett, the guy who gave us member of the Filth, who gave us a gift card yesterday or a couple weeks ago when we were at Jack's restaurant. But we show up to dinner at the House of Prime Rib. We get an awesome table in the front dining room, and we go to sit down, and there's a bottle of Prosecco on the table, and they tell us this is courtesy of the Filth, and that the Filth had put together some sort of tab for us to use for dinner last night. I'm every day honored and thrilled that there's any one person who wants to listen to anything we have to say or that I have to say. Whether you agree with us, you disagree with us, and you probably shouldn't agree with everything we say anyway.
Really me.
But the fact that really we've tried to make this in our own sort of pain for what had happened at KNBR and to KNBR. Like, we're from here. I mean, Derek, not really, but me and Tim, we're from here. You know, but like we grew up I'm messing with you, but we grew up with KNBR, man. Like the fact that we get a chance to do something like this, but that it happens on the heels of like so many of our friends getting let go, so many of our heroes and idols and icons and guys who we looked up to, which is why we came here, getting let go. And then to be embraced by any group of people. Like, we've just really tried to have fun with this in a way that Tim says it all the time. We sit here and just try to make each other laugh.
Yeah.
And when we can do that and we feel like we're having a good time, and that's an old Tom thing. If I'm having a good time and the show's having a good time, then the listeners will too. But it's more than that. Like, you guys, because of your connection to the show and your hilarious ability to remember things that we don't remember, the inside jokes, the ways that you guys communicate with the show on the YouTube chat, on the text line, to your calls, to the attitude you have with us when we run into you in public or at a ball game or in the street or in North Beach at a bar, wherever it may be. This community that has happened in 10 months of this show is the most special thing that I've ever gotten to be a part of. And the fact that we got to create it makes it really, really, really all that much more unique to me and to us. So for us to have created this community to show up and have dinner last night and for them to say this is courtesy of the Filth, like, guys, I don't know who organized it or who put this together. We are forever grateful that you guys will even show up and listen to us. But to do what you guys did, whatever number of people that was, thank you so much for making such a special night for us, because we see a lot of crap, we hear a lot of crap, and we love that you guys are a part of this. But to have that in that, like, it's so unnecessary and yet so deeply appreciated. I don't know that I even have more words to say than thank you. And I hope we get word on who it was or who helped organize this. It's why we push so hard for you guys to come to our events when we do a show at Jack's, like we will next Friday for our 49er tailgate show from 2 to 6. We want to hang with you guys. We feel like, I mean, nothing says you F with us more than what you did. Like, that's more than just being a listener or a fan of the show. Like, that's feeling like you're a part of something, and you make me feel more a part of something every day. So I'm so appreciative for that gesture, for however and whoever put that together last night. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much.
No, thank you, Phil. That meant a lot. I was moved by that. And when we got there and we were told that the Phil took care of our table for House of Prime Rib, I was like, wow. And, you know, when we go out to do remote shows, people come up to you and say, I listen to the show all the time. It's just, you know, it's validating, and I appreciate it. And I'll just be completely honest. Like, when we got the news 10 months ago that Tom was going to be let go and we were moving forward with this show with me on air, I was like, I don't know how that's going to go. And I never wanted this. I never, you know, had aspirations to be on the air, and I leapfrogged a lot of people, and I felt uncomfortable about the whole thing. And there's some days where I still feel uncomfortable. But gestures like that make me feel like, okay, I'm doing the right thing, and I really appreciate that. So I love you, Phil. Thank you.
We
for
love
that.
you for that. Seriously, Tim will save his thoughts for Tuesday during his segment. Go ahead, Tim. No, please. Dude,
to your point, like, we always riff, like, one of the riffs that we always have is like the shower radio. How ridiculous that is.
Yeah.
I had a shower radio and listened to KNBR. So, like,
man.
The idea that we sat down at a table and they were like, no, you guys are good because of your audience. Like, we're just sitting here goofing around.
Yeah, man.
And the idea that somebody took the time, or multiple people took the time, which is more likely what it was, there are no words. It's like we're sitting there just looking at each other, just kind of laughing. Like, that's insane how lucky we are and how
that was awesome.
What a privilege it is to do what we do, you know?
And just to cap it off, we got housed.
Oh,
I was meat sweating. Did your sheets look like an Italian?
I'm not going into
deli
detail,
sandwich
but
wrapper when you woke up?
I think it's an accurate comparison.
Dude, you know what's funny is we were hanging with our guy Jacob the Violante over at the Bell Tower.
Lice boy.
Down the street, getting a couple of drinks before we went over to dinner, and he said, you know what's funny, dude? The House of Prime Rib will also make you have great dreams. Do you remember him saying that?
Yeah.
They didn't make me have great dreams, but they made me have really heavy, weird ones.
He said you'd have great meat dreams.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know what that means.
I
but
did sleep weird.
Dude, I'm at that age now. When I drink, I don't sleep very good.
Yeah, I don't sleep well either.
I wake up in the middle of the night. My legs feel weird. I don't have enough water in my system. So, no, I did not feel good last night. But you know what? We had a great night. Tim especially had a great night.
Now, one of us drank a lot. It was me.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm going to make this. Dude, we'll have to get into that a little bit later. Dude.
Oh boy,
Tim's got some apologies he wants to dole out. And I think I'll only accept it if it's on the air. Dude, a lot of people are checking on the text, and we'll get to some of these texts and these messages. I think the best thing I can do, and this is kind of my thought this morning, is the best thing we can do to repay you is we got to figure out a way to get merch to the filth. We got, and I keep saying this, but our guy Dom is going to help us do this. Like, all the things that have come of doing this show. First of all, the dinner last night is incredible. Derek has a dresser now because of the filth and because of Dom. You know what I mean?
Dom.
The impact has been incredible, and it's truly felt and appreciated.
Definitely.
By the way, it took me one game to be like, dude, what the hell's the goalie's name, Tim? Nedlovich?
Yeah.
We traded for this guy?
He is not the future. The
I
future
know.
is Asker.
What are we doing, dude? The Sharks dropped this game because. What was he doing at the blue line in overtime?
That's a tough loss.
They had a lead 3-2. The Sharks missed 2 open nets. This is what happened last year. Fewest wins and most losses when leading after 2 periods. Sharks had a chance to put this away multiple times. I know they're a young team. This was frustrating.
So you're already calling for
in this
Askarov.
loss. I want to ask her what. It's like Buster.
I'm asking for Askarov.
It's like we sat here and we talked about Bryce Eldridge forever. Askarov they traded for, right? He wanted out of Nashville or wherever he was, Tim.
He's a super young guy, and they're very high on him being the goalie of the future. I'm not sure why they didn't play it.
He was killing it in the AHL last year. He only got 13 looks. Go ahead, Derek. What you got?
No, I was just set something sound up for Tim, but yes.
Oh, you were going to set something up.
No, yeah. Yes, last night was a devastating loss for the Sharks to end the season.
Fun way to start the season, though.
To start the season the way that it was a season ago. But, yeah. I will say, though, the first goal of the season, pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's my new favorite player on the Sharks.
Jack Skinner?
Jack Skinner?
Skinner!
What? Skinner? Yeah, sorry. I was setting up with Tim, and I was like, David Copes, I'm talking.
Skinner. That's that Superintendent Chalmers.
Super Nintendo Chalmers.
Yeah, exactly.
Dirty work on a Friday. We got plenty to get into. It's a football Friday. Tracy Sandler at 2:50, Marcus Thompson at 3:50, and then Lawrence Big Man Kruger at 5:30 here on the
Big Man
Kruger Leader. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call all day. Expectations, thoughts, how we even feel about this Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. It's a real litmus test. We had to get up big, I felt like, for that Rams game.
Yeah.
By the way, the Bucs are missing a lot of players on offense.
Yeah, they're missing Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, and Bucky Irving, and it is official now. Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall will be out for this game on Sunday.
Okay, there you go. We'll get more into that. We kind of anticipated that was the path they were moving towards. Both guys were getting work on a side field, didn't practice. Mac Jones wasn't able to go yesterday. We'll give you a repeat on what his comments were in quotes about getting his body ready, and Kyle Shanahan, exactly what it was that he said to us. But Mac, I think they're intending on him playing, even though it's inching that way. They intend to have him play on Sunday in Tampa. No Chris Godwin, no Mike Evans, no Bucky Irving. Levante David is questionable for this one after picking off a ball last week. They are 4-1. The Niners are 4-1. Niners are banged up, but they've been banged up all year. How do the Bucs look the first time they're without all of their playmakers on offense? And then Ekbubu? What do they call him? What did Gronk call him? Ekbuka. We'll talk more about him a little bit later as well. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. We will get into more on the Niners, the Bucs. The filth are just amazing. It's a filthy Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you want to go to Hawaii? Does the sound of a Mai Tai and Marcus Boucher ignite that flame in your heart? That's right. It's a week in Hawaii on the Big Island, courtesy of Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Resort. Listen for your cue to call during Dirt at Work today and all next week. Bang the contest line for your chance to qualify. It's really the greatest contest that has ever existed. So keep it locked and qualify right here on the Mai Tai Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Oh, it's a Ska Friday. Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. A filthy Friday. Thanks so much to the Phils. Sharks fell in a heartbreaker last night, 4-3 in overtime. Really a backbreaker. That one really sucked the way that went down. The goal that ties
to start
it,
the season, not end the season, like I said, to start the season. That's a bad way to start it.
The goal that ties it from the blue line just bounces in. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then that's in overtime he loses it because he comes out to the blue line. I don't know what was going on. Anyway, the Sharks lose last night in their opener. We got a long season, ways to go. I think Tim and I are going to get out to the Tech next Saturday.
Ooh.
We got Stanford football pregame. I think we're gonna stay down. We might go down and do pregame and then dip early and go to the Sharks game.
I join you, but I promised Walter that I go to his baby shower.
Oh no, I told him long ago I'm not coming to that. I'm not coming to that. My dad's going to like the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame, but I can't go to that. You know what I mean? I'm like, I ain't going to Waltz.
No. But, I mean...
Sorry, I got some puck to catch at the tank.
I didn't know Walt's baby shower was like a big to-do. It's at a country club and everything. Have to get dressed up. And I was like, I wasn't told this. I thought it was like a backyard barbecue thing.
Dude, that's really nice of young Tony to allow Walter to throw the party at his country club. That's super sweet of him to...
Not his country club anymore, man.
Oh, yeah, he's a Marina kid.
He's a Marina kid now.
How long before that kid's at the Olympic Club? Yeah. Right, you know what I mean?
He's already there.
He's probably already a member.
Farias, right?
Yeah, dude, seriously. Just buy his way in. He's already been nominated, I'm sure.
That's not bad.
To join the Olympic Club. 49ers and the Bucs. The latest on Kyle Shanahan or from Kyle Shanahan. In the middle of all of our gushing and everybody being so nice and us talking back and forth with people on the YouTube chat, one guy jumps in and he's like, "Hey, anybody see any updates on the health from Kyle Shanahan for today?"
Well, there was no YouTube video, so we can play the press conference for you. But yes, Mac Jones is in line to start. He's questionable with the oblique injury and the PCL injury. Brock Purdy's out.
They were calling it an ankle and an oblique.
Okay, either way.
Yeah, and then the PCL I think is Ricky.
Okay, well, at one point, Mac Jones
was PCL also, but they were listing him as ankle now.
Okay, fair enough.
And oblique, though, might be the more severe one because that all happened. Eric Branch was speculating that it happened in the game maybe around the time of his final throw of the game. It was an incomplete pass on third down. And I guess he was having forearm cramps and he was having like side cramps was Mac Jones. So
one of the many times he was on the floor in pain.
He was banging. He was he was kind of writhing in pain, but he kept cramping up and his forearm kept cramping. Yeah. They asked him if the game had continued beyond that, could he have continued to play? And he said, "I don't know, but I didn't have to find out." So, I mean,
that's why Sean McVay should have probably kicked the field goal.
Tough deal.
Yeah.
Tough.
Either way, who cares?
Would the Niners have had a quarterback to finish the game? Yeah.
Adrian Martinez would have been out there.
I mean, that's kind of my point, though.
Yeah.
You're going your final drive to try to win it.
Well, yeah,
it's historic stuff.
Kyle says that he expects Mac to play on Sunday, but if it's not Mac, it's going to be Adrian Martinez. I would think with Mac Jones actually throwing the football today in practice, he didn't yesterday. He's in line to start on Sunday. So you got Mac. It sounds like Juwan Jennings is questionable for this game as well, but he did practice today in a limited capacity.
And he did yesterday, too.
Yes, exactly.
Kyle said it's going to come down to the wire on him, which has been the case a couple of different times already this year. One time he did. I think the Saints game he did go. Next time it was a wire game, did not go. So we'll see what happens. It may be a true 50-50 on him. Just to clarify exactly what the verbiage was from Kyle yesterday on Mac Jones. Kyle to us yesterday said I asked, was he able to throw? Because he wasn't seen throwing at practice in the route portion or whatever, the warm-up of the practice that was available to the media. Said he wasn't able to throw today. So he just focused on handoffs and stuff like that. Kyle's a big and stuff like that guy.
He likes
and stuff like that. So really trying to rest it up. Should be good to go on Sunday, but definitely wasn't good enough to go today. So hopefully that'll continue to improve. Here's what Mac Jones said yesterday when he met with the media. Quote, "I'm just trying to save some throws. There's a lot of volume out there in practice. And at the end of the day, I've got to be ready for Sunday. Like I said, we've got a plan, so I'm taking it day by day."
Yeah.
That would mean that the plan would have been to not throw yesterday, and we haven't heard quite what all the information is yet today. But we have the practice participation for you, if you'd like it in its entirety. Practice today, Kendrick Bourne, full participation after he was I guess he was dealing with a little rib contusion or something earlier in the week. Limited participation today for Alfred Collins, which was limited yesterday as well. Basically, the only person who was upgraded today, C.J. West, was limited yesterday, full participation today. As you mentioned, a couple of guys who were already ruled out, Ricky Pearsall and Brock Purdy. Also ruled out, by the way, looks like Kevin Givens and Yetur Gross-Matos, which is significant.
Not great
for the defensive line. Robert Beal was dealing with an ankle, didn't practice Thursday. We don't have a designation on him for today's practice. Limited were Alfred Collins, questionable for tomorrow. For Sunday. Kalia Davis also questionable. Juwan Jennings limited. He's questionable. Mac Jones, they limited him as he was limited today as well. He's questionable for Sunday's game. Full practice was Malik Mustafa, who's listed as questionable because he's working his way back, but it sounds like he's going to return
torn ACL,
from the ACL this week. Limited was Upton Stout. He's questionable as well for Sunday's game. So those are your updates. Your key ones there. Kevin Givens, Yetur Gross-Matos already ruled out for Sunday's game, as well as Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall.
And not significant, but they opened the window up for Curtis Rourke, who was their quarterback drafted in the 7th round of this season.
You said not significant?
I wouldn't say very significant. He's not going to play anytime soon.
No. He was a 7th rounder. Where did they take him out of?
I don't remember what college he came from.
All right. And then in terms of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, players ruled out for this game already. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Bucky Irving. So that's big time. I mean, last week they did have some career bests. Emeka Egbuka, the guy we were talking about, who Gronk just botched his name a whole bunch. He had a career best 163 yards on 7 receptions. He's the first player in NFL history with 25-plus catches and 400-plus receiving yards and 5 or more receiving touchdowns in his first 5 career games.
Yeah.
How about that note? He's been off to a hot start.
No, he's
getting a lion's share of the looks, especially this week. That's who, if healthy, Upton Stout's following around.
He's been incredible, and I would say with these two teams, you can throw the injuries out the window because it really doesn't matter. They find ways to win by the skin of their teeth. These teams are very similar in just how, the Niners have more crucial injuries to bigger positions at quarterback and star defensive end, but the Buccaneers are dealing with, Mike Evans, who's been their go-to wide receiver, maybe their best wide receiver in franchise history for a good deal of time with a hamstring injury. Chris Godwin may never be the same coming back from that injury from a year ago, but they drafted Emeka Egbuka in the first round, and he's paying dividends right now. So Baker Mayfield's playing at an MVP level right now. The defense, uncharacteristically right now for the Buccaneers, has not been good. So, I think this is a very even game, and Mac Jones is questionable, but he's going to play, and the game plan is going to have to go through him because I hear Tim Ryan and I hear Kyle Shanahan. We could talk to Larry Krueger about this more. I don't see a way that they can run the football. They've been trying to all season long. The Buccaneers are not great defensively. They let Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker get some yardage last week, but I think that for them not establishing a running game at all this year, I don't think they could count on that. So I think it's going to have to be on Mac Jones' arm again for them to have any success offensively.
Shout out to 209. He says, by the way, Curtis Rourke came from Indiana. That's right. I knew it was a red school.
Indiana and Ohio.
And Ohio.
It's a Bobcat.
Oh, the Ohio Bobcats.
Correct.
Ohio University.
Ohio University. Okay. Good deal. But he was drafted out of Indiana.
Correct.
All right. In terms of the Buccaneers, you said they're not running the ball well?
No, I'm saying defensively, they're not. I mean, right now they're 9th in rushing defense. I got to look at their
They're
stats.
stopping the run.
Yeah, they're stopping the run.
They put up a lot of yards a game, though.
They do. I mean, they're more of an offensive team right
27 points a game, 7th best in the NFL. 358.3 yards per game is 11th best. The 49ers, though, are the 5th best in yards per game in the league. So you said this the other day. You said yards are overrated.
I think so.
Yeah? Why might you say that?
Because we determine games by points.
Yeah. But don't oftentimes lots of yards lead to points?
You could say that. I mean, like, when we judge, like, for the longest time, it's always
what's
been
the correlation between the top 10 scoring teams and the top 10 yardage teams?
Sometimes it differs. I mean, I remember the San Diego Chargers years ago having the number 1 offense in all of football and the number 1 defense as far as yardage, but they went 8-8 that season. To me, it's all about points. Are you the number 1 scoring offense or are you the number 1 scoring defense? And as far as, like, what determines are you good on the ground or throwing the football? Yeah, okay, as far as that, rushing offense, passing offense. But as far as, like, a team total, I never liked those stats.
I mean, for example, the 49ers are 5th in yards per game right now. Dallas, Rams, Buffalo, Indy, 49ers.
Yeah.
And then Detroit. But the Niners are 22nd in scoring.
Yeah.
And in total points per game.
And the Eagles are one of the more, as far as, like, yardage, they're like...
Well, the Eagles in yards per game are 29th in the league. They go 270. And look at the teams under them. Pittsburgh, Tennessee, Cincinnati.
But they're 4-2. So sometimes it doesn't tell the whole story. Sometimes it may be more indicative of the defense. But, yeah, I think for the 49ers to win this game, it's going to have to be the same old formula. It's not going to be the running game of Christian McCaffrey. It's going to be the passing game going to Christian McCaffrey. Can Kendrick Bourne step up again? Can Demarcus Robinson really, be the guy that they expect him to be coming off suspension? We'll see about Juwan Jennings. No Ricky Pearsall. That's pretty bad. But they find ways to win without, a lot of their playmakers. So I think Kyle Shanahan will put them in a good position to win this game. I think Baker Mayfield has been incredible. I think the Buccaneers are very similar in the way they play. So I think it's going to be a very even game. And I just think that, yes, there's a lot of guys missing in this game, but you can throw that out the window when it comes with these two teams.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. What are your expectations for this game? I mean, I'm feeling better about it now, knowing how banged up the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are, and they're a big offensive team, to your point. The 49ers have gone yards per game, but they're not putting up the points. Also, to your point, they don't directly correlate. There's like 5 or 6 teams in the top 10, just off by quick glance. There's like 5 or 6 teams in the top 10 of points per game who are also in the top 10 for scoring. Doesn't necessarily correlate red zone scoring and struggles, as Tim pointed out in my ear just a minute ago, also a big part of it. Let's go take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll get more into this. Plus, I want to talk a little bit about what happened last night. You mentioned the Eagles. Dude, Eagles got absolutely walloped in last night's game, and I want to quiz you on some survivor pool stuff for this week.
Okay.
We got to get into some of that as well. With the Niners taking on the Bucs, 10 a.m. pregame, a 1:25 kickoff right here on the Sports Leader and streaming on our YouTube, Twitch, and our app, the Sports Leader app. You can check out this Sunday. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, more of your thoughts on the Niners and the Bucs, only here on the Sports Leader.
Landlord got you down, get yourself a Ron. And keep it locked to Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Speaking of Ron, remember I told you he offered me those flannel sheets.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, winter. He actually said winter is coming.
Did you use them last night?
No.
You may have soiled your
warm.
sheets.
No, I didn't soil my sheets.
Yeah, you're the one describing it like a wet paper bag or whatever the hell you said.
That's not what I said. When I say wet paper bag, I do say that, but I usually say it in reference to like somebody getting blown up on a football field.
Yeah.
I'm like, we ran through them like a wet paper bag. I feel like that's a fun analogy.
No, that's a good one.
No, I compared meat sweats after a big, heavy, meaty dinner to an oily Italian sandwich deli paper, like when you're done. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, where it's like kind of you get like translucent. You know what I mean?
No, I know what you're getting at.
Ever been to Molinari, you know.
Molinari's fantastic.
I got to say, though, I don't know if I've ever gotten the meat sweats.
Come on. You of all people.
What do you mean, me of all people?
I don't know. It's like, Tim, doesn't it seem like he'd be the most likely to get the meat
What
sweats?
does that mean?
I mean, likely, yeah.
I mean, look at you.
Look at me.
I don't know.
Look at
You're a
you.
meat sweat guy. I'm admitting to getting the meat sweats. I'm not sitting here making some proclamation that I've never gotten them.
Can't remember the last time I had them.
I mean, I think you didn't get it last night. I was getting hot while we were eating. You're like, ooh. You know, like breathe a little bit. You're getting warm from all the heat.
Thought I was just drunk.
Or the meat. Yeah, it's probably a combo of both. Yeah, see? What's happening? Tim, you get the meat sweats?
Well, I got the drunk, that's for sure.
Yeah,
He's got the drunk.
Got the drunk. Caught up with the drunk. Dude, so last night the Eagles take down the New York Giants. Should Giants fans be optimistic right now?
About the long haul, maybe, but not right now.
What do you think of Jackson Dart? He's been better than I thought to this point.
He's been good.
He looks like a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, he had some good passes, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I want to see him drop back and throw maybe 40 times a game and have a better idea. But it was really Cam Scatteraboo who, man, I'm looking bad on that one. I did not think he was going to be that good of a pro. But then again, you know.
I mean, again, it's early on him too.
Yeah, but it's not like he's like busting off big runs here. It's like he gets a bunch of carries, he gets 3 touchdowns. He has like a Tom Rathman stat line.
It is funny. Today, everybody's woken up and been like, Cam Scatteraboo proving the world wrong. And I'm like, I mean.
About white running backs.
We are 5 weeks into the season. You know,
and I got to say, it was a little too much of the post game with Ryan Fitzpatrick and him ripping off their shirts. It'd be like, oh, yeah, Scatterboo.
Yeah, I mean, you're 2-4. You know?
I know.
I mean, we're not.
It's just Shaq Loader vibes to me.
Like, it was a little much. The Eagles got rolled, though. I mean, second half, they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I'm not freaking out about that. I mean, like, I get it. They look horrible last night, and there's a lot of issues going on between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown, but they're still 4-2. They're defending champs. I still think they have a lot of talent. If I had to say right now who would win a game between the Eagles and 49ers, I probably would say Eagles.
If you make Jalen Hurts beat you with his arm.
Yeah, I know.
283 yesterday, touchdown on a pick. I mean, it wasn't terrible. Got sacked 3 times. Jackson Dart did throw it 25 times in the game.
Yeah, but for what was the final yardage? Like 195?
Yeah, 17-25.
Yeah.
Touchdown. He ran for 13 for 58 in a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, we say that about Jalen Hurts, but
Scatteraboo, though, had a pretty good line, though. 19 for 98. His long was 18.
Jalen Hurts had a bad game.
Average 5.2 a carry.
Jalen Hurts had a bad game last night, but we saw in the Super Bowl he was electric when they stopped Saquon Barkley. So just a matter of getting his rhythm back. Everyone freaks out during a season of, is this team overrated and is this team finally over? What happens one week is not indicative of what happens the next week. We saw that, with the Niners when they lost to the Jacksonville Jaguars and then come back and have a great win against the Rams. So I'm not ready to write off the Eagles just yet.
4-5 Chicken says the NFL investigating the Giants. Supposedly Dart might have played with a concussion.
Dude,
I didn't see this.
This was incredible last night. So Jackson Dart leaves the game, gets evaluated for a concussion.
Whoa.
And
Russell Wilson threw a pass in this game.
Wilson threw a pass.
That's right.
And then Brian Dable was so pissed off that they did not complete that third down pass. He starts yelling at the team doctors, hey, get his ass out of the tent. Let's go here.
He went over to the tent?
Yes.
He's like yelling at
the
the
neurologist. He goes up in his face. He's like, what? Come on. Why is this taking so long? And now John Mara, the owner of the Giants, they had to release a statement being like, we understand it's a very serious thing when someone has a concussion. Brian Dable needs to calm down. And I think Dable last night said, like, yeah, I probably shouldn't go over there and intervene, but it was taking too damn long.
Oh, boy. NFL launching an investigation? Is that what's happening?
Yes.
Nah, that's not good.
No.
That's not good. A3 Winston Scatteraboo got me 30 points last night.
That's a lot.
Yeah, he had a great game. 19 for 98 or whatever it was.
He was good. Solid. Still kind of Peyton Hillis vibes, but yeah.
I mean, like, Doesn't look like an electric runner. Or
No,
anything.
he's
kind of a bulldozer. He's a weapon.
He's Mike Allstott.
Players like that stick around.
I know. And I know Kyle Brand
Why
will
do you
be...
say Mike Allstott? Just because he's white?
Yes.
Mike Allstott was a fullback.
No, but they played him at running back. Lorenzo Neal blocked for him.
He did. Yeah, he did block. He did get a lot of goal line carries.
Yeah.
In terms of NFL Survivor, we were talking about it last night. Like, people were looking at this game. Jack Loader was asking me in the bullpen yesterday if I was taking the Eagles. I said, dude, you got to avoid, when you're doing Survivor Pool, people know you pick one team. Once you use them, you can't use them again. You go for as long as you can, try to win the pot. If you're one of the last few teams standing or whatever. I stay away from Thursday night divisional games.
Yeah.
And I try to stay away from divisional games in Survivor anyway.
It's probably the best course of action because you never know what's going to happen on a short week.
Eagles look like an obvious. This is what I was saying with the Niners last week against the Rams. I'm like, both teams got to play Thursday. You can say, yeah, both teams got to play Sunday. I go, yeah, but the better team that's more rested is going to be better than the team that's maybe not as good and banged up. Like,
Right.
I'll take, if you're the banged up team, like, yeah, we're banged up, but at least they have to play as banged up as they could be right now, too. Having played 4 days ago or whatever, 3 days ago.
I wouldn't touch this game. I'm still waffling on as far as like who I want to take for my Survivor pool.
You waffling?
I'm leaning Pittsburgh Steelers against the Cleveland Browns.
No. That's not what you told me yesterday. You told me yesterday you were leaning Raiders against the Titans.
I was thinking about that. Right now, I'm going with Pittsburgh.
You just waffle.
I
was thinking about that.
When it comes to Survivor pool, I always like to pick the bad teams first, and then later on I could have my pick of the good teams. But, you got to think. But like Raiders against Tennessee, I don't know. I kind of like that because they have to get a win. At the same time,
everybody has to get a win.
The Raiders could definitely lose that game. So the more safer thing to do is to go with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay. I don't buy that theory. I don't like the theory in Survivor Pool of mapping out what I'm going to do next week and the week out. Ooh, I want access to these good teams. I'm like, what good does it do you if you go down?
That's my theory.
You'd rather go down never using the good teams?
I don't know. If I can have in my holster and then later on I could have my pick of
who have you? Are you in Walt's pool?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we're in the same pool.
Yes.
And I think me, you, and Jacob the Vigilante are all in the same Survivor Pool.
Right.
So there's not that many people left. I think only 3 people picked the Eagles yesterday. Because it's such a in this pool. Because it's such a I feel like it's such a risky
on the road
game
as well, yeah.
Or people have forgotten.
Right.
You know what I mean? By the
That
time
happens a lot.
Thursday people
That
forget,
happens
so they're
a
like,
lot.
I'll just pick on Sunday. I'll pick one of the Sunday games. Okay, so I'm in it still. Left in this it's called the couch potatoes pool, by the way.
Not bad. It's okay.
I've been in this one for a while with Walt.
Yeah.
It looks like there's only 25 people left.
And you and I remain?
Me, you, and Jacob here from work.
Okay.
I think young Tony's in it too.
All right.
And Walt is still in it as well. How about that?
So what's the point here?
A guy named Kenny Stabler picked the Eagles last night. I don't think it was the Ken Stabler.
No, he's long past.
Yeah, I don't think it was actually him.
No.
Who picked the Eagles.
Probably not.
Well, much like the actual Kenny Stabler, this Kenny Stabler's picks are long gone. After taking the Eagles
I would
last
think
night.
so.
Okay, so I've taken Denver.
Okay.
I got Baltimore week 2 on their only win.
All right.
Took Seattle week 3, Buffalo week 4, the Lions week 5. I'm on to week 6.
Okay.
I'm looking at the Colts right now. I think it's the matchup I'm looking at.
Taking on Arizona and Kyler Murray's questionable?
I think so.
That's not bad.
I think that's the pick I'm going to go with. The Colts are at home in this one. You've also got Chargers at Dolphins. Broncos are at the Jets. I've used the Broncos, though. You've got Patriots at Saints. Browns are at Steelers. Cowboys at Panthers. It's an intriguing one, too.
Mm-hmm.
Panthers are without Chuba Hubbard again. Though Rico Dowdle went for over 200 yards rushing last
Yes, he did.
Ground. How about Chuba Hubbard out? And so the backups now for Carolina. It's Rico Dowdle will get the start.
Mm-hmm.
Started him in fantasy last week. Nice.
Not bad.
Nice performance. Looking for another big one this week. We'll see in a revenge game. The Rico Dowdle revenge game.
Yeah, it's true, yeah.
Who notably last season I said to you guys early in the year, I'm trying to get out of the Rico Dowdle business. I was like holding on to him. I was like, this guy ain't doing anything. And then he kind of caught fire. Dude, the backup for Carolina is Trevor Etienne.
Yeah, his brother, yeah. Travis.
Travis is the one who's on the Jags.
Yes.
Then Trevor Etienne is his brother. He's the backup now.
Mm-hmm.
But the other one is DJ Dallas. I'm like, dude, wasn't it just DJ Dallas?
Yeah, in Seattle a couple years ago.
Yeah.
He threw the interception to the Niners.
DEEJAY.
Yes, EJ. Spells
Dude,
it out.
He threw that pick against the Niners. Yeah. I was like, dude, that was hilarious. I think they threw 2 interceptions in that game, and only one was by a quarterback for the 49ers. Against the Niners, I should say. Jags are at home against Seattle.
Okay.
I've used Seattle. Rams at the Ravens. How about that game this week?
Yeah,
Ravens are desperate. Rams can't lose.
Well, I don't know how desperate you could be without having Lamar Jackson.
Is he out again this week?
He's out again, yes.
Dude, the Rams might be a nice pick.
Yeah.
Laying 7.5 at.
I like to keep that in my holster, though. I'm telling you, I like to play the long game when it comes to Survivor Pool.
You want to keep Rams in the holster?
Yes. So I'm leaning Steelers. I thought about Raiders, probably going Steelers, though.
Steelers against the Browns.
Yeah.
It looks like 44% of the picks in our league are on the Packers against the Bengals.
I don't like that one. It's just weird.
Joe Flacco
it's
scares
just weird.
me.
It's just weird with Flacco
I'm
back.
scared by. Do you know what the spread is on that game?
I'll definitely get into it later, but yeah, 14.5. I don't
They're
love
minus
that at all.
They're minus 1,200 are the Packers. It's minus 14.5.
And the Packers aren't great right now.
Yeah, they're coming off a bye though too.
I know.
What are they? 2-2-1.
They're 2-2-1.
No, they're 2.
They haven't looked good.
2-1-1, right?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, 2-1-1. They lost the game to the Browns, and they should have won that game against the Cowboys, but Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love were lollygagging in overtime.
If you had to pick between Niners and Bucs, who would you go with?
Well,
Bucs are a 3-point favorite.
Yeah. Okay. So as I said, like when you throw injuries out for this game, like if you just focus on the teams of what you've seen the previous weeks, like they're pretty comparable. I think that Mac Jones, the game plan should be for Mac Jones to throw, but the key is going to be keeping Mac Jones upright because, as he said, if he played longer in that game, I don't know how he would have been. So the Buccaneers pass rush, they got Hassan Reddick, they got Yaya Adabi, not great pass rushers. But still, that defensive front's pretty formidable. You got Vita Vea, so I don't know if they can run effectively. They're going to have to throw in this game. So, yeah, I don't know. It's something about Baker Mayfield right now, man. Like, I don't think that the Bucs are a fantastic team, but he just keeps them in games. He has that swagger, for lack of a better word. Like, he's not the best quarterback in the world, but, man, he just...
10 touchdowns, 1 pick. He's been really good.
Exudes
65%
confidence
this year.
in this team where they're lacking at wide receiver and running back right now.
It's moved to 3.5 now, by the way, according to Derek's boys over at FS1.
Oh, yeah, they're my boys. Without having Ricky Pearsall, this is the same excuses I gave last week when they're playing the Rams, but
Dude,
they still found a way.
Who are you picking?
I'm going to pick the Bucs, but I think it's a very close game. Well, I don't know. I want to analyze this game. We're talking about survivor pools.
I know. That's how we're breaking it down. Yeah.
I would probably say Bucs by a field goal.
Bucs by a field goal.
Yeah.
That's the spread.
Yep.
That's kind of where it's at.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm kind of feeling Niners in this one. It's kind of growing on me. Niners is growing on me.
You feel more confident about the Niners in this game as opposed to last week?
I think I feel confident in this game because of last week. So, yeah. I think because I wasn't confident going into last week, I just kept feeling like something weird could happen on that Thursday night. But what you're saying is interesting about, like, throw out the
injuries don't matter when it comes to these teams.
When you're both banged up like this, and to your point about them being similar, it's that they've had to pass a lot. Both of these teams are big in passing yardage.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners have done a pretty good job of stopping the run to this point. Though you're saying the Bucs have done a nice job of it, but it's sort of a facade is kind of what you were saying?
No, they've done a good job on it. It's just that their defense is not fantastic. It's really through the air. Like last week, Sam Darnold went crazy for 341 yards and 4 touchdown passes.
Yeah.
So if Mac Jones has time to throw, I think he's going to be effective. The key is just knocking him on his ass. And can he get up? Like he may be more banged up than he was a week ago. So if that's the case, then he needs to have protection the entire game. Can Trent Williams block Hassan Reddick or Yaya Adabi the entire time? Just will he be comfortable? Like the worst case scenario is Mac Jones, gets knocked down. He can't come back into the game. There's not enough potassium for him, whether it's bananas or pickle juice, and you got Adrian Martinez, and then I think you're done. So the key is keeping Mac Jones upright in this game. I think it's going to be a shootout. I think that the Niners are playing better defense, but I think the Buccaneers can score on this team. I think that we've seen it before. Emeka Ibuka is right now uncoverable.
Yeah.
So I think whoever's on him, as Tim Ryan told us yesterday, it's going to be a lot of guys. I think it's going to be a difficult day. You got Cade Auden as the tight end there. So I think it's going to be a shootout. I think it's going to be where if Mac Jones is knocked down, that it's going to be hard for the Niners to keep in this game. I don't think they can run the ball effectively. I think they have to throw with McCaffrey. So I think it's going to be a shootout, not like 38-35 a week ago. I think it's going to be like 27-24, Bucs win. Disappointing, but you're 4-2 with given all the injuries. Not too bad.
Like he doesn't have a ton of. The defense for the Bucs has not done a great job of getting to the quarterback. They have 10 sacks. we talk about how bad the Niners pass rush has been or ineffective in terms of hitting the quarterback. They're still sitting there with 6. And I know a couple of those were Bosa before he got here, but they're only at 10. So they're kind of middle of the pack, middle bottom of the pack in that regard. The interesting part here is, like, who is Baker Mayfield? Is he becoming somebody different? Like, he's always been this gunslinger. He's been very accurate this year at 65%. The Niners are allowing opposing passers to go about 67% passing on the opposition. And so, I mean, they've been a pretty high completion against team to this point. They haven't been giving up tons and tons of pass yards through the air. They have given up over 1,000 yards this season. Only 8 touchdowns allowed. They're not allowing the opposition to get into the end zone. They haven't allowed tons of first downs. So, like, middle of the pack in that regard. So, against Baker Mayfield in the past, for a team that's not picking off balls and not creating pressure to force interceptions downfield, can you make a guy who's only thrown 1 pick, and it was against Philadelphia 2 weeks ago?
And it was a bad one,
It
yeah.
was in their only loss of the season. He's 10 touchdowns to 1 interception.
But
he's thrown multiple touchdowns in every game but 1.
But they came back in that game. They were down, I think, 24-6
He
at
was
halftime.
having to gun it to get back into it.
Exactly.
So that would seem the reason. You put him down, then, he's going to throw a bunch more. But he seemingly always finds a way with enough possessions to bring him back.
This Buccaneer team does not die, and it's really because of their quarterback. Todd Bowles is a good coach defensively, but I don't think he's like anything spectacular.
I'm concerned about how he's going to dial up blitzes to get to Mac Jones, because that's how they've gotten their sacks. If they dial them up, I'd love to see what the sack percentage is on the blitz. Like, how many of their 10 sacks have come on a blitz package? Because it's really that's where he's the most creative and where he's the most frustrating to deal with.
Right.
Plus, you've got the heat out there. Like, you're talking about Mac Jones cramping up and all this. It's why I think they're really trying to keep those muscles rested, especially the oblique. That thing flares up fast, can start twitching and biting on you if you don't have that able to go. And he was already dealing with that in a different weather game where it was pretty warm in LA, but again, they're in the dome. It's not like climate controlled in the same way because you're still sort of outdoors. But
yeah, I mean, I don't think that Mac Jones got beat up really against the Saints, but it was more so the last 2 weeks against against the Arizona Cardinals, and then last week against the Rams. Even though he only got sacked once, Mac Jones, he got beat up in that game when he was throwing the ball, and defenders are just getting into him. So that's going to be the key to me, is just, can Mac Jones stay healthy in this game? And if he can, then the Niners have a chance. If not, it's going to be a long day.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's a Friday afternoon here on Dirty Work. Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, and she's a part of our pre- and post-game coverage of 49er football on The Sports Leader, is going to join us next. We'll talk to Tracy. Plus, you got to stay tuned for that cue to call. Your final chance this week to qualify for the big Hawaii getaway, a 5-night stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Resort Hotel, plus a round trip airfare for 2 on Hawaiian Airlines to go to Hawaii in November with us, with me, Tim, Derek. The morning show is going to be there as well. We want to see as many members of the filth out there as possible. Qualify when you hear the cue to call. Be caller 10 415-896-KNBR. Get the rules at thesportsleader.com. Stay tuned for the cue to call. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Tracy Sandler joins us, plus Marcus Thompson later, and we'll catch up with Larry Krueger. It's Dirty Work on a Friday on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers fly to Tampa today ahead of their Sunday afternoon date with the Buccaneers. Kickoff 1:25, but you can catch all the pregame action with Copes and JD at 10 a.m. right here on The Sports Leader. And let's be honest, the pregame is more important than the game, right? Right? Just me? Okay.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
It's a Scott Friday, Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. We do it every Friday with our friend Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, and you can hear as part of our pre- and post-game coverage on 49er football on The Sports Leader. Tracy is sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. What's up, Tracy? How we doing?
Hey, Tracy.
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right. Tell us about traveling to Tampa for a hot game like this in October for the Niners. You've done this before, haven't you?
Oh, I sure have, and it's going to be hot. And my travel is going to be really interesting because I'm going to the Michigan SC game tomorrow and then taking a red-eye to Tampa tomorrow night. So, which I would not have done if the game hadn't been moved, but since it was, I'm doing it. But it's hot and it's still humid there, and it's not nothing. And I think last year we were there even later in the fall, and it was still hot and humid. So that's certainly something to keep an eye on.
I want to ask you, after last Thursday's game, because it's been a long time now, it feels like, since we've seen the 49ers play, and they're still just as banged up as they were before, just as banged up as ever as they prepare for this one. How much different, if at all, do you view this Niner team after that win on Thursday?
I don't know. I don't know how much different I view them. We've seen since the beginning of the season that they are able to win these kind of grimier, grittier games in a way maybe they weren't, well, not maybe, that they weren't able to do last year. It's still a little bit hard to tell what we have. It felt like the Rams were pretty unprepared, and I'm not saying they didn't prepare for the game, but it just kind of felt like that. This one's a big test. This is going on the road across the country in tough weather conditions in terms of the heat and humidity. This Bucs team is a really good team. They have a tremendous wide receiver. They have Baker Mayfield is playing at a super duper high level. So this feels like a game where we learn even more. And although they are banged up, we are probably, we have Juwan Jennings is questionable instead of absolutely out. And so we may learn a little bit more about them, but this is a big test for them.
Talking to Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line. Do you see similarities between this 49ers and Bucs team? I mean, obviously the 49ers have more injuries at crucial positions, but are they similar just as banged up teams that win close games?
Yeah, potentially. It's kind of interesting when you look around the league. I mean, a lot of teams are pretty banged up right now, and those teams are winning close games. I think we're seeing so much parity in the league generally and apparently in injuries. So, yes, I think there are similarities there for sure. The Bucs, of course, have the benefit of being at home. The 49ers have the benefit of having had a few extra days off. But, yeah, I think that in terms of that kind of matchup, injury per injury, they are somewhat similar.
Talking to Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, joins us on the UMA guest line. When you look at what the 49ers have done well to this point, it's interesting because they're still not getting to the quarterback and forcing a lot of pressure or creating sacks or turnovers through the air, but they haven't allowed a lot of points, right? I mean, they're one of the top teams in points allowed to this point this season. They're not allowing teams to beat them on the ground, only 2 rushing touchdowns allowed to this point on the season. Could it be still that, like, even though it's not a pass rush per se, that the defense and maybe the run defense could be the calling card for what they're good at right now?
I would say so. And, it's funny. We had talked a lot about, and I know I say this every week, about the defense being a little bit of a work in progress because, of all of the rookies on the team. And I think they've certainly exceeded expectations. But we also have not, I don't even think, close to see them play their best football. But you're right. Basically rushing touchdowns in the 49ers, not a thing. They're not going to get them on offense, and they're not going to allow them on defense. That seems to be the philosophy. But I think that right now that is their calling card. They're making do and doing the best with what they have, if that makes sense. And they are finding a way. I mean, we're only 2 weeks, not even 2 weeks removed from that loss to the Jaguars. So, we'll see how it continues on Sunday. But I think, yes, they're doing more with less. I used to work in politics, and that was something we used to say, and they are doing more with less at the moment.
So the Eagles lost last night. The Lions are playing the Chiefs in Arrowhead this weekend. The 49ers could be the lone 5-1 team after this weekend if they win against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Do you view this game as an opportunity for them to separate themselves in the NFC?
Yeah, potentially. I think we just still have so far to go. I mean, yes, if they're the only 5-1 team at this point in the season, that's a big deal, and that is certainly, a way to separate yourself, especially because it's not a divisional game, but it's a conference game. And, as we get closer to the playoffs, that stuff totally matters. And yeah, I think it's definitely an opportunity for them to do that.
Where do you rank?
I'm interested in that Lions Chiefs game.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Where do you rank them right now among the powers that be in the NFC? Like, I don't want to say they're the, like, I guess I asked Derek this the other day. Who are they the most surprising team with one loss? I think there are other teams, the Colts maybe up there, the Jaguars, but in context with the 49ers, it's a bit surprising based on the injuries, but it's also kind of what people expected or hoped for or thought was possible based on the schedule this early.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think because of the injuries, it's surprising. They've done a really good job making up for the injuries, and that's something we didn't see last year. We didn't see in 2020. They're able to kind of plug and play literally at those positions where people are injured. So I think that is what makes it surprising. They've been without their starting quarterback. They've been without their star tight end. They're without Nick Bosa. They have not had a rushing touchdown, nor have they had an interception. I mean, those things on just themselves make them super surprising. So I think that's a fair assessment.
So no Ricky Pearsall this week once again. Is your confidence level increased with Kendrick Bourne from his performance last week, having 10 receptions for 142 yards? And do you think they'll get more snaps or, I guess, more attention towards Demarcus Robinson now, given the Ricky Pearsall injury?
Yes, I think so. And Demarcus Robinson has now been back, a couple weeks, had a number of practices under his belt. And same with Kendrick Bourne. He's now been there a while. And he had all those drops against the Jaguars, a little bit, had a drop to start against the Rams, and then really stepped up. So I think from that perspective, yes, the confidence level should be pretty high. I mean, I think, the offense, I know it sounds kind of crazy with everything they're missing, but they're still in a pretty good position. Guys have stepped up. Jake Tonjes has stepped up. If they have Juwan Jennings back, Demarcus Robinson, Kendrick Bourne has really stepped up. They want to get the run game going, as Christian said last week after the game. I know everybody and their brother wants to get the run game going, including myself. That's a quote from Christian McCaffrey. So that's someplace where I think they're going to have to improve to really compete as the season goes on. But I think offensively, with all of the things they're missing, I still think they're in decent shape.
One more for you, Tracy. I know last week you're keeping track on how many bananas Mac Jones was eating during the game.
Yes.
Will you be keeping track on pickle shots for this game?
That's good. Good call. Yeah.
I mean, if there's something to be done for hydration, I will be on top of it. I am your hydration potassium beat reporter, so I will be keeping track of all of the things. These are the things people really care about.
Oh, I know.
These are the things people want to know, and I am here to make sure that you guys have all the information. So yes, I will be on top of it. Don't stress.
Tracy Sandler, she'll be at USC Michigan, and then she'll be red-eyeing so that she can make sure she's covering bananas and all things pickle juice on Sunday for 100%. The 49ers and the Buccaneers, the Fangirl Sports Network. Tracy, enjoy the game on Saturday, safe flight out, and then enjoy the game Sunday. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Tracy.
All right, awesome. Thanks, guys.
Good stuff there. The Tracy Sandler, the Fangirl Sports Network, and part of our pre- and post-game coverage of 49er football on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, the fact that the 49ers are really good defensively right now without having an interception.
It's interesting,
or
right?
Sacks.
Isn't it weird? Like the run, we haven't talked much about it, but it's something we talked about a lot in the offseason that had to improve.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's sort of vindicating for me in terms of it's what the draft was supposed to yield was run stoppers and hopefully another edge rusher in Michael Williams that could help get to the quarterback alongside Nick Bosa. That was kind of it though, but they needed somebody who could set an edge and be good in the run game.
Yeah.
They've been for the most part pretty good in the run game. Yeah, they've got their holes, and they've allowed a couple of big plays and explosives on the year on the ground. But when it comes down to the nitty gritty, they're not allowing rushing touchdowns. They've been pretty good defensively on the ground in the red zone, and something that I feel like was a problem in the last couple of years. I can't really put my finger on it. I know 49er fans will know what I'm talking about. Tackling, like actually tackling and bringing a guy down and pulling him to the ground had been a problem to a point where Niner fans were like, "What's going on? Do they know how to tackle?" Guys were falling off. It seems like they've been better tacklers, at least in the run game this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's a testament to Robert Saleh. And I'm not saying the defense looks like 2019, but he's definitely scheming it up. He is putting D. Winters in good positions and Fred Warner and obviously the young guys. Upton Stout's been incredible at the nickel position. And Michael Williams has been pretty good so far. Alfred Collins, coming along in that game a week ago with the fumble on the goal line. It's not like they're stopping, amazing wide receivers right now, like Jackson Smith and Jigba went off week one. So that's why I think Emeka Egbuka will have chances in this game. The same thing last week.
I mean, good receivers,
of course,
are going to get theirs. They know where to run. They know what their quarterback's going to do. And if the quarterback executes, oftentimes a lot of times they're going to beat their man, especially with a young second.
Yeah, and they contained Puka Nacua last week. What was it, 10 catches for 85 yards?
Something like that. I mean, that's contained. He had 10 grabs.
But you know what? That's a good day as far as the defense covering him. And at the same time, Matthew Stafford went off in that game for, 379 yards, 3 touchdowns. It was like they pressured him early with Bryce Huff, but then later on, Matthew Stafford was able to pirouette out of a sack and throw deep to Tutu Atwell. So I think there's going to be opportunities for Baker Mayfield to throw in this game. But you're right, Copes. It's been incredible the fact they don't have a pick yet or a ton of sacks. The defense has been solid.
It's been pretty good, man. And again, one of 2 teams remaining who have yet to allow a point in the first quarter of a game.
Wow.
And the other one's the Packers, and they've only played 4, and the Niners have played 5. Yeah.
But the 49ers have takeaways. It's just the Jets on the other side, they're 0-5. They don't have a single takeaway the entire season.
Their coach is a defensive guy. Yeah?
I know. And
they fired Salah, and they rebuilt their defense, and now they're terrible.
Well, honestly, going into the season, you could say
rebuild.
Honestly, you could say the Jets had more talent on defense than the 49ers did.
No.
I mean, obviously they have, maybe future Hall of Famers and Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, but and Diamador Lenore, not a future Hall of Famer, but solid players. But there was a lot of holes. There was a lot of rookies. The Jets came in with Quinnen Williams and Jermaine Johnson, Will McDonald, arguably the best corner in the league with Sauce Gardner, and they're not doing anything. Robert Saleh, who came from the Jets a year ago, has this team humming right now.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday. It's a Ska Friday. It's a filthy Friday. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Your thoughts, predictions, and confidence on the 49ers. What level of confidence are you revving at right now? I want to hear from you for the filth and the faithful. The filth and the faithful, the filth.
The filthful.
We want to hear from you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How confident are you in a Niner victory over the Buccaneers?
And someone own up to, helping us out last night. I want to know the people that actually did this.
To it. Yeah, come on.
Don't be shy.
Somebody own up to what happened last night and taking care of us at the House of Prime Rib.
Yes.
However
that
many
was
or
awesome.
whoever, it was incredible.
I bet you wasn't
You
tacky,
deserve
though.
your flowers as well.
Probably wasn't tacky.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. It's Dirty Work on a filthy Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you want to go to Hawaii? Well, if you don't, I don't think we can be friends, and you should attend a meeting. What if a week in Hawaii, courtesy of Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Resort, is your jam? Listen for your cue to call every day during Dirty Work. Bang the contest line for your chance to qualify and pick out that mankini all week right here on the Sports Leader.
You've found Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, right here on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Dude, phone lines are lighting up. I'm just kidding. Nobody called.
It's that. It's that kind of Friday.
It's that sunny Friday, dude. I mean, Niners have there's no real question marks going into the game except for the health of Mac Jones, which I think we're all kind of feeling like is going to be okay.
I think so. I mean,
if he's ruled out efficiently or effectively on, I mean, I think there'd be more news right now about what they would be doing in an emergency, or he would be the emergency backup.
Is that phone
still going? Still playing that? God, Tim, just hit it, dude. Hit it. Yeah, no, it isn't. It's gone now, dude. It was playing for a minute.
Yeah, I heard it.
It was playing for a while.
I didn't touch anything.
Tim, it was playing. Don't start, dude.
We both heard it.
We all heard it.
We both heard it.
I thought for a minute it was me, and then you mentioned it. I was like, yeah, but you left it up. You left the volume off, and you went to do something. Okay, don't. Stop.
Tim's still drunk from last night.
Yeah, Tim's still drunk, dude. Drunk Tim. Hit it. Hit the mistake of the day. Yeah.
Now it's the
Drunk.
Tim mistake
Drunk
of the
Thin
day.
Tim mistake of the day. He's got the booze blues still. You know what I mean?
Don't we all?
That regret you get after drinking too much.
Yeah.
The body, the shame.
Oh, what did I do?
What did I do? You can't remember all of it?
I keep stealing Copes' plate.
Oh, you bring that to air, huh? You gonna bring that to air, huh? Yeah, dude.
Let's have it out. No phone calls. We can talk about my mistakes.
Tim,
That's fine.
tell us what went down last night, Tim, because look, as we said, the members of the Filth, whoever put this together for us, fantastic stuff. We get to the House of Prime Rib, bottle of Prosecco on the table. We'd already also had a few.
Yes.
I feel like the Filth are owed this story.
And don't forget, Tim didn't have any plug at the House of Prime, so we didn't get to eat till like 9:30 or whatever.
Yeah, I know.
So.
It was a late
godforsaken hour.
Godforsaken hour, dude, with the last people in the restaurant.
As Otis Bird said on the chat, it was a little late.
Yeah. It's maybe the meanest thing Otis has ever said.
That's the most critical thing he's ever said.
He's never said anything critical. Nicest guy on the planet. So Tim has a few. And then at one point, what happened first, Eric? Did he go to the bathroom first?
I don't remember. Yeah,
he walked by the table a couple times.
Okay, well, let's set the stage properly. Okay,
he lost the table too at one point.
Yeah, I did. So what happened originally was we were off a little bit early because of the football game, and so Adam went home, and Derek and I were going to kill the time together watching football, whatever. So in an upset, Derek got a ride in the new car before Adam, which is incredibly
Tesla Tim's right in large these days.
Yeah, it was a plus money, as Adam said. But I wanted to show him my my little local watering hole. We had some time. I was like, okay, I'll show you. This is where I belly up to the bar and complain about life and whatnot. And so we went there and introduced him to a couple of my buddies. Shout out Seamus, shout out Joe, and they poured a shot. And so we had a shot and a drink and whatnot before meeting up with you and Jacob. Then we're at the bell tower, and we have two more drinks, and now we're at the House of Prime Rib, and the wheels come off a little bit.
Well, yeah, Tim just got a little loose. Mm-hmm. At one point, Derek and I looked at each other and like, I think Tim's pretty loose. Yes. I think Tim's had a few. Anyway, so we put away this bottle of Prosecco. What'd you get? You had like a gin martini, huh?
I had a gin martini.
Like a gentleman.
Oh, yeah.
Like a real gentleman.
Like James Bond, although he does vodka. Shaken, not stirred.
Shaken, not stirred. Yeah, exactly. He's not really ordering dirty either.
Well, to each their own.
A martini shaken, not stirred. Yeah, I used to say that when I was like 7 because I saw a James Bond movie.
It's pretty badass.
It's pretty funny ordering martinis as a kid.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll have a Shirley Temple, please.
Shaken, not stirred.
Give me a milk in a dirty glass.
And I'm sure the bartender's like, look at you.
She's like, excuse me, sir, the only way I make this is a grenadine. I just have to stir it. It's the only way to do it. I'm like, stir it up then. And give me some of those.
Yeah, let's go.
Give me some of those dirty maraschino cherries. That's what I miss. Dirty for me means extra maraschino. So Tim and I are having Manhattans, and at one point Tim had a few too many. I think he went to the bathroom. He comes back. You walk by the table a couple
Couldn't
times
find the
because I
table.
waved to you.
Yeah.
I was like, "We're over here, brother." He comes and he sits back down, and then Derek, remember, he started moving things across the table. He tried to reach across to steal my beverage, my
yes.
drink.
He wanted to take your drink, and then he started to.
And I picked the drink up, and I said, "Dude, back up! What's going on?" And Tim goes, "You swapped our drinks."
Yes.
And I was like, do you think I'm trying to like drug you at the table? I had no idea what he was talking about.
Oh, man.
And then Derek goes, dude, he didn't touch your drink, man. I've been sitting here the whole time.
No, the best was the whole night was when Tim would accuse Copes of doing something.
I was for real just eating dinner. I didn't do any. I don't know what Tim was talking about.
Tim would look to me and be like, you believe this guy right here? Do you believe him?
Then Tim's
lying through his teeth.
Then at one point, Tim moves over because we were sitting in a booth. There was a 4-person booth. So it was like them two across from me. At one point, Tim moves over and just tries to like scoot me over in my own booth. and he accused me of stealing his plate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Accused me of taking his plate. So same thing. He thought I swapped his plate with mine. He didn't remember he had been sitting next to you for the whole first half of the dinner with his plate. We're not facing Derek. You didn't recall?
And then he realized that was the case, and then came back over to me, and then he saw his plate, and he ate all of his steak, but his potato was untouched.
Moto JJ says Cope's roofing too.
It wasn't that kind of night.
It got a little away. And, listen, you guys know I'm the most generous person alive. I'll give you the shirt off my back. So the idea that I would accuse Copes of that is wildly out of character and pretty embarrassing.
Yeah. What about you threatening me? I felt like he was profiling me. Yeah, so then the best one was when Tim left.
Well, no.
Oh, no.
Tim,
it gets worse.
Tim went to the bathroom, comes back, and he goes to the coat room. We're like, "Hey, Tim, that's not where we're sitting."
No,
buddy.
that was when he left.
Oh, was it?
That was when he got up to leave. So Tim, at one point, he kind of Irish goodbye the table. He just left me and you sitting there. So they were like boxing our food up, and they
left
handed
us
Tim
with
his
the
food.
bill.
And then Tim gets up to leave, and me and Derek and the the server, Julie, very nice.
Yes.
We watch Tim walk out, but he doesn't go straight out to the door. He walks to the host desk, and he walked into the coat closet first. I forgot that, dude. Tim walked into the coat closet and then turned around all quick and then ran out the front door.
It was a good night.
We all had a good laugh, us and Julie. We all chuckled pretty hard at that.
Howled.
Julie thought that was pretty funny. She was like, that was really good. Nobody said anything to him.
No.
He just walked into the
It was a
coat
good night.
closet.
It was a good night.
Anyway, Tim had a few. And then he told us he was embarrassed this morning. And I said,
I was embarrassed.
I wish you were as embarrassed about your mistakes of the day as you were about what happened last night.
I have no shame about that.
It was all in good fun, Tim. We had a great time.
Had a great time.
Now, you say you guys were saying that you after the House of Prime Rib that you have that oily deli paper feel.
Yes.
I didn't have any of that because I fell asleep in my clothes.
Did you wake up in your clothes?
I did, and that
Shoes
was the
on?
moment. No, shoes were off. Took the contacts out, which is a miracle.
Okay, that's a plus because nothing's worse than waking up with crusty contacts in your eyes.
But the first feeling I had, other than shame, was I was pissed because I love that meal. You know, that is such a fun, great meal. The experience is great, but it is a really good meal. And the fact that I don't remember most of enjoying
I did feel like
sucks.
I did feel like you were very anxious around all of this last night. Like I was just like, dude,
it's a great place.
Good, dude. You were putting them away, and then you were accusing me of all these things. I was like, do you think I'm out to get you at this dinner, dude? You think I'm like Dr. No? I kidnapped you and then invited you to dinner?
Dr. No, nice.
Yeah, another James Bond reference.
First
That was
one.
for you.
Yeah, it was pretty embarrassing. And I was
No reason to be
I was
embarrassed,
very
Tim.
appreciative of the filth for what they did, and all of the just the incredible generosity and the time that we get to spend. We spend a lot of time with each other, but we don't actually go do stuff that's not work related.
Yeah.
So to do something that's not work related and everything, and just to have it get away so quickly was not great.
That was a blast.
Sleeping with the clothes on, though, that's rough.
Sleeping with my clothes on.
was
Dude,
tough,
Tim, like
man.
it was a lit song. How about
Yeah,
that? The
exactly.
only lit song.
Well, you know what? And I should have known that this was going to happen because in preparation for a House of Prime Rib meal, you don't eat that much. You kind of let yourself get hungry. You let it build up. And then I crushed that with, 19 different types of alcohol.
Yeah, I was going to say, how many different types of alcohol did you have last night? So you definitely had an old fashioned. No, excuse me. You definitely had Manhattans. At least two.
I had that. I had tequila.
You had a
and
shot of
vodka.
tequila, and what'd you have for vodka?
I had a vodka ginger at our first
So you're worth 4 drinks at least. You
It
have
was a Prosecco, yeah. No beer.
No beer. You had a Prosecco in there. Damn, Tim was.
Yeah, it was.
Dude, bravo. No wonder. You put some stuff away. And you're right. You didn't eat much yesterday.
I mean, I was just so inspired by your shots at Jack's that it was like, man, I got to follow this up. No, most realistically, I was just excited that we got to do this and we'd built it up and everything. And then maybe I built it up a little too much.
No, you know what? We'll all go again, Tim. Don't feel bad.
Dude, I'm never going to forget Tim walking into that closet.
Yeah.
Man. Dude, that was pretty funny.
That was funny.
That was
But-
maybe the funniest
no,
moment. Tim,
we'll-
don't feel bad, dude. This was good.
No.
And the filter like it on the YouTube chat. People are saying this is an incredible story.
Yes.
Because it is pretty funny. Dude, the view of you walking into that coat closet and all three, me, Derek, and Julie, the server, just sort of sitting there in silence, watching you do it as you walked off. We're kind of like,
yeah,
what was that about?
Well, and the funny thing to me is that everybody has this story where they have one buddy that gets just goes a little too big, whatnot. But that's not usually me, and so the idea that it was is I feel a little shame today. That's all.
No shame. I mean, we'll all go back, and the key is every time we go to House of Prime, we have to tell the audience we're going because then they'll pay for it.
Evidently.
Yeah, dude. We just got to make it clear. Anytime we need help with something.
So, Tim, let them know the next date.
Yeah,
I am making the reservation tonight, by the way.
Tim's 21st anniversary at the Sports Leader. 650 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text and says the prime rib controversy is clear evidence of simmering, what does it say? Simmering tensions between the dirty troika. Is that what they're calling us?
Is that trio?
I don't know what this word is. Dude, this is probably just a word I don't even know.
I'm not going to know it either.
I don't even know what it is, yeah.
By the way,
I was
also
gonna say a lot of people are talking about it. I don't think there's any trivia, any tension here. 916 says, this would have been a perfect Tim found the grab bag story. Somebody else, 415, says, thought Cubs was going to say Tim came out of the closet with the NBA grab bag.
That would have been great. By the way, 707 says, I never heard anyone appoint themselves as a guy that gives the shirt off their back kind of guy. Did
what Tim say that?
Yeah, Tim's like I'm the guy.
I was flexing. Yeah, you're right.
I'm the guy that would give the shirt off my own back. Usually someone says that about you.
Yeah, dude, that's a great call, dude. Tim claimed himself. I'm the kind of guy that would give my shirt off my
Even
own
though
back.
I've never done that before in my life.
That's
By
my
the
problem.
way,
I'm too nice. Yeah.
telling that story midway, we're burying myself with embarrassing details. But yeah, I was flexing. You got
you're
me.
the kind of guy that would give the shirt off
You
your own
nailed me.
back. That's pretty good. That is pretty funny. I've never heard anybody say that about themselves. Tim, we had a great time. Appreciate you organizing it. Appreciate the film.
Tim, do not feel embarrassed. We had a great time last night.
I did apologize profusely to both of them.
415-808-5627 is the number to call. Dude, apparently Walter told me Tim was so embarrassed he should have apologized to him. I was like, Walter wasn't even there.
He wasn't even there last
Tim was
night.
so drunk he thought Walt showed up.
Come on.
Come on, bro.
I don't know what that means about Tim, but yeah, okay.
You know Walt's in Indianapolis trying to help out his boy Mark Sanchez.
Yeah, I know. It's a whole situation right now.
Walt's not here, man.
Get him out of the clink.
Yeah, helping him get out of the clink. All right, we are going to catch up with Marcus Thompson coming up in about 20 minutes at 3:50. When we come on back, do we still think the Eagles are really the best of the best in the NFC?
Not anymore.
I think we already did our rankings again this week, and we already agreed they weren't.
No, but as far as as far as the upper echelon teams, the NFC, is it changing now? Given that the 49ers have a good opportunity this weekend to be the lone 5-1 team, do you think differently about the Eagles? Do you think differently about the 49ers?
Let's get into that. And what would a win for the Rams this week mean against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens? 808 KNBR. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Dirty work only here on the Sports Leader. Not going anywhere. We're talking food, which means I'm talking one thing and one thing only. That's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach. It's going to be a beautiful weekend, by the way, in North Beach. Great opportunity for you to get out there, watch some of the planes for Fleet Week in North Beach, and get yourself a slice of some Tony's Pizza. It's the gold standard. Tony Gimignani's a world champion. Quite literally, every style they do is spot on. Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, grandma style, whatever you're into, it's perfection. I love the New Yorker. It's big. It's cheesy. It's got bold flavorings. And the Diavola pizza, when you want that spicy kick, is the perfect way to go. Plus, they got many other great menu items. The penne alla vodka pasta, Nona's famous wings, or the honey fried chicken sandwich. All of it is next level. Here's the best part. You don't have to be in North Beach. You should be, but you don't have to be in North Beach to get Tony's Pizza. You can enjoy it in many other places. Tony's now has a location inside of SFO, so you can grab one of those world-class slices before you fly out, or you can hit up Slice House, locations all over the Bay Area, including inside of Chase Center and Levi Stadium. If you've never been, make it happen. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Go hungry. Trust me, you're going to leave happy. It's Tony's Pizza Napolitana.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dude, this is the opening song for the show Kablam.
Oh, hell
on
yeah.
Nickelodeon. Kablam! Where cartoons and comics collide.
We'll go a
Action
little bit
League
deeper
now?
here. The song is called Two-Tone Army. You guys are talking about
dude.
two-tone.
Come on, dude. Stop.
A little two-tone
No, I don't
action.
need you guys talking two tones again. Come on.
With Action League Now, who was naked all the time, the
No,
Flesh.
what are you talking about? That's not.
Action League Now.
Actually, no. He's naked all the time. You didn't give any context to that at all.
Well, no, the Kablam.
The Kablam.
Or Kablam back in the day.
It was a variety show on Nickelodeon where they did like claymation. It was like sketch comedy. It was like claymation,
Yeah.
Prometheus and Bob, right? You get you had Action League Now, which was like a stop action figure show, and they had a character called the Flesh. He's super strong.
It's super
and
naked.
Super naked. Thunder Girl. She flies like thunder.
Yes. And then the Melt with the power to melt.
Stinky Diver, a former Navy commando with an attitude as bad as his odor.
Yeah, so that song was made before Kablam. Interesting.
Yeah. I actually never known that was a ska song by your boys Two Tone.
Yes.
Is it by Two Tone or the song?
No, it's
called
by
Two
the
Tone?
Toasters.
Oh, it's by
The song is called Two-Tone.
Yeah.
Oh,
In
okay.
honor of Naked Flesh. See, it all comes
Remember
around.
the villain's like the mayor, dude? He's like the.
Oh, come on now.
He's like that black dude's the mayor, yeah. He's the super villain in all of them.
Justice League Now. Or Action League Now.
Is that how he sounded?
Yeah, either way.
All right. We're going to catch up with Marcus Thompson here in about 15 minutes. Best sports writer in the country. We didn't even did we come in with the highlights even?
No, we played
No,
the
I think I nicely done.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. We didn't get those fourth quarter highlights from the Eagles. Do we rethink where the Eagles are in the NFC hierarchy?
I mean, I still would have them, I don't know, maybe number 2. I know a lot of people are just going in on them today, and I get it. It looked really pitiful last night, and there's a problem going on with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. I mean, there were multiple times where they could have got back in that football game. The interception that Jalen Hurts threw in the fourth quarter, he had A.J. Brown wide open on a slant route, like going right into the end zone, and instead he threw to Devontae Smith on the left side of the field, and it was an interception. He also missed Devontae Smith on a wide open touchdown that would have got them back in the game. But yeah, Jalen Hurts is kind of hit or miss. Like even in the Super Bowl performance, he was spectacular. But prior to that, we were talking about how Jalen Hurts doesn't throw a lot. It was all Saquon Barkley a year ago. And then every now and then, Jalen Hurts would drop back to throw and connect with A.J. Brown. It's the same deal a year ago where A.J. Brown was looking at his book, whatever it was, The Confidence in Me, whatever the hell it was called.
Yeah, whatever that,
Inner Excellence, actually. and he was always complaining, but at the end of the day, they won football games. So they're only 4-2. A year ago, they were 2-2 and went on a roll. So, yeah, things are mounting up for them as far as, injuries and problems with the offense and the defense, but they still have a lot of talent on that football team. I told you earlier this week, actually, I think that the Detroit Lions are the best team in the NFC right now.
Yeah, that's what I think we were in agreement that if we're going to rank the top NFC teams again, I've got them number 1. Do you have the Eagles too?
Yeah, right now.
The,
just based on talent, but
has your opinion of the Rams changed at all after the loss of the Niners?
No, because like you said, it was a short week and they're playing a divisional opponent.
It didn't really change at all for me. It's funny. I know Niner fans or people logically, I think, would get mad at me for saying this. I think I still think higher of the Rams than I do of the Niners.
I do as well.
Like, not to say, do I think the Rams are better than the Niners? People would go, well, you just watched the Niners beat them. Which is,
it's not that simplistic sometimes, though.
I know. I think the Rams are a better team. I think they're a more polished team.
Yeah.
They're healthy.
The Niners just won last week.
But the Niners won, and that's what football is. That's how it happens.
Right.
So do I think, who goes further? That remains to be seen. Who gets healthier? You know what I mean? Who stays healthier throughout the remainder of the season? What happens when George Kittle comes back? There's a lot of factors here. But I still think higher of the Rams. So I'd still have the Rams above the Niners.
I would, but just to be fair with amongst the teams that are 4-1 or prior to last night, when now the Eagles are 4-2, I'd still have the Niners ahead of the Rams just because they're division leaders. But yeah, after last night, I think that the Eagles might be in a little bit of trouble. They still have a ton of talent. But as I was telling Tracy, like, is this an opportunity this weekend for the Niners to kind of get ahead of everybody else in the NFC? And why? Because the Eagles lost last night. They're going to be 4-2, or they are 4-2. The Lions play the Chiefs. They could easily lose that game on the road. And then, if the 49ers beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Bucs drop to 4-2. The Niners are the lone 5-1 team. And this is, one of the true tests for the 49ers this season. The last 3 weeks, it's been Jacksonville, the Rams, and the Buccaneers. After this week, it's Atlanta. It's then Houston, the Giants, and then the Rams.
Yeah.
And then after that, Arizona, Carolina, the Cleveland Browns, Tennessee Titans, the Indianapolis Colts, the Chicago Bears, and ending the season with the Seahawks. I know that we play the schedule game a lot, and who knows, the Giants could be a better football team, the Texans could be a better football team. But if they win this game and they're 5-1, the Niners can rattle off some wins here before they face the Rams again. If they sweep them, then they're in a good situation. I think the 49ers, given everything, are put in a good situation, given their schedule, to maybe be the number 1 seed in the NFC. But I still think if they face the Eagles, the Lions, the Bucs maybe again, the Packers, that they could potentially lose in the playoffs. And even though I think highly of the Eagles, their schedule is going to get brutal after this. They go to Minnesota. They're home again against the Giants. Probably would not get swept by the Giants. Then they go to Green Bay. They're home against the Lions. They go to Dallas. Then they're home against the Bears. Go to L.A. to take on the Chargers. Beat the Raiders probably after that. And then the last 3 games of the season.
Doesn't matter where it is. We have no idea where that game is, but probably beat them wherever.
It's in Philly.
Yeah, okay.
And then the last 3 games of the season are in Washington, in Buffalo, and then home against Washington again. So the
Eagles. They
Eagles.
get the 2-3 against Washington in the season.
Yes. So the Eagles' schedule is brutal. I still think they're talented.
I can listen to Derek just rattle off schedules all day, dude.
You like
the
this?
Eagles schedule. 2 there, not here. Beat the Raiders, then Washington, then one more, then Washington again. I just like that. I like the running through and
there you go.
Give me the breakdown. I know we play the schedule game like you're saying.
Right.
And I know it's going to get hard for them. And you're talking seed for the Niners. You think basically your point here is you think the Niners schedule as it stands.
I don't think the Niners are as talented as the Lions or the Eagles.
Nor do I.
But there is a chance that they end up with more wins because they have a more favorable schedule.
Sure, I hear you on that. You also say this, though, in the same breath that you'll tell me, I don't know what the Niners are good at.
I don't.
It's interesting, right?
I would say they're.
So how do we find a path to victory?
They're good at playing defense right now.
How do we find a path to victory, though, in those games? I'm with you on that because we just kind of broke that down. But how do you find a path to victory in those games?
Which
where
games?
In the Niners schedule where you're saying, yes, it is a softer schedule still.
Mm-hmm.
Even knowing what we know now, and there are some games that you have more, you would think you have more clarity on based on how those teams have played to this point this year, right?
Right.
You know who the 2025 version of the Colts are through 5 weeks, right? We have an idea of that.
Yes.
But if you don't know what the Niners are good at in your mind, you don't know who the starting quarterback will be at those points. How can you find a path to victory to say, you know what I mean? Because you can say the schedule is soft. The Bears probably have a real soft schedule too outside of division because they've been a last place team year after year.
Maybe.
So what I'm saying is if we look at those schedules, yeah, that schedule might make it, but we know the Bears aren't as good. Right. So we go to Kyle Shanahan. You say he's been the MVP, I think, of the team. He and Robert Saleh to this point.
Yeah.
And what they've gotten out of what they've been dealt to this point. And that's where I try to find victories. For me, it's really hard to project with the Niners because we again, 5 weeks in and we don't really know who they are in terms of the identity of the team itself. And good teams that are contending teams have identities.
Right.
We just don't know. So I hear you on, logically, I hear what you're saying. And I comprehend what you're saying about they still have a schedule that is conducive at 4-1 right now to being the number 1 seed because you could run into a situation where all these other teams just beat each other up because they've got tough schedules and they're repeating offenders, we should say, as playoff teams, right? They're coming back so they get the tough schedule.
Yes, but I think the Niners are always going to be in a good position to win because of Kyle Shanahan. He's that good as a head coach where he's going to find a way to scheme it up offensively, whatever it is. Even though, they're banged up in this game, I think they have a chance to win this game. Do I think that the Buccaneers prevail in the end because of the reasons Tracy Sandler gave, that it's a cross-country trip and the conditions as far as the weather? Yeah, it's going to be tough. But Kyle Shanahan always gives them a chance to win. But, could they end up with the number 1 seed? Yes. And it's weird because they don't have their starting quarterback and they won't have Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
But it's not the same. Like I know, like I sound negative sometimes, but like when you watch them in 2019, you knew this team was going to be good because they ran the football well and they played great defense and they got after quarterbacks. They were dominant. They started the season 8-0. You knew they were going to be good in 2023 because they started hot offensively. They went 5-0. They lost 3 in a row, but still, they were one of the better offenses in all of football. And every now and then, it wasn't the same defensively, but they were still okay with Nick Bosa and everybody. This year, it's so weird because they don't have a interception. They don't run the football very well, but somehow they're still 4-1. So even though they're put in a good position to be the number 1 seed again, possibly, they're not as strong as in years past as far as 2019 and 2023. So that's why I have doubts, and I think there's better teams in the NFC. They're just not as talented, but they do have a chance as long as Kyle Shanahan's their head coach.
Like, is it is winning a football stat? You know what I mean? Like,
it's not a stat. It's just like
I know, but
it's a good trait.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good trait. But it's hard. I guess my point is, and this is the nature of football and the nature of media around football, and what our jobs are is to talk about the storylines and the narratives and what you can create or find about why you think or form an opinion on why a team could win. And if a team doesn't do any one thing particularly well but win, it makes it hard to be like, well, why did they get that? Right. How did they get to that point? How did they get there? Like, part of it is Eddie Piñeiro's 11 of 11.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? By the way, I saw him talking about his start kicking for the Niners. He's like, yeah, it's incredible to me too. He was like, it's
I amazed myself.
It's unbelievable. He's like, I kissed that one off the French kissed that one off the inside of the upright. He had a 59-yarder. Said it's the hottest stretch of his career. And he said, normally as a kicker, you make a bunch, then you miss one, then you make a bunch, and you miss one. And he's like, so far, so good. And I was like, you should probably stop talking about this. I was like, we should probably stop talking about how good you've been at kicking. Yeah,
but you know what? Some teams are just, they know how to win. Like some teams still like I'll compare it to the Raiders. Like the Raiders just don't know how to win. They've been comfortable with losing so long, or not comfortable, but they've just been used to it, that they've become accustomed to it. The Niners don't lose. Last year they did. They went 6-11, but just this coaching staff, these players, they don't lose games. They find a way to win. Same way the Buccaneers, even though it hasn't been as successful in the postseason as the Niners, but the Buccaneers of Baker Mayfield, they know how to win. The Eagles in recent years, they know how to win. And now they just have these, little things happening, but yeah, it's just something in the 49ers. It doesn't matter that they don't rush for a ton of yards. It doesn't matter they don't get interceptions. They just find ways to win. They play good defense. They keep teams out of the end zone. It's not so much the yardage. They give up big plays from wide receivers, but Robert Saleh puts his team in good situations to make plays. Same thing with Kyle Shanahan. It's the coaching. It really is the coaching of why they're 4-1 right now.
Do you, somebody here on the Texans accusing you of having a soft spot for Philly?
Why?
I don't know. Do you have one?
No.
Derek?
No.
Okay.
My uncle for years.
Okay, now here we go.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, maybe rest his soul for sure.
Yeah, Gary Papa was he was the newscaster locally in Philly. But no, I don't have a soft spot for Philadelphia. No.
Oh, maybe 650 says Derek has a soft spot for Philly. His uncle was a beat writer in Philly. Was he a beat writer?
Was it a beat writer?
No.
He was on the newscast.
So Derek has a soft spot for Philly, I guess I understand.
No. It's not about that. No, I think that Philly's more talented. You can't tell me with the players that Philadelphia have that they're not more talented than the 49ers. Come on. Same thing with the Lions. I would say those two teams. Everybody else, you can make the case that the Niners would beat the Packers. You can make the case that the Niners could beat the Buccaneers. I'm saying those two teams with how loaded they are offensively and some of the players they have defensively, really the Eagles. With the Lions, it's Aiden Hutchinson. Those two teams are the two most talented teams in all of football, in my opinion. So, yes, I think that if they play the 49ers, they beat them. But I don't know. Kyle's great at what he does. He's a great coach. He may find a way to – last year when the Niners were beat up, they put up 34 points against the Lions, and now they were beat up defensively as well. We saw 2 years ago when the 49ers went into Philadelphia coming off of their electric 2022 season and put up 42 points on them in Philadelphia. So anything could happen. I'm just telling you right now, I do think the Eagles and Lions are more talented, but the 49ers could have more wins by the end of the season.
Did you root for the Eagles over the Patriots both times they played them in the Super Bowl?
Yes. Why would I root for the Patriots?
I don't know. That's what somebody else is saying. They're saying, of course, Derek has a soft spot for the Eagles.
Did you ever root for the Patriots?
Yeah, dude, all the time.
Stop.
All the time. I loved Brady, and I rooted for the Patriots all the time.
Stop it.
That's not a joke.
You rooted for the Patriots?
I actively rooted for the New England Patriots all the time in the playoffs.
Really?
Yeah, I liked Tom Brady. I liked this run. He's my favorite football player ever. It was fun.
All right.
People get mad at me for that. I know. I like Tom Brady a lot. I liked him more as a player than I like him now as like a guy.
No, I mean after the Tuck
I'm
rule,
not as big on Tom Brady the guy, but I don't have to hang out with him. I just loved watching him play football. The same as much as I don't like having to play Mahomes in the Super Bowl and what's gone on twice, I'm still fascinated by watching Andy Reid and Mahomes. Because why would you shy yourself or short yourself of one of the greatest talents we've ever seen at the position? I just love watching football. So the best guys at the best positions are the most fun.
No.
I had a blast watching Tom Brady play.
I guess I rooted for the Patriots when they faced the Panthers in that Super Bowl because I didn't have any affinity for the Carolina Panthers.
You didn't want Delhomme and like D'Angelo. Who was that? Who was back there?
Steve Smith,
Tolbert. Mike Tolbert?
No, that was later on.
Was it later?
Julius Peppers and who else? Steve Smith.
What year was that? The 2000
Musa Muhammad.
2004.
2003 Carolina Panthers.
2003 Panthers.
Is anyone accusing me of having a soft spot for Detroit? Like I just think Detroit plays great football offensively. It's beautiful to watch. The way they're able to run the football.
Who's that, Detroit?
Yeah.
Yeah, Detroit's
Detroit's fake. I mean,
Yeah.
come on. Like, you can't tell me that those teams aren't more talented than the Niners right now.
No, they are. But they're not saying that's not true. They're just saying you have a soft spot.
I don't have a soft spot. I really don't. I mean, you have to give credit to Philadelphia because they won the damn Super Bowl.
Okay, dude, don't get so defensive about it.
I'm just saying.
You don't have to get all defensive. If you don't have a soft spot, I just don't know why you're so defensive about it.
I guess you just got to be a homer for the Niners all the time.
Stephen Davis, dude. That's who it is. Stephen Davis was the running back.
And Deshaun Foster.
Dude, 1,400 rushing yards. Yeah, Deshaun Foster was the other one. Ricky Prohl, receiver on that team.
Seattle's Ricky Prohl,
Yeah, dude. And then you got Mushin Muhammad. You pointed out. Steve Smith.
Yep.
Of course, 4 touchdowns. Excuse me, how many touchdowns do you have that year? 7 receiving.
Was Jermaine Wiggins the tight end?
Jermaine Wiggins was the tight end.
Yep.
Brad Hoover, the fullback.
Oh, Hoover.
Yeah.
You had Chris Magnum as well, the other tight end.
Oh, Magnum.
Liquid Hot Magma. Kevin Dyson.
Oh, yeah. My Niners, Derek's Niners. Thank you, Tim.
John Casey, the kicker. I forgot about him, dude.
Yeah, he kicked the ball out of bounds, and Brady got the starting position at the 40-yard line, and then that's how they were able to run down the field and have Vinatieri win the game for him.
Much to your dude. By the way, this was the wardrobe malfunction Super Bowl.
Yes, it was.
I remember where I was.
I was there for it.
You were at this bowl?
Oh, yes, I was.
You were at this Super Bowl?
In Houston, Texas.
Oh, tell us this story. You and Greg. We're rooting for the Panthers, Derek. We're not rooting for
my
Brady.
dad. My dad was not there. My mom was working in TV sales, and she got tickets through CBS.
What? You got to go to a Super Bowl?
We got to go to the Super Bowl, me and the family, and I had the binoculars looking at Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson. And
Hold on, dude.
How to sign the boob.
Hold on. We've come this far on the show, and we were not aware that you were at the wardrobe malfunction Super Bowl.
Another layer peeled back there.
The first Super Bowl you ever were at.
Yes.
I'm sure.
And the only. In attendance.
If Derek shows up at a Super Bowl, dude, history's going down.
Boobs are appearing.
You're gonna pop one for the boys. Is what's gonna happen?
There
huh?
you go.
Yeah, was that a big moment for you as a kid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
what did your mom have to say about it? Was it uncomfortable seeing it with your mom?
I wasn't sitting next to my mom, but we all knew what happened afterwards. We're like, did you see Janet Jackson with her boob out? And yeah. That was the biggest talk. Even though the Patriots won that game and it was thrilling,
my God.
everyone just focused on the fact that Janet Jackson had her breast exposed.
Oh,
you are a fascinating human.
You are, dude. That's what I'm saying.
I'm the
You are
world's most interesting man.
You're so unbelievably fascinating. You're unbelievably
Why, because I went to a
fascinating.
Super Bowl and saw a boob?
No, because you went to that Super Bowl and it wasn't even because of your dad. That's what's even funnier about this whole detail.
My mom had the hookup.
I kind of wish he was there though. Derek, did you see Janet?
Yes.
Did he ask you after? How close were you?
Yeah. Describe me every detail.
Did you get a good look?
No, I remember I remember my
Rock
dad.
your body indeed.
Me and my dad had a conversation about the whole situation. My dad's like, "That's all you can take away from the game was Janet Jackson." It was a great game, Derek. One of the best Super Bowls of all time.
It's one of the great bowls.
Carolina scored 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter and still lost.
It's one of the great boobs. I mean, bowls of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
Derek. That's incredible, dude. They scored 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter and lost.
Yes.
Lost the game.
Yes,
Jake
lost the
Delhomme,
game.
dude. You're beside myself. You've been to one bowl in your life. You'd never go again if I were you. What else is there to see? You see Tom Brady. Tom Brady won his second. You saw Bill Belichick win a Super Bowl.
I worked across the street when the Rams and Bengals played in the Super Bowl a couple years ago because I was at NFL Network. But, yeah, this is the only Super Bowl I've attended.
Wait, Rams Bengals was where?
In L.A. And I was working at NFL Network.
The Rams hosted that one?
Yes.
Was that right after Brady hosted?
Yes.
So they were the second team to host a bowl.
Second year in a row, yep.
And they won it.
And they won it, yeah.
How about that? All right, we'll take a quick break. I can't believe that we've gone this. Tim, you're shocked as I am, right? It's so funny that this was the bowl Derek.
It never came up in conversation.
Come on, man. You got to present good stories.
Let's just come in the first day like, hey, guys, it's Dirty Work. I'm Derek Papa. I'm filling in for Tom Tolbert. By the way, I saw Janet Jackson's boo back in the day.
Talking Nipplegate with Derek. No, Otis Bird he says it again. I hate to keep going back to the well with Otis, but he says Derek can really tell these stories for days. We need more Derek segments.
Yeah, it's crazy. 415, Derek's a sandbagger, dude. Yeah,
a day in the life.
You've been holding out on us, dude. You SOB. All right, we'll take a quick break. Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country. Where was he when Derek was watching Janet pop one for the boys? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers fly to Tampa today ahead of their Sunday afternoon date with the Buccaneers. Kickoff 1:25, but you can catch all the pregame action with Copes and JD at 10 a.m. right here on the Sports Leader. And let's be honest, the pregame is more important than the game, right? Right? Just me? Okay.
You've found Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, right here on the Sports Leader.
Dude, the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line is fascinated with Derek, like everybody else is. 510 says, dude, T-Pop, 510 says, all of Derek's stories are super interesting, LOL. 650 says, the Dos Equis guy doesn't have ass on Derek.
Damn right.
The most interesting Derek in the world.
Most interesting man in the world.
Yeah, we got to keep building on this, man. We got to do something with this, dude.
By all means.
Well, like somebody said, I do a great job of trolling you. I do mess with you a lot.
You do.
It's just kind of what I do. I just kind of mess with everybody a lot, though. That's just sort of my thing.
It's kind of your thing.
Maybe that's what I was thinking last night about the plate. I don't know. I thought you were
Funny,
trolling me.
I did the least
You're really messing with me.
I was
my
like
plate
totally
here.
straight last night at dinner. Did no messing with anybody about anything.
No, I mean, you were actually moved. Like, we were taking it in like, wow, the filth got us, the hookup for House of Prime Rib. We were like kind of emotional about it. Like, man, this is awesome. And then Tim's like, hey, you stole my food here.
Tim's like, you dirty SOB. You stole my plate. Yeah, you tried to drug me. How about our guy 415 West on the YouTube chat says Cobes looks like a kind of guy who would
drug somebody?
He said who would drop something to drink. I was like, Jesus.
Oh,
I look like that kind of guy?
You don't want that.
Relax, Wes.
You don't want that one.
Yeah, come on, Wes.
That's not good.
Clearly, Tim was the one who looks like that kind of guy. It's way more of a Tim thing.
And I look like I have the meat sweats all the time.
It's more of a creepy Tim thing.
Yeah, and I walked into a closet.
Earlier, yeah, you did. Somebody earlier said, why does Copes think that Derek? Well, I said you look like a guy who gets the meat sweats. You said, what does that mean? Somebody on the text line said, means you think you look like a meatball.
What am I, Ron Meatball DeSantis?
Ron Meatball DeSantis. We've not connected with Marcus.
We were sitting there praising the audience. Said, thank you guys so much. And then they just crap all over us. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's my favorite. All right, we have not connected with Marcus Thompson. We're working on that connection.
We'll see if we get him. If not, whatever. Kaminga, doing a new article.
Kaminga, how about this? Did you see the I was going to ask Marcus about this.
Yeah.
The LeBron decision part 2.
Yes.
No. I was going to ask Marcus about LeBron's sciatica now.
Well,
the decision part 2.
I have a theory, but go ahead.
That was the Hennessy ad.
Yes.
Right? Did you see he's getting sued? LeBron is?
Yeah, by Lakers fans.
Well, it's funny. I saw that because right after that tease came out about, I think we talked about it in the grab bag whenever we discussed the LeBron decision thing. That was just the Hennessy ad.
NBA grab bag.
We talked about it the other day on Tuesday. They talked in this article I'd read about how a bunch of the final game of the season Laker tickets, and it might have been Lakers Cavs.
Okay. Yeah,
like
the last game. Oh, well, I don't know if that's the last game of the year. I think
there's a
Lakers
Cavs game or something like that. And some guy bought a Lakers Cavs. People were buying tickets for potentially LeBron's final run, the final Lakers Cavs game or something like that.
Right.
This guy bought, I don't know, went up to $1,000 or $800 or whatever. Tickets would have been nothing in terms of regular price. Now he's suing LeBron, or Laker fans are suing LeBron for
misleading
in
them.
small claims court. I think it's just one guy in small claims court is like suing him, saying I lost all value on these tickets, and I'm just kind of like, who shot the value up though? Did you buy them from like a secondhand marketplace? Like, I don't think LeBron's at I don't think anybody's going to be found. There's no way he's found liable for this. I mean,
this is a dumb story. I mean, like, you actually fell for that, so
I'm like, that's ridiculous.
You feel like you're screwed out of the money? No, he's not going to win that case. I do have a theory though. Did they have this commercial be intentionally, pissing off people so that people are not caring as much as LeBron being out for the first couple of weeks with his sciatica?
I don't think that. You think the Hennessy ad helps? What do you mean?
People are so focused on LeBron doing that dumb ad where people are like, I could care less that he's out with sciatica to start the season.
No, I don't think anything. You think this was a ploy?
Maybe.
No, dude, stop.
A LeBron ploy.
No, this is so dumb. There's no way
All
this
right.
is a.
Just throw that
There's
out
no
there.
You think there's a conspiracy with LeBron's sciatica and the Hennessy commercial?
Yeah. Prove me otherwise.
This might
Coach.
be your worst take ever. That might have been it.
I'm just saying, like, this just pops out of nowhere.
You guys seen anything suspicious here between the sciatica timing and the Hennessy commercial?
They released this this ad, and JJ Redick asked about it. Other teammates are asked about it. Austin Reeves has to answer for it. And then we got and then we get the news. Just Sham Strong's like, oh yeah, by the way, he's got sciatica. He's going to miss the start of the season.
Okay, so what would be the benefit, Derek? If this is a conspiracy,
because people are more focused on the ad than LeBron missing time.
Who wants people to be focused on the ad?
The Lakers.
You're saying
It goes straight to the top.
This is bad.
Genie bus.
You're saying they're in cahoots. This is your take?
It's just an idea.
You're just throwing something out there? No.
Like it's a Friday. Marcus hasn't called in yet.
You were just trying to do your part to kill some time.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
It is what it
You're
is.
just hearing bleeding minutes.
Hey, man. Bucs 49ers. What do you think, Copes?
I think we get back to football. I think is the way to go. With
Okay.
no Marcus, I think the route to go.
Fair enough.
Is back to football.
By the way, just real quick though, I was going to ask Marcus about this. Did you see Kuminga's quotes this week to Mark Spears?
I thought we just agreed to go back to.
I know, but just
I love you so much.
You're so ridiculous.
Hold on.
No, give us whatever you got, D.
Okay, so when Mark Spears asked Kuminga about his playing time or his role this season, he goes, "I don't ask Steve Kerr about roles because I don't know what he's going to tell me." Sorry, let me ask. Let's start again. I don't ask Steve Kerr about roles because I know what he's going to tell me. I don't waste my energy. I choose not to ask because nobody's going to tell me. Yeah. It's whatever. You just have to find ways to do things when you get out there. Make plays, defend. I don't have a consistent role. I just play a role where I make sure I play defense and run the floor. It's the same old, same old. It pisses me off. Where you're just like, yeah, we know Steve's going to tell me just, be the sixth man, come off the bench. That is your role, though, Kuminga.
Which you're saying when asked if he would ask or has asked Steve Kerr about what role he'd play,
yes,
he's basically given a whole bunch of words to say he doesn't care.
He's basically saying, I know what the answer is going to be from Steve, so I don't bother anymore. He doesn't know how to coach me. So
you're saying that was kind of a snarky response.
I think so.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, now that I hear it like that, okay. I mean, what role does he think he should? Who does he think he should start over?
He thinks he's the star. He thinks that he should start
over whom?
I don't know. It makes no basketball sense.
Yeah, I know. I mean, again, whatever they do with him, I just hope it keeps value where it's at, or makes it higher.
Yeah,
I think that's the number one hope.
Anyway, just something I saw that pissed me off once again, and it's the same old with Kuminga. Whatever.
What's your problem with him? You think he's attitudey? You think he's snarky? You think he's a hey, look at me guy?
I think it's where he wants the offense to be dictated around him, where he hasn't bought into what Steve Kerr is doing. I think you should give the benefit of the doubt to the guy that's been proven. How about Steve Kerr that's won 4 championships? How about Steph Curry that's won 4 championships? How about Draymond Green that's won 4 championships? Yeah. Why is it Jonathan Kuminga? And I know a take I had last week was like he hasn't done anything in the NBA. He has done some things in the NBA. I'm not going to take that away from him. But to act like he should be the focal point of the offense is just ridiculous. So
what if he's right, though? What if at some point he's right? Doesn't mean he's right now. Right? And I think this is the argument for Kuminga. Like, it doesn't mean he's right now.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody thinks he's right now. But Joe Lacob thinks he might be right in like 3 years.
Yeah, but you know what? Joe Lacob doesn't know as much basketball as Steve Kerr.
I agree with you. And I'm not saying that those guys don't think he might be right in 3 years. But they don't care about 3 years. They care about what they – like, Steve Kerr's job is to win right now. Right? I mean, if I'm Steve, I don't care about what's happening in 3 years until I get to
the rules are.
Until I get to 3 years from now. Like, it's not that you don't want to develop, like but he's in a 1-year contract right now. It's like, we'll deal with this at the end of the year. We'll deal with it next. Like, 3 years from now shouldn't matter to the current team, and it doesn't. It's like remember when they talked to Kershaw at the Devers trade on Sunday Night Baseball, and then they asked about what they got. He's like, yeah, we got some minor leaguers. Like, I don't care who that guy is.
Of course,
He's like, I don't give a damn. I should have known then he was retiring. But also, the guys at the major league level, they don't care who's in the minor leagues.
I agree with that. I don't care either.
And you shouldn't, unless the guy can help you.
Right.
So when the guy doesn't help you and he seems problematic and he's got an ego about it, maybe because of what Joe Lacob has said to him or how he's gone about it, perhaps, then I understand the Kuminga frustration. I don't like dealing with the Kuminga stuff anyway. You know I hate talking about this crap. Like, this stuff is annoying. You seemingly don't like talking about it either. My question, though, is if he's right and he is that guy in a couple of years, will Warrior fans like myself and you who think they should trade him to help win this one? And if you win another one, then it doesn't really matter. If you trade him and you win one, that's what you traded him for.
Right.
Then you got value in it. That's the value. You don't need somebody else who's going to be the guy for the next generation. It'd be great if that could be the case. But if he goes off and he wins and he becomes a superstar type player, will there be regret if the Warriors don't get one?
I mean, of course, I know that fans will be pissed off and everything, but I'm big on just because it works someplace else doesn't mean it's going to work here. That's why, like, when we talk about Mac Jones, like, he could probably be a good trade asset for next offseason. That's great.
Yeah.
But he may go to a team where he's not put in a position like he is right now with the 49ers, where the offense doesn't do the things that make him great as a quarterback. Like, if he gets traded to, I don't know, pick a team, and the offensive play caller is not as good as Kyle Shanahan, he's going to fail. It's all predicated on Kyle Shanahan setting it up for him. He fits with the 49ers. Brock Purdy fits with the 49ers. Jonathan Kuminga does not fit with the Warriors. It's just simple as that. I know that he's very talented, but the way that the way that the Golden State Warriors play basketball is not the way that Jonathan Kuminga plays basketball. And Steve Kerr and the rest of the team shouldn't make sacrifices because Jonathan Kuminga's mad. He hasn't accomplished as much as Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and Draymond Green to have a say. To me, he's more talented than Patrick McCaw, but it's kind of the same situation where he's like, I'm a talented player. I deserve playing time. Yeah, okay, you're a talented player, but you shouldn't be in the starting rotation. You shouldn't dictate what we do as a team that's won 4 freaking championships.
Yeah.
So play your role and then hit free agency, buddy, or we'll trade you the deadline.
Yeah, let him know. Let him know.
That's all I got to say about that.
All right, and that's all Derek has to say about that.
Yes.
Adam Copeland,
And that's
Depot,
that.
Tim Webb with you. By the way, people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 510 says, Derek, you need to tell more stories, more dad stories, like the Star Wars nerds. I mean, we've gotten a lot of really good Greg stories out of Derek. I mean, the rabbit one, when he accidentally killed all his
Yeah, that was
sister's
unfortunate.
rabbits.
Derek
That was
get the shovel.
Derek get the shovel.
Oh, Dad.
Don't tell anybody about this.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
That was a bad one. I mean, just, the stories, it's tough to have, like, story time. Like, you have to, like...
You have to, they just kind of come up.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't talked about Super Bowl 38 for me to, like, bring it up. So, some things just happen organically.
That's pretty funny, though, dude, that you were there with binoculars looking at Janet Jackson, dude.
I know, man.
Did you have good seats?
Oh, yeah, pretty good. That halftime show was pretty good.
Justin Timberlake.
Even without Janet Jackson's wardrobe malfunction, you had... Who was it? It was Justin Timberlake. It was obviously Janet Jackson. I think it was Nelly and P. Diddy singing Shake Your Tail Feather.
Oh, yeah? You were up dancing to that, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, Bad Boys 2 soundtrack.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, Derek. All right. Jeez, hell of a day for Derek.
Yeah, and it was it was a fun Super Bowl to be at. It's one of the better Super
Bowls
Bowls of all
11,
time.
12?
I would have been. It was 2003.
Maybe you were 13?
Yeah, so I was going to be 12, so I was 11. Yeah,
You were 11. Yeah. I was in high school.
Yeah,
I just started high school. I think when that happened.
I was working here.
Not
Hey,
yet.
Dude, not far off.
Not
Pretty close.
yet.
By the way, our guy Van checked in and he said, Thin Tim the Horn Man looks like the kind of guy that would roofie himself.
Jesus. It's a pretty good line.
Love you, Van.
That's a pretty good line. I don't want to eat anymore. I'm going home.
Guys, I'm done.
That's so funny. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. 5306 says, going back to Meat Sweats is my current fantasy football team name. How about that?
That's not bad. Meat Sweats?
It says my fantasy football team name is Meat Sweats.
Nice.
It's pretty good.
It's not a bad team nickname.
No, it's not at all.
Yeah.
It says, 510 says, I really just like hearing Copes imitate your dad. That's why I want to hear the more Papa stories. I pretty much just do that around the office, just like walking around doing
You love doing that voice. Mr. KNBR loves doing that voice.
Yeah, Mr. KNBR maybe more than anybody likes doing that voice. He'll just do it like for an hour.
One more story. When we were in Vegas, it was me, Walter, and Mr. KNBR in
For
a
Super Bowl?
Yeah, in a taxi, and this guy picked us up. He's taking us to one of the casinos, and Mr. KNBR does the Greg Papa voice. The whole time he's like, taking me around town, take me to the casinos. I want to make some money. And then the cab driver goes, can you stop talking like that? He goes, yeah, I'm sorry.
He does love doing that
He
voice.
loves doing that voice.
He'll get into it and not let it go, especially when Mr. Camber's had
he'll do it for hours.
When Mr. Camber's had a few pops, he'll do it for an entire evening.
I know.
And you're like, all right, dude.
And he gets loose.
Can we
It's an X-rated Greg Papa.
He'll say some ridiculous ass, dude. Yeah, you're like, come on, man. We don't need that.
Table of the four of us all doing the impression to each other.
Yeah, dude, just sitting around, nobody reacting to what anybody says, just doing their own riff on
exactly.
Greg, which is pretty good.
Take me around town.
It's my birthday.
Want to make some money. I could have been big in this town. I was supposed to be the voice of the Las Vegas Raiders.
You know, the line yesterday was, remember, our guy Mike Holler comes by and he tells Tim, hey, we got to ask Kyle Shanahan if he can record a birthday message for Greg, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, I heard that today.
Yeah, it was pretty funny when he called Greg old. I'm not sure why Kyle's making fun of me.
Yeah.
He's aged many years.
If I shave my beard off, I look like I'm 60.
Is he like 62?
Yeah, turned 63.
Yeah, anyway, he's like, Mike says, yeah, we got to have Kyle record that. I said, who requested that? Was it Greg himself? Ask Kyle to record a birthday message for me.
By the way, did you hear you got a birthday message from Marv Albert?
No, did he?
Yes, we should play that.
I want to hear that.
Yes.
Is it good?
It's okay.
It's pretty okay.
It's all right.
All right, let's hear that. The birthday message from Marv Albert for Greg Papa, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you when we come on back. Some more games of interest from around the NFL this weekend. A huge one for the Rams and the Ravens, who will yet again be without Lamar Jackson. Plus, the Seahawks are at the Jaguars. Can the Jaguars keep it going after a win on Monday night over the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yes.
More to come. Dirty Work on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you want to go to Hawaii? Well, if you don't, I don't think we can be friends, and you should attend a meeting. But if a week in Hawaii, courtesy of Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Resort, is your jam, listen for your cue to call every day during Dirty Work. Bang the contest line for your chance to qualify and pick out that mankini all week right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, people have always got concerns and questions about taxes and tax season. What does somebody do if they've gotten their tax bill and they can't pay it?
Oh, so, a lot of that's going to be coming up next week. This weekend, there are going to be a bunch of people who are going to sit down and say, well, it's time to do the tax return now. And they're going to find out that the extended due date is October 15th. That's next week. And they're not going to be able to pay. Don't make the mistake of not filing the return. That's where the big penalties are. Instead, call. There's a lot of good options. Whether we ask the government to forgive the penalties, or ask for a deal where you just pay part and they forgive the rest, or shift the blame where it belongs to the former spouse or former business partner, or a lot of other things. And the bottom line, if you haven't filed the return, they go ahead and make up a return called an SFR to be way more than you really have. The bottom line is there's a lot of good solutions. We'll explain everything to you. We have a free consultation. If you want us to, we can do everything for you so you don't have to deal with the government. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, get this problem off my back.
Steve Moskowitz can help. All you have to do is give him a call at 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. You see this guy on the text line? 415 says he caught himself doing the Greg Papa voice the other night. After a few too many bourbons, he says, it's infectious, I swear.
It's a fun impression to do.
doesn't even sound much like him. But
No, not really.
It's pretty funny.
It's more
to
like
do.
John Lovitz.
It's more like John Lovitz, yeah, doing
He's
Greg
losing
Papa.
his mind.
And I'm reaping all the
I'm
benefits.
reaping all the benefits. Touchdown 49ers.
Week 6 across the NFL. Does it feel like, I'm wondering this, do you think our Sunday slates are feeling too light?
Well, bye weeks.
Well, no, not just bye weeks. Bye weeks, early London games,
Yeah.
2 Monday night games,
Yeah.
a Thursday game. I mean, it just feels like the guts of my Sunday that used to be filled with 10, 11 games so recently are now down to like 7 games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we get the games in the morning. You get like 5 now, or we get like 5 or 6 in the morning slate. You get like 3 in the afternoon, something like that.
Right. I mean,
because the London game early does feel like it takes one away from the guts of it. Plus the 2 Monday nights.
Do you like the 2 Monday nights? Because right now
I like the old 2 Monday nights. When we used to get it like opening week of the NFL,
Yes.
but they would be back to back. It would be a double header. Now they're like they start within an hour of each other, and I don't love it.
It's too frequent.
I'm like yeah.
If anything, I would prefer a Tuesday night game instead of like having one start at 4:15 and one start at 5:15.
Throw me a Saturday. I don't care.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Give me a Saturday night tilt. That's
and
cool.
At the same time, you and I are still on the air and kind of miss a little
That's
bit
what
of
I'm
these
saying.
games.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Derek can't build his dresser. That's why he had to have Dom go pick him one up.
I got to watch Bills Falcons or Bears Commies.
That's what I'm saying.
Or
See,
even Manders.
see, now you're speaking my language, dude. I just feel like my Sunday afternoons, and I only was feeling this because last weekend was my first Sunday off of the year where I got to watch some football.
Right.
So I've been at work for most of it, doing the Niner games and whatnot for most of these, but it does feel a little bit light. Feels a little light. Like this weekend, I'm going to watch Niners in the weekend, the afternoon window.
Well,
but when I get here for pregame, we'll have that morning window. How many games in our morning window this week?
Okay, we got. Are you including the 6 a.m. start with the
That's
Broncos
not-
and Jets?
I mean, Tim, are you with me?
That's early
not a
morning.
true morning window.
I hate
of
the
course
6 a.m.
not.
Because you don't wake up for it. And then when you do wake up, the game's half over. It's like this.
But they're never like marquee games. Like maybe every now and then they'll have like Chiefs and Dolphins with Tyreek playing the Chiefs for the first time.
Who are you talking? It's Broncos Jets.
It's next
on FS1.
But yeah, and usually they get Rich Eisen to do the play-by-play for those games. So it's not. I mean, it's not fantastic. Like those London games are not anything amazing. It's the 3-2 Denver Broncos, who are a good team going up against the 0-5 Jets. For the morning slate, you got the Rams at the Ravens, and that's the Tom Brady game this week, but there's no Lamar Jackson. This would be a sexy game if Lamar Jackson was playing, but...
Why is the Tom Brady game of significance?
Because that means it's the marquee game for Fox.
Oh, that's what they call the number one game because he's on the number one.
They call it America's Game of the Week. That's what they refer to as the Tom Brady game.
Is Brady getting another game? Is it Brady Quinn?
Oh, Brady Quinn? Yeah.
No, I know you were talking Tom Brady. I'm just not thinking about Mark Sanchez now.
No, it's I think it's Mark Schlereth who gets now that slot as far as what Mark Sanchez was doing. But you have that game. And that's, I mean, like the Rams should, throw all over the Ravens. Like their secondary is terrible right now, and Matthew Stafford has the most passing yards in all of football.
Would you start Stafford or Daniel Jones in fantasy this week?
I would start Matthew Stafford, and my dilemma as far as fantasy, I got Matthew Stafford going ahead of Jordan Love. Because I think that Matthew Stafford...
You're sitting Jordan Love against the Bengals?
Yes.
Against the goals?
Yes. Have you seen the passing numbers that quarterbacks have against the Baltimore Ravens? C.J. Stroud went off.
Yeah, it's gaudy.
Yeah, so I'm going with Matthew Stafford there.
I think they're the worst passing defense in the league.
Oh,
they've also turned in the most amount of points.
Yes. They've given up 177 points in 5 games. They are horrendous defensively right now.
Brutal.
And then you got the Cowboys against the Panthers. You got the Cardinals taking on the Colts with Kyler Murray iffy in that game. Not a sexy game for a national audience, but Seahawks at Jaguars, that could be interesting for the NFC West. And the Jaguars on a short week, they may have a letdown game against having a huge win against the Chiefs. You have the Chargers going to Miami. I don't think it's a gimme right now for the Chargers, given all their injuries. You got the Patriots going to New Orleans. You got the Browns going to the Steelers. And that's your morning slate. So, yeah,
That's right, it sucks.
Yeah, not a lot of great options there.
What did you say, 6 games then?
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games.
And I think
That's right, it sucks.
I think it's 3 games in the afternoon window because you get Niners, Bucks, Titans, Raiders, and then Bengals, Packers.
Yeah. I mean, by far, the Niners-Buccaneers is the best game this weekend.
415 says, "Dear Lord, please never make me watch a Niners game with Copes. Dante's 9th level of hell." Jesus.
Why is that?
I don't know. So, or guy just despises me.
Wait.
Yeah, and he hates me, loves Niners, so he never wants me to come near his Niners.
Well, you should like you during a Niners game. Are you like intently watching? You're like making riffs the whole time.
I'm working during that. Not
Very
usually
enjoyable to watch a game with.
Yeah, I'm generally not riffing at all. I mean, yeah, there's funny stuff that happens, but
I've watched one.
If I'm at a game,
you,
I'm in silence for the most part.
I watched one game with you. It was a year ago. It was right before we had our first show, and it was Bills and Niners, and we were sitting there, and the Niners were getting their ass kicked. But we were in amazement over that Amari Cooper, Josh Allen play.
Oh, yeah, the back, like the
lateral.
Yeah, the lateral throw. Yeah, that was crazy.
Where it was credited as Josh Allen throwing a 2-yard touchdown pass to Josh Allen.
Yeah, it's a completion because he laterals it to Josh Allen. That was incredible. I do think it's funny calling it Dante's 9th level of hell. 831 says, shout out to Phil with hashtag Janet Jackson. Except they wrote out hashtag.
That's incredibly stupid.
415 says, we have Niners, Bucks, Toilet Bowl, and the Toilet Bowl, Raiders, Titans this afternoon.
Yeah, that's a terrible game.
That's quality right there.
But you can make the argument, should the Raiders be in my survivor pool?
Why would this be an argument? Go ahead, make your case.
The Raiders got to win a game, right? They can't lose to the Titans at home. Can they?
Yeah.
That's why I'm probably going to go Steelers there.
Yeah.
But if I pick Raiders and they win, then I have my pick of the litter when it comes to, good teams the rest of the way.
If you're gonna flame out of this thing, you might as well do it with the Raiders, right?
I don't want to flame out this quickly, though. Although in years past, this is the longest I've ever gone in the Survivor Pool with the Waltz League.
Oh, really? You've never gotten to week 6?
I remember years ago I picked the...
Last year there was a big bottom out from everybody early.
Yes.
Remember the Bengals lost to the Patriots week 1 or something?
Yes,
there was a bunch of big upsets early, and people were eliminated really quickly last year.
So, I could risk it and go with the Raiders, but probably the smart thing to do is to go with the Steelers.
Probably, yeah.
I think so.
I would agree. 415 follows it up. It says, I guess they were just kidding about the 9th level of hell. They're like, I love you, Copes. But it didn't stop 650 from getting their licks. And he says, all my homies hate Copes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Everybody hates Copes.
Dude, that's pretty good.
Okay.
That's pretty funny. 510, it's our guy Van. He says, Derek, I love you. Don't pick the Raiders.
Yeah. I'm with you, Van.
He's a Raider guy himself.
I know. It's not a gimme. It's risky as hell. And I could see them winning that game by the skin of their teeth.
Why not Packers?
So the thing about the Packers right now is that they looked really good the first 2 weeks, but ever since then, I think offensively they're not great. I know they put up 40 points against the Cowboys, but they're not running the football very well. They don't have a true number one wide receiver. Romeo Doubs caught 3 touchdowns, but they're kind of all over the place. Matthew Golden hasn't flashed yet. Probably you should take the Packers, but also it's the second time they'll face Joe Flacco. Flacco knows that team. He didn't have a great performance against them. I'm thinking more as, like a sure thing. I think the Steelers could beat the Browns because they have Dylan Gabriel going up against them. With the Bengals, there's a chance where the Packers go up 20-7 in the third quarter. You're like, hey, this is a gimme game for the Packers. And then out of nowhere, you're like, ooh, Joe Flacco just threw a touchdown pass to Jamar Chase, 20-14. Oh, Micah Parsons will come up with a sack to win this game. And sure enough, Joe Flacco throws a bomb with some huck-it-chuck-it football. And then the Bengals win 21-20. You're like, damn, what the hell happened here?
It's very specific how you see this one going down between the
I'll tell you this.
The Packers and the Bengals.
The Packers are favored by 14.5 this weekend. Take the Bengals. The Bengals will cover.
This is what I told you about the Niners being dogs of 14 points. I'm just like
against the Rams.
I think I'm never going to lay that many points in an NFL game. I can't bring myself to do it. That's too many points. But the one, what was the other game? The Browns and the Steelers.
Yeah, Browns Steelers.
That one makes me nervous, man.
Really?
Steelers make me a little. I mean,
I'll take the under in that game. I'll take the Steelers to win, though.
I think so too. I think the Steelers do win. The Browns' defense is just really good.
They're
it's
very,
a divisional
very good
game.
defense. You know what? Now I'm thinking about it. Now I have my own scenario.
It's
for
a divisional game.
How
dude.
the Bengals beat the Packers.
I can see how the Browns. I can see how the Browns.
We're waffling, baby.
Yeah, more waffling from Derek. Hey, Derek, how do you see the Browns?
Aaron Rodgers throws a pick six to who's on the Denzel Ward on the Browns. You're like, yeah, how the hell did that happen? How did that happen? Like they lose like 13-10.
Just tipped at the line, dude. Popped into the air.
I'm talking myself into it. Like Myles Garrett gets like 3 sacks.
Again, I said this. Joe Flacco's weird.
Yeah.
And I do think there's a scenario where it's like Joe Flacco becomes the first guy ever to beat a team twice in the same year within 6 weeks.
Yeah.
On 2 different teams. There could be some weird stuff in that Steelers and the Browns game too.
I mean,
the Browns defense is legit.
I mean, there's always some Joe Flacco magic. Remember a couple years ago where the Jets were playing the Browns? I think it was like week 2, and Joe Flacco was the Jets quarterback. The Browns go up like 30-17, and somehow Joe Flacco throws 2 touchdown passes in the fourth quarter. They win that game, and then on Monday, Trump's like, I knew it all along. Joe Flacco, the Jets. No one picked the bet.
No, it was $1,000,000 and nobody would take the bet. Nobody would do it.
And then I called the Jets head coach. He's kind of like Vince Lombardi. And then Saleh on
like a hybrid with
Michael K's show. Like he's like, yeah, talk to Trump. It was cool. Whatever.
You just saw your scenario that plays out next week?
No.
This all would happen?
No. You remember that?
1/100th of 1%, and nobody would take the bet.
Well, you're saying
greater than Vince Lombardi.
You're saying then they spoke to Saleh.
No, Saleh went on Michael K's show.
Yes,
and he asked him, did this actually happen where Trump called you? And he's like, yeah, he called me. It's always an honor when the president calls. Yeah, whatever. It's all good.
510 says Steelers or Packers survivor pool this week. I think I might go Colts, man. If Kyler doesn't play, I might go Colts over Arizona.
What about Bills in Atlanta?
I like that one. I picked up the Bills defense for my Vikings defense. It's on bye, so I'm playing Bills defense in fantasy this week.
Falcons coming off a bye, but you got to believe the Bills will be a little focused with their first loss of the season.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Bills are the best team in the AFC.
I think so.
So I think that's a good pick. That's why I've already used them.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. You don't want to use good teams.
I want to save them because that game's kind of iffy.
Why save them? I mean, again, it's about what
then I can go on a roll.
Here's the other thing is
baby.
I think you're looking at it all wrong. I think you have to look at it like which team. So if you're going to look at the Packers for this week, let's say, like I think the matchup is still a good matchup. Tucker Kraft's back too, as somebody pointed out on the text line.
Yes.
Who said that? Somebody here pointed out. So Tucker Kraft is back for the Packers.
I'm starting him in fantasy.
You also have to look at like, okay, how many other times would you take the Packers? What other matchups do you like on their schedule this year?
Carolina, a couple weeks.
Okay. So you have it all mapped out for the next how many weeks?
A little bit. I mean, not mapped out, but like I see the schedule ahead of time. Like I prefer them in that situation. I prefer that team and playing against that team. Steelers, I'm comfortable with because they're playing the Browns, and I can't see the Steelers losing that game. It's just, I would like to save it for a rainy day, and I could pick the Raiders this week, but probably not.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Let's talk briefly about the growth of Baker Mayfield. Our guy Larry Krueger is going to join us a little bit later in the show at 5:30. Are we the replay leader again?
Oh yeah,
we were mailing in on Friday. Well, none of you guys called in, so did you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Baker Mayfield and the growth that he's shown in the last couple of years. Who was saying it the other day, calling him the Kingmaker? Was it Mike Yam said that to us?
He might be.
Say
or he might have been.
His last 2 coordinators have become head coaches. Is that right?
I guess so.
Certainly Liam Cohen. Who was it before that?
Oh, yes. It was Liam Cohen and who was it before? It was Dave Canales, who was the Buccaneers OC, and now he's with Carolina.
There you go. We'll talk more about this. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. The growth of Baker Mayfield. Can they beat him on Sunday without Nick Bosa, without Brock Purdy, without Ricky Pearsall? We'll find out. We'll talk Baker next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
He has Chubb to his side, an RPO, fakes the handoff. Bosa's got him around the waist. He throws, intercepted by Richard Sherman, dropping back into coverage at midfield. Gets up, breaks a tackle, runs back into Cleveland territory, dropped on the Brown 41-yard line. How do you like this start?
I don't usually talk, but this game, he had it coming. So, but he didn't say one word back. So,
what'd you say? Just an example.
I was just screaming his name like, Baker. Baker, you good? Come on, pick it up. We want a challenge.
That was fun.
6 years ago,
Happy
man.
times. Happy times. That was a fun night.
31-3 when the Browns were, just a hype machine going into the season when
people thought they were
acquired
going to be really good.
Odell Beckham. Freddie Kitchens was head coach, and that was just a disaster. And Nick Bosa all over Baker Mayfield, getting payback for Oklahoma beating Ohio State and him playing the flag in the middle of the field.
And then Bosa did the flag plant celebration.
Baker, you there?
You
Baker.
good? That was his rookie year, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Bosa's rookie year.
4.5 career sacks against Baker Mayfield.
Yep. And that's when Baker...
He's not playing, though.
No, he's not playing.
It kind
of ruins the fun of that because...
Yeah, right. It's a good rivalry.
No, Nick Bosa has dominated Baker Mayfield, and Baker Mayfield's 0-4 in his career against the 49ers.
I like that.
Yeah, that's a good
I
recipe.
like that trend to continue.
I know. But yeah, like that... When I think about that, I think of Baker Mayfield being the cocky first overall pick, and he backed it up. I remember his rookie year, they won some games. They won 7-9, and he was doing the famous quote was, "I woke up feeling dangerous." And going into that second season, they got Odell. They were supposed to be this team that was going to win the AFC North, and they crumbled. And now Kevin Stefanski took over, and the whole falling out between him and Baker Mayfield leading to Deshaun Watson and all that. So since that time, I think Baker Mayfield has been one of the better quarterbacks in football. It's kind of similar to Mac Jones, where he was a first-round draft pick and all these expectations. He gets to the playoffs early on, and then, a couple of bad seasons, and the franchise moves on from him. And then he bounces around as a backup quarterback. With Baker Mayfield, it was, all right, Cleveland doesn't want me anymore. They're kind of flirting with Deshaun Watson, so why would I be here anymore? I'm basically requesting a trade. And they were like, all right, fine. We're going to trade away 3 first-round picks and give Deshaun Watson a fully guaranteed contract. You're going to sit on our roster for a couple of months. It's going to be really awkward. And then the Carolina Panthers trade for Baker Mayfield, and he saw the 49ers that year. Christian McCaffrey saw the 49ers that year right before they traded for him. And he just did not play well. And since that time, after that, he was cut by the Carolina Panthers, picked up by the Rams, had a resurgence with them. And ever since he landed with Tampa Bay and Liam Cohen, who was the offensive coordinator for the Rams, he's been lights out. He's been one of the better quarterbacks in all of football.
It's funny because I know that he played for the Rams. He played okay for the Rams.
Yeah.
He threw... What were his touchdowns and interceptions? 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. He was 1-3 as a starter.
Had a fantastic game against the Raiders.
And that was a great come from behind win. So he won 2 games for them in the 5 because that was an off the bench. So he gets credit.
They started with what's his name, John Wolford, and then went to Baker Mayfield. Yeah,
that game was incredible.
Yeah,
he's a true gunslinger, but I just wonder, has he gotten in your mind? He led the league in interceptions last year, but only threw 16. That's not that many picks.
No, if you look at back in the day, I know you bring up Joe Namath all the time. Guys were throwing a ton of interceptions.
Nobody more than Namath.
I know, but Kurt Warner, George Bland. Oh, no, actually, Brett Favre. But
sure, he's the most picks of all time.
Kurt Warner won an MVP throwing 36 touchdown passes and 22 interceptions.
Yeah.
And, just because you threw 16 interceptions, that's not a lot to me. I remember Brett Favre.
16's not a lot. He had seasons where he threw 20. Baker had a season where he threw 21. He didn't lead the league. That was back in Cleveland in 2019.
Yeah. So I think Baker Mayfield's been a smarter quarterback. I think his play has been incredible.
He threw 41 touchdowns last year, most of his career. He's got 10 touchdowns, only 1 interception this year, and he's got a 65% completion. Last year was his highest completion of all time, of his career, 71-4.
Yeah.
Which is incredible.
So, it helps that he has great receivers around him. He and Mike Evans have a great connection, and Mike Evans won't play in this game against the 49ers. Emeka Egbuka has been fantastic as a wide receiver. These guys from Ohio State, him and Jackson Smith-Njigba are just tearing up the league right now. So the 49ers are going to have their hands full. It's just to me, if it was, if it was any other quarterback, I think, the 49ers win this game handedly. There's something about Baker Mayfield where he elevates everybody else around him. In that game last week, it's not like the Buccaneers outplayed the Seahawks. The Seahawks were incredible last week. It was just one play in particular where Sam Darnold has the ball tipped and it's intercepted by Levante David. I think the same situation could happen with Mac Jones where he throws, a lot of yards and touchdowns in this game. But if he gets beat up in the process, it's not going to be great for Mac Jones for the longevity of this game. So, yeah, I just think that Baker Mayfield, he's got the it factor for whatever reason. Is he the best quarterback in all of football? No. Would I put him in a top 10? Maybe. If anything, he's 10.
Would you? Give me your top 10.
I could go through the top 10 right now.
I love when you ask yourself questions and you hit it with a maybe.
I mean, like, if I was going to do like a top 10, I think there's like more talented quarterbacks, but
of course. Okay, so give it to me. So if you're just going to rattle them off,
the best quarterbacks in football right now.
Do you think Baker's top 10?
Yeah, probably, but I put him at 10.
So Josh Allen, Lamar, Matt Stafford,
Joe Burrow, Jordan Love.
Okay.
I put Jalen Hurts in there, but he's iffy right now.
Okay.
Justin Herbert.
Okay, you're at 7.
Jared Goff.
Yep. Mahomes. We didn't even say Mahomes yet.
We didn't even say Mahomes.
There's 9.
And there you go, Baker Mayfield.
And Baker's your 10th?
Yeah.
Try to see if there's anybody. Daniels, no. You got him behind. Daniels is behind Baker.
Jaden Daniels, he needs to do more in the league. He's very impressive, but it's only second season.
Sam Darnold, Trevor Lawrence behind Baker?
Yes.
Dak?
Dak's...
I'd have Dak above Baker.
Comparable. I mean, Dak's playing really good right now.
Brock?
Well, he's injured. But...
So is Joe Burrow.
Yeah. Going into the season, I'd say Baker Mayfield's better than Brock Purdy, yeah.
Tua, yeah, I'd say he's above Tua.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see what happens with Dan Jones, Kyler. Yeah, I've got him above both of those guys. Next, yeah, I think he's probably right there.
And, this is a good test, like back-to-back weeks where the 49ers play Matthew Stafford, and now they're playing Baker Mayfield, a pretty good quarterback as well. Trevor Lawrence didn't light it up, but, still a solid quarterback in this league. So, yeah, they'll definitely be tested defensively. I think that the big, test is going to be Mac Jones and the protection around him, and can he deliver the ball quickly? Like, the game plan for the 49ers last week was just deliver the passes quickly to Kendrick Bourne. Mac Jones is really good at knowing where he's going to go with the ball before the play starts. So, if it's time to throw to Kendrick Bourne, boom, you're throwing to Kendrick Bourne. If it's time to throw to Christian McCaffrey, boom, you're throwing to him. Will Mac Jones have the same comfortability this week when it comes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Todd Bowles lighting him up potentially with blitzes?
925 checks in and says Goff is not better than Baker.
Goff is better than Baker. I think Jared Goff's better than Baker.
Yeah, I think Jared Goff is less volatile than Baker.
Oh yeah,
I think Baker can explode for a game. Not that Jared Goff can. I mean, he's one of the most. I think about Goff is he's one of the most accurate passers in the league now too.
Jared Goff has been a hell of a lot better as a Lions quarterback than ever he was as a Rams quarterback.
Oh, without question.
I mean, you could say like Baker Mayfield goes off in games. Sure, Jared Goff has performances where he throws 5 touchdown passes and or maybe like 3 incompletions. There was a game last year against the Seahawks where he had, I think it was 18 for 18. So,
dude, Goff right now he's having an incredible start to the year. He's completing 75% of his passes right now.
Yeah.
He's 109 for 145 at 8.2 an attempt.
Yeah.
He's got a long of 64, 12 touchdowns, 2 picks.
And every now and then he'll have
he's been pretty damn good.
Throw 5 interceptions against the Houston Texans and still win last year.
He no joke. If the Lions end up the number 1 seed or the Lions end up where they were last year, and they appear to be,
yeah,
he's going to be an MVP candidate. Like he'll be up near the top.
Yeah. So I think at this point, not to say that Baker Mayfield is as talented as Josh Allen or Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson, but just the way he plays the game, that never say die attitude, he just elevates the Buccaneers where, yeah, if they were going up against, I don't know, pick any other quarterback in recent years with the Buccaneers besides Tom Brady, the 49ers win this game. Like I remember the 49ers going into Tampa Bay week 1 in 2019 with Jameis Winston, and he throws 2 pick sixes and they win that game handedly. Baker Mayfield just he brings something to this Buccaneers defense that defensively doesn't have a lot right now. So I see this game being a shootout, and I think that, yeah, by the skin of their teeth once again, maybe even the last minute as they've done all season long with their 4 wins, I think the Bucs win again 27-24.
The 925 we checked in and said Goff is not better than Baker said, okay, you guys convinced me. I do think I think they're comparable, but I would take Goff over Baker personally.
Yeah.
And then several more people checking in being like, Baker over Goff says 707. Speed gives him the edge. I think Goff's a better quarterback. 707 says Goff QB in Tampa, they would not be 4-1. Maybe, but again, it's a team game. I'm not gonna judge it by
the fits.
Neither guy can do it by himself. That's why Baker has gone the path that he's gone. 831 says you guys missed Kyler. He's every bit as good as Mayfield.
No.
He's just a much more dynamic athlete. I think Baker's better than Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray has more talent than Baker Mayfield, but Kyler is just not delivered on expectations.
Yeah.
He is definitely underperformed as a quarterback.
Jared Goff right now, by the way, he's had only 1 game this year where he's completed less than 70% of his passes.
And that was week 1 against the Packers?
No. Week 1 against the Packers, he completed 79.5%.
Wow,
31 of 39 for 225. And they lost that one. They've won 4 in a row since. The next week, he was 23 of 28, 334, 5 touchdowns. Week 2 against the Bears.
Which game was it?
82% completion. Check this out.
Yeah,
Baltimore 71-4.
Okay.
And he threw for a touchdown in that game and no picks. Then the game against Cleveland, 16-27, 59.3%.
Okay.
In that game.
And Cleveland's a good defense.
They're a great defense. So they got in his face. And then last week against Cincinnati, 19-23, 258, 3 touchdowns. That's 82.5% completion.
Yeah.
On the year, he's completing 75-2.
Okay, so like you have to give your prediction. Do you think the Niners win this game?
Yeah, I think they do. I think they win it like 19-16.
Oh, it's
like 20-17, something like that.
It's a field goal palooza.
It's a field goal palooza. It's a weird game. Yeah,
Okay.
that's how I see this one going down.
But you see, like Baker Mayfield has like the it factor sometimes. Like even though,
yeah, dude, I don't want him with the ball at the end of the game.
He just sticks around in a game. Like the game against the Houston Texans, I thought the Texans won that game, and then out of nowhere, he's leaping in the air on 4th downs over C.J. Gardner-Johnson, laughing in his face. He's a tough. I mean, he's tough, man, and. Like he's still cocky and arrogant and coming up with false stories about Steve Wilkes, releasing him. But he's playing really well right now. I'd say he's probably top 3 in MVPs right now.
We'll take a quick break here. Adam Copeland, Depop. I guess Tim's taking bathroom breaks during the show now, so whatever.
It's
Wow.
It's just that hangover ass, huh? All right, we'll take that.
You guys get breaks. I don't. Relax, okay?
Yeah, whatever, Tim. A lot of moving parts. When we come on back, I think we're going to make the connection with our guy, Marcus Thompson.
Yeah, people have heard the Kyle Shanahan interview enough.
Oh, have they?
Yes.
Is that what you're hearing in the streets?
Yes, these streets.
You think the filth deserves a little better than that today?
Let's go with Marcus.
We'll go with Marcus Thompson. He's going to join us next. And Larry Krueger at 5:30 before we put the show to bed on a Friday. It's Dirty Work on a Filthy Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you want to go to Hawaii? Well, if you don't, I don't think we can be friends, and you should attend a meeting. What if a week in Hawaii, courtesy of Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Resort, is your jam? Listen for your cue to call every day during Dirty Work. Bang the contest line for your chance to qualify and pick out that mankini all week right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life into retirement life, it can be jarring and it can be disorienting, but it doesn't have to be like that. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you, because sooner than you think you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline to transition into retirement confidently, and to do so on your very own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number to call is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300. Or you can visit them online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, joined by the best sports writer in the country, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. And we talked to him from all over the country, all over the world, if need be.
Yeah.
Marcus comes to us, I believe, from Phoenix, where he's at Game 4 of the WNBA Finals. Is that where you are, boots on the ground, Marcus?
Yes, sir. In the building at Mortgage Matchup Center, the new name of
the mortgage matchup. Dude, I'm sorry, pardon me. What a whack name. The Mortgage Matchup Center. What a whack name. We got to get better ads on this.
I need to check, but I think it's the name of the company of the owner. I think that's Matt Ishbia's company.
What a surprise! Yeah,
how convenient.
Yeah, I know how nice that was that they were willing to sponsor it for the Mortgage Matchup Center. So it's Game 4. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the first year the WNBA Finals have moved to a best-of-7 format?
Yes, first time ever, and it's still only going to be 4 games.
Yeah, I know.
Crazy, right?
I mean, Vegas is up 3-0. It can all end tonight. Is that the expectation? The Mercury go down tonight, and it's a sweep for Vegas?
Oh, absolutely not. What do you mean? We saw this in 2017. Remember, the Warriors were up 15 straight in the playoffs. Oh, they're going to sweep Cavs. Cavs hit like 25 threes.
Yeah.
Phoenix is about to rain and force everybody to go back to Vegas. Oh, ain't nobody going home.
Oh, no.
You don't need to go home. You're going to Vegas, baby.
At least it's a short trip. I mean, a gentleman's sweep. Is that where we're going? We're going a gentlewoman's sweep here?
Is that the proper term? Is it
what do they say? They say gentle
woman?
lady, the gentle woman. Yeah, I forget what they would say.
Yeah,
like
well,
they would say,
need a
like
term for
in
that, 'cause
Congress,
I
they
don't
would
know
say
gentlewoman
the
sound
gentle
good.
lady, gentle lady, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing lady either. I don't know how we're gonna do this.
I'm gonna find the name so we can be grammatically correct.
I don't know what it is, but maybe gentlewoman. Like, as if it's a gentle person.
They're just saying, just say lady.
Gentle person.
I don't want to just call it like a lady sweep though. That doesn't work. That's
a lady sweep.
Yeah, that doesn't work either.
You misogynist on here telling ladies to sweep.
That was That was Tim's suggestion. He whispered it in my ear.
Tim once again.
It's classic Tim. Actually, it does say here, while the term gentlewoman exists, it refers to a woman of noble birth and is largely outdated. But I think it's something that they use, like the gentle lady from Ohio. Like I think they'll say that.
Oh, yes, in
Congress.
Congress.
That's kind of where I was going.
Okay.
What is it called when one woman to another be like, I'm not going to embarrass you out here. I'm going to let you win one.
Yeah, yeah, right. We call that a hookup.
Yeah. She's a real nice lady.
We'll have to take some on that. Marcus Thompson with us live from Phoenix, where the Mercury are taking on the Vegas Aces in the Game 4 of the WNBA Finals. Let's get into some Warrior stuff here. So Derek was really upset about the comments Kuminga gave to Mark Spears the other day about
I wouldn't say upset, just like, it's the same old with Kuminga.
Derek just doesn't like how Kuminga feels like it's all about him. Is that the vibe you get from Kuminga, that it's all about him?
Not at all.
Yeah, Derek, that's a vibe Derek gets every time he talks.
Listen, he's a person, right? Like his career is in the balance. That I just can't. I can't see that as a small thing. Like this is everything, and he's out of the rotation already, right? Like he's already not starting. That's the thing he wanted. So I do feel like we're gonna ask him questions about how he feels about it, and when he answers like our questions, it will be a little bit out of pocket to say, "See, you only talking about yourself." You know what I'm saying? Like we're gonna ask him how he feels about this. We're gonna ask him about the potential to get traded in a few months. Like all this stuff is actually happening. He might not be here. Everybody doesn't expect him to be here. So the idea that he has to play this a certain way for the benefit so we can feel better about him, I'm not sure. I would handle it way different than he is. I'd be a little bit more out of pocket. I'm probably more along the lines of how Steven Jackson might handle this thing, right? Like, so there's like Steph, and then there's Steven Jackson. I feel like Kuminga is closer to Steph than Steven Jackson because he could have came out and just demanded a trade off the rip, right? I don't want to be here. I'm gonna sign this contract, but just so y'all know, I'm not gonna be here, right? I'm the first thing smoking. I want out. Like, I feel like he's gonna be professional. He's gonna handle his business, but he's also coming into his own as a man and as a professional, right? And sometimes you just gotta say how you feel. I'm gonna ask him. I hope he tells the truth when he answers, and that's what I'm asking him for, to get his thoughts on it.
No, I mean, that's totally fair, Marcus. But at the same time, like, for the starting lineup, like, does it make any sense to have Kuminga in the starting lineup when you have Steph Curry? You're going to have probably Pods as the 2 guard. You're going to have Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Al Horford play in the 5. Does it make sense to have Kuminga in the starting lineup?
You could find some lineups. That's the. I mean, look, can you go big and put Kuminga at the 2? Like, this stuff happens, right? It's not, if Moody starts, doesn't that mean Kuminga could start feasibly? Like, there are lineups. It doesn't fit how the Warriors play basketball, but if you're going, especially if you're going 5 out on an ISO, yeah, like there are situations where this could work, and there are situations where it probably would work. I mean, in some universes, it's been said before where you like, you know what, sit Draymond, let him come off the bench, have a 5 and Kuminga as a 4. Would he be wrong to think that? Yeah, but it's a thought, right? So I do feel like it's just not uncommon in basketball for people to want to start. Like, it's just not.
Of course.
It's literally a part of basketball. I just don't have a problem with it, I guess. It's his career, and any other. If I felt that way about the Athletic, and the Athletics like showed how they felt about me, where, man, we're gonna sign this deal. I don't know if I'd be out here trying to make the Athletics sound the best possible. I'd be thinking about my own career. So I don't begrudge him for doing that.
Marcus Thompson with us on the UMA guest line. Somebody, our guy Pat H on our YouTube chat said, "Can you go Madam Sweep?"
That's what they would call the president, right? Madam President?
Yeah, they would say Madam President. Yeah, Madam's Sweep. Yeah. Would you do that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with it. I just feel like this is a dangerous conversation.
Yeah, okay, all right, fair enough, yeah. Well,
that's, like Stud Bud Sweep. Let's do it. Like,
yeah, you're right. We should probably just avoid this.
Okay.
At some point,
we're gonna get in trouble. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, especially if Tim keeps coming up with all these ideas.
Come on, Tim. Stop writing questions for us.
Marcus, where were you on the LeBron decision part 2? What did you make of that whole ridiculous thing?
I thought it was ridiculous that people thought it was something.
I kind of did too. Yeah.
Who are the people that fell for the banana in the tailpipe? Like, once it posted, I was like, okay, which endorsement is this?
Yeah, it's an ad. Yeah.
Listen, he already did it with the Amazon Prime thing, with the Amazon Day thing.
Yeah, exactly.
He's already done it. So it's like the fact that there were people who were like, oh man, this was about Hennessy. Like, the shocking part was that it's Hennessy.
Yeah, they're right. I was like, what's this? I was like, what is Hennessy doing? I was like, what is this plan?
Okay, but Marcus, you like a good conspiracy theory. Do you think that they released this commercial ahead of time, so everybody's just pissed off about the commercial and him like tricking people that it'd be his last season, and now not many people are focused on him being out for like the first couple of weeks because of sciatica?
There's no connection between these two. You keep trying to make this connection be a thing.
Yeah, I don't see it at all. I feel like whatever happens with LeBron is going to be top of the news story anyway. So
yeah, fair enough.
If they didn't do it and he missed the games with sciatica, it would have been the exact same reaction. Like, oh my goodness, because all this stuff is about like buying tickets and betting lines, right?
Right.
So all these people who paid $18,000 for opening night tickets in space at Crypto.com are like, man, LeBron ain't playing. I gotta watch Austin Reeves try to take down Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. That's
right. It's Bron, baby. It's Bron.
No,
it always matters.
On that tip, I mean, how much longer do you think he's got? Like, we know he's already done the thing where he played with Bronny. Like, we've already hit that threshold. So now, how much longer?
Like, he crossing these thresholds. Like, I'm done after Tim Duncan. Like,
you're like, all right. Well, then he got Kawhi, and then he just keeps. Yeah, he's still here.
Let me get Wemby going. You know, the difficult part, especially guys like that, and Steph says this too, like it's so hard for them to stay ready. I don't know that his done will be on the court. I think his done is going to be when he's tired of putting in this amount of work to be as good as he needs to be. It feels like we're getting there, right? Like he's talking about it. You know, he like they're going to do, you can tell they're going to do the whole, when you need a break, you're going to take a break, right? This is why Luka's here. But at some point in the near future, I think maybe, you know, it also depends on where he ends up. But I do feel like he's just gonna say, man, it takes me so much time and so much effort and so much energy to put into being ready to play like I want to play that I'd rather just handle all these businesses. You see it, he's dropping podcasts and, you know, business ventures and all this stuff left and right. So
yeah,
he's starting to build that, and also he's still got to get ready to be LeBron. So, but I do think, you know, when he gets traded to the Warriors in February, gotta add a year. Then it'll be like, all right, how long is Steph's deal? Yeah, let's go. I'm playing till that.
I'll play till Steph's
so
done.
That'll energize him a bit.
Yeah. now, when he does call it, when LeBron does call it, I don't feel like it's a Clayton Kershaw. Hey, by the way, this is my last start coming up here this week.
No, he's milking it.
I think we might get like 2 years of goodbye. You know what I mean? Like he might make sure he's getting a send off.
He gonna do an encore last season. You shady.
It's his fifth. It's his fifth to last stop in Cleveland. You know what I mean? Like, kind of like they made you write 2 pieces on the Coliseum for the Raiders.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? That you had to go back twice and do that thing.
Oh man, we're doing it again. Then they try to get a third. I think Dwayne Wade did it best, and you know, like where it's like I'm out, and then everywhere he went was the stop. Kobe obviously did it too. Everywhere he went, it was a celebration of his career. And even like the road crowds, they were like, this is it. This is it. There's just barring injury, I think LeBron wants that and he deserves it, right? If anybody deserves that, it's Bron. It'll be good for the league. It'll be good for him. Obviously, it'll be good for whatever he's doing next, right? I'm with you. I don't see this maybe later on in the season, right? Maybe like halfway at All-Star break, and you get to ride out the last. But I'm with you. I think it'll be at the beginning of the season. He's like, this is my last year, and sponsored by Hennessy. And then, you know what I'm saying? Then we'll get to celebrate him the whole way.
Couple more minutes of Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. Okay, last time we talked to you, you said 3-2 for the 49ers would be really good given all the injuries. Now that they won that game and they're 4-1, has your opinion changed on this team of how they can potentially compete in the NFC?
I mean, how could it not really, right? Like who's the best in the NFC right now? Like who
Lions
is coming out?
Lions probably now.
Lions look like it. Yeah, Lions look like it's it now. I mean,
I think jury's out on Packers too. By the way, I'm not. I don't know what's up with the Packers yet. Still,
I'm and then Philly goes and loses to Dart, and it's like, is Philly, are they playing right now, or it's just really hard to win back to back in the NFL? So it's just hard to say they're not. I do think we'll learn a lot against Baker, like on the road. You know what I'm saying? Against a similar team that's for. I do think we'll learn a lot, but with the amount of like grittiness they're showing, like this ain't even like the 49ers, right? You know, this is like kind of patchwork. We got heart, we got scheming, we have nothing to lose. So like that element makes me think, as we keep going through the season, like that stuff gives the team confidence. It breathes life into them. So you're starting to look like there's a few teams that on paper are clearly better than them, but I don't know that those teams are as far and away better than we might have thought originally.
I'm talking to Marcus Thompson here on the UMA Guest Line. We do it with Marcus each and every week. Marcus, so what? You wherever this series goes, and then what? What's the next assignment? You don't know. You're just here until Vegas and Phoenix wrap it up.
You know what? I think I might come down with something.
Okay. All right. Well,
I don't know.
Feel better, bro. I can already feel. I can already hear. Yeah, I can hear it coming on actually right now, man. I hear it coming on. Make sure you get some rest, man. Yeah.
I'm gonna take whatever opposite of emergency is, right? I'm gonna need the emergency sick.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
Emergency sick.
I don't want to go back to Vegas. I really don't. So
They just swab a door handle and then put it into a package is what happens.
you know what I'm saying? Opening night in LA is like 11 days away. I might need a vacation before then.
That's it. No LeBron opening night in LA as he deals with sciatica. And this game 4 is already underway, so we'll let you go, Marcus. Enjoy the game. Enjoy Phoenix, and enjoy your trip back to Las Vegas. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Marcus. It. I'm coming down with sciatica, sponsored by Hennessy.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Sponsored by Hennessy.
Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country. We do with him each and every week. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Friday. It's Dirty Work on a filthy Friday afternoon. By the way, we are going to catch up with Larry Krueger at 5:30 on the Krueger Leader.
No high school game this week.
No high school game this week, huh?
Yes. He's good to go.
And
You have the breath of a goat.
Already did that hit earlier today with.
Oh, yeah, well, he was Larry Dickinson.
Was he filling in for Greg and then JD filled in for Larry?
Yes. So they wanted Larry from
like
Levi's.
Frankenstein to show together?
Yeah, that's what happens when you leave at 11:30.
Why?
For good reason.
But Larry couldn't do the whole thing himself, and then JD.
Well, he wanted to be around for Kyle's press conference.
And then JD jumped on after.
Yes.
Nice.
It's a good situation. I've been there before. When you were out, when you had you scolded yourself with some hot water. I had a mix of JD and Larry Krueger as well.
Oh, that's right. I burned my gut off.
Yes.
They got the burn of a goat.
Yeah.
Anyway, that didn't make sense. We'll take a quick break.
Breath of a goat.
When we come on back, dude, I've got a brief foray into some baseball here. As we're, by the way, just underway in Game 5. You can hear it over on Mike Kohler's KNBR 1050. Game 5 between the Mariners and the Tigers.
Oh, man.
Tarek Skubal on the hill again against George Kirby today is the matchup in Game 5. This is a good one. And so Skubal then would be effectively set up to pitch Game 3 and 7 in the LCS if the Tigers come out of this one. But, dude, the way it went down last night for the Phillies.
Tough day for Philadelphia sports.
Boy. I got no faith in anybody to take on the Dodgers, in the National League at least.
Yeah.
I got no faith.
I'm with you on that one. I think the Phillies had a lot of talent, probably second most to the Dodgers.
They're the freaking Avengers, dude. It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Ohtani went like 1 for whatever in the series. Like 1 for didn't do anything in the series.
And then pitching that first game.
Pitched well. Went like 0 for 4 with 4 Ks, or 0 for 5 with 4 Ks or something in that game.
Well, no, but didn't he give up 3 runs in that first game?
He was like all right on the mound. Like he pitched okay. I'm just saying, like he didn't do anything, and the Dodgers were like didn't even scoff.
I know.
Just batted him away. What was he doing?
It feels like a Yankees season where back in the day, like they had a great season in 1998, and then 99, 2000, they would be like the 3 seed or like not as good, and then just become those juggernauts in the postseason.
Oh man, Kerkering throwing, making that error to end the game, brutal. By the way, somebody checked in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. It was Van. He said Dave Stewart called to wish Greg Papa a happy birthday.
He did,
true?
Yes.
He said, all I could think about was Derek, though.
Oh, thanks, Van. Thank you, Van.
I can only think about but Derek as well, Smoke. I remember that.
And Marv Albert called him.
That no-hitter well. We got to play that sound later. We got to get into that a little bit.
It was an incredible sound from Marv Albert.
See if we can pull that up for the next segment. We'll take a quick break.
Okay.
When we come on back, a little bit more on the baseball playoffs. Are we resigned to the Dodgers winning it all again? I'm just kind of, I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it. Baseball's not fun when the Dodgers win. That's kind of how I view it. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Greg, what's up, dude? Hey, happy birthday, man. Know you got a big one here, man. We miss you. We love you. Can't wait till you get back out here. I don't know if you're 80 today, 65. You look like a young 52 to me, so that's what I'm guessing, man. But we miss you out here, dude. Can't wait till you get back. Enjoy your birthday, and get back soon, dude. Take care.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers fly to Tampa today ahead of their Sunday afternoon date with the Buccaneers. Kickoff 1:25, but you can catch all the pregame action with Copes and JD at 10 a.m. right here on the Sports Leader. And let's be honest, the pregame is more important than the game, right? Right? Just me? Okay.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Ska Friday afternoon. Tim, it's not so hard, bro. Stay off the rotator, my man. You do it
just had to guilt me out of it, I guess.
Do it every Friday. Adam Copeland, T-Pop with you. Getting ready for Larry Krueger. Join us at 5:30. We resigned to the fate the Dodgers are going to win it all again, guys. I mean, there's a long way to go.
I think the Blue Jays can win it.
I mean, who in the AL do you have the most faith in taking down the Dodgers? It's
Toronto.
Blue Jays, it's Tigers, or it's Mariners. We're going right now.
Yeah. I think hands down Toronto.
I think I would rank it Toronto, Seattle, Detroit. If I added in the Cubs and the Brewers, I mean, I don't know if I think either of those teams have a better shot than like Toronto.
Well, out of all the AL teams, it'd only be Toronto that would have home field advantage in the World Series, right?
In terms of record, yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah, because the Dodgers.
Yeah, because that's what I'm talking about. Who had the better record? I think it's only Toronto. I mean, neither here nor there. I just think the Dodgers have too much, man. The way that ended last night. Tim, do we have that sound? Kerkering.
Kerkering delivers. Swinging a ground ball back to the pitcher. He knocks it down. Picks it up. He throws home. And a run scores. He threw it away. He threw it right by everybody. Kim scores. And the Dodgers win it in 11. And they are on to the NLCS. For some reason, he decided not to throw to first base. He tried to throw home. And he shot put the thing to the backstop.
Yeah. See, I hadn't heard the call. It's pretty good. Dude, that was brutal, man. That was so devastating if you're a Phillies fan. I mean, they've got 2 outs. It's just a little, all you need is a little toss or a shovel if he just underhands it to home plate.
I know.
That thing's out. I mean, he's got plenty of time at first base. I don't know what happened there. I mean, it's not all on Kerkering, but.
It's a bad play, but the Dodgers were up 2-0 in Philadelphia. And
it's 2-1, though, at that point. You're in the 11th. I mean, I'm not resigned to the fate of the team at that point. Baseball comes down to you got to throw the pitches, you got to get the outs. There's no clock there. So if he just shovels it home, yeah, you only need 1 run and then a put away to win it. So really, the Dodgers though now Roki Sasaki threw like 3 shutout last night. He's their closer now. He went 9 straight outs, 7, 8, 9 in the game yesterday. I mean, that was brutal. I guess Toronto. I mean, let him get rested here for whoever they're taking on. They get a couple extra days as they cleaned up their series quickly. So Game 5 ALDS right now, Game 5 NLDS tomorrow between the Brewers and the Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers might win it again. And you know what? The Giants have to deal with that. That's the bottom line.
Well, yeah. But more importantly, I have to deal with that.
Yeah. And that's the way.
More important.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you got to focus on getting the new manager. You got to focus on improving this team.
Come on, Buster. We can't be doing this, you know?
I mean, I get it. Like, it may happen and it would piss off a lot of Giants fans, but that's what was on Buster's mind when he was introduced as president of baseball operations was, I have a problem with this team winning the World Series. I want to stop them from doing that. Yeah. So if it happens again, it is what it is, and Buster needs to find a way to stop it.
Yeah, and how. You know what I mean? And fast.
Yes.
Like as Mr. Bone and Doug Funny would say, payday Q. I need to win this World Series. Payday Q.
Not even the first Doug reference today.
Doug Funny, dude. Get him to my office. Payday Q.
We would sing a lot of Doug behind the scenes.
Douglas Yancey Funny, don't forget. That was his name.
Yancey.
You don't remember that? His middle name was Yancey?
I don't remember his middle name being Yancey.
Yancey Funny. Yeah.
We would sing all the beat songs. I need more allowance, yodelay.
Hanging out a trash can. That's a Doug Funny.
Oh, that's a great one. Tim had this ready to go.
Dude, you had this ready to go, Tim. That's the fastest you've ever pulled something up. Dude, the beats.
I'm a beats guy.
I-E-U. Killer Tofu.
Is this Killer Tofu?
Great song.
From the 90s Nickelodeon show, Doug.
Doug that? Funny. Roger Valentine.
Skeeter Valentine. Roger Klotz.
Roger Klotz.
Patty Mayonnaise.
Oh, the song with Patty. Patty, you're the mayonnaise on my hot dog, and pennies are the mayonnaise for me. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, dude. There's a lot of songs in the shows when we were kids growing up. I don't know.
Fantastic.
Anyway, yeah. Doug Funny. His principal, Mr. Bone. Dude, Mr. Bone.
Voiced by Don Knotts.
Yeah. PDQ. I've never heard anybody use that acronym.
No.
In my life outside of Doug when I was like 8 years old or 7 years old.
Bone.
Right? He's yelling PDQ.
And don't forget
who was his neighbor, dude, who was
Mr.
like
Dink.
Mr.
Very
Dink.
expensive.
Yeah, dude. Mr. Dink always had the latest gadgets.
Oh, it's very expensive.
Gadgets and gizmos, dude. There was a Mrs. Dink, too.
Oh, yeah. She was always baking some goods.
Yeah, dude. Mr. and Mrs. Like, I feel like dink is a good word to be using.
Yeah, Mr. Dink.
He was giving her the dink, yeah. They were dinking around.
Jesus.
What's his name?
That wasn't happening on Doug.
I'm just saying.
Can you imagine like Doug's like, Mr. Dink, are you home? Oh, sorry. I guess he's too busy dinking around.
By the way, 408 said, hey, Cubs, Brewers are 6-0 against the Dodgers this year.
That's regular season.
Yeah, it is regular season. 209 says, dude, he was raised in the
streets of Bluffington.
That was the town Doug grew up in, right?
Yeah, with those killer. God, what was the frog-like creature he had to capture in the first episode?
Oh, I forget what that was called.
Leodalehu.
It's because it's like, I think there was a yodeling going on.
Nematodes.
The nematodes. There's a whole liver and onions bit in that show. That's what I thought liver and onions were.
Because Patty invites him to his house. She's like, we're going to have liver and onions. He's like, the whole week, I got to eat liver and onions? It's what I hate the most.
She was joking, right? It was a whole joke. She's like, no, we're not eating that. And then he's got the dog named Pork Chop.
Yep.
They also did a remake of Doug where they like, I think like Disney bought it or something
Disney
like that.
bought
and they
Doug.
put it on that Saturday morning.
And they changed Patty's haircut, and I was like, no.
I didn't like that either.
I didn't like
do you remember Doug's sleeves got longer?
Yep. And they changed the theme song. It went from do 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 to I think the Disney theme song for Doug was. Hold on, let me think about it. I had it. It'll come to me again. Hang on.
All right, Derek. Can't wait for you to hum more theme songs. We'll take a quick break. When we come back.
Oh, boo-do-do-do-do-do.
Oh, I do remember that.
Boo-do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah, it changed. Do we have the
Marv Albert calling into Greg.
So Greg Papa's birthday was today.
Dude, Marv Albert is my dad's idol. Like going to Syracuse and calling, Knicks games. So for Marv Albert to call into my dad and wish him happy birthday, it meant a lot to him today. So I think it's important we play this.
There you go.
Hello, Greg. This is Marv Albert. Yes, I know we're both Orange men, and you've been a big fan of mine for years. I just wanted to tell you, happy birthday. Are you a very good broadcaster? Yes. Are you even remotely close to me as a broadcaster? No. Now, if excuse me, I have to ask the front desk how to fix my fax machine. Over and out.
Do you know the backstory with the fax machine?
I don't.
Go ahead and look it up in the break.
I assume that was you.
No, that was Marv Albert. What are you talking about, Copes?
Okay, or Nick Cage. I don't know.
Might have been Steve Albert. You never know. Might have been Kenny Albert. But no, not me. Come on now.
Okay. How did Greg take to that?
That's a terrible Marv Albert impression. That's my idol. How dare you?
I won't even crack a smile during this whole.
Yeah.
Yeah. 510 says, okay, maybe I should find out what the fax machine story is.
Yep. Interesting.
I'll look it up next.
Yes.
Larry Krueger going to join us next, talking some 49er football. Krug joins us on the Krug Leader before he joins you guys at 6 o'clock with a little Niners and Diners Nightly. Larry Krueger next. It's Dirty Work on a Friday. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Aloha. Be caller number 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island Getaway. Grab details at thesportsleader.com. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Scout Friday on Dirty Work. Always a pleasure to catch up with one of our favorite guys, Larry Krueger, Lawrence Krueger, the host of Niners and Diners Nightly, coming your way at 6 o'clock. And you'll hear him on pre- and post-game with myself and JD this Sunday. Niners and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Krug, beautiful day in the Bay Area, man. Happy Friday. How are you, bro?
What's up, Larry?
Oh, man, doing great. Fantastic day. Went down to Santa Clara, went to practice, listened to Shanahan speak, talked to some guys in the locker room, and now we're getting ready for Niners Nightly. The great Todd Husak is going to be my guest
Love
tonight.
Todd, man. Todd is the man, dude. Todd is the absolute best. I want to pick your brain on some Niners stuff, but I do want to ask you, because this came up. We love finding out stuff about Derek Papa. You know what I mean? Because he's not a guy who, like, we got a bunch of on-air stuff from before we started the show together almost a year ago, right? So it's almost like every day we're still, like, getting to know Derek and his life and personality. Did you know that Derek has attended one Super Bowl in his life? It was not with Greg. It was with his mom, coincidentally. And it happened to be the Super Bowl where Janet Jackson had the wardrobe malfunction, and Derek said he had binoculars right on her, dude, when it went down. How crazy is that?
Are we guessing what year that was?
Well, you know, it was Super Bowl 38. Is that right?
Super Bowl 38. It was the 2003 Super Bowl.
It was
with
Brady's
the
second. Yeah,
Patriots and Panthers.
Yeah, Panthers and Pats.
Really good bowl.
Okay, so that was a long time ago, man. I had two little babies at the time. Kev was just a little tyke, and we took him on that Super Bowl Sunday to Legoland. Yeah. We went down to San Diego. We went to Legoland in the morning, came back and watched that Super Bowl that night.
Legoland. Gets a big shout out in, is it Knocked Up, Legoland?
Knocked Up's a big deal.
So what'd you learn today, Krug? Anything to glean from hearing from Kyle Shanahan today or talking to the players? I mean, it's been 10 days since they've played. Mack is still banged up, didn't throw yesterday, limited in practice today. We kind of know the deal. It seems like he's going to go, but what'd you take away from practice today?
Well, I mean, they're playing everything very close to the vest as far as information on this oblique injury. But, yeah, there's some form of an oblique injury that Jones has, and he didn't throw it all yesterday. So it's bothering him to some degree, but he threw today in practice, and he's good enough to go. But you may see Adrian Martinez at some point. We talked to him today as well. I don't want to say I'm eager to see him because that means Matt's knocked out of the game, right? But I do think Adrian Martinez is a decent player. Also today, Jawan Jennings, showed that he's going to give it a go on Sunday, and just Jennings is just so damn tough. He's got a hip, he's got an ankle, he's got a rib, he's got 4 different maladies, but he wants to go, and he's going to try to go on Sunday in Tampa, and they need him. So. Then we also, Kalia Davis is practicing with a club on his hand, and it looks like that hand looks kind of painful, but he's going to try to gut it out with the club on the hand. And then Malik Mustafa is looking amazing. I mean, he looks really, really good. So I would expect he's questionable, but I expect he's going to go on Sunday, and I can't wait to see him because he might be my favorite.
Krug, we're gonna try to reconnect with you. Our connection's really bad here, so we're gonna try to reconnect real quick. The audio was kind of cutting in and out. I was missing what he was saying there about Kalia Davis.
All good. I mean, we'll reconnect with Krug, but Hope it's not Adrian Martinez. That would be not the best situation for the 49ers quarterback-wise. But, yeah, if it's, it's going to be Mac Jones. And like I said before, it's all going to be about how they protect him and how he stays up in this game. If he's knocked out, it's not going to be a good situation.
He's right. He said, I'm eager to see Adrian Martinez, but just about like what is his skill set? What is he capable of? Less than like, I want to see him. Because if you see him, it means something's wrong with Mac.
Exactly.
I'm concerned a bit because Mac, wasn't like super confident. It's nice when you ask, would you have been able to play if the game went longer?
Right.
And that game Thursday, and he was like, well, I didn't have to find out. And it's like, if the answer was yes, the answer was yes. If the answer was yes, it would have been, yeah, I would have kept going. I would have fought through it. I was able to fight through it. But now I don't totally feel the same way. You know what I mean? About how fragile is what he's dealing with.
Yeah, but you know what? I think that Mac Jones has shown that he's pretty tough, and whatever he's dealing with, he'll gut it through. Whether, he should come out of the game, he's probably going to tell them, I need to keep going. I mean, he's proud of the fact that he's played very well in these games with Brock Purdy being out, and he's been the consummate pro. He's, been cool with his role where I am the backup quarterback. When Brock is healthy, I'll go back to the bench. But, no, I think Mac Jones, even if something was up with him, he probably wouldn't say anything. He'd just probably keep going out there, even though it looks like he's getting beat the hell up. So, whatever it needs to be, bananas, pickle juice, I think that Mac Jones, he'll gut it through. It's just a matter of how effective he's going to be.
I don't think it's really the cramping that's going to be as big of an issue.
No, of course not.
I need you saying the bananas and the pickle juice. I don't think that's the biggest issue. I think the biggest issue is the oblique, because then you start to strain or cramp, or throwing becomes a problem. Like, would he be able to make the throws that he needs to make? But is he mobile enough to do what Kyle needs him to do?
But I do think it was smart of the coaching staff to not have him throw yesterday. Like, if it's all about preserving his body.
It's all the plan and the amount of throws.
Exactly. And today was the day he needed to let it rip. So if he's all good for Sunday and he's, on the flight right now, I think that everything's trending in the right direction for him to start on Sunday. And most likely it will be him.
Yeah.
But as far as, everything else, like, how the 49ers match up defensively with the Buccaneers, I think that they'll be fine in the running department, not having Bucky Irving out there. Who they have, Rashad White and Sean Tucker.
Yep.
I think that they don't scare me as far as running backs. It's Emeka Ibuka, really. He's a huge playmaker right now. He's the only playmaker for him, and just him enough is how they're able to put up these points. I think he's got 5 touchdowns in this season so far.
As I told you, Ibuka's numbers, the 163 receiving yards on 7 catches last week. He's the first player in NFL history with 25 or more catches, 400 or more receiving yards, and 5 or more receiving touchdowns in his first 5 career games. I know that's 3 things, but they're all good things. 25 or more catches, 400 or more receiving yards, and 5 or more receiving touchdowns. First player in NFL history to do that. He's off to a really, really hot start. That's incredible. In his first 5 games. Now, your point about Rashad White, 2 more rushing touchdowns for him last week. He's now, how about this? He's tied Cadillac Williams. Remember Cadillac Williams?
Of course.
6th most career touchdowns from scrimmage by a running back in franchise history. We've reconnected with Krug, but I think cameraless Krug, he'll be back with you for Niners Nightly. Krug, you were fading when you were talking about Kalia Davis playing and Malik Mustafa coming back. And what were you talking about with the club? What's going on?
Well, Kalia Davis has got a club on his hand because he's got a broken hand and he's trying to play with it. So, he's practicing with it, and but it looks pretty painful. So I don't know. He's probably going to go. There's a lot of the Niners are, it's the walking wounded, but everybody who can go is going to try to go on Sunday. And that includes Jennings and Kalia Davis.
What changes with the defense in the return of Malik Mustafa? What are you hoping to see, and what do you think, game plan wise, changes?
Well, I don't know that anything changes game plan wise. The interesting thing will be who sits. Is it going to be Pinnock, the veteran, or is it going to be Marquise Siegel? I would imagine it'll be Siegel because Siegel's being picked on a little bit, but Siegel's also super active. He's really fast. He's a great coverage player. So, but my guess is they're probably going to go Mustafa and Pinnock, but that's something to watch. Do they go 3 safety alignments at times? What does this mean for Jair Brown? Who's more likely to sit between the veteran and the rookie, Siegel and Pinnock? It's hard to say, but that's one thing we'll be looking for Sunday.
Crew, the 49ers have struggled rushing the football, and the Bucs have the 9th-ranked rush defense. They're led by Vita Vea from Milpitas. Do you see this being another pass-happy game for the 49ers for them to put up points?
Well, on paper, Derek, it should be, but, Seattle last week had success running to the edges, and they ran for 6.1 a carry against this vaunted run D. So, Tampa's banged up. So and I think maybe Seattle gave the Niners a little bit of a blueprint of how to run against this Tampa team. So they're not going to just come out and abandon the run. They're going to try to establish that run. You would think on paper it's going to be futile, but weirder things have happened, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Niners can run to the edges against Tampa.
Talking to Larry Kruger here, Niners Nightly coming up at the top of the hour here at 6 o'clock. Niners and the Bucs pregame starts on Sunday at 10 a.m. right here on the Sports Leader with myself and JD. Back in 2022, Krug, Brock Purdy didn't throw a pass in that Thursday night game. He was dealing with that oblique strain in the broken rib before he went in and he beat Seattle on that Thursday night game. He did also get a shot that helped with the pain, I think, before the game. Do you have any concern about Mac's ability to be able to do everything they need him to do in the offense? I know we just talked about potentially seeing Adrian Martinez, but there is a precedent for how they've gone about this week with the lack of throwing.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what he's going through because if it was so severe that he couldn't throw on Thursday, just days before the game, then there has to be some significant pain involved there. So I really don't know what his pain threshold is or, exactly what's hurting him because he was so brutalized last week with those 10 hits that I bet you he has maladies that aren't anywhere on that injury report, that he's just dealing with. So how many things is he dealing with? But the fact that he got out there today shows that he's going to give it a go. And he's a tough guy. I'll say this about Jones. He is a tough guy. And I think he understands the stakes. I mean, both for the team and for the individual. If he wins this game and beats Tampa, the Niners are the number one seed in the NFC, and he suddenly becomes kind of like the it guy as far as the quarterback that's going to be highly coveted by teams that are in need. So we know there's always teams in need.
I mean, speaking of that, Krug, I mean, last night the Eagles lose. The Lions are playing the Chiefs this weekend in Arrowhead, so they can easily lose that game. And the 49ers, if they win this game, they're 5-1 and atop the NFC. And their schedule, you never want to play the schedule game, but they have the Falcons, the Texans, the Giants after that. And the Eagles schedule gets a lot harder along with the Lions. So do you think this game is an opportunity for them to separate themselves in the NFC?
Well, I think it's an opportunity to beat a really good team that's going really well. I mean, Baker Mayfield is probably the MVP of the league. He's throwing for more yards every single week that goes by. And they're a good football team on both sides of the ball. These teams are so similar, though, Derek. It's weird.
Yeah.
I mean, both teams are struggling on special teams. Both teams, though, have kickers that they really, really like. Both teams are really banged up. Both teams have won all 5 of their games by small margins. Both teams have a positive point differential, but it's in the single digits. Both teams are 4-1.
Yeah.
Both teams have reclamation quarterbacks. There's just a lot of similarities here, but this is going to be a real challenge. Tampa's going well. I watched a lot of that game with Seattle last week. They were quite a bit better, I thought, than Seattle, even though Seattle had a lot of success. And I think this is going to be a huge challenge. And Egbuka is playing amazing football. Maybe the best rookie receiver we've seen in 25 years.
Oh, definitely. And we were talking about Baker Mayfield, and the first time he faced the 49ers, 0-4 against the 49ers in his career, but the first time was in 2019 where Nick Bosa was sacking him, and they beat the Cleveland Browns 31-3. How much has Baker Mayfield changed as a QB in your opinion since the 49ers faced him in 2019?
Well, I think more than anything, he's just really, really comfortable in this offense now. So he can throw guys, he throws guys open. He can make those anticipatory throws. He's very much on the same page with a number of receivers. I'll tell you the guy that I'm a little fearful of in key situations in this game is Sterling Shepard. Why? Because Shepard is a good route runner with terrific hands. He'll catch it in a crowd. He'll take a big lick. He'll still hold on. And Mayfield's got a good rapport with him. So if it gets down to, a gotta have it third down, you can cover up Egbuka and there's no Mike Evans and there's no Godwin, but don't think it's a one receiver deal because, Sterling Shepard's a real pro.
Krug, do you have a feel for this one? Is this can the Niners win this in a shootout, or does it have to be a low-scoring affair?
No, I think it's going to be a shootout. I think it has to be a shootout. I don't see any. Baker's going too well. Egbuka's going too well. Tampa's going too well. They're going to put up points. They're going to make plays. It's not going to be some low-scoring game where the Niners win, 13-7. This is going to be a shootout. I like both teams to get in the 20s. I'll say 28-24 49ers. Mac Jones rises to the occasion and gets another win.
Krug, we'll be hearing you and seeing you tonight in about 15 minutes here on Niners Nightly. You do it every night here on the Sports Leader 6 to 7, and then on Sunday before and after the game, before the Niners and the Bucs, we get going at 10 a.m. Krug, have a great show tonight. We'll talk to you soon, bro.
Later, Krug. Sounds good, guys. Good. Have a great weekend.
Good deal. The great Larry Krueger. You can hear him at 6 o'clock right here with Niners Nightly.
Emeka Ibuka, the best wide receiver in the last 25 years.
Well, he said best rookie. I mean, per that number, I was just giving you those numbers. I mean, again.
Yeah, dude.
No player in history has ever had 25 or more catches, 400 or more yards, and 5 or more touchdowns in their first 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, he's got all those. He's putting up Randy Moss numbers in 1998 when he was Rookie of the Year. I mean, that was a dominant season where he caught 17 touchdown passes. Yeah, Emeka Ibuka, without Chris Godwin, without Mike Evans, it's been incredible what he's doing.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, and he's got Baker. He's got the quarterback to do it. 209 says, we get our pick this week. If it's a shootout, may very well happen. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday. When we come on back, we will put the show to bed before handing it over to Larry Krueger. It's a Scott Friday, and it's Dirty Work only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Do you want to go to Hawaii? Does the sound of a Mai Tai and Marcus Boucher ignite that flame in your heart? That's right. It's a week in Hawaii on the Big Island, courtesy of Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Resort. Listen for your cue to call during Dirty Work today and all next week. Bang the contest line for your chance to qualify. It's really the greatest contest that has ever existed. So keep it locked and qualify right here on the Mai Tai Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work.
Dirty work putting the show to bed here on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Larry Krueger up at 6 o'clock here with Niners Nightly. News today for the 49ers. We know for sure out on Sunday, not going to have receiver Jordan Watkins, Ricky Pearsall, Brock Purdy both ruled out for Sunday's game. Kevin Givens, Eder Gross-Matos both ruled out as well. Kalia Davis, Larry says thinks he's going to give it a go with a club on his hand. Mm-hmm. You also have Alfred Collins, questionable as it stands now, limited participation for him in today's practice. Malik Mustafa looks to be returning at safety for the 49ers. We'll see where they decide to go in terms of who they sit, Marquise Siegel or Jason Pinnock. But that's your real big news here. And then for the Buccaneers, they're missing a lot of weapons. But as Larry pointed out, Emeka Egbuka off to one of the best starts we've seen at receiver in the last 25 years. No Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin, no Bucky Irving. Where are you leaning? You said you were leaning Buccaneers by a hair.
Buccaneers.
By a field goal.
Yeah, Larry said 49ers 28-24. I said Bucs 27-24.
I said lower scoring. I said Niners 19-16.
Could be a field goal palooza.